answer would be,
it sounds like you could
we
get
are
arrested on
small, finite beings,
right?
Which are just clusters of atoms, as we said before. They're very
Dog,
rare.
so then why fuck around with that
but
shit
we understand
anymore?
roughly how they came to be, and we have a limited amount of time. Not actually, unfortunately, but because of the laws of nature. The laws of nature forbid us to be immortal. Immortality is ruled out by the laws of physics. But also,
let's think about this.
What's interesting about it, if you look at the basic physics of the universe,
we don't have anywhere to go.
Where we are today.
Now,
then the physics is driven by the fact that the universe began in an extremely ordered state. So it was a very highly ordered.
So you'll basically be homeless, correct?
And it is tending
so then what they're offering you is not that bad.
And that's called
it's
the second law of thermodynamics.
4 walls,
and it's that
whatever.
Basic common sense.
It's a roof over your head. 3 square meals a day. You get some TV and outdoor time. I'm not saying it's great,
what we
but it's better than
strongly suspect, and I would say no, is that in that process of going from order to disorder, complexity emerges naturally for a brief period of time. So it's a natural part of the evolution of the universe that you get a period in time when there's complexity in the universe. So stars and planets and galaxies and light.
So. Okay, so then,
but they exist because the universe is decaying, not in spite of the fact the universe is decaying. So our existence in that sort of picture is necessarily finite, necessarily time limited.
Yeah, exactly. Let's think about
it is a remarkable thing that complexity has got so far that there are things in the universe that can think and feel and explore it.
Okay, so
and I think that is the answer. If you want an answer to the meaning of it all, it's that you are part of the universe because of the way the laws of nature work. You are allowed to exist, but you're allowed to exist for a temporary, or for a small amount of time in a possibly infinite universe.
One of the biggest mind-blowing moments, I think, of my limited comprehension of what it means to be a living being was when I found out that
they store your stuff for
you, all the stuff that makes us has to come out of a dying star.
Yeah.
Like that alone, that there's this very strange cycle of these enormous fireballs that forge the material that makes Brian Cox.
Yeah.
Like what? That one alone, that there's some strange loop of biological life that comes from stars, which is like the most elemental thing that we can observe. We see these things in the sky. We see the sun in the sky. It's this all-powerful ball of fire, and that is where the building blocks for a person come from.
And they will be from the carbon atoms in our body. You're right; they all got made in stars because there's none of it at the Big Bang. There's only hydrogen, tiny bit of lithium to be precise, but nothing else. And so it was all made in stars. And it's probably from different stars. You know, the atoms in your body, they're not all from one star that cooked it and then died. There'll be a mixture of stuff from many stars in your body now. And I agree with you. What more do you want?
Okay, so
you know, when I see people who I want more than that. I want more, you know, there must be more to it. What do you mean? The ingredients in our bodies were assembled in the hearts of long dead stars over billions of years, and have assembled themselves spontaneously into temporary structures that can think and feel and explore. And then those structures will decay away again at some point, and in the very far future there'll be no structures left. So there we are. We exist in this little window where we can observe this magnificent universe. Why do you want any more?
I think a lot of people aren't aware of all the information.
But whatever friend
and then I think on top of it, for some people, it's just in California. It's so overwhelming.
Say, look,
this concept of 13.8 billion years of everything.
If you do that, basically,
right now.
It's
so overwhelming that they want to simplify.
I know what I said, but
they want to put it into
like
some sort of a fable structure, something where it's something that's very common and similar and familiar.
Yeah, I agree, but I think that's
dude. Who the fuck cares?
Just bounce, dog. The journey that we go on. The real treasure, I think, is in that journey of trying to face the
I'm looking at it this way.
It's in that realization.
No matter what, they're basically going to put you in jail.
It's almost it's almost impossible to believe that we exist.
Good a chance that
right. That's a wonderful thing, yeah. And I think that's what I think you miss out.
Right.
I think if
so
you
what I'm saying is this.
It because you
let's put it in terms of your shit. I have very little
out there in front of us.
Confidence in your friends that they're going to hold on to your laptop and all kinds of other shit just indefinitely. Maybe they will, but like, let's just be honest. So if I were you, okay, so then what happened? You have like a lot of nice stuff. So if you
yes.
Going Monday, they're going to put you in jail. You might be in jail for a year.
The distribution of information has changed so radically.
Basically, that means when you get out of jail,
particularly over the last 20,
you don't have a computer, you don't have any of your shit, and you're going to be on a couch, maybe if you're lucky. Okay, fine. That's the worst case scenario.
Even if you remain
or like
religious or
if you call the person you know in California and just say,
"Look, a thought."
I need
belief
to just
in a higher power.
Just couch surf.
People are more inclined
like
to entertain
Saturday and Sunday. And Monday, I'm gonna be on Craigslist getting a job. You can get any. You can just go work as a bartender in California, and all you have to do is say to your friend,
among scholars,
"Look, I had this exact kind of job.
There's more.
Nevada. I got it in one day. I can do the same thing in California. But this way, you have a computer. Basically,
it's rising.
You have a computer, and you have a new lease on life, and you're not going to jail
because of you.
Again, you don't have another arrest on your record.
You know, Sean Carroll and all these other people that are public intellectuals that are discussing
so
this
just
kind of
go.
Stuff. People like myself
honestly
have a far
call your friend
understanding of this
and say, look, I need to spend just
that
like
trend
a handful of days on your couch. I'm going to hit the pavement as hard as I can. I'll take buses. I'll do what I need to do. I'll get a job in 1 day or 2 days.
We don't know all the answers.
California,
so we don't know where the laws of nature
and then from there,
we
I'm
don't
going to get on my feet and I don't have anything over my head, basically, in this state. I don't have to worry about probation.
So we don't know why the Big Bang was very, very highly ordered.
What you need to do. And the worst case scenario is the worst case is something happens and you have to serve whatever jail. If they make you serve jail in Nevada, but if the longer you get away from this, the less likely it is they're going to make you go back to jail. But the closer you are to it, the higher the probability.
Of order at the start of the universe, which is really the reason that we exist. That's the reason, because the universe began in a particular form. We don't know why that was. So,
dude, you can always just say,
probably find out.
I got a flat tire.
Something to do with the laws of nature. But
okay,
so
you can always say, I missed the bus.
Science can sometimes sound arrogant, right? It can sometimes sound like it's the discipline of saying to people, well, you're not right.
Yes.
And it's not the discipline of saying you're not right. It's saying this is what we found out. So I like to say that it provides a framework within which, if you want to philosophize or you want to do theology or you want to ask these big questions,
you're not going to drink any hemlock. Dog,
you have to operate
right now,
framework.
You have a computer. You have a bunch of computers.
So everything we've said,
if you go and
just stuff we've discovered.
Take the bus,
that someone made up.
A Greyhound,
or
Amtrak.
We understand nuclear physics.
Las Vegas
nuclear reactors,
to
for example.
Your
so we understand the physics
in Orange County, where you might,
we understand
not Orange County, but in Los Angeles, where you might be able to couch hop.
And
we can at least give it a chance.
As I said before,
you're going to lose your
far out into the universe.
Just ask, and if they say no, beg and be like, look, I'll give you money as soon as I can.
We had a direct
observation. You just have to understand, I can't stay here any longer, and my whole life depends on this. And if they know that, if they're really your friend, they're going to say fine. And then you're going to say, okay, Rabbi, I've got a place to go. And they said I could come there on Saturday or whatever, and now I just pack up my shit and I put everything that I can put on in my luggage or whatever, and then
it's not able
to
answer ultimate questions at the moment. It's not able to answer.
If not, you're going to run into the same bullshit that you're running into. Dude, Caspian Sea, I hate this about Las Vegas, but it's true. It is like a spider in a web, and it's really hard to escape it. It's like a black hole. Everyone gets sucked into it. When shit goes wrong in California, everybody gets sucked into going to Las Vegas, and then it becomes like this.
What place is there for a creator?
wilderness of people.
That's a good question.
Get back in that California game, and you can escape all of this. Here's what's going to happen. Okay, you go back on Monday, they put you in jail.
We might discover that.
Now you got to fucking, let's say 45 days from now, they let you out.
My
you have
point
nowhere
is
to go. You don't have a cell phone. You don't have a computer. You don't have anything. So now you have to go to a friend's house, and then you're just going to show up randomly at their place. And maybe before they say, yeah, you can couch out with us, but now you can't. Okay, so now you literally are homeless, and it's the worst thing that you wanted for yourself, which is you have absolutely nowhere to go and nothing, and now you really are going to be one of the people who's like a desert rat.
But I don't think the problem comes when you
homeless shelters of Las Vegas. Those are the worst ones. So what do you do instead? You, if anything, get your computer. We're
not saying it's not my opinion. The university
get your computer and get your
measured it
like backpack and stuff. And if anything, just get on a bus.
You can't have an opinion on that, right?
California, and
it's the same.
Anything, get to a shelter. I'm not saying that it's warm here, so it's not terrible. And
but that doesn't mean you can't be spiritual.
I know it's kind of a coin flip.
Religious, I was saying it doesn't mean you can't.
But jail sucks, and you want to live in California.
That's not ruled out by science.
I don't want you to lose your computer. I don't want you to lose your cell phone.
Well, I love the way you communicate this because it takes into consideration human nature.
It's hard to start from
I love Doc
from zero.
He's fantastic.
But you're not at zero right now. You will be at zero the day that you get out of jail. You don't have anything.
And the problem with that is people go, "Fuck you, you're an idiot." It is a natural inclination.
How though? I know you're saying like your friends are going to hold on to it, but
you
can't
sort of dig their heels in.
Yeah,
and you don't do that, and I think that's very important. And I think that a guy like Dawkins just gets frustrated from all these years of debates with people who are uneducated or saying ridiculous things.
So here's what you do: get your phone right now.
He seems to be softening as he's getting older.
Well, he's an evolutionary biologist, and that's the front line in some sense.
Is there any way that I can stay on
the thing about particle physics is that you don't get a lot of shit because people don't understand what you're talking about. Whereas evolutionary biology is right there. So I understand his frustration.
Oh, I do too.
Having said that, I've kind of softened a bit over the years, actually. Because now, I think at this point, both in the US, actually, and in Britain, and some other countries, we are at a point, you alluded to it, where everybody's angry. There's a lot of anger. A lot of it's justified, by the way.
Union Station or LA or whatever.
And all those things.
Or wherever
they live, and
you get to their place.
But it seems to me that there are people
once you're in California, you have to say to yourself, okay, now I can do anything. I can go be a lifeguard. I can, I can pass background checks here because California has a ban the box. It's a ban the box state. So basically, unless you know what that means.
And so I've stopped actually.
Okay, so California banned the box state, which,
for example, quite enjoy
places aren't allowed to ask you if you've ever been arrested.
And it's just funny to laugh, and you just do it, and you assess some crazy stuff. But I've sort of almost,
you can't be a bank. You can't be a bank teller if you robbed a bank or something like that. It has to be very specific to whatever your crime is. So
virtually anything he says.
Basically, before people would say, "Oh, you got 2 DUIs,"
so I've started
you
trying
can't
to see
be
common ground. Now, that's why
carpenter anymore. Well, it doesn't work that much anymore. They say having 2 DUIs doesn't really have anything to do with carpentry. So while it's not good to have 2 DUIs,
so I think seeking consensus
it shouldn't prevent you from getting this job. But other states don't have this. Other states will say you've got 2 DUIs, you can't be a carpenter here. So what I'm letting you know is that anything that you have on your record,
I've tried very hard to
generally isn't going to affect you in California,
and just get better.
And then also anything that you have
better at understanding how people receive those ideas. And I think that's
potentially apply for what
easy to get lazy
affect you because of the
insult
law.
So
and it's fun. It's fun.
Well, especially me. I mean, I'm a comedian.
What
I do is insult
you find
people.
a spot in California and
I do it for humor. I want to entertain people. That's the whole idea behind it. But I think in terms of discussing ideas, especially that are so personal,
and then what I would do is I would email whatever person who said I would be there on Monday or whatever,
and the way I
and just say, I missed the bus, or
it's interesting.
I overslept my alarm, or whatever. If you really are feeling that badly about it.
There's a thing called the week lectures at the BBC.
But like, you only have a few days of freedoms. And
Robert Oppenheimer.
I know you're saying that, like, look, my friends will hold on to my computers and shit for me too.
You can get the transcripts online.
Okay.
And you can get one
maybe they will, maybe they won't. But this way you for sure get to keep the computer.
Wow. They erased them because they wanted the tape for something else.
No.
It's just unbelievable.
Do you have any other
one of them exists in Oppenheimer.
I know, like,
these lectures.
Oh my God! How do they do
I
that?
know, but you can miss it.
No siblings.
They taped over. Can you buy more tapes?
Okay.
And Bertrand Russell didn't do it. They taped over them.
They taped over Bertrand Russell's.
And it's nothing you can call her and be like, hey,
because
sir,
tape
I
was so
could share with
expensive.
you.
But he talks
crazy.
Yeah, but it's brilliant. It's called Science and a Common Understanding.
Or just
and they weren't very well received because they thought he was going to talk about the Manhattan Project. So they thought he was going to talk about the atom bomb. Because he ran it basically, but he didn't. He talked about how thinking like a scientist.
Okay, did she
which
live
means
in Nevada?
Thinking in the way that nature forces you to think.
Well, then
can be
staying on her couch doesn't help you.
And it's that's an insight in itself. The great thing.
So then,
the unique
at least
thing
you have a place
science
to
is
keep
nature
your computers and shit.
Forces you to think like that. You can't have an opinion. You can't have an opinion about gravity. Right? You just you jump at the
what I would
building
do if I were you
That's
is
it.
call her
what your opinion is.
and say, look, I'm going to deliver my computers and shit
so
to
if you think about, for example, quantum mechanics.
Saturday or Sunday or whatever.
Sometimes you think of a particle like an
you
electron.
go in on Monday, and if they arrest you, fine. You don't have to worry about her having to go get them. You know what I mean? Because then what happens if her life turns out where she doesn't get in touch with your roommate, and then
to hold both ideas in your head.
So don't worry about it. You just put all your shit in a box, give it to her, and then just say, hopefully I get the shit back from you on Monday, and I do everything that the police need me to do. But if not, just please hold on to this until I'm out, and then I don't have to start from zero. Because basically, like, that's an entire year of your life of trying to get back on your feet. If you can start out and you already have a computer and you already have a cell phone, that's great. If you don't and you get out, then you gotta get that fucking cell phone. So you gotta get a free cell phone and do whatever you can do with that. And then from there you gotta get a computer. And it's very difficult, as you know, to get a computer if you have no money. So then you'd have to get a job, and it's hard to get a job without a computer, all that other shit.
Conservative end, where you think that the individual is the only thing that matters, and that's it. But actually, of course, to have a functioning society, you need a mixture of the two. And we can weight it one way or the other, but you need to hold both ideas in your head at the same time. And he said that's one of the most valuable things about science, because it forces you into modes of thought that are valuable.
Right.
And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about absolute positions are always just a blinkered sort of subset of what's actually happening. You can't understand the world by being an extremist.
Yeah.
You've got to hold all these views in your head.
Well, I find that so often on this podcast, because I talk with people I agree with and disagree with, and I always try to put myself in the head
I understand.
of the person that I disagree with. I always try to figure out how they're coming to those conclusions or where they're coming from.
Right.
And I think it's so important to not be married to ideas.
Like
I got a conversation
with
someone about this, and they said, like, sometimes you change your opinions a lot. I go, yeah, I do. I do.
As if it's a bad thing.
Like I'm flip-flopping. I'm not a politician. Like, I'm not flip-flopping. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, I will have one opinion on a thing, whether it's a controversial thing like universal basic income. I'll change my mind 100% in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I'll go, no. Now I think it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
And then I'll go back and forth. No. People need motivation. As cruel as it seems, they need motivation. I don't know. I bounce around with these things.
Yeah. Because
but I've tried really hard as I've gotten older to have less absolute opinion.
You have to.
Yeah, Richard Feynman,
but if your friend says no, it doesn't work or whatever,
similar essay, similar time.
You do what you need
and he also works on the Manhattan Project.
Swallow
the value of
your
science.
medicine, and then hopefully you
and
get
they
your
both shared
when you get out. But
a surprise, I think,
if
they
you
still
have the opportunity to
because they thought that
which
the power
you
they'd given to
see,
the
here's the thing: you might not have the opportunity to flee when you get out. You're going to have zero money,
political system
and
control it, and it did.
You won't even have like a way to get to California.
Yeah, we're still here.
So,
but in that
essay, another.
He said
that hitchhike or something like that.
the most valuable thing about science is the realization
right now you have a little bit of money and you have a computer and you have a cell phone.
He said in that
if
statement,
your friend says to you,
he calls science a satisfactory philosophy.
I got a couch on which you can stay.
He said in that statement is the open door, the open channel, he called it. So if we want to make progress, because we have to understand that we don't know everything.
You have to look at it like,
we have to leave when I get out, I
have no way to get
and we
to
can
California.
Be uncertain and we can change our minds.
No money.
And he said that
I don't know if
it's
I have
a great last line. I can't remember
if I just bounce to
our duty
California
to communicate the value of uncertainty, the value of freedom of thought.
Wait, you have to think of it like this too, Doug.
That's the point.
I just thought
that's what freedom of thought means.
You don't have a warrant on yourself.
Freedom of thought means the freedom to change your mind.
So you could leave,
that's what democracy is. You think about it.
And
democracy is a trial and error
That's
system.
what I would tell them.
So it's the admission.
That's what
that we don't know how to do it.
Is
that
just
will
to say,
change every 4 years.
I don't know if you're allowed
change
to
the president. Every 8 years we'll change the president. Why?
Just think about it.
Because the president doesn't know how to do it. So someone better. There will be someone better that comes along, and then someone worse, and someone better. But it's a trial and error system.
Off their fucking plate.
He's right, and he's right.
You don't have a warrant for your arrest. They don't have to deal with you anymore.
It's certainly better.
Let your probation wear.
Yeah. One of the things that I love so much about Bertrand Russell and about Feynman.
Then you don't have to serve any time.
They were very human. Feynman liked to play the bongos and he was
chasing
girls. And Bertrand Russell was addicted to tobacco. He would talk about how he wouldn't fly unless he could smoke. Like he had to get us. Was back when they had smoking sections on airplanes.
Yeah.
He had his pipe, and he just refused to fly without tobacco. And he couldn't imagine being without tobacco.
You see what your friend says.
It's so strange for such a brilliant guy to be addicted to such a gross thing.
You can do it.
Yeah,
I would take him up on
You're right, because I think these are
the
people that
found opportunity that you have. Where you have a computer, you have some money, you have a cell phone, and you're in another state.
They didn't want to know everything. Because you can't
if they say no, you can't.
Yeah, I suppose that's what.
Contact your
you think about what the job of the scientist is to stand on the edge of the known, because you're a research scientist. So if there's nothing to know, then you've got no job.
And then,
so you have to be naturally comfortable with not knowing. And if there's one thing I really do think, considering how do we begin?
I would just be telling myself this entire time.
One of the reasons I think in education is to teach people the value of uncertainty.
Elements right now, it could rain on me.
It is not.
It could be the sun could be beating down on me after an entire day. Where people would,
and that's one of the problems with religion is to say that you know when
commit a crime just to be in jail to get out of the elements.
Absolute knowledge.
And I know that sounds strange, but like there are people, there are these cases of people who will go up to a bank teller's window with a note that says, "I'm not."
Did you see Ex Machina?
Any of the money? But this is
Did you enjoy it?
This is a hold up.
Yes, I know.
Just because
Alex
I want to
Garland,
go to
because he wrote some
prison.
Oh,
so
right.
I don't have to be homeless.
28 days later.
And they arrest the person and they put him in federal prison because it's a nicer. Well, it's a federal crime, but also the reason why they say federal prison is because it's nicer than the state prison.
Are you scared of artificial life, artificial intelligence?
Like, I would say before. When they would beat you in prison, or they'd rape you in prison, or like those kind of things, or in jail, like those. I'm not saying they still can't do that, but
he's trying to warn people. It's
much different now, where you consider, look,
and it goes south.
If I were outside in the elements,
I chaired a debate on
no one's going to help me, and I'm going to be cold, I'm going to be hot, and
so it's
I'm
true
going to be
now,
really thirsty.
At the moment.
I'm going to have to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to have nowhere to go to the bathroom.
AGI,
fuck it, man. Instead of doing all that shit, I can just be in this one little room. This is how I one time heard Jill describe it. I thought it was perfect.
We don't have to do
description.
We haven't got.
It's like spending.
So at the moment,
all your time in a bathroom
is expert systems and very focused systems that do particular things.
Like
you can be scared
of your bathroom wherever it is
in a limited economic sense.
That's what jail's like. It's basically like you're spending all your time.
Actually, interesting.
Meaning there's just a toilet.
It's going to be.
There's nothing else there.
Middle class.
But like
in the UK, so
being in that kind of environment while shitty is better than getting rained on. Is better than getting hailed on. Is better than being fucking cold as shit.
There will be no jobs.
And it's better than being hot as shit.
Just a mass catastrophe.
Yeah, they're very good. Someone said that these systems are.
It's really not that bad
at the moment. Very good
in comparison to what the alternative is. See, where they really got me fucked is this, and I'll just come out and say.
It's interesting because it's a revolution. It's not like the Industrial Revolution where it's manual labor that gets.
If you don't go, You won't be able to get a job. You have to be on the run. You have to go to another state. All this other bullshit will happen. And it'll
so
just
you're
follow
right.
you.
One of the answers
So
is to
you're
tax.
doing what's right. Just
There's
fucking
an
hitting it
example
head
is a
on
robot tax. So in a
and
car
doing what
factory,
they need to. And
you say to
maybe
the
they don't arrest
manufacturer,
you
well,
one
okay,
day.
you can have a
But-
robot, but you pay the robot the same as you pay a person. And then that money goes into funding universal basic income or something like that. So I think there's got to be an economic change because these systems will be there. But all the experts
if they don't,
agreed
then
that the idea of a Terminator-style general intelligence taking over the world is miles away. And so whilst we might start thinking about the regulation,
here's my question. I know that they're going to put out a warrant for you,
Is
and you're just going to be fucked.
general point, I think.
But
So I would disagree with
I
you
wonder why.
on that. I think
Like,
it's
imagine you didn't
too
open that mail
at the moment. I might be one of those
or
people
like
that's,
respond to it,
it's
and
gonna
you
be
just
all
moved to
right.
California.
And then you know,
I
my
guess they
iPhone
would have just
taken
put out
me
a
out on the
warrant
way
for your arrest.
to the airport.
And you would have no idea about
That's
it.
the thing. I mean,
And then
it's
you
our
would get
choice at
up
the
on
moment,
it.
isn't it? I mean, don't give your
I guess
iPhone
that's
a laser,
Which is really
for
shit.
example, and it doesn't matter if it goes
But I
crazy and
guess-
tries to take over the world.
Okay.
I know that's a bit facetious because
What are the odds they don't
he would
put you
say
in
they
jail?
can take over
Maybe?
power grids and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
I guess, but
Well, it's these concepts that are really hard to visualize, like sort of Kurzweil's idea of the exponential increase in technology.
So only a
leads
25%
us
chance
to a
of going to
point
jail.
in the near future where you're going to be able to download your consciousness into a computer.
Okay, and why
Talk
are you
to
so
computer
confident with
experts,
the
so there's no way
75%
we're miles
chance?
away from that.
yeah, on neuroscientists.
Yeah,
Neuroscientists go,
no way. Yeah.
one brain cell probably we can't.
But Kurzweil's convinced that what's going to happen is that as technology increases, it increases in this wildly exponential way where we really can't visualize it. We can't even imagine how much advancement will take place over 50 years. But in those 50 years, something's going to happen that radically changes our idea of what's possible. And I think Elon shares this idea as well, that it's going to sneak up on us so quickly that when it does go live, it'll be too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth putting the framework in place. I think the regulatory framework.
Keep it vague.
Even as you said, the more realistic problem is people's jobs are going to get displaced.
Okay,
and
so
there's a great.
I was thinking about this though.
I was at a thing, and someone said, I can't remember who it
And
was.
MYP?
It was a politician. The job of the innovation system is to create jobs faster than it destroys them. So you've always got to remember that as a government.
When you're on probation,
if you're going to allow technologies into the marketplace that destroy people's jobs, it is your responsibility to find a way of replacing those jobs or compensating those people, as you said. Otherwise, you get breakdowns. Social
being
breakdowns.
a human being, though, is that people need some meaning. Like just giving them income, I think, is just going to.
Is this not cannabis?
I mean, it's just my speculation. But it can create mass despair. Even if you provide them with food and shelter, people need things to do. So there's going to be some sort of a demand.
So you were just like partying on
meaning for people.
New Year's.
Give them occupations. Give them something, some task. It seems to be one of the critical parts of being a person. So we need things to do that we find meaning in. You know, like you were talking about, we're the only things that we know of that have meaning, that find meaning and share meaning and believe in that. We're going to need something like that. If universal basic income comes along, I don't think it's going to be enough to just feed people and house them. They're going to want something to do. If a person is you're doing something for an occupation and this is your identity, and then all of a sudden that occupation becomes irrelevant because the computer does it faster, cheaper, quicker. These people are going to have this incredible feeling of despair and just not being valuable.
Yeah. I mean, the utopian version of this is that everybody gets to do what we do now, which is make a living sort of thinking and creating and all that kind of, so that's the utopian ideal is you don't need to do the job that you don't really want to do in the factory.
Right.
You can do the thing that humans are best at.
Yeah, what do they say on that now?
But I agree, that's a very utopian view. Yeah. Does everybody want to do that? Or does everybody have the mindset?
Well, it'd be great if everybody had an interest like that. If everybody went on to make pottery and painting and doing all these different things they've always really wanted to do.
Holy shit! Hold on a second.
Needs are met by
so you're gonna have to take a drug test on Monday.
But boy, there's a lot of people I don't think have those desires or needs, and to sort of force them onto them at age 55 or whatever.
So they only brought us to other random things.
Very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, so then that's okay.
Yeah,
it's a big challenge.
But I think that in concept, at least, it's inevitable that we do have some sort of an artificial intelligence that resembles us, or that resembles something like Ex Machina. If people choose to create that,
Doug,
choose to create it in our own image. But that's very godlike, isn't it?
Dude, if
God
you want to put me through all these fucking tests, just throw me behind bars
and again,
instead.
Because I don't know. Like, when I talk to people in the field, as you probably have, most of them say, don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
It's really, it's going to be miles away. So maybe I'm hiding my head in the sand a bit, but I don't think so.
And you know
I think I think we'll
13th
know it. I don't
Amendment,
think anyone's going to do it accidentally. So I don't think it's just suddenly going to be upon us.
Not really. It says in the 13th Amendment that
we'll see ourselves acquiring that capability.
We'll see ourselves getting close.
We'll see those systems beginning to emerge, and then we'll think about it.
For people who are
200 years ago, if you wanted a photograph of something, you want a picture of something, you had to draw it.
And there are people who are moving
there was no
to totally eradicate slavery because it technically hasn't been eradicated.
It's almost inconceivable.
Anyway,
no automobiles, no photography. What was automobile? Well, maybe there was some sort of machines that drove people around, right? Something close. Trains earlier than that.
Hey.
You go back 500 years, you have almost nothing.
Dude, you know what you should
tell
them?
We've been quick.
It's so fast. It's so fast. And then
this,
what we're doing right now, there's people
right
now in their car that are streaming it. So they're in their car and they're listening as they're driving on the road. Maybe they have a Tesla. Maybe they have an electric car.
Into the wall.
They're driving down the road, streaming to people talking, where it's ones and zeros that are broken down in some audible form, and you can listen to it in your car.
What do you need for your sleep
bananas.
And you say, I need a CPAP.
We've been quick.
And then they'll say, okay.
Well, think of the world, the internet.
And they'll give you a little machine. But that means you'll be in the hospital unit.
I remember
in the general population.
it being invented.
And the hospital unit.
Well, certainly the web.
When did you get on?
Also,
so the web.
Meaning
it was very early for me because I was in particle physics. The web.
You're going to have
a www bit.
So
certainly in the early 90s, I was.
You can't use that for much except your
in the university
system. But nevertheless, it's more than anybody else.
I don't know when.
You don't get anything in jail.
So you could have a web browser that just
the only best conditions try to get in the hospital wing, and the best way I've heard of people getting into the hospital
when did you become involved with
saying that they have sleep apnea,
so that would
they need a CPAP machine.
I started doing particle physics in '95.
And when did the Large Hadron Collider go live?
The word sleep apnea.
It was 2000
sleep apnea.
2007, I think it was, or 2008. It's so long ago that I can't remember. It's about 10 years ago.
You need a CPAP.
But it started up, and then we had a problem with it, and then it took a bit.
I have a CPAP machine.
So it hasn't been taking data.
And so,
it's a tremendously successful thing now. It's operating beyond its design capabilities. It's quite incredible.
It's so stunning. It's an incredible physical thing. How large is it? How large is it?
It's 27 kilometers, so it's about 16 miles.
16 miles, and it's a circular,
sort of a building. Yeah.
What if you
it's a big tube,
defibrillator or something like
that? Mainly under France and partly
they make me aware that
and it accelerates protons around in a circle. Both ways. They're one beam goes one way, one goes the other, and they go around 11,000 times a second. So that's very close to the speed of light, 99.99999% the speed of light. And then we cross the beams and collide the particles.
In California,
and in those collisions, we're recreating the conditions that were present at less than a billion.
They provide for you on-site immediately.
So we know that physics. So going back recently, the carbon and the oxygen, we can trace that story back way beyond the time when there were protons and neutrons to when there were quarks and gluons around,
too much except
and go all the way back, and the Higgs boson doing its thing back then.
From what I've heard,
and so we can see all that physics in the lab. So that's why we have a lot of confidence in that story.
I heard this.
It's so fascinating that
I don't know if this is true or not.
Someone into funding.
I forgot
that they got a bunch of people together, and that you were able to explain to politicians and
were in the
regular
hospital
people.
wing, and the
What
hospital
are we
wing,
trying to do?
It's a great
only the
example
hospital wing
of
was issued
how you get something
tablets
done. So it was
that
the
they got
1950s
once a day,
when CERN was
and they get
established. I think it was
tablets
53 or
for
54.
4 hours a
I
day.
can't quite remember. It's something
And
like that.
I was like, you got
And
tablets?
It was
Like, what kind
built
of
out
tablets?
from the
Like
Second World War.
Android tablets?
So you had Europe.
Now,
at the end
I
of
know
the
this
war.
is California,
And it
it's
was
different,
realised that the only way forward for Europe
they
was
said because they were
to rebuild
they were in the
scientific
hospital
base
wing and they got issued
and
a
for
tablet.
peace, for
And
peaceful purposes.
The other people.
And so
in the other
CERN was
parts of
set
the
up as an international
prison did not.
collaboration.
So I'm just
in Europe
making you
initially,
aware.
with that
I knew this
political
kid.
ideal.
This is a really
It would,
sad
it
story.
would explore
He
nature.
was like 19 years old, and
for freely and for peace, for peaceful means.
I think. Well, he robbed,
and so that was the politics was right. So you set it by
because
international
they had
treaty,
Grand Theft Auto.
so that the member
So like a common
states
thing back
are
then.
bound together.
You remember how
treaty,
popular Grand
and they
Theft Auto
pay a
is.
small amount.
So this
relatively
kid,
small amount
he robs
into
him.
CERN every
He
year,
goes.
which is a
There's
tenth
a
of their
gun.
GDP.
He goes to jail,
and that's
for
the
like
money they use to build
20
the
years.
experiments and build the
And
accelerators.
went
So it's
to
very
Pelican
hard
Bay,
to get out of
and
it.
I actually met
And you
this
wouldn't
guy
really
through
want to
synagogue.
because it's a
He's
small
converted
amount
to
of money per
Judaism,
country.
and
And CERN doesn't get extra money to
he's
build
got a
things.
really nice
It
Jewish
just takes
family
its
now.
money and basically
And,
saves
he's
up and plans
kinda
itself.
turned a new
But
leaf
because
and
it's got a
everything.
regular stream of
But
money,
he told
it can
me
do it.
a lot of
So
the
say we're going to build
inside
this
shit
machine,
that you can
and it
do.
will take 8
And
years because that's how
one
much
of the
money
things
we've
was,
got. And we're
if you
building
can't
it
try
in
to
8
get
years,
in
and we
American
know how much
unit
money
in the
we've got,
way
so we can do
that
it.
you can do that,
And it's a lesson. I
and
mean,
they
the
can't
reason
really
that the
prove it.
US
Like, how are they going to
the
say
SEC failed
that you don't have sleep apnea?
is because
You know what I mean?
it's the problem you have in the US
And-
with the funding system, as you've seen in the last few weeks,
Yeah.
is that it's very arbitrary and it's open to political maneuvering and things
so
can be shut down.
you certainly can.
And
Usually you
CERN
have
is
to be
not like
tested
that.
with the
CERN
sleep
has got a
study to
guaranteed
get a prescription.
stream of funding,
Um,
small from each country.
So it's
so you
not
can
something
do
I
this
don't
project.
think you
And
can
the
get
one in the
together in
U.S.
like
that was during the Clinton administration. Is that
72
what it
hours or
was?
something. You could.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
was
if you could get to your
was it
doctor,
Clinton? It was
in the
closed down
morning
by Congress
and
on a
say,
very slim
I need
vote,
a.
and it was in
Yeah,
Texas.
you still can't.
So
They're
it was,
going to want to sleep.
It was one of those things
And
where
it
you've
takes,
got states buying for
you know,
money, and it was
at least
hard.
when I've had 2
and
sleep
everyone
studies,
was there.
you have to book them like a
It was
month.
bigger than the LHC, and it was.
But nevertheless, the people at
So
the
you
jail
waste a
aren't
lot
going
of
to know
money.
all that shit.
Is that a
So when you
huge
go there,
disappointment for
you
the
just
scientific
say,
community?
I
We're very
need
hopeful
a-
that this was going
I have
to
sleep
go
apnea
on.
Yeah, it
and
was
I
being
need a
built.
CPAP.
Yeah.
So they
And they're going
carved
to say
a
to
tunnel.
you,
What would it be
All
able to do?
the worst thing they're going to say
It
to
was a
you
higher energy.
is, do you know your
accelerator than the
settings?
LHC. So it would have discovered the Higgs
And
particle first.
You
Wow.
can say,
Had
yes,
it
I
been running.
do.
But
And
the
they can
half-built
say,
part, is it
all right, what
useless
are your
now?
settings?
Or can they
And you just
sort of
say,
charge it up again?
No,
I'm
I
at
think
10.
Is it in?
And
I think
if,
so.
if they're
Oh,
like,
and it
what
was
is
just out
that?
the tunnel.
Just, they're not
You know?
going to fucking know.
So
That's the worst thing.
That's
Like,
the thing.
there are different
You
ways
can
to
do
say
these
your
wonderful
settings. It
things
depends what
for
machine.
not a lot of money.
Write this down too.
If
They might
you
ask the name of the machine
just do
that
it
you
over
have.
many years and have
It's
stable funding.
Yeah,
just commit to doing
RESMED.
it.
The filling in part is-
RESMED.
And you look at CERN as well, and people,
And
people ask me now. I think the UK pays about it's about
what is that
$100
going to
million
get you?
a
It's
year.
just not going to put you in
And that's what the UK
the general
pays.
populace.
It's about same for
And,
Germany, same
you
for
know,
France.
it'll probably. I
And
would
so people
say
say, what do we get
there's a
for
much
that?
better
Well, first
chance
of all,
for
it's
you to
not
stay safe.
the whole budget
Because
is about the same as
if
the
you're in the
budget of
hospital wing,
medium-sized university.
like,
So it's not a
generally
lot.
guys
It's about
there
$1 billion
they're
a
either on
year
some
or
kind of
something, which is
medication or
what
they're
a university
um,
has.
they have some
So
kind of
it's not a lot
you
in
know
the scheme of things.
physical impairment.
What's it done though? Well, we invented the World Wide Web, as we
Great
just said.
question.
A lot of the medical imaging technology
I
that we use comes from
Have
CERN.
one.
It's pioneered the use of
And,
these very high field magnets, which is what it needed.
I believe
So
it
it's-
goes,
it's engineering
well, I have
at the
two,
edge.
actually.
And engineering
An
at
old
the edge
one that I think went to
generates
12
spin-offs
between
and
like
expertise
0
to
and
use in other
12.
fields. So it's
And,
cancer treatment, so-called hadron beam therapy.
Then I got another
So you've
one.
got a brain
and it
tumor
went
now.
from,
It's
like,
quite likely
0 to 100.
that you'll have one of these
So,
targeted
if I
particle
look
beam
up
therapies, which is
Resmed
like very highly targeted sort of chemotherapy. It's not
levels,
chemotherapy, it's just radiation. You can
0
target in a
to-
beam into your head and attack the tumor. And those
Okay.
are particle
So the
accelerators.
ResMed
So
AirSense
most
10 has 4
particle
EPR
accelerators
settings.
today
0
are
to
in
3.
hospitals and in medicine.
Wow.
But they came from doing particle
Let's see here.
physics. So the spin-offs
All right,
of
here you
these
go.
big experiments at the edge
Your
of our
CPAP pressure
capability
setting is
are
set between
always
6 and
immense,
14 with an
which
average
is why
of
they're
10.
worth
So
funding
if you
at these
tell
very
them
low
10,
levels.
that's
But it's not
a
just
really
the
good one.
knowledge,
Now,
it's the engineering
that there is a practical application.
I have another.
There always is. It's just finding out how to do hard things.
Instead of saying like between
the moral
6 and 12 or
and
whatever,
it wasn't just the
it
Higgs
just
boson
tells you
particle
between
that
0 and
discovered. What
100%.
is quark
and so you can say like 75% or whatever.
Yeah, so that's
just have that in the back of your mind.
If
you need that,
you end up with a soup of
I'm trying to think of anything
quarks and gluons. So quarks are the building blocks of protons and neutrons. And gluons are things that stick
at
them
least
together.
in the state of California, you could change your gender.
So a proton has 2 up quarks and a down quark, and a neutron has 2 down quarks and an up quark, and so on. So they're the constituents, the protons and neutrons, which are the constituents of our atomic nuclei. So if you go to very high temperatures or high energies, then the protons and neutrons fall to bits.
Exactly, that's perfect. And the worst they're going to say to you is, "We're going to need a prescription from your doctor," and that's fine. You could still potentially get one.
Yeah, well, very high energy
bars. Because
so you get that.
Okay,
so we've been exploring that by we don't only collide protons together.
I remember reading about
nuclei together,
people who were in jail and their dental work. And there's some kind of law that was passed, or at least
very hot
that is followed,
to explore that physics.
Just because you're behind bars does not mean that you're not entitled to medical treatment. And so I'm not saying that it's like a joy, but like if there's something that you need done,
the actual weight?
Depending on how long you're going to be there, that's time to get it done. Like if you had,
the thing
I don't know, if you needed cataract surgery or something like that,
material, which is
you know, like
100 million
or
tons, it depends.
Well,
so I don't know.
So I thought about this at one point.
There was
cataract surgery.
It was one of the things
really
after
expensive
to discover they were
for cataract surgery and et cetera, et cetera. Wonder what like I've had cataracts. I wonder what opportunities there are. Yeah. And so that's when I started researching this. And I think they would do it, but obviously I don't want to have to do something like that. But
you got something?
Yeah, there is like there are protections. So in the same way,
a cubic centimeter
if you are behind bars and you have some kind of medical issue, particularly sleep apnea, because if you die behind bars and you say that you needed a sleep apnea machine, and because of sleep apnea, and they don't provide it to you, then your family can sue the state for huge
close
money.
for engineering and upgrades.
So in order to avoid all
one
of
thing
that,
we're trying to do is
just
one of the things in particle physics is that you want as many collisions per second.
I also think this probably gets you.
And
again, probably a little more attention from like nurses and staff and stuff, which probably just breaks up the monotony of the day. Hey, if they have to come check on you once a day just to
get a lot of
take your temperature.
And the more collisions per second you can get,
for a few reasons.
The more chance you have of making interesting things like Higgs particles or whatever else may be out there.
Exactly. It's
it's possible other
facility employees or non-penitentiary employees. So if something is really going bad,
if this one that was in Texas,
or if you feel like you're not being treated correctly or whatever. And then also it's
when
just,
these things
somebody
are created
new and whatever. I think that would give you at least one or two extra interactions a day where they let you out of your cell.
The general rule in physics, in particle physics, is that
the other things I've heard
and more things it can decay into, the faster it will
are harder to get away with.
Basically, the heavy things.
The CPAP is all you need. Then you're just going to be able to
stable
be in the hospital ward. But other guys will say that they'll need like a walker. But then you got to walk around with a walker all the time. And that's almost like shit. Now I have to fucking put on this. Do you have a bad back? Then fucking get a walker.
How are they registering its existence? Like, what is
I don't know if they'll let you have a cane because
what
it's
you
a weapon.
see, if you collide,
it can be a weapon.
But
a walker, you can get a walker.
And protons have got loads of stuff in them, loads of gluons and the quarks. So you get a big mess.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So most of it's a load of particles just spraying out, which you're not interested in. But sometimes when let's say a couple of
exactly,
gluons
if you can go into the thing on Monday with
they
a
can
cane,
make something interesting.
That's amazing.
Like a top quark or a Higgs particle.
What's a top quark?
A top quark's
have they ever seen you?
Quarks. So there's up and down.
Oh, so they know you don't have a cane.
Bottom and top.
Charm and Strange?
Yeah. So Strange was literally.
So they go in with a fucking get a cane tomorrow.
I discovered them. Someone said that's really strange. So it's a strange new kind of particle. So we have 6 quarks, and they're in 3 families. So the up and down are one family, and then the Charm and Strange are another family, and the top and bottom are
there you
go.
Family. Okay.
And so for some reason, the only particles we need to make up you and me are up quarks, down quarks, and electrons. But for some reason, there are two further copies of those, which are identical in every way except they're heavier.
Perfect.
So there's the charm and the strange quark, and a heavy electron called a muon, and then there's the top and the bottom quark, and another heavy electron called a tau.
Well,
and that's it. So that, there's this
I
weird pattern that we don't understand. So we don't. It seems like you only needed
I would give myself a cane anyway
to build a universe.
And
right. But for some reason,
they look cool.
There are two copies.
But it's like, hey,
and the heavy ones decay.
You're trying to raise that percentage for yourself that they're not going to put you in jail on Monday as high as possible.
Is that when they decay, they throw their decay products.
And so if you go in there with a cane, they might take a little
photograph of the cascade of particles that comes.
They might take a little
particles
pity on you.
And the trick is to patch it all up to see, so work out.
Yeah. Oh, but if they say no or whatever, then now, just when you get to jail, just say I need a CPAP and I have a bad back, so I need a walker.
Then there's the study of them. Then there's
I would also say
gets together and go, okay, what the hell?
I don't know if this works.
Yeah.
What is that? What do we do?
So we want to know.
Sorry, I don't know if this works, but
we know what it does. It gives mass. So it's fundamentally the thing that gives mass to all the other things in the universe at the most fundamental level. So electrons, for example, and the up and down quarks, they get their mass from their interaction with the Higgs. That's why they're massive. That's another reason we exist. We go right back. We wouldn't exist if there wasn't mass in the universe. And the Higgs is ultimately responsible for that mass. I keep caveating it because then you get other sorts of mass that are generated, but the fundamental basic seed, as it were, is from the Higgs. So what we want to know is how that thing behaves. And so you want to study it. So you want to make a lot of them. So you can take a lot of pictures of it and study it a lot and see exactly how it does that. And so that's what we're doing. That's what we're engaged in at the moment. We're making high precision measurements of the way that particle behaves, so we can understand the laws of nature. And that is the laws of nature. How are those particles behaving and what are they doing?
But it is possible that some new form of particle, something else could be discovered.
You could tell them that we know about
because we almost know that there are other particles out there in the universe.
We almost know.
So a thing called dark matter.
Yes.
So we look out into the universe and we see that there's a lot of stuff there that's interacting gravitationally. But it's not interacting strongly with the matter out of
you have any medical ailments,
stars
instead of just
it's
pulling, I don't know what you did last time, but just like, no, I'm fine. You say, yeah, I do. I got a bad back,
see lots of different
so I need a walker and an extra cushion.
Even the oldest light in the universe,
I have sleep apnea, so I need a CPAP machine.
We see the signature of
that's it.
In that.
You have to say that, and then
so we think
you find it. You can't sit there and name 100 things. And to be honest, if you name 2 things for them, that's realistic.
LHC. We have lots of theories.
The other thing that you need,
theories,
your glasses,
that make predictions for all sorts of different particles
so,
that interact weakly with normal matter. And
I don't know.
I think it's broadly seen as a surprise that we haven't seen at LHC. So that just may well mean that either
when you were in before,
they're a bit too massive, so we need more energy to make them. We just haven't quite got enough. Or we're not making enough of them often enough to see them,
so
which is one of the reasons we're upgrading the LHC.
Yeah.
So we also look at them, by the way.
I think it's something
directly.
Like
so
you can keep
we have experiments on the mountains.
If they can't, if they're not a weapon,
bury them on the mountains so the cosmic rays from space.
I don't know
with them. And we're looking for
what
rare occasions when these dark matter particles bump into.
They have a bunch of metal in them. So maybe if they're
because the idea would be this room's full of them. I mean, the galaxy is swimming with dark matter.
You might be okay. I'm not sure. Can you see without your glasses?
But it interacts very weakly.
Okay, well then you're in good shape.
So it doesn't bump into us very often.
But
so we're looking at the direct detection.
You want to include that too,
because
maybe they'll let you keep your glasses.
So it's everywhere, but it doesn't interact with us.
Very weakly. So it interacts through gravity. And the archetypal.
No, it doesn't have to be documented. All you have to do is trick some person.
So we do know about neutrinos.
Entrance in the jail. That's it.
And there are something like 60 billion per centimeter squared per second passing through your head now from the sun. So they get made in nuclear.
Like I don't know,
but they go straight through your head and then actually straight through the earth.
See, here's the thing.
Pretty much.
I don't know.
Occasionally, one of them bumps into something.
Oh, okay.
And we can detect those.
But what does that give you?
There's so many of them going through. But we only detect 1 or 2 a day.
And the idea is that dark matter encompasses an enormous percentage of the universe.
Yes, it's 5 times as much matter as dark matter than is normal.
How are you, Doug?
And the number is 25% of the universe. So roughly speaking, about 5% of the universe is normal matter, stars and gas.
25% is dark matter.
Yeah, so 5 is normal matter, about 25 is dark matter, and about 70 is dark energy.
That's the other thing.
The other thing.
Yeah. So what the hell is that?
Don't know. Know what it does. So again,
that's it.
We talked about Einstein's theory earlier. So Einstein's theory, which works spectacularly well, says that if you put stuff into the universe, as we said before, then it warps and deforms and stretches. And it very precisely tells you, given the stuff that you put in it.
Hey, do you see this chick? Just for a moment, I'm going to show you. Do you see this
chick? The measurement we have is how it stretches. So we observe, the thing we observe is how the universe is expanding and how that expansion rate is changing and how it's changed over time. So we have very precise measurements.
I have this fucking.
So then we can use the theory to tell us what's in it, given that we know how it's responding to that stuff.
It works.
And that's how we discover dark energy.
Okay, so this is
we
what I do.
notice that the universe's expansion rate is increasing.
I go through everyone on Kick.
Accelerating in its expansion.
All the biggest streamers on Kick, and I make every single one of them a custom video, and then I upload it to TikTok, and I upload it to Instagram, and I tag them in it. And I've been getting every single person, every biggest streamer with whom I've done this. They have either liked the video or done a shout out back
I remember
to me,
one of my
or
friends
at least started following me or something like that. Like before, I would just spam people. Okay, that's fine. But then when they see there's a human behind it, and they're like, "Hey, I apologize for all my bots. I just wanted you to know." So this is what I do. And you can see all of these if you go to my my TikTok has it, Super Rothschild, or my Instagram has it, Rabbi Rothschild, and you'll just see it's a list. I've done like 30 of them right by now, and so what I do is, and it's I think a really good strategy. While the person is streaming, I do a recording of my phone. So you actually watch me on my phone, and you'll watch me spam them, or you'll watch me follow them, and then what I do is I go to their social media. And I click on their Instagram, and I click on their TikTok, and I click on their Twitter, and then I join their Discord. And so I do a highlight of every single person's social media, and then I do a closing part of the video where I just tell them that I think they're a big streamer, and I think that they're going to the top, and anything like personal that I know about them, meaning like, if they've done like an outreach tour recently, or if they've traveled recently, I'll do something like that. And then I move on to the next person. But it's been fucking genius. It's absolutely been genius. I mean, the biggest streamers out there, that's how you connect with them and diversify yourself from other people. So, I was proud. Somebody today said,
it's good that
they just wrote this like
now when he received the Nobel Prize.
All you do is spam your shout outs.
Well, it's interesting because it's allowed.
Which was a really big surprise for me because it was like, dude, I've only been spamming these shout outs for like 2 days, not that long. So it already tells me people are starting to find out about it.
And Einstein actually introduced it.
Anyway, I think that's cool.
Initially, because Einstein's equations strongly suggest that the universe is expanding or contracting and not just sat there. So even before we'd observed anything, Einstein had a theory that suggested
that right. And
that the universe is just
what I also do,
and actually it really strongly suggests that there's a beginning.
I humanize myself. So people, when
the
they first
theory
see me,
itself,
they think I'm a robot. Literally, they're like, "Oh, this fucking bot's back," and they don't think I'm a real person. Then I start typing to them, and they're like, "Oh, are you real?" Yada yada yada. Then they see a video of me, and it's personal, and it's me going through all of their social media and highlighting it. Then it's like, oh, this person, I want to be their ally. I see what they're doing now. I see that they are talking about world peace, and I see that they are highlighting everyone's social media. And it's actually a really fucking good idea. I go through the biggest streamers on Kick, one by one, make them a personalized video, tag them on the other social medias, and then they know who I am.
Wow.
So he's a Belgian priest.
L.
So
what the fuck happened to L?
I mean, I wrote about this. It's kind of my interpretation of it. But I think that he was
I'll keep an eye out
more predisposed
back to the
accept what the equations were telling him, because at the beginning,
you were saying you had vertigo. I don't know what that gets you.
A nice thing.
Nobody's going to be like, hey, you don't have to be here because of your medical, unless you have like a heart thing or cancer or something like that. But you can't put that together in
stretchy term
72 hours.
To say, well, if it's all,
the best thing you can do is just be like, okay, how can I keep myself safe in this place? Well, by going to the hospital part of it. And then how can I keep myself comfortable in this by saying that I need like an extra pad?
Took it out
and then
called it.
You just get a couple books.
And it out was
no, you can't put it in.
I'll fucking still be screaming in here, dog.
Some people
and
think
if anything,
what he done
out.
was miss the prediction of the
Big
Bang.
You know, if anything,
so by trying to fiddle around,
you just
to have a static universe that's stable.
Do the time.
He missed what the equations were screaming. His own theory was screaming to him, which is that no, the universe expands or contracts.
Yeah.
And he missed it, right? So I think that's probably what he meant by biggest blunder. But in any case, he took it out.
Let's hope.
And then later, in the 1990s, it turns out.
Okay, so then if that happens,
but it's really small.
You get all your shit back, but
it's still dominating the universe now. And it will dominate even more in the future.
And that's the thing too. I wonder if you can ask them on Monday and just tell them, look, I want you to know that I have a job in California, and the second that I get out of here, I will move out of the state.
Every 20 billion years into the future, forever.
Like,
unless
that's so the state probably the best thing that they could hear, because then they don't have to deal with your shit anymore.
Double in size. And that's the dark energy that's driving it. But nobody knows what it is.
No, that's true too.
It's one of the cutting edge, massive.
So I don't know if I would tell them, hey, I'm bouncing.
And what is being done to try to get a better grasp of what it is?
I mean, it's theoretical at the moment. I mean, we're making very precise observations of it, right? But it looks like this.
Okay,
constant.
I got you.
So it looks like it's basically.
Hey, what did your friend say when you texted
number,
him?
if you like, in Einstein's equations, and just really simple.
Okay.
So it looks like it's something that maybe a property
he's
of
a bartender
space
too.
Itself.
He could easily get you a job.
I don't know, but it looks like a very simple thing. It doesn't change over time. It just stays there.
No, shut the fuck up. If you
it requires theoretical advance as well, and so people are trying very hard to do that.
It's so crazy when you go from Galileo to modern theoretical physics.
So
there's still
do you know where you have to go on Monday?
Of this understanding of what all this stuff is.
Yeah, I mean these are fundamental and difficult problems. And we're talking about the origin and evolution of the universe.
Right.
That's what cosmology is, and it's also particle
you're not going to be able to send
the way that these things. This stuff, we keep talking about the stuff in the universe. That's what the LHC studies. It studies how the stuff behaves.
That's it.
Right now, it's very theoretical, right?
Exactly.
They're trying to wrap their minds around what this is and what the properties of it are. Do you envision a time where you can actually physically measure this and have a real clear understanding of what it is and what its properties are?
Dark energy. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, for example, there are theories.
That's perfect. Okay,
for example,
so then
which are probably
let's
not
think about
right,
this.
But they're not necessarily wrong either.
Get a ride from him to the place, and then you leave your keys with him.
Which we've discovered
your computer and shit is at your
has
sister's
some
house.
properties.
Your cell phone will be with you, and then
and also this inflation I mentioned way back at the start of the universe.
And
it has some of the properties that
the
can
worst
do that
thing
as well.
that they're going to say to
so
you
for
is,
example, there are people who try to link them.
Yeah.
So we do have an observation.
For what though?
Of Higgs.
What would be the reason?
That. So are they linked? Don't know.
Wait, but hold on. I'm asking a very good question.
Even though it's a very small, weak effect, it could be a direct access. So it's great. I mean, these are big mysteries.
I understand what you're saying with that.
There's
What
something
did
really
the judge say that you had to? With what did the judge say you had to comply that you might not have been compliant?
Actually,
the drug thing, I get that.
And time. So very naively, the Higgs should blow the universe apart. Just very naively. It's loads of energy.
Okay, so wait, let's talk about that for a second, because I remember what you said about your doctor and everything. So you're going to say to them, I was attending therapy regularly, and then my doctor bounced.
Directly affect space. But everything else that you put in space directly affects it. So, there are kind of issues there that we don't, and it just says we don't get it. We don't get it yet.
It's just
and
so
dark energy is
amazing.
another one of those. They probably link that. If I was to guess, I'd say there's some link there. You know, there's something going on, and solving one.
Did they give you referrals?
Might solve the other two. Inflation.
Okay, that's good.
Something.
How many people worldwide would you estimate are trying to grasp this and working on this?
Right.
It's a good question. I don't know. I mean,
that's good.
It's probably tens of thousands if you count all the people who work at CERN.
Okay, I'm going to give you
and the theoretical physicists. It'd be tens of thousands.
Ballpark in it. It's like 50.
It's so important for us to get an understanding of what's going on, but yet so outside of the grasp of most people.
I would probably say it's 51%.
Like I'm listening to you talk about this, and I'm like, thank God, people like you. Thank whatever. Thank Quark.
Because
there's people like you out there that are doing this. But
and they're going to be like, well, you're not.
It's almost like you're speaking another language.
You can.
It's so strange to me.
It's very.
I'm going to tell you what you did was a little strange.
Even when I was at school,
what you did was a little strange.
So when I was at university, we discovered.
I understand, and
they're
going to see it as strange. They're going to be like,
Higgs might be there.
Why didn't you just go to a normal doctor and have?
So we're moving in my career. We're moving quite fast.
Wait. I was just going to say.
You're right.
Unless it's just because it's so fucking hard to get into one, and it was like, look, I need this to be seen within 10 days, and the only way that some motherfucker's going to see me within 10 days is I have to demand it.
From that yet, but if we're ever going to
that makes sense to me.
It will be by
not to say that's going to make sense to anybody else, but at least your reasoning is sound when it comes to why you did what you did. And I would say it to them just like you said it. I normally would not have.
Not the consequence of knowledge, but the cosmology is terrifying.
But I knew I wouldn't be able to have seen the doctor in time.
And so I think
the referrals to be able to bring them
raises
to you guys.
Questions.
Or else you would say that I'm not being compliant. I'm making you aware I'm doing my best to be in compliance.
You know, what are we doing here? So I try, and I think this goes all the way back to me.
They're not going to care about that.
Really being into Carl Sagan, he always used to try this.
You
try to link it to things that people think about naturally, and that's why people are fascinated by this stuff, because they do.
What time's your appointment on Thursday?
It might not be with the right names or the right words or the right facts even, but they're thinking about how did I get here? How did I come to exist? What is the future?
Okay.
Do we have a future?
So then,
what was our past?
Thursday
these are universal questions.
Is there any way you can get in?
Yeah, there certainly are. And the way you're doing this with your live show, you were saying that you have an enormous visual aspect.
Is there any way you can get in? I know you're not.
We have the biggest screen, which is in every venue, and it's LED. It's one of the state-of-the-art modern LED screens. So they're like Lego.
Call the doctor and say, is there any way I can get
arena and it's 30 meters wide, or whatever,
even a cancellation? I just need to be able to see him once or once. And let's say they say, yeah, come in on Monday if you have time or whatever.
Some of the venues we did in North America,
and then you go into the thing on Tuesday. I know you said I'm going to go in on Monday, but you have till Tuesday. And then you have one under your belt, and you can say to them, look, I've seen professionals recently. I got a referral, and I've already seen them.
I mean, I chose them. I rang them up
and
said, please, will you do
You've already seen it. That to me sounds like a plan. You can even do both in the same day, meaning
they were really, they just like the idea of these messages and these ideas. So they use the software that they use in Stellar to create.
Is there any way? I understand I can't get in today, but if you have a cancellation, please call me. I need to get in by Tuesday.
So I
have an appointment for Thursday. I just need to get in a little earlier. Is there any way I can come in on Monday? I just need to see the doctor for 15, 20 minutes. I just need to have a session before I have a meeting on Tuesday. Is there any way that this can be done?
It's a simulation of what
it doesn't hurt to ask.
Tells us a black hole will look like. And so I can use that.
And if you were able to, then they're going to, then when you go in on Monday or whatever, or Tuesday,
and you can explain all that.
You can go in there pretty cool as a cucumbber. Because when they say to you, you haven't been keeping up with your therapy, you can say, yeah, I have. I went today or I went yesterday. And
you'd never see me.
So who are you to say that I'm not? And then they're going to look kind of stupid because they'd have to go back in front of the court, or you would be able to go in front of the court and say, yeah, I actually met with a doctor earlier that day or the previous day, and they still wanted to put me in jail. So
time passes at different rates.
I would say what you did now makes sense, but just I would say it would make a little. What would make you look a little bit better is if you had a meeting with a doctor
with this incredible
just
image, which we had. That one, it's so high resolution, by the way, that they use higher resolution than they used for Interstellar. Because my screen's so big.
Exactly.
So we need a special machine to play it. You can buy the most expensive Mac Pro in the world. And it will not play this stuff. I love that. From a geek perspective, it's brilliant. You have to have a special video
just
player
like
to
in
play
a
the
simple way. You don't have to go into anything but this. If I were summarizing it,
it's
hi, my name's Caspian C. I have an appointment for Thursday.
20 gig.
And
wow,
because there's so many pixels. The pixel resolution, this is really geeky.
Hey, that
works. Pixel resolution 6,400.
My name is Michael Rothschild, baby. Jason Kaplan, excellent.
It's a lot.
Excellent. Wow. In case I have to look you up.
They're huge.
Are you coming to Los Angeles with this?
Yeah.
When?
Yeah, the Montalban Theatre in May, the end of May.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I'm here.
You
no, you got to come 24th of May.
Oh, you're in San Diego as well.
San Diego's on
excellent. Okay,
I gotta
Jason.
see
I'm going to continue
calling
you Caspian C.
And however much stuff
so
fit into
you go in there and you say, hey, my name is Jason Kaplan, and I have an appointment
someone gave me that. I managed to scrounge that.
But it's cool because you look like a cool guy. Like you're a cool guy with space behind you.
I need to talk to someone though.
Well, listen,
about
thank you so much
my
for doing
appointment
this.
for
I really
Thursday.
appreciate you.
Is there any way that I could
No, thank you. I always enjoyed it. I loved it last time.
And
people still talk about it when I was on last time. More people ask me about
it's very important
than virtually anybody else.
And they're going to say, why is it so important?
Because it's like 100 times more popular than it was back then.
You explain exactly. I have to meet with the state by Tuesday. And if I don't meet with someone by the state by Tuesday, there's the potential that I could, I won't have my freedom. I would do my best to say incarcerated or anything like that. And so, in order to show that I have been at least doing my best to see some kind of therapy,
the Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
I'm going to do everything I can to get you out of there. And so they'll have you sit with the doctor.
All right.
And just
well,
say,
this
okay,
took a lot of time to organize, but I'm very
next
excited,
appointment
and I'm
is
happy
in
you're
a
both
month.
here. Thank you.
Yeah,
Flint,
then when you
please
go in on Tuesday,
introduce
you're
yourself to everybody, what you do.
Is in a month.
Yeah, hi, my name is Flint, and I'm an
everything that I was
archaeologist. I've done archaeology my whole life. My dad was an archaeologist, and I'm just very passionate about sharing archaeology and what we do. I find in general that people don't really understand what modern archaeology is about. And so I'm going to try to get that across while here.
You know, that's my goal. Okay,
fantastic.
so then
take that microphone.
That's a really good idea.
Keep it about a
if you,
one second, we have to.
Okay, so then I'm going to tell you this too.
All right, we had a bit of a
this is actually
technical issue, but
brilliant.
we're up. So Flint,
okay,
you were just
so you go in tomorrow,
how,
and you say, "Look, I know I have an appointment on Thursday. Is there any way I could see the doctor before then?" And they're going to say, "Is it an emergency?" And you're going to say, "Yes, it is." And they're going to say, "Okay, what's the emergency?" And you're going to say, "The state is requiring that I see a medical expert by Tuesday. And if I don't see someone by Tuesday, my personal freedoms are perhaps going to be limited. So time is of the essence, and that's why this is an emergency." And they're going to say, "Okay, well, is any, are you suicidal? Are you having any mental issues?" You're going to say, "I want you to know that I got your recommendation from this time that I was in the hospital. But the only reason why I was in the hospital is because I'm doing my best to avoid being incarcerated. And so I'm willing to do everything that I need to do in order to show that I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing when it comes to medical care." So then they can say to you, they can say to you, "Get the hell out of our office," which is fine. Because guess what, Caspian C? You could still maybe see if there's a psychiatrist or a therapist who'll meet with you on a Saturday or Sunday, but then you still have Monday to still find somebody else if you needed to. And exactly, that's the way to do it. And you bring all your paperwork, and you explain to them, all I'm doing is just trying to avoid incarceration on Tuesday or Monday, And they're going to understand that. And then the doctor's going to say, okay, you like, obviously I'm not going to give you a complete seal of approval, but I want to see you in a month. And then you'll have what you were supposed to have on Thursday already done. And then I think you change your odds from going back from like 50-50 to like 90-10. Yeah, so just perfect. So that's your plan. You go in as early as possible, and look, the worst thing that they're going to do is be like, "Hey, you're a crazy person," and you get thrown back into the hospital. So who the fuck gives a shit about any of that? The best thing that can happen, exactly. The best thing that can happen is that they give you Thursday's appointment on tomorrow, and then if you can, but they're probably going to say, you know what, that's what you should say. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% right. Look, I've got an appointment on Thursday. I need it earlier. We can keep the one on Thursday if the doctor thinks that it's necessary. But if anything, I just need you to know that due to a medical emergency, and I would even say my own mental health, I would just say that whatever person's interviewing me, put yourself in my position. I am unable to have a doctor's appointment when I need it on time, and the punishment for this is potential incarceration. So I am doing everything I can to avoid that situation by scheduling this medical appointment as early as I can and leaving it up to you all to see if you can treat me. The worst is they're going to say is get the fuck out of here. Wait, you still have an appointment on Thursday, and you could still find another doctor if you needed on Monday. And even if it were like, why can't you make it? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they can't meet with you tomorrow, then say, I'm doing everything I can. Just schedule me in for Monday. And if they say, like, look, again, I've never worked in a jail. I've never worked in a doctor's office, but I just hear how these things work. And one of the things that they do is they'll schedule people in a staggered way so that if they have any walk-ins that come in, that they can fit them. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you on that. Oh, definitely. And I really think what they're going to do is they'll just basically give you Thursday's appointment tomorrow, and then that's yeah, they'll probably keep Thursday as well, just to keep an eye on you. But then when you go into the state doesn't have the argument. You haven't tried to find another. You're like, look, not only do I have another doctor, I've already met with them, and I've got another meeting with them on Thursday. And you have to understand, I had another doctor, but I've had to overcome all of the challenges. And so if you can find this person, go ahead. But in the meantime, I've had to adapt, and this is the adaptation route that we've taken. And honestly, and I would say this to them, and honestly, I think I've done a very good job of being able to avoid any further detour on this journey. Right. I get that. And they're not going to be so interested in that. They're going to be more interested in, are you seeing a doctor? And you're going to have the ability, hopefully, after tomorrow's session, to be able to tell them, yes, I have. And I'm going to continue to see them on Thursday, so long as you let me. Absolutely. Hey, dog, we got to keep you free, dog. Free Caspian. And I would say that if you were to get the document, okay, so let's say they meet with you tomorrow. They're not going to give you like a clean bill of health saying that you're just the most, but what they can tell you is this. I would tell them, exactly, I would tell them this. I need a letter that states that we met today and that we have another appointment on Thursday and that you plan on being my primary therapist for the indefinite future. And if you have that, then you're a free person. Then you go to like 95%. And the reason why is you give that to the people on Monday. And then if they're like, well, throw him in jail, you could give that to a lawyer. And the lawyer is going to give it to the judge. And the judge is going to say, look, you threw this person in jail when obviously they had the therapy that we were requesting of them. Absolutely. I think you would at that point. Yeah, yes, you do. Then you've got a bus, dog. So, all right. So then, how long is it? Have you been to this doctor before? Are you sure they're open? You got to Google all this shit. For some reason, sometimes doctors close early on Fridays. You know how all that shit is. Right, but nevertheless, they sometimes can even close on Fridays. You got to think, hey, dog, is it like a special holiday, Juneteenth? It is not. I'm just making you aware. Dude, is Monday Juneteenth, and is it going to be open? Caspian Sea? Like Juneteenth is being celebrated now as like a federal holiday. Now, I can't guarantee that this Monday is going to be celebrated as Juneteenth, but I would just check whatever state office you were planning on going to and checking to make sure that it's open on Monday. I'll look it up for you. Does it looks like Juneteenth is a state holiday. It will be celebrated this year in Nevada on it looks like it's the 19th. So basically you're going to make it by, okay, so it would be closed on Wednesday probably, but it's open Monday and Tuesday. Doug, I was even fucking joking about this Juneteenth thing, and it's like, oh, dude, you were fucking one day away from it being closed. I mean, I know it's a serious thing, but I didn't know, like, it's going to affect anybody I know. Okay, so, agreed. Okay, so you... Hey, I have another question for you too. Does it say what kind of therapist that you have to go to? Dude, stop. Then, of course, try to go Monday and everything. But if anything, you should just sign up for that app. That's your that's what you do Sunday night if you need to, or whatever. But dog, that's what I would do. That's a fucking thing you should do, man. Get one session with a BetterHelp person. So, well, hold on a sec. You don't necessarily have to do that. If you can see a doctor tomorrow, then or Monday, you're good. That's fine. That's all you need. But let's say the doctor says, go fuck yourself, and you can't see anyone in the state, I would set up one of those BetterHelp sessions and then just get like a schedule from them in the future. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let's do this every Monday or whatever, every Sunday. And then when I would go into the thing on Monday with the state, I could give them a little printout or show them my schedule. And while they may not be like, well, this isn't a Nevada certified or, accredited therapist, you can be like, look, I did everything I could, and I am seeing a therapist. And if anything, you could give that to a lawyer and make a very good case that you are doing what you needed to do when it came to the mental health part. Basically, I don't care who it is you're seeing, so long as they have a therapist credential. If you can see them by Monday, I think you have a 90% chance of getting out of there. If you don't see them by Monday, you have a 90% chance of going to the clank.
Either way, just after this chat, I don't think I'm over 15% going to jail.
15% what?
15% only, 85% chance I'm free Monday.
Okay, so it's all about the doctor. So, well, it's actually not. Do you have enough money if you needed to cover one of those fucking app therapist sessions?
Yeah.
Then you're good. Yeah, if you have to, then you have to, and I would say then you have a 90% chance. Just so long as you can show them on Monday that you've seen someone recently. Look, I don't know what happened with the state, but this is what I imagine happened. They have a list of people who you have to see as a therapist, and so long as you meet with them, that's fine. But the fact that your therapist bounced, they weren't getting the regular update. So they sent you a thing out that said, look, we're not getting a regular update from your therapist. We don't think that you're following our rules. You have 10 days to comply, right? Well, I understand. So then you took the big plunge of going to the hospital, which I understand and I get it. I think there was a lot of fear in that decision too. And dude, totally. And I think that's fine. And I think it's okay for you to
But that plays into the fact that I needed to take care of my mental health because you see what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if that makes you look good. I don't know if it looks like, hey, then I had to take care of it. No, you would just be like, look, I was scared I'd have to go back to jail. So in order to show that I was mentally fit, I went and voluntarily subjected myself to all these tests. And then in addition to that, I got a regular doctor and I've already seen them. I saw them on Friday or I saw them on Monday or whenever it was. And I'm going to see them again on Thursday or whatever. What more do you want from me? Okay. Yeah, then you're 95% home. If you go in whenever you go in and you haven't had a session, you're going to jail. If you have had a session, they're going to say keep having the sessions and keep us updated. And when it comes to marijuana, let's look that up too. Hold on, marijuana, parole. What's the difference between parole and probation? Yeah, but isn't there still a difference? Probation is a term used to describe offenders that have been convicted of an offense but whose prison sentence is suspended. Parolees, let's see here. The main difference, probation is part and parcel of the offender's initial sentence, whereas parole comes much later, allowing the offender early release from a prison sentence. Okay, so parole is part and parcel of the offender's initial sentence, where parole comes. Okay, so probation is like coming at the beginning, parole is coming after. Okay, does Nevada test for drugs for probation?
Yes.
Or what? You never know. You might get an article that says, "Hey, the state no longer cares about this." Okay, so parole or probation. On probation or parole, get a marijuana card. Huh? What is this? Is it legal to smoke and use medical marijuana on probation or parole after you obtain a Nevada medical? Okay, let's see what this says. Dog, shut the fuck up, man. Are you fucking dumb? You just walk in there and you're like, dude, my back hurts. Dude, we'll get you this. Okay. Dog, hold on. If anything, you might be able to get one from another state. What I'm trying to say is, like, if you get one on Saturday or Sunday, and then they were like, hey, wait, I'm not saying you have to go and travel, because that's what I want to avoid. But what I'm saying is, like, there you go. That's what I'm saying. So let's see what it says. On probation or parole, the only way you're allowed to use any type of marijuana is to have a Nevada medical marijuana card and doctor recommendation. But hold on. It says, ask about our probation and parole compliance package today. Okay, so it is legal to smoke and use medical marijuana on probation or parole after you obtain a Nevada medical marijuana card and doctor recommendation. Dude, you're like, it's so hard to get this. This place is called Dr. Reefer. I mean, it's like frequently asked questions. It doesn't look hard at all. You can schedule online. Dog, you even have a bad back. You can give them your medical records. Hey, look, I'm not saying that you have to, but I'm just trying to come up with some ideas for you. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's what you could, okay, here's what you have to say you have. You need one of these conditions: AIDS, cancer, glaucoma, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy, PTSD, or any condition that causes muscle spasm, seizure, severe nausea, severe pain, or cachexia, disease caused weight loss, and malnutrition. So you just have to say that. Yeah, it is, but it is like you're saying, it is pretty strict. But you just have to say, dog, that you have severe nausea, and you get this fucking card. Okay, so go for it. Excellent. So it looks like it's pretty affordable. At most, it would be $150, but that's for like 2 years. It looks like it's like $89. So I'm not. Pardon me. Exactly. Well, so here's how you have to see this. You're going to walk into your appointment tomorrow and get that fucking piece of paper from the doctor and meet with him. If you can't meet with him, then there's no point in going to Dr. Reefer. But once you get the thing from your doctor that says you've met with him, then you meet with Dr. Reefer. And you explain, I would just even go in there in person and explain to them that I need this by tomorrow and I can't wait till Tuesday. Basically, like, you have to strong arm your way into the first doctor. Once you get that, then strong arm your way into Dr. Reefer. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, the bus? Yeah, dude. That's the way to go. Well, but basically, don't worry about Dr. Reefer until you get the therapist. But if you meet with the therapist, then I would do everything I can to meet with Dr. Reefer. And it's not like Dr. Reefer's the only guy in the state who does it. Somebody else, either Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, is also offering this service. Does that make sense? So it is cool. So then what else could they have said that you're not doing? Okay. So those would be, that's it. Those are the two big things, right? All right, man. So basically, like, if you were playing a sport, if you were playing football and like I were your blocker, I would have blocked it, or you've got a seam basically that you can run through. But all this shit has to go correctly. Basically, the opening has to stay open. You have to see the seam. You have to run through it. But if you run through it, you basically have to get through one obstacle, which is the therapist, and the second obstacle, which is the drugs. And then if you get past both, I don't see anybody tackling you. Like, that's... Excellent, man. you hear it? Hell yeah, baby. Allegedly. What did your friend say? Definitely. Okay, so if you ask me, what are the odds that, like right now as it stands, that you're going to be able to get this? 50-50. It's still that. If you're able to go tomorrow to the doctor and get a, I don't think you're going to have an issue if you just explain to them that you need to meet with them before Tuesday. I think they're going to understand, and they'll give you a letter that basically says that you met with them that day and that you've got another appointment on Thursday and that you're going to be your primary therapist for the indefinite future. If you get that, that's a major checkoff. And then from there, you just got to find a weed doctor in southern in Nevada. And I think you'll be able to do that at least. I know it's difficult, but you just have to go there and say, I have severe nausea due to PTSD. And they're going to say, what's your PTSD? All you have to do is say, I was in a severe car accident and I have PTSD from it. And they'll be like, okay, there's nothing that they can do to say otherwise. And they're going to at least have you pre-approved for it. You'll be on the Nevada medical approved list so that when you go in on Monday or Tuesday to the state, and if you piss hot, they're not going to take it. They're going to let you go because it says on there that if you are on that list, that you can be on parole or probation and have marijuana in your system. But that's the only, did you read it? It's the only, like, you can't have it from another state. But it's like, I know that, you only have a certain amount of time to be able to do all this, but I'll tell you this, you have a chance. You have a chance. And so, what happens if they let you go on Monday? Then you got to move to California. But I think that you are going to be able to get what you need. You just have to be there by Tuesday, by 5 p.m., right? I know you said you emailed them and you'll be there on Monday. I get that. But you could always tell them Tuesday if you needed to, at worst case, right? Excellent. Okay. Not to say that you're going to need to do that. So then basically you've got, look, and just look for other marijuana doctors in Nevada if needed. But I think you're going to have, you have like a 90% chance of getting the documentation that you need with the therapist. And then I would say probably another 60% chance or so to be able to get a weed recommendation by Tuesday. You'll probably be able to get it depending on if your friend can drop you off and you're there right away at 8 a.m., then if you'll probably be out of there by 10 a.m. with some kind of documentation. And then from there, you just need to find one of these doctors, and you never know. You might have everything you need by 5 p.m. And there might be some weed doctors who are open on. I'm not gonna say it's a high likelihood, but you might find some random guy doing a Saturday day. Exactly. But even if it's not on Saturday or Sunday, you'd probably be able to find somebody on Monday. And even if you had to go to the thing on Monday and then go to your thing with the state, or even Monday afternoon. So exactly. So you keep your word by saying, look, I'll be there on Monday or whatever, and you still have that amount of time. Look, you have a chance. What do I think is going to happen? I think that you're going to be able to get the documentation that you need, and somehow, some way, you're going to be a free man Monday night. if you really had to ask me, if you don't get the medical thing, I think that your odds go down to probably 50%. And then if you don't get the therapy thing, you've got a 10% chance of getting out. But if you have the other two things, you've got a 90% chance. Yeah, but I mean, it's not anything that you can't get. And it's not like you have to interact with the cops or something like, where they could just be dicks to you. It's like you have to interact with basically 4 people. You have to interact with the front desk person, maybe 6 people. The front desk person of the doctor, the nurse of the doctor, and the doctor of both places, basically. So you just say to yourself, if I can get past 6 people tomorrow, all my cares aren't gone away, but you can walk into Monday with a lot of confidence. Because then, if anything, like you said, I don't really know what they could tell me. I have the plan for my therapy, and I show that if I piss hot, that I'm justified for it. So they're going to let you go. There you go. So if anything, bring that bottle in if you can, even if it's expired or whatever, just in case. And bring everything that you can, and hope for the best, basically. Okay, and then I would just explain my plan to my sister. And I would say to her, I would just tell her the truth, or if I don't know your relationship with her, but just say, here's my computer and stuff, and I will need you to hold on to this for like Monday, basically. And if they let me out, I'll pick it up from you Monday night. And I mean, it depends. You could just leave it where it is right now, but then you're telling her, you're going to have to get the key or whatever. If you can just deliver it to her, it's a lot better. And you never know. Something random might happen where she may say, do you need a place to stay? I know that that's not probably a high percentage, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. If I may ask, why won't she give you a place to stay? Hey, Doug, I understand. It never hurts to ask. Absolutely, but just tell her that, and you can say to her, there you go. Just at least let her know that, and you never know, she may give you a chance. And if she doesn't, then just store my computer for me for as long as I need. And I just really would appreciate that. And it sounds like you've got a working relationship with her. So, at least she might do you a solid. Now, your parents, you can't talk to at all, I imagine, right? Right, but I would even think legally you can't even talk to them. I understand that. Okay, so you don't have like a no contact order with them. Okay, and there's no, like, even if they said to you, Caspian Sea, you can live with us, would you accept it? Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would, just to have someplace to stay and get on your feet. So I get that. So, is it in your worst? Dude, I don't think it's that bad of a move. Dude, this works out perfectly for you, dude. Dude, but I'm just saying this. This couldn't have worked out any better for you. Do you know what Sunday is? Sunday is Father's Day. Now, I'm not saying it's a guarantee by any means, but a strategically placed call on Sunday might be in your best interest. And why? It can't hurt you. There's a good chance you're going to jail anyway. But if oh, son of a bitch. Sure. So they're not gonna. Father's Day means nothing to them, correct? Okay, well then you just call them like it's a normal Sunday and see if you can start the ball rolling on that. Dude, and it might be an option for you, but if anything, you're either let's just call a spade, you're gonna be homeless. And right, exactly. So exhaust all of your opportunities. Talk to your sister and say, is there any way I could couch surf for a month or two? Talk to your parents and say, look, is there any way that we can reunite or to have a discussion of it? Do you ever want to talk to me again? I understand, but I'm your only son, and I'd like to, just bullshit him a little bit, but I'd like to have a relationship with you guys again. Is there any way that I could stay in a spare room or on your couch or whatever, just for a little while, because I don't have anywhere to go? You never know. They might take pity on you. And even if they don't, well, then you have to go in Monday anyway to this bullshit. But you never know. The best case scenario could be this. You call your sister, she takes your shit. You call your parents, and maybe somehow, some way you might be able to reunite. And you're coming out on Monday with the documents that you have. They're letting you go. And you're able to, you could even say this to your parents. And I mean this. Look, Mom and Dad, I don't need a place to go immediately, but I might need one a little later in the summer. Is it something you guys would just consider? Like, even just putting it out there to them means it just shows that you want to be back in their life. And look, I know you're mad, dude. They had you. Hey, dude, I understand, but you will swallow your pride when it is fucking 120 degrees outside and you have nowhere to go. And so, all right, I'm just trying to give you options. So you talk to your sister, and I understand that might not be the place to go. She has a family, and you don't want to interfere with that. But your parents are just like empty nesters. They don't have anything. And I understand that you guys got into it and that your relationship with them isn't that great, and you don't want to necessarily start things up again. And they might not necessarily want to start things up with you again. But the most innocent thing that you could do in the world is call them on Sunday and just see how that goes. You don't have to necessarily say, hey, I want to live with you guys, but I would start massaging that relationship as best as I could, because come midsummer, you don't have anywhere to go, and you're gonna need one. And so, and they can just say, don't talk to us anymore, and you're where you were right now. Okay, but they might say, hey, you know what? We're open to having a cup of coffee with you and burying the hatchet, and that might be a positive as well. I understand you don't want to have anything to do with them ever again. I would understand that completely. but you need a place to live. Okay, so you have a lot of options now. When we just started, when you came into this call, there weren't as many. So you're going to have your friend take you to the doctor in the morning. You're going to get the paperwork you need. Then you go to the weed doctor, pay your $89 or whatever you need to get on that list. Then you can take off Saturday and pack and do whatever you need, get your shit to your sister. Sunday, you can either, if I were you, I would call my parents and I would at least just try to massage this relationship a little bit. And then Monday, I just go in like I'm a doctor and be like, hey, here's my information from my medical professional and here's my medical certification. Why won't you let me leave here? And they're going to let you leave. Then you're going to have this. You're going to have an opportunity, and it's going to be Monday, and you're going to be like, okay, I'm free. I either have to come back and see these assholes again in 3 months or 6 months or whatever. But now, if I were you, I would say I need to have a discussion with my family and see if there's any way that they'll let me back. Hell yeah, dog. But I'm here to support you, too. And look, the best thing that I want to see for you, Caspian C, is you to move back with your parents, because it's just so hard to do on your own when you don't have a car and you don't have you don't have a job. You need just a second to breathe. And living with your parents will give you that opportunity. It doesn't have to be on the table immediately. You just have to make a good call to them on Sunday and start the ball rolling. Because then what you can say to yourself is, look, I have, by the time that my friend's going to kick me out of his place, I have until then to be able to talk to my parents a little bit and massage my way to see if I can potentially move back with them. And if not, maybe I can massage my sister. And if not, well, I didn't really have a choice either way. But let's say there's a 5% chance that they'll take you back, either one of them. That's 5% more than you have right now. And so long as the police, like if they had a no contact order against you, then I'd obviously say you can't go there. But the fact that they don't have that against you is a very good thing for you. It shows that you've not been threatening to them, and it shows that there's a potential that you can reunite. And I know you don't want to do that. You're going to have to swallow your pride and do that, all that other shit. But, I mean, at a certain point, you can beg. And I don't think there's anything wrong with literally saying to your parents, I need a little bit of time to breathe. And I would appreciate it if I could do so under your roof for a little while, temporarily. Oh, I believe you. And I would believe that your parents probably could say no. But there's the idea that if you keep if you keep calling them and keep talking to them, you might be able to wear them down. I know it's hard, and I know it's not something that is an attractive option for you, but your options suck, Caspian C. Of any person I've ever known who have some shitty options, it's you. So I'm trying to find some options for you that work, and you do have a few of them. Honestly, you came in here. Absolutely. You came in here, and the way it sounded, there's you just didn't have a good chance. But you've got a chance now, and I'm not saying that you have to win over your parents on Sunday. You don't even have to call them. Who gives a shit if what happens? But you got to start working on them in the next month, because that's all you have. Now, let me ask you this. I mean, I'm just going to ask tough questions to you. Of the people who I name, what are the odds? Who has the best chance that you could live with them for till the remainder of the year. 1, your buddy who you had just said it's not working out. 2, your sister, or 3, your parents. Go. I think this is a great question. Oh, okay. So your friend would help you out. Dog, what a cool friend. I gotcha. I gotcha. So then, he's a real friend. Wow, very cool. Did he pick you up? Oh, okay, very cool. So, very, very cool. Very cool. Okay, so you do have options, but it still wouldn't hurt, Doug. It still doesn't hurt to talk to your parents. I know you don't have to worry about that now, and you don't have to worry about your sister now. What you have to worry about is getting the documentation from a therapist, and then you got to worry about the weed card, and then from there you're good till Monday. You get in on Monday, and then if I were you, and I'm good on Monday, then I'm gonna just try to find a job in Nevada. I hate to say it, but like, you're gonna have to, and then. Oh, I heard you say that you had a job interview with Doctors Without Borders, or you had mentioned that. So, okay, so you got that on Tuesday, and that's a good thing that you can even say to the people on Monday. I don't understand what you mean by they don't work Saturdays. It's a 4-day work week. Oh, okay. I gotcha. You did say Saturday, at least that's what I heard. Okay, so they don't work Friday. So they're only open Monday through Thursday. Correct? Okay, well then, I gotcha. Doug, okay, so here's what I think. That woman is telling you to come down there to arrest you. But if you come down there with all the paperwork you have, it's going to be hard for them to arrest you. And you agreed to, like, by whatever your probation, you agreed to drug tests? Right, I understand that. But what I mean to say is they told you that you are subject to drug tests? Okay. So then, yeah, you need that fucking card. Meaning, I was just mentioning it before, like, maybe you might, but no, they're going to look for any reason to throw you in potentially. Okay. So then, oh, definitely. I would say, exactly. I mean, then you got to do a little time, and it's whatever. And you've got your friend who can help you out when you get out, and you'll have your stuff. So, I mean, it's not that bad. You have a lot of options. It's almost though, I hate to say it, Caspian Sea, when you're at the wall and you're going to be homeless, jail isn't that bad. I mean, in a lot of ways, I mean, it's like, it's like your own little apartment. You get all your food is taken care of, so you don't have to worry about the hard things about. Like, in my opinion, when you're homeless, the hardest parts about being homeless are the shelter, the food, and going to the bathroom. And all of those things are taken care of for you there. So it's like every time you're in that jail, you just be saying, well, it's easier to take a shit in the cell here than to take a shit in the alleyway and then get caught as a sexual deviant or whatever for public indecency. And now I'm a I'm a what do you call it? A sex criminal or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you were just doing like a little thing, but now you're on some fucking list for the rest of your life. You're going to avoid all of that bullshit. Okay. And the other thing is, it's not like you're looking at like 10 years in jail or something like that. It's like it's a little bit of time, but we want to avoid it, and we've got a very good plan to avoid it. And I keep asking myself, what are the odds that you're going to be able to avoid it? And I would say, if you come in with the documentation and from both doctors, there's a 90% chance you walk out of there. If you went in there with the therapist stuff and not the marijuana stuff, I think there's like a 50% chance you walk out of there. If you go in there with the marijuana stuff and not the therapist stuff, there's like a 20% chance you walk out of there. If you don't have either, there's like a 10% chance you walk out of there. It's something like that. I know my percentages don't work out perfectly, but exactly, that's how I see it too. The big one is getting the therapist note. You got a tattoo? I'm not judging you, but what did you get a tattoo? Oh, tight. Well, you are a gambler, dog. I did not. Oh, very cool.
So even when you find yourself with no gold in your fucking purse, it could be because you're the luckiest man in the world to have lost it all. So that was my first tattoo. I read that resonated with me. And that was my first tattoo. So I was 19. So 19.
You got it a long time ago. I thought the way you said it, it sounded like you just got it.
No. But, Leviticus.
I know. But you should understand too that with modern technology, the thoughts on tattoos, at least within Orthodox Judaism, are changing. Simply from the fact that we can consider these markings no longer to be permanent because of lasering. Spread through this moment. What up? How are you, Annika? What's good, baby? Everybody loves you. Anyway, all right. So to be honest with you, there's one other thing you could do. You could just cheat the drug test. Is it a piss test? Do they watch you? Oh, then you're not gonna fake that. They literally watch your dick go into the cup. Okay, you're not gonna fake that. There's a guy in here. Ooh, that's what he does for a living. He and not that it's a benefit for you, but he can tell you all the ways that you can get around their tests, or if you have questions about them. Like the guy's job literally is to watch people put their dick in there and piss. All right, he works for the state doing like probation shit. All right, what else could we do to make this more airtight?
I think right now we've got this.
Let me ask this. On Monday, aside from the therapy thing and the drug thing, what is the next thing they could get you on? Can they get you on not having a job? Okay.
I don't think there's anything else that can get me on.
You don't have children?
No.
Okay. I mean, doesn't it say in whatever the judge produced, like a court-appointed thing, that what you would have to do? Drugs. Well, let me ask you this: why the fuck are you smoking cannabis if you gotta take drug tests?
Because I don't do it regularly, but also I was absolutely loaded with weed the first time I ever took the test.
And they didn't care. I gotcha.
And so, even though I am completely reduced how much I take, I'm not going to smoke the next few days, even though it stays in your body for months. It's like, it's one of the only things that takes the edge off.
I get you. I totally get it. No issue at all, dude. You don't have to justify it to me. I'm just wondering why would you be doing that if you knew you were going to get tested? But then I understand you've already taken a test and they seemingly didn't care about it. And since then they've reduced it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. So I get what you're saying, but I also get they don't give a shit. It's still federally a Schedule 3 and you're not allowed to have it. And under the court-appointed, the court requirements, you aren't supposed to have it. And that's all they're going to look at. They're not going to say it got lowered or whatever. I get that. Okay.
So I gotta get a doctor for that too. I think I can accomplish all of that tomorrow.
Have you had any poppy seed
recently? Like poppy seed donut, poppy seed bagel, poppy seed muffin. Oh, I've certainly seen them. To be honest with you, I've never seen the attraction of poppy seed just because it doesn't have any taste. I spent a lot of time there growing up, yeah. I know of Kaplan's Deli, but it closed. Didn't your family own them?
Yes, sir.
And that's how you got into poppy seed everything?
That is how poppy seed became my absolute favorite pastry filling ever.
Now, if you have like a poppy seed bagel, can you taste? I know, but does it make such a big fucking difference to you?
I don't think so.
Exactly. It still tastes like a fucking bagel, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But there's something to the poppy seed.
I get it. It's little balls that roll around in your mouth, and I get that. There's like,
You don't notice the taste. It's
um,
got a richness. It's almost like a spice.
yeah, that's what I would say. I would describe it like a spice.
I would describe it like spice. Like that's why they put like caraway seed for everything.
It's just not to me worth the risk of a positive heroin. And you do show up positive if you've had that. So that's what I'm asking you. Have you had anything poppy seed in the last month? Okay.
In the last month, yeah, probably. But I mean, I've never not had poppy seed stuff. I can't think of a time in my life I've gone a month without eating poppy seeds.
Okay.
I'm not even joking. Like poppy seeds are one of my go-to.
I'm just saying, avoid it for the next few days.
Absolutely.
Okay, so poppy seed will make you.
Poppy seed is possible.
Okay, and then stay away from alcohol and any kind of cold medicine.
Yes.
If you avoid all of those, then at least on the test, you should be okay. And then, yeah, the way that you're saying it, and I'm hearing it through you, but basically, they're setting you up for a trap on Monday, and and you've got like the Uno reverse card on them, or you're gonna try to. Now, let's say exactly. So now let's say I was really trying to think, do you need this weed card? And the more and more I think about it, the absolute more and more you do. Okay, so let's say tomorrow you can't get anything. Just I don't know, something happens. You can't get anything. Well, then you're just going to your own funeral on Monday, basically. Not too bad, but like, all right.
I'm sorry to have to do this because it didn't seem like it at one point with you earlier. But Socrates didn't escape the jail when the guards let him go, but he said, "No, this won't go down in history if I escape. I have to be killed by the snake. This is going to live in history." So it's like
You've already been to jail though, so you can already say that you have been behind bars for this belief. We want to keep you out of there as long as possible.
it's not going to be history. It's only going to be jail.
Well, wait, hold on. We can say that. I get that. But you never know. Some shit can happen behind bars, and all of a sudden you got another charge, and now your jail time went to prison time. Basically, it's very easy for shit to happen to you behind bars because there's no protecting you. So the more we can keep you on the street, the safer you're going to be, I feel. You would think that being behind bars would be the safest place that you could be, but unfortunately it's not. So, and I get what you're saying. You're dying on your sword, basically. But we want to avoid it. So, right. Okay. So then, let me ask. I get that. Okay. So then, worst case scenario, The doctor says, get out of here. So then you do the app, and you do a therapy with someone on the app, and you do your best to get any kind of, look, if I were you and I couldn't meet with the doctor, but I needed the app, I would this is how I would say it. I'm going to jail anyway, so if I fucking lie a little bit, who gives a shit? So here's what I would do. I would fucking get somebody from the whatever app. I would print out like a little thing saying that we met on this date and that we're going to meet every so often. I'm not saying you have to do this now. I'm saying if no doctor will do anything for you and no one will put anything in writing for you, you just got to do it yourself. And then I'd fucking do the Nevada thing too. I would just say, yeah, here's a fucking note from the doctor too. And they're going to be like, well, you're not on the Nevada list. And you can be like, well, I should be. That's on their end. That's their issue. They're not going to throw you in jail if you're fighting for yourself, saying that you've been on this list and it's some kind of paperwork thing with your doctor. Basically, now what could they say? Well, you are defrauding us, or you are forging documentation. But at a certain point, that's going to be really hard for them to prove. I mean, what would be hard? They could say no one from our office provided this person with like an email that said he met with us for this therapy thing on this date. How do you know that? How the fuck do you know that no one from your office did that? Or no one from that app did it? You don't know. It's hard to prove. And then on the other side too, the marijuana person, you could say the same thing. Here, it just got lost in the shuffle of the paperwork. Look at I would just say to them, the name of the doctor is Dr. Reefer. Okay? Now, we all know that there's a loophole in this state where you can be on this list, and this doctor just so happened to not put my name on there because the left hand didn't talk to the right. But just because the left hand didn't talk to the right doesn't mean that I should have to go to jail for this. Like, basically, you're putting the blame on a third party. And that gives you more of a foundation because they're going to have to do a little bit of research on that one. Basically, if they have to do research and shit, they're just going to say, get out of here on Monday. But, like, the way it sounded, where do you have to go on Monday? What's it called? Yeah. Wait, you have to go to the court on Monday? They're definitely going to arrest you. I'm not kidding. That's probably true. So what they're going to do to you, dude, I didn't know that's where you were having to go. I know this happened to somebody I know. This guy from South Africa. So they told him in Orange County that he had a warrant and that he had to go to the court on Monday or whatever it was to what they told him is he needed to get on the calendar. And so he was like, okay, well, I don't know. This fucking warrant was for like some parking ticket or some shit. I forget what it was, but it was something he didn't pay that eventually became something a little bit bigger. Okay, so he called them and they said, you need to come to court on Monday and get on the calendar. And he called back and he said something like, wait a second, if I go there on Monday, am I going to be arrested? And they said, there's nothing we can do to guarantee that you won't be. And I think he called the public defender, or somebody told him that, or his lawyer told him that. Somebody told him that. So basically, what I imagine they do is they tell you to go to the court, and then you show up to the court, and then they just bring in a police officer and arrest you there. I thought you were going to the registrar or something like. No, you're going to a court. I mean, let me ask you this: why would they send you to the court and not to like a behavioral therapist place? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, that's different. That's different. I don't know how. I'm just doing this off of like third parties I know. I don't know how it works where the probation officer is. So the probation officer is usually at the court. Okay, then hey, I could be talking out of my ass. I just remember I've heard of a situation. I have one friend who said that they called I think they had a public defender or their lawyer, and they were supposed to go to the court on Monday, and then they called back and asked, "Hey, are they going to arrest me then?" And they were like, "There's nothing that we can do to guarantee this." So this is what this person did, which I thought was really smart. They were from South Africa, and they had family in Georgia, so they had some bullshit that they had to do in California. And instead of going to the court and doing all that bullshit, they just went to Georgia and got a lawyer to fight on their behalf in California so that the state couldn't do anything to them, if that makes sense. But I know it's a different situation than what you're dealing with. But in the same way you've talked about this, basically, if you go out of state and have a lawyer fight for you in state, basically, that's another option. Okay, so your probate. Oh, let me ask you this: when you went in January, did you have to go to the court?
Yes.
Same place you're having to go on Monday.
Yes.
Okay, so then I misspoke, or I spoke out of my ass a little bit. There's a chance you're not going to get arrested there because you've already been there and they've already let you go.
I just thought the same that they.
Good point. An excellent point. And what was your sentence?
1 year probation.
And
45 days stay away from my parents. So I did have a stay away from my parents for 45 days.
But that's nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I worked.
Damn. So so this is all just probationary shit.
Wanting to have a discussion with me, and I don't want to get into more details, but they are very much involved, and he refused to see it because so much of
Because of their religion?
Yeah, and I only call it a joke because it doesn't matter what language you want to certain cells that translate in English should feel like, but in every other religion, they have the respect to never use the name of God, and I don't like that the Jehovah's Witness co-opts the literal translation of the name into some sort of look for his friend, not anyone else kind of thing. Everyone else has a reference for the name that they don't even use it.
Right. Within Orthodox Judaism, we call them the J witnesses.
And that makes sense. Because I grew up in it, right? So I have some major issues, and again, I also have major issues with the fact that they cause me to have major issues with the name of God.
That's justifiable.
Like I said, no matter what language you go into, I mean, even when you start reading ancient Arabic texts, if you want to read ancient magic books, people say that it's all about demonology, but you have to invoke the name, you have to invoke the name to accomplish things, right? So, like, you're always asking God, even for the stuff that they say in the Bible, like, don't go to a medium. If you read
What about it was mind-opening to you specifically?
When I was doing it, they explained the tetragrammaton. They basically explained how to create a written language. So people try to attribute the writing of cuneiform script, and they try to relegate all language as far as like the modern written language to the Phoenicians. They want to say that the first written script is cuneiform that we can tell from the Sumerians, but if you follow the structures 100% from the Sefer Yetzirah, then then draw the symbol of IBH, which they do try instead of plus. They know YHVH. They go IHV, right? Because that was a Latin translation. But even if you do a J, no matter what framework you want to start with, when you overlap them, you create a geometric shape, and you can then interpolate as musical signs, or you can create a language from it. And it's very interesting because the way they explain language, letters, numbers, spirit, right? So yes, I can't remember that exactly language, but I was kind of like, I had the Hebrew right next to it. And I had 3 versions open. I had the Aramaic Kaplan next to the most of the 1800s as well that I was going through. But basically, if you do that, then you can create your own language, because they say like this sound is like fire. You go, like if you really read it, like they explain how to create language out of another language, basically. That's just some of it. Like there is, I've always said that regardless of magic, the fact that I'm making vibrations in the air with my mouth, and what these sounds mean, language is magic. If someone hops in here and they can speak Vietnamese and German, they're not going to know what we're saying, and that's magic, because we're having a full-ass conversation. So language to me has always been magic and mystical. And even if you go back to the Bible, they talk about, the God splitting up languages. So there's something very powerful with the spoken word. God spoke the word, and even no matter what language is, I think the only magic in the world, and language and numbers. And the Sefer Yetzirah is like the oldest science book that is. It's a beautiful basis, man. Honestly, the Yetzirah is something special. It does drove me a little crazy. You know what I mean? Because then you look at like I was looking at like the Kabbalah tree of life, and then I started seeing, like how you could interpolate that as a certain crystal. And what did philosophers do? They tried to create the philosopher's stone. So these ancient Jewish books talk about how to create piezoelectric crystals or photoelectric crystals, where if you shine light on them, they create electricity. Anyway, there's so much in the Sefer Yetzirah that it's amazing. It's really one of the most amazing books I've ever read.
Phenomenal. I was thinking on my previous point about the person who said that you had to come in on Monday. Is it the same person who told you that in January?
Yes.
Okay, that's a good sign.
Yes. So I'm only dealing with one person in that office at least. So they know me. And, I hope that there is a rapport there, that she's just a bitch because it's her job. And
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck they let you go in January. Were you seeing a therapist in January? No shit. So, hold on. So you let this go 6 months without seeing a therapist?
no, I let it go a week. I let it go 1 week.
I thought you weren't seeing a therapist in January.
January was what we called.
Okay, in January it was 1 week old, so you weren't seeing a therapist then. I see. Okay, and then um, you saw this therapist who bounced on you for how long? Okay, that'll make sense to me. Um, right. Okay.
Not just that, but the moment I am told that there's a risk of me not being compliant, I go way too far to become overly compliant.
Yeah. No, I understand that too. Um, it's like you're overcompensating, or you're overcorrecting, and you just need to see someone once a month or once every other month until this thing is done. That's it.
And I don't even have to see her. This will be the second time I've had to go in. So it's insane. So it's crazy. I cannot wait to be done with this.
I understand that. What up, Tam fan? You little bitch. How are you?
Tam fan.
Can you hear us, Tam fan? Yo, dog. Remember when we would talk to you, Tam fam, and then you would not talk back? That's what we're experiencing right now. Dog, deja vu. Tam fan. There you go. Hey, I would also do whatever you want to do, but plant the seeds with your parents. You got about a month. I know you don't want to, but like, what else are you gonna do? Like, the ideal situation is this, and this is how jail should be. Jail should give you access to a computer. I understand that. But jail should really be this, where you have to go in and whatever, but you get access to a computer so that you can find a job, so that when you come out, you're working day one, as opposed to what it currently is, where they don't let you have access to anything. But basically, like, if jail allowed you to use a computer, I think it'd be overwhelmed with people probably, because it's like, all right, well, if you allow me to have TV in jail and food in jail, and you know, uh, the only thing that you're not going to allow me to have is sex, right? I mean, it has everything else. That's the sad part. Yeah, no, definitely there. Okay. I want you to make up with your parents though, and I know you get a pit in your stomach. Do you think that you're madder at them than they are at you, or are they madder at you than you are at them? Not when you know what I'm saying. Who's madder at whom? All right. If you're comfortable with it, in one sentence, tell me why you guys had a fight.
Because of the Jehovah's Witnesses, I was harmed as a child.
Oh, physically?
That's what I would have.
Okay. So there's a huge, huge issue religiously, but also had to do with your upbringing, and I get that. And I get why that would be hard. I get why it would be like, okay, so, that's a lot to work through, and it's a perfect situation. You'll be seeing a therapist soon.
Exactly, which is what I was doing before anyway. So, it's just interesting.
You could, I could see how that would you would be like, look, I'd rather be homeless than have to deal with these fuckers. And I get that. But it's not. Oh, wait, let's put it this way. If your parents were to say to you, you don't have to talk with us. You can just sleep on our couch in the basement or in the guest room or wherever you would be. It's something you would consider.
Yeah, I'd probably take it for the shortest amount of time.
Exactly. And that's the goal. Or a goal. Basically, to just say, you just need a little bit of time where you don't have to pay rent so that you can save up a little bit of money to get on your feet. You know what I mean? Like, the thing that kills everybody every month is having to pay rent. But if you just had 3 to 6 months where you didn't have to do that, where you could just save that up and then you could move out on your own, that's what you need. You basically just need a little bit of time to breathe. And if you were able to say to your parents, I don't look, especially if you had, things that happen to you, it's very difficult to just overlook that. But the idea is this: you can at least plant the foundation of restarting a relationship, perhaps with them, if needed, even if it's just because you need them, because you may need a place to live someday.
I know it's crazy, but this is exactly what got me into this situation, this conversation. It's like, it's kind of like reliving it. It's exactly what happened.
What do you mean?
They chose to call me crazy, deny it, and not get their fellow cult members in trouble, because I suspect my dad is probably covered up for other people too. He's what they call an elder. So let's say somebody does something bad, my dad might be someone who shuffles someone to another part of the state. So if my dad knows about things that I think he would throw me under the bus to save his own ass.
I could see that. Well, it could be something where you just don't mention it, and you just try to pretend that never happened, but at least with them, you're basically just going to do your best to use them to be able to live under their roof. And there's nothing wrong with that. And so instead of saying to yourself, before when I did this, I brought up the topic of religion and all those other things. And look, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. What I'm saying is what happened is probably a terrible thing. And under normal circumstances, you would be supported, but you're not going to be supported on this topic. So it's in your best interest to drop it with them and see if you can finagle your way into just sleeping on their floor. And maybe, I don't know anything about the J witnesses except kind of what you've already said, and that they go like door to door. So my thought is, well, is there anything that you can use for their beliefs to like get them to do what you need them to do? Meaning, so
testament to them because they still consider themselves Christian. So
okay.
Where it says, if you're a stumbling block for the young one, so better to take a stone and walk into the sea. So I told them that they allowed me to be stoned as a child, so they should go pick up some rocks and hang out by the ocean.
All right. I don't know how positive that's going to be, and I understand what you're saying. You're frustrated. Right. So then, I don't know. Do they drink coffee? No, they don't, do they?
They're allowed to, but just it gets them jittery in their old age.
Okay. Well, what do they like to do? Do they drink tea or anything? Or just anything? Just what I'm saying is set up some kind of event where you can at least create a foundation to perhaps have the discussion to one day remove it.
I'm gonna put a lot of thought into that because there's a lot of foundation to go from.
You don't have to be friends. I think you can explain it to them like this: I am your flesh and blood, and I'm going to die if you don't give me an opportunity to live with you, meaning I'm going to be on the street and the conditions are going to be so hot that it's going to be hard for me to live. Is there any way that I could sleep on your couch and we don't talk to each other? I just use my computer to get a job and we don't have to interact. Is there, I mean, do they have I don't care, but like, do they have a house that like you could live in a guest room or something? So they have a smaller house? Okay. So do they have, it's a 1 bedroom? Okay, it's 2 bedrooms. What's in the other bedroom? Where did you sleep before? Okay, so you could at least, assume or perhaps ponder the assumption that it could be used as a guest room again. So you could, and I know you just got to get past Monday, but once you get past Monday, then there's a real opportunity for you here to say, Mom, Dad, is there any way that I could spend the remainder of the summer in your guest room? And it would be under these conditions. And I would put conditions on it. 1, we don't mention what I mentioned in the past. You know how I feel, and I know how you feel, and we'll move on from that situation. 2, I'll work every single day to get a job. And 3, I will be out of your house as of this date. And if for any reason you want me out of the house for any other date, before then, I certainly can be. And I want you to know if things are going well for us, we can extend that date. But basically, this way you know that it's going to be temporary in your mind, and you're helping your flesh and blood, and we're not going to fight. I understand why you fought before, and you stood up for yourself, and that's an absolutely fine thing to do, and an admirable thing to do, but you're not going to win that battle with your parents, and you understand that one. So then you explain to them that we're not going to ever talk about that because we know that it just won't get us anywhere. But what will get us somewhere is if you allow me to stay here. I mean, they have to realize that you're going to die if you're on the street. You got to consider it. For Sunday, Dog, can you play their bullshit game a little bit and say that, wait, what I'm trying to say is this. You say, I've thought a lot about what you guys have said, and I just need a little bit of time to get on my feet, but I'd like to continue to explore this, and I think that you guys have a nurturing home to be able to do it. Like, basically make them think that, hey, he might be coming back to the religion, so they'll give you a chance, and you just never come back to the religion. You just get on your feet. All right, well, there isn't to say that it can't work. Yeah, exactly, in the future. That's okay. That doesn't mean there can't be another time. Well, you just can't do those within their house. And then you just explain to them, I know that it's going to be difficult, but all of those things you don't do, and that you just need a little bit of time to get on your feet, and if they would just consider it. And if they say no, that's fine. Ask them the next week, and ask them the week after that. And at a certain point, you're either going to be homeless, or they're going to let you live there for a little bit. And you can always say to them, if you don't want me here, you can always kick me out. But you have to understand that I have nowhere else to go. You basically have put me in a position where I was unable to provide for myself because I had all this court shit over my head and I didn't have anywhere to live. Now my background is fucked up because of you guys. And I understand it's a decision that you made. I get it. But you have to understand I need a little bit of help. I mean, have you told them, and I'm asking, tell me what you feel you want. Have you said to them, Mom, Dad, I need your help? Okay, so you've been very honest with them like that. And they're not rational people at all? I get the religion thing, but like aside from the religion thing, are they rational? Okay, no.
Up until 6 months ago, I thought so.
How old are they?
My dad is in his 60s now, and my mom is 60.
Okay, so they're not old enough where you have to take care of them, but
No, and I already told my sister that's on her.
no, there you go. All right. I understand that. You never know, though. Things can change.
And also, I think family's supposed to come out with family, and I don't like that my dad. So, even though she was railing against the whole because of that, I understand anxiety. My dad doesn't understand people who have a mind with anxiety, but his mom, my grandma, has terrible anxiety, and it fucks with her and like OCD, and I understand that.
Wait, you have a grandma who's alive?
Yeah.
Where does she live?
She lives in the home that takes care of her for not having all of her mental faculties.
Gotcha. Okay. And she doesn't have a house or anything?
No, she lost it.
Okay.
She sold it.
I understand. I get that. Okay. So you've got your parents. I know. So you've got your parents, and you got to get through Monday. But the second you get through Monday, then you put the pressure on your parents. And the worst they can say is no. And if you have to bullshit them a little bit with the religion, you can do that just to get a roof over your head so that you don't have to spend the summer in 125-degree heat. Oh, hold on. You have your friend. I forgot. You've got your friend. Okay, who said that you won't have to be homeless. Okay, well, look, I still don't think it's a bad idea for you. I don't want to say to reunite with your family, but at least have it so that if you need a place to stay for a weekend, you've got it.
I won't pretend to be inhuman. There is definitely part of me that still longs one day me and my parents can come to some sort of agreement. I'm not an evil person. I don't. I just at this point, I just don't see it, and the way you acted toward me is so far off the mark of what I think family should be for each other that I don't trust it's even worth entertaining the notion of a conversation.
I understand that, but if it means you're going to be in their will, you might want to say it. You might want to build a better rapport with them.
You know, it's funny. I told my sister I told her whatever that our parents do, I was like, tell the family to give it all to your kids so that they go to college and have a great life. I don't want to they're not my family. I was like, tell them to make sure it's only your name so that there's no money stuck in escrow because I will never claim it.
I get it, but you never know.
I know, trust me.
Yep.
I got a little dramatic housing.
I understand that.
If the check still shows up, I'm like, gotcha.
Absolutely, in a heartbeat, you are. Okay. You want to talk a big game. At the end of the day, you're going to take the money just like anybody will. I get it. Don't worry. Everybody understands how you feel. Okay, so you got like no one does.
The part that hurts me is that honestly, this all came about because I was trying to repair damage in the family. And
I think it's shitty that your parents put you in this position. Like, it's almost they hurt themselves. Okay, so but you don't have to worry about them. You've got your friend. What time is your friend picking you up?
8 a.m. probably. So we're gonna be there by 9. We're gonna be there by 1 a.m.
Okay, that's good.
He's able to take me after. I don't want to try to be there when they open the door, so there's no waiting first. I sneak in.
Right. Chances are, though, dog, they're gonna have a bunch of people there already.
Absolutely, give it a shot. And if I'm there, I'll just send them a text. Hey, no reason to hang out. And I'll try to see if I can get someone else to give you a ride. Talk with me for after. I'll call the phone number.
Hey, where is that doctor? The Dr. Reefer guy. Okay, yeah. I mean, that one, I could see your friend or a friend getting you there if you needed. Because then you can say to them, look, all I need is the ability to go there and I'm home free. Okay. So then the friend who you have who's picking you up tomorrow is different than the friend who you live with, right? Oh, they're the same guy. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Because the other guy said you couldn't stay there, but the other guy said that you can. So, okay. All right. So I'm going to give you my honest opinion. And do I think I'll be talking to you on Wednesday, let's say? $50-50. Well, I'll say, if I had to go one way or another, I would say 51% are in your favor, but not by a lot. Now, that will change to be like 90% if you can come in tomorrow night and say, yeah, I got all this shit. Well, hey, dude, if you do that, then the other thing we have to do is go to ChatGPT and then ask it to outline this shit. But another thing I was going to have it do is, and you didn't mention or you didn't say to the probation people, you are an employed person. Oh, shut the fuck up. What happened, man? Well, it can't have helped that you were gone for a week, right? All right, so you only missed one day of work, but he still got rid of you? Okay, why was he better? Gotcha. Okay, well, you could still say that you're employed. There's no hard proof on that. And well, they're not going to be able to prove it, is what I'm trying to say. So you could say to them, "Hey, I'm an employed person, and I've been going to see therapy. I've been going to a therapist, and I'm going to a therapist again, and so, and I'm, if they talk to you about the marijuana thing, you're good there. Apologies on the job though. That sucks." Right. No, I understand. Didn't your exactly, that's a big one. Didn't your friend get you that job though? Yeah, what a nice person. Well, because this guy is like the best friend that you could ever want. Excellent. Okay, well, you're still friends today. So he's gonna be at your place in like 8 hours. Yeah, you do that and keep me posted during the day. You take care of it. Let me say this, Caspian C. People come into my life all the time, and I don't know what happens to them. Sometimes whatever, but I had a feeling something happened to you just because you're not usually gone that long, and if you have to go away, you have to go away, and we'll still be here for you. Oh, I know you are. No, absolutely. So you go get some sleep, and we'll be here for you tomorrow. And you keep us updated, okay? Take care, Caspian C. Bye, my friend. That's Caspian C, everybody. Laying down some real serious stuff on us. Well, we wish the best for him. He's a nice individual. What do you want for him to have? I want him to make up with his parents. Oh, if I told anybody any illegal information, always hypothetical. You never know. I thought it was a joke. That was a hypothetical. I would never tell anybody to do anything illegal. Are you kidding? I'm gonna hit all the mafia, so tight on me.
Like, we never got in touch with the journal to retract. It was other people that did that. We wanted to write a response, and I think we're still aiming to do so. So that's our goal. Like, I don't know
about about
Gunung Padang. Yeah.
And while we're on my website, I'd just like to say that I've recently put up a major article concerning Göbekli Tepe and the issue of whether we're looking at a transfer of technology or gradual evolution or both. There's been a huge amount of research done around Göbekli Tepe. Archaeologists have suggested that research vitiates my argument that Göbekli Tepe was a transfer of technology. I've been investigating that research in depth, and my view is it strengthens my argument enormously. But again, we're getting into material that's too far and too deep to go into here. I would just like...
No, I think we should get into
What makes you think it's a transfer of technology?
Well, I start off my Netflix series by saying it's an enormous site. You can't just wake up one morning with no prior skills, no prior knowledge, no background in working with stone and create something like Göbekli Tepe. There has to be a long history behind it, and that history is completely missing.
To me, the Natufian culture?
To me, it very strongly speaks of a lost civilization, transferring their technology, their skills, their knowledge to hunter-gatherers. And what I've done in this article is I've brought up to date my investigation into Göbekli Tepe. Of course, the Natufians are dealt with at great length in this article. How do I search Natufian? There are many predecessor cultures. The question is...
Who worked in stone.
The question is, when did this stonework, if you look at the research by Hakle and Gopher, for example, and of the introduction of geometric elements into the stonework in pre-Göbekli Tepe cultures, you find that almost all of it comes after the beginning of the Younger Dryas, not before the beginning of the Younger Dryas. There is an interesting development at Ain Malaha in Israel, also called Ainan, where some kind of geometric plan seems to have been put into place. But the bulk of the work, I hate to use the word that archaeologists dislike, a Neolithic revolution, but the bulk of the revolution took place after the Younger Dryas.
So that's why you think it's evidence of a transfer?
Yes, I do.
Except that the fact that there's no domesticated plants or animals at Göbekli Tepe. So if there's a transfer of knowledge, why are they not transferring agriculture?
Well, there was actually agriculture in Abu Huraira, for example.
But not at Göbekli Tepe. Abu Huraira is a Natufian site that was occupied before Göbekli Tepe.
Would you find agriculture around Notre Dame?
Yeah,
it was a sacred site. Göbekli Tepe was a sacred site.
And we know that they're hunting gazelles by the thousands and harvesting wild plants.
Yeah.
This has been published ad nauseum by people like Laura Dietrich, who have talked about the kind of plants that they're harvesting and the isotopes.
But was it possible that they just didn't bring food to this area because it was a sacred site for ceremony and ritual, and perhaps not at all for people to live in?
No, it seems more like they were there about half of the year. So they're there during the warm months. If you look at the harvesting season from the plant remains we have, and then the wild plants that are gathered, and then if you look at the isotope evidence and the mortality profile from the teeth of the animals that they're slaughtering, we see that they're there basically during the warm 6 months of the year. So this is still...
But not at Göbekli Tepe.
At Göbekli Tepe, I'm talking about. Yeah, for about 6 months out of the year, that's when people are there harvesting these. And so I sort of say they found an ecological niche, and they've learned how to exploit this. And to sort of stay there for half the year, they probably went to the lowlands during the other half of the year, which is a fairly common mobile pastoral or hunter-gatherer strategy, which is where you move to where the food is in different seasons, right? And so that area is a very naturally abundant area during the warm months. And so, there's so much more that's under excavation right now by Lee Clare and other colleagues that shows sort of domestic spaces around this ceremonial center that we have. I sort of think of it as like Washington, D.C. We have the ceremonial center in downtown, and then we have the less nice looking areas outside.
Is it possible that there was a sophisticated culture that also was hunter-gatherers because the resources were so rich that they didn't need agriculture?
Yeah, I think that's what we're seeing in this period. Is sort of
there was no need to grow plants.
I think they found a successful niche, and they really exploited it and did a great job with it. And so I think that that's what's going on right in this period, and it's also the period where we can start to see the start of domestication.
And so, do you think that also explains the resources that were required to build such immense stone structures, that they had the time to do this because they had abundant food?
Yeah, they had abundant food 6 months out of the year, and while they're there, they had the time to build those kind of structures. Exactly.
But were they the first of those kinds of structures? You think that were?
Well, I mean, that's a tough question to ask. So, I mean, we certainly have T-shaped pillars from other sites in the region. In fact, there were some that were found by Klaus Schmidt before he found Göbekli Tepe at Navali Chori.
And it's a younger site. Navali Chori is a younger site.
It is a younger site, and so I think there's more investment. But what we do have is good monumental architecture from that period that we've known about for 60 years. If you go to Tel Es Sultan or Jericho, there's a pre-pottery Neolithic tower there. And so it's an enormous, not megalithic, but enormous monumental structure that we've known about in that area from the exact same period. And
so this is pre-metallurgy? This is
all pre-metallurgy.
Pre-wheel?
Yeah, well, yeah, probably pre-wheel.
And where are they getting these stones from?
From the area. Most of them seem to be local. The quarries at Göbekli Tepe are right nearby.
And how do you think they moved those things?
There's so many different ways to move large stones. There's been so many different experiments that show with rollers or ropes, you can get enough people and know-how, levers, and you can do that. And so, there's so many videos on YouTube of Wally Wallington and others that show you how you can move stones weighing many, many, many tons.
I don't think there's any mystery around the moving of the stones.
Yeah.
And I don't claim that there is. I think what's intriguing...
I go back to Tepe, but there certainly is in Egypt.
Yes, Egypt's a bigger mystery, and we can go into that.
Show us how.
But what intrigues me about Göbekli Tepe is the precision, the underlying geometrical plan of the site, and the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. And I think that the transfer of technology that I referred to did take place. It took place gradually. There's a site called Tal Karamal. You've spoken of Jericho. The Tower of Jericho is fascinating. It's a sort of Neolithic skyscraper in a way, but it's after the Younger Dryas. There's Tal Karamal, which has got 5 towers. Kotik Tepe, Bontuklu Tara, Abu Huraira. Abu Huraira is a fascinating site, and it was hit by an airburst. According to the team working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, Abu Huraira, the destruction of Abu Huraira took place because one of those comet fragments 12,800 plus years ago exploded over Abu Huraira within 100 or 200 miles of Göbekli Tepe.
Certainly a controversial point. I'm not an expert on this particular topic, but I know a lot of people that believe that the evidence is not there for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Yeah, there's a huge dispute going on about it. It's
not
an interesting
my specialty, though.
It's an interesting discussion in science.
I would like to say that that destruction is an archaeologist's best friend. So when sort of a site is destroyed suddenly from earthquakes, from volcanoes, from warfare, from fire, it actually helps preserve material for us. And so, if there is this kind of global catastrophe, that should make things more preserved and easier for archaeologists to find.
But isn't that dependent upon the scale of the catastrophe?
Well, no, because even it's not going to be incineration everywhere, because we still have hunter-gatherer evidence everywhere.
Right.
And
but it could be incineration in a lot of places, and the hunter-gatherer evidence that you have is after the fact.
No, the hunter-gatherer evidence we have is from well before the fact as well. We have hunter-gatherer evidence going back hundreds of thousands of years.
Right, but
and
when
in all
you
those
look
periods,
have you seen the evidence of the Younger Dryas impact theory in terms of iridium levels, nanodiamonds?
I'm not someone who's qualified to be able to comment on that. I'm more thinking about it from an archaeological point of view, which is that if there was a destruction, just like with Pompeii or Herculaneum with the pyroclastic flow, that stuff helps preserve material for us. Same thing with earthquakes knocking over buildings.
Right.
Would an atom bomb preserve material for us?
Yes, because the atom bomb, the very center of it might vaporize stuff, but then the whole area that gets abandoned afterwards because of the radiation, that actually is going to make that area an archaeological paradise for people once that radiation goes away.
But if Randall Carlson's work on the impact to what was the ice that was covering North America
in one small landscape.
What do you mean?
Meaning he talks about it in the Scablands, right?
Not just the Scablands. He talks about that, but he also just talks about that there's massive evidence of intense erosion. So very quick water flow that happened through an area that was absolutely devastating.
I mean, look, so the more rapid a destruction is, the better it preserves forests, just like with sea level rise.
Right, but dependent upon how strong the force is, right?
But if it's a global catastrophe, how is it so strong everywhere, yet it's not wiping out our evidence from hunter-gatherers at this exact same time? We have ephemeral traces, footprints, campgrounds, fires and hearths.
Right.
We have lithics.
Because human beings did survive, right?
Yeah, but we have it from this exact same period.
Right, but human beings did survive at that same
period. And it
period.
didn't wipe out the traces of them from that period.
But the traces you're talking about are stone tools and
hearths, footprints, things like that that are extremely ephemeral, animal bones and seeds. We have all of these things from the period around this supposed destruction.
But do you have them in the area where the supposed destruction occurred?
We don't know where the supposed destruction happened because nobody's ever found that.
But with Randall Carlson's descriptions of these massive floods of water, just hundreds of millions of pounds of water.
Well, let's go to J. Harlan Brett's long before Randall Carlson. I mean, the Channel Scablands are an enigma. The massive water flows. I don't think anybody's disputing that massive amounts of water flow through there. It's a question of exactly when that happened and why.
Well, also, what would be left over in that area? There's not evidence of hunter-gatherers in that area from that time.
I remember he showed, when he was here last, he showed sort of mammoth bones from that kind of period.
No, that was from Siberia, though, wasn't it? Was it from Siberia or?
I don't remember. But it certainly wasn't from the Channel Scablands. But let's cut to the chase here. 12,800, between 12,900 and 12,800 years ago, a very dramatic climate episode occurred, and that's called the Younger Dryas. The world had been gradually warming up before that, and then suddenly it went very, very cold. There is evidence of a 6-meter sea level rise at exactly that time, which is very hard to explain. But it looks like the suggestion is that that was due to impacts on the ice cap, on the North American ice cap, and perhaps on the European ice cap. The evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is found in what are called impact proxies, and that's iridium, nanodiamonds, platinum, melt glass like trinitite, found in sites across a vast area of the Earth's surface. 50 million plus square kilometers, an enormous area. Abu Huraira, next to Göbekli Tepe, happens to be one of those areas. And what they're suggesting is that a fragment of a comet blew up in the sky, that it was an airburst, exactly the same thing that happened over Tunguska in Siberia on the 30th of June, 1908. That was an object that fell out of the sky, almost certainly out of the Taurid meteor stream, which is thought to be the progenitor of the remnant giant comet, because that's the peak of the Beta Taurids. It wasn't big enough to hit the Earth and create a crater. It blew up in the sky. When it blew up in the sky, fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia, it flattened 2,000 square miles of trees. It was absolutely catastrophic. If it had,
there is evidence.
There is evidence for that.
No,
compelling evidence.
There's not.
No, Vance Halliday and his colleagues just published a huge refutation of this entire hypothesis.
Of the what do they think?
No, not the Tunguska. We're talking about the.
You're talking about the. I'm sorry. Calling something a refutation doesn't mean it's a refutation.
No, but it still has not been replied to. That's currently the record
actually,
of what there is.
It has been replied to extensively by Martin Sweatman.
But are you referring to Abu Huraira? Are you referring?
I'm referring to the entire idea of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis.
Right, but Tunguska, you're not.
No, I'm not debating Tunguska.
But that's what you were saying.
Then I misheard him.
Okay, you misheard him.
Yeah.
He was talking about the amount of forest that was flattened by the Tunguska event.
I misheard him. I thought he was talking about.
And it did happen during the Taurid meteor shower.
I guess it happened recently, like 100 years ago. Or
something,
but
right? it did happen.
But
it did happen during the same time of the year, where the Earth passes through.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not debating Tunguska.
Okay, yeah, that was what it seemed like.
I apologize.
I think this would be a good moment for me to just give a little bit of information about the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Okay. Can we do that? Because it's very important to my feelings about it.
Okay.
God, these short sight. I tell you, being 73 is no joke. So the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. Since 2007, it's been a compelling and thoroughly documented case. It's been put together by more than 60 eminent scientists. Of course, some scientists oppose them as well. It was hit 12,800 years ago by multiple fragments of a disintegrating comet. Mark Boslow is one of the authors of that refutation piece that you've just put in. Here he is saying that Graham Hancock's use of the impact hypothesis in Netflix is all wet. Here we have a post responding to that. Graham Hancock is a charlatan and a fraud. Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is widely debunked. I'm sorry, it's not. If you want to learn about the work done, go see Mark Boslow. Here's that paper you're talking about, Flint, the comprehensive refutation of the Younger Dryas hypothesis. Because something is called something does not mean it is something.
Have you read it? It's fairly detailed.
I have read it in great detail, and I've also read James Lawrence Powell, who the authors of this paper largely ignore, but who is a highly respected figure, and whose in whose view the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been prematurely rejected. Bill Napier is a member of the Comet Research Group. He's the person who's connected it to the Taurid meteor stream. He's talking about the evidence of a large comet about entering the inner solar system about 20,000 years ago, going into fragmentation, creating a wide debris trail through which the Earth passes twice a year. And it's a catastrophe of celestial origin which occurred around 12,900 BP, before the present. Now, you're referring to a refutation paper, but would you really so quickly accept it when you look at the credentials of the people in the Comet Research? I mean, James Kennett, marine geologist, professor at the University of California, he's a world expert in paleoceanography. Dr. Richard Firestone, James Whitker, Albert Goodyear, Alan West. There I am with Alan West at the Younger Dryas boundary in Murray Springs. And the Younger Dryas boundary is full of the signatures of a massive cosmic impact, probably an airburst, rather like the airburst that took place over Abu Huraira. I'm not expecting anybody to read these papers I'm putting up here. I'm just saying that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis has been widely published, extensively published over the last decade, that there's a huge amount of information in support of it. There we're looking at the Younger Dryas boundary field extending on the right as far as Abu Huraira, and on the left covering most of North America. It's also found in Belgium, by the way. It's found in the deep south of Chile. It's found in Antarctica. It's found all over the world. This platinum anomaly documented at the Younger Dryas onset is particularly important. But the evidence of a cosmic impact at Abu Huraira, that one, I mean, we know that Michael Shermer is an opponent of my work. But even Michael Shermer, in my view, by the way, and I want to thank Michael for this, a true gentleman. When he realizes he's got something wrong, he says so. And here he says, in the light of the work at Abu Huraira, he says he's going to address his priors about my theory in the light of this evidence from a massive cosmic impact over Abu Huraira. So the fact that a paper has been published which claims to refute the Younger Dryas impact is really not anything at all. The question is, what's the depth to that refutation? Is it a solid refutation? Does it really work? And why is it that the same team who claimed to have refuted the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2023 also published a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis in 2011? Clearly, there was something wrong with their 2011 requiem.
I am not a scholar that focuses on these kind of questions. I focus on archaeological evidence. So I'm going to try to reply from that perspective. And so one of the examples you give is if this is Abu Huraira, for example, the site is still there for us to excavate. Indeed. We understand that it has some of the earliest domesticated crops there. And so the entire point is that this kind of, even if this hypothesis is true, it would not have wiped out the evidence for the civilization that you're looking for, because we can see very clearly that if it's true at Abu Huraira, it did not wipe out the entire settlement. It's there. We're excavating it now.
Isn't Abu Huraira one of the first places that show evidence of real agriculture?
Yeah. So let's talk about some real agriculture.
That's part of the evidence.
Yeah. So Can we talk about some agriculture?
Sure.
All right, cool. Can you boot up my HDMI?
You got all excited.
Yeah, this is like my stuff finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier. Now I get to do some of my stuff. In fact, this is some of the sites I work on. Okay, I want to be clear that we have a lot of evidence for ancient plants and seeds, right? I'll show you the statistics. We have hundreds of thousands, millions of these just from the time period of thinking about domestication. So how do we even collect tiny little seeds of grains and beans and peas? Any idea, Joe?
No.
Okay, so you know how wood floats? So does carbonized plant material. So basically we collect samples from every single unit that we excavate, and we put it in what's called a flotation tank, where we pump up a bunch of air to separate any charred plant material from the soil and the sediment. And then it sort of drains out right around here into a mesh, and then we can start to study it under a microscope. So all right, big question. What the heck is the difference between wild and domesticated wheat? Any ideas? No? Graham?
Yes, the domesticated wheat depends on human beings helping it continue.
And how do we identify that?
Not quite sure.
Okay, that's important though. So all right, let's go to the bottom here. It's the scar, right where that wheat kernel or the spikelet that the wheat seed is attached on, it attaches to the plant. And the reason for this is in wild plants like wheat or beans or peas, it's going to propagate itself by falling off the plant easily. If birds or humans are harvesting it, it's not that it wants to, it doesn't have agency, but it propagates itself more easily by shattering easily off of the stem of the plant. On the other hand, as soon as humans start gathering it, that does nothing, because some seeds fall, it replants itself in the field. But as soon as humans start gathering it and planting it in new fields, then all of a sudden there's an evolutionary sort of impact on the plant itself. And so what's selected for is the mutation for a seed that hangs onto the plant. Do you see what I mean? Because you're cutting off the plant, taking it with you, and then planting it somewhere else. And so this is a shift in grains that we call a brittle to a tough raucous. And you can see it's kind of a clean scar right here on the left in wild wheat, while it's a much sort of tougher scar on the right.
Do we know what the evolutionary mechanism is that would cause it to do that?
So there's two different genes that actually control this in wheat, for example. And so we actually know, just statistically speaking, and by sampling wild wheat today, that this is going to exist within any field of wild wheat. There's going to be a few seeds with this genetic mutation. And then as soon as humans start collecting it and cultivating it, planting it somewhere, it's going to automatically put evolutionary pressure on that, and it's over time. And we see this shift from shattering to non-shattering in barley, in wheat, in rice, in every single grain species that we have domesticated. And so you can see this statistically, for example, in China, where over time, A, we have 35,000 of these now that we're studying. B, you can see the population of rice at archaeological sites. It starts off mostly as brittle, meaning it shatters easily, and over time it takes about 1,500 years for rice to evolve to become fully domesticated, where it hangs onto the plant more easily. And so we see this repeatedly. We could see this later on in the Holocene. So we're talking several thousand years later, like 5,000 years ago, in sort of the Sahara Desert during the Green Sahara periods, where we see the domestication of pearl millet. Same exact transition is what happens. And you can see these statistics of it happening, changing statistically over time, the population of millet in these regions from, a brittle raucous that breaks off easily to a tough raucous where the seed hangs on.
How does it figure out that?
It's just selectionary pressure. It's the pressure of humans now collecting it and then planting it. So as soon as there's one seed that's like that with that mutation, it slowly proliferates every single time humans replant it in a new field.
And it just takes
thousands of years. Yeah. And we see this in wheat, barley, rice, oats, teosinte, which becomes corn. We see it in millet, sorghum. We see it with the pods for beans and peas. So the pod changes how it breaks off the plant. And again, it goes from shattering to tough. And so we see that with lentils, chickpeas, peas, common beans, runner beans, soybeans, fava, vetch. All of these species, dozens of them, it's the first sign of human domestication. And so that's what we can see. The second sign is
how many thousands of years does it take before this starts showing?
It starts showing up fairly quickly, immediately. So you get small percentages of it. For example, you can see this with the rice graph here with all of them. So at Abu Huraira, for example, it's a small percentage of the crops that are actually have this feature to them.
So it looks like just 150 years it starts changing.
Yeah, it slowly starts changing over. In fact, Gordon Hillman first worked out this would happen really rapidly, that it would take just a few hundred years for the population of these plants to change over. Now we know it takes a few thousand years for it to the full population at archaeological sites to go from wild, breaking off easy types to domesticated, hanging onto the plant types.
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating how the plant somehow or another adapts and figures it out that this is the way to survive.
It's really cool because it's not human selection either. In fact, 40 years ago when we first started studying domestication, we thought that all this was due to conscious human selection. And now we know that it's actually the plant adapting to us and what we do. Yeah, it's cool as hell, isn't it?
I agree with you on all of that. I don't want to stop you with your presentation, but how does that, what bearing does that have on getting rid of a lost civilization?
I'm going to get there. Like, again, it's not about getting rid of a lost civilization. I'm actually here to show that there's no agriculture at all in the Ice Age. It doesn't have to do with the lost civilization, but that's a key component of your civilization. So the second trait...
Well, there's no agriculture at all amongst the Inuit either, right?
No.
Right.
But
they survived.
But in his books and in his Netflix series, he describes this civilization as introducing agriculture. He talks about seed banks and things like that. In the Magicians of the Gods. I have a quote in here.
Show me.
Okay, you want me to?
Yeah. Let's see it. I want to see it.
Give me a second. It seems fanciful to you want to use it? I can't do your accent.
You want to read it?
It seems fanciful to imagine that we might, in an almost high-tech sense, be looking at the specifications of a seed bank here. Oh, this is from Fingerprints of the Gods.
No, it's from Magicians of the Gods.
Oh, maybe I repeated it in Magicians. And this is about the underground Vara that Yima is said in myth to have created following a disastrous cataclysm.
But is it possible that this cycle of domesticating wheat and beans and all these different things has taken place many, many times? And that if you left them alone, they would go back to the wild form, where if there was a disaster and people stopped growing them in this particular region, how long would it take for them to revert back to their original
thousands
state?
Of years again. Thousands of years again. Thousands of years.
How many thousands of years do you think?
Well, I don't know, because I'd have to look that up, because I know that we've observed this kind of stuff, feral domesticates going feral, but I don't have that off.
And you said how many years from the original till the whole crop?
Something like 3,000 years. Dorian Fuller's actually published a lot on estimating the time ranges of this.
So if you had agriculture in 12,800 years ago, around the time of the Younger Dryas impact theory, and then people are resorted to hunter-gatherers again, and it takes a long time before they start using agriculture again. But
that's not what he's claiming. He's claiming that...
Yeah, I know, but I'm asking. Is it possible that those plants would revert and then the process would happen again once people started growing them intentionally?
That's tough to tell, because what we see is it's exactly at that time, at least in Southwest Asia, where this domestication starts.
So we haven't seen the reverse happen.
No.
But is it possible?
Well, I mean, it would have had to have happened a lot earlier.
But if people weren't cultivating it anymore, wouldn't the natural selection revert back to the original state?
I agree with that. It would revert back.
But it would take a long time.
It would take a long time. And so I want to get into how the next trait size takes thousands of years after that, which is the selection for large seeds. So we measure these seeds, and we can see their change over time. And I have here a really cool...
Is this a selection by farmers and by people that are...
That's such a great question, because actually we think at first it's not. So this is the plants adapting to the fact that they're being planted in plowed and tilled and cleared fields. And so larger seeds actually grow faster. So they outcompete their neighbors that might have been planted with smaller seeds.
Oh, because it's monocrop, because they're constantly surrounded by other plants that are similar, and so they're competing for resources.
They're competing for resources, and the ones with larger seeds on average grow. So this is done from a lot of experimental archecology.
That is so wild.
Glynis Jones, Dorian Fuller, and others. Glynis Jones at Sheffield, who's retired now, has taught me this stuff.
That is just the fact. I mean, I know we're in the middle of this crazy debate, but just the wonder of nature itself. The complexity involved in these natural life forms adapting to their environment is so fascinating. And the fact that it's such a contentious issue amongst biological creatures, specifically human beings, because of religious implications. But if you just look at it in terms of what we know for sure with plants, it is such a bizarre process. It's so fascinating and complex, and there's so much going on. Just with our understanding of the communication that plants have with each other through mycelium and the different organisms that exist in the earth and that they're sharing resources, and like what a bizarre, fascinating world.
Almost mysterious.
Oh, there's a lot to learn.
So mysterious. Oh, well, there's a lot to learn for sure. But
I think that's what's cool because we have this kind of stuff. So you asked about selection.
Yeah.
So this is maize cob from about 1250 AD. This is part of the Southern Methodist University Archaeological
That's
Research
how little
collection.
they were back then.
That's how little they were. So if you want to hold it, you can.
Sure, yeah. Chuck it over here.
Be careful.
So how old is this?
That's from about 800 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I want to thank Matthew Bullinger.
Full
yeah,
piece
that's
of corn?
a full cob. Yeah.
Folks, this is like a thumb. Not even my thumb. It's like one of my smaller fingers.
And just to get
it's
a
crazy.
sense of
like you think of a corn cob today. It's just. I mean, I had one over Thanksgiving. It was massive. It was like this big.
Yeah, exactly.
Now
that's
like
human selection.
Now.
That's human selection at that point.
It's crazy. Yeah. That's amazing.
And to give you a sense of just how much we find, this is our charred corn kernels. Again, from Southern Methodist University.
And how old are these?
So they're not exactly sure where they come from. They think they're subsampled from collections at Pueblo in New Mexico. So several hundred years old for sure.
They're so little.
But yeah, they were collected a long time ago, so they're not sure. Yeah,
the kernels were so tiny.
And the only
these
way
like dehydrated?
They're charred.
They're charred, right? But would they be larger?
Yeah, they probably would have been larger. So we study how charring impacts these things as well. Yeah, so we do a lot of experiments to understand that, so that we can see the shape and the size and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's so cool.
So to get back to your question, though, because I think you asked a good question. When we think about sort of this change over time with domestication, we also see a change in time in the kind of stone tools that people are using. So it takes thousands of years before we start seeing these sickle-type blades associated with harvesting these crops, right? And then the next step we can take is this introduction, this sort of transfer of technology that agriculturalists do when they move into Europe and elsewhere. And we can track this in real time. So this is from a project, I was actually doing the flotation to collect the plants from this project when I was a student, and this is in Albania, directed by University of Cincinnati. So these are the trenches that we excavated. But this is one of the earliest agricultural sites in Europe from about 6400 BC, right? And what's really cool is we can see what this kind of introduction looks like. We see a full package introduced at the same time. We see multiple different domesticated plants, multiple different domesticated animals, as well as new types of artifacts like stone tools and pottery of different types than what the hunter-gatherers were using there. And so this is kind of a parallel. This is where we see this transfer of technology, is when agriculturalists spread out and they take a whole package with them. We call it the Neolithic package. Right? And so that's one of the key things, is we have parallels for this. And so when we go back to this sort of end of the Stone Age type period, where we're maybe looking for something like a seed bank or a shelter that's keeping these, Noah's Ark or something like that, what we can also look at is it doesn't look like anything's introduced. These plants and animals get domesticated in the natural regions where their wild progenitors were growing and living. And so there's not like an introduction of a new species that was not there. Instead, we already saw these wild plants in place in the Ice Age in these spaces. And then we can date directly these with radiocarbon, right? There's no reason to assume anything else. We date plant remains and bones directly. And then lastly, I just want to talk about not archaeological evidence, but paleoecological evidence. So these are kind of cores taken in lakes, lagoons, swamps, on the sea floor. And this is what a palynologist, so those are people that study pollen, look at. And so this map is from an article that I was actually a co-author on, looking at different paleoecological proxies around the Greek peninsula. So we're looking
Is that a real image of pollen?
Yeah, this is pollen under an electron microscope from Dartmouth College, I think it is, this image. And so, we have these kind of cores that give us a sense of the landscape. And, we can track, for example, the rise of different agricultural societies from pollen that floats through the air. We can track, for example, tree crops when they start getting introduced and when they become common. We can track grains and when they come in and become very common in these different regions. And the key thing I want to draw your attention to is a lot of these proxies, these cores, are taken from coastal areas. And some are even taken from underwater. So we have underwater cores from the seabed, and we can reconstruct these sunken landscapes and the sort of ecosystem that was there. And nowhere do we see an ecosystem of agriculture, arboriculture, or anything like that. Instead, we see very natural landscapes, the type of landscapes that hunter-gatherers would live in. And so this, I think, is really important because there really is, it's not just that there's no evidence for agriculture that early. We have evidence against it from those pollen cores, but also this article by Peter Richardson and colleagues points out that agriculture, it was probably too hostile of a condition for agriculture in the Ice Age. The reason why is because there's too little CO2. Plants need carbon dioxide to be able to propagate and grow and be grown intensively in particular. It's also a period of aridity. It's very dry because so much of the fresh water is trapped at the poles in the ice sheets.
Yeah, but this is not the case of the Amazon, right? And the equator, the environment would be different.
But we have pollen cores from those areas, and again, we have no evidence of any kind of intensive agriculture.
Those vastly understudied areas. I never.
But they are vastly understudied, right? I mean,
well, sure, but you have to imagine that a pollen core is actually tracking a larger landscape, right? Because pollen travels really far. And so you're able to, with one core, track a much larger landscape and put that together. And so, I just cannot emphasize this enough. I have a phrase I like to use about archaeology. It's we work from the known to the unknown. So this is true when we excavate. We come down on the stub of a wall, and we change what we're doing to follow what we know, which is that wall, and we expose it. When we found the Griffin warrior tomb at Pylos, for example, we found the corner on the very first day. And by the third day, we already expanded the trench so that we could catch what we know is there. And so it's the same kind of thing when you dig a layer. It's the same thing when you sort of test a hypothesis like Graham's, which is we want to work from what we do know. What we do know from the Ice Age and what we do know from right after this period of domestication. And so what we do know is all this kind of natural evidence about the climate, about the ecology, and about how domestication actually happens. And so that's why I think that, unlike the other part with the Ice Age sort of coastal stuff, I think that's sort of like, why do we keep finding tens of thousands of Ice Age sites that are hunter-gatherers? It's a bit of a coincidence we don't find your civilization. Here,
it's not tens of thousands, it's 3,000 sites.
That's not true. We have 13,000 different sites in the Paleolithic radiocarbon database.
No, I'm talking about underwater.
Okay, but we have 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped.
Not relevant.
According to UNESCO, and they're on the continental shelves.
Can I pick up on some points you've made, or are you not quite finished yet?
Sure, you can pick up, Graham.
I don't ever claim that very small numbers of survivors of my proposed lost civilization introduced plant species. What I'm saying is that they introduced the concept of domesticating plants. There is evidence of very early agriculture, more than 20,000 years ago at
Gatherers.
Yeah, of Ohalo too.
Yeah.
It never reached the stage of domestication.
Yeah. They're gathering, not planting.
That goes back 24,000 years ago. They gathered, but they did not domesticate. And there are a number of attempts at domestication, but it's after the Younger Dryas that we see this sudden surge in domestication. Now, I'm not saying, and I've never said, and you will not be able to find a quote where I've said that they introduced agriculture. They introduced the idea of agriculture. And we're talking about a very small number of people. The myths speak of 7 sages again and again in multiple locations around the world, bringing the idea of agriculture, but that agriculture is then applied to locally available plant species. And we do then see the long process of domestication beginning after the Younger Dryas, not before it. We don't see that domestication occurring before 12,900 years ago. We see some attempts at gathering crops. We see some sheen on sickles that show that people were cutting wild grasses and using the seeds. We do see all of that, but we don't see domestication. The steps that begin to lead us towards domestication begin after the Younger Dryas, and I think that's the elephant in the room. I think that what happened there during the Younger Dryas is extremely mysterious, and I don't think we have the whole story. And I'm simply proposing that the survivors of a civilization who were in very small numbers traveled around the world seeking refuge, sharing their knowledge with those they took refuge amongst, and sharing the knowledge of those they took refuge amongst. It was an exchange, not a one-way trip, and they did not bring plants and seeds with them. They worked with what was locally available, and that's precisely what we see happening after 12,900 years ago in this whole area of hundreds, thousands of square miles around Göbekli Tepe, going right down into the Jordan Valley. Abu Huraira being a particularly interesting example, very close to Göbekli Tepe, is the first steps being taken towards domestication. There had been multiple attempts to harvest wild grains before that, but no domestication. Suddenly we see the domestication happening. And of course it's happening with locally available plants. I've never said that they introduced plant species from elsewhere.
But if they're introducing the technology of agriculture, that would imply that they had agriculture beforehand, which, as I'm trying to show, doesn't make any sense. You need to invent new species of plants. You need to go against all the evidence that we have.
What new species of plants? Why do you need to?
Well, because
they were using wild grasses in the area of where they were Hollow too, in the Jordan Valley. They were using them 23,000 years ago.
In the area of those wild plants.
But they did not domesticate them.
But then what was your civilization growing?
I don't know. What I do know is I don't know. What do you not understand about the word lost? I don't know what they were growing. But what I'm mystified by is this sudden surge towards domestication, which you rightly say is a long, slow process. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time, but we see those first steps being taken after, not before, the Younger Dryas.
And that's not so sudden. We're talking about thousands of years when agriculture starts in different places. So, it's very early in Southwest Asia, but it's 1,000 or plus year lag in East Asia or Mesoamerica. So when people say suddenly, I think that's a misinterpretation of the evidence. In terms of human generations, we're talking hundreds of human generations.
What I'm referring to suddenly is the transition from harvesting wild grasses to setting in process a project that will lead to domestication of wild grasses. And that cannot be demonstrated before the Younger Dryas. It can only be demonstrated after the Younger Dryas.
It's not a project, it's just planting them in the ground.
And that's why I think that there's something odd about the Younger Dryas episode. And to me, that's something odd when I combine it with mythology from all around the world about the destruction of a great civilization in a global cataclysm, about the fact that there were a few survivors, about the suggestion that they traveled around the world sharing their knowledge and ideas. That's why I think that the spark for the agricultural revolution that we see in that area was introduced. Not the agriculture itself, not the plants themselves. They used locally available plants. They'd be daft.
But to play devil's advocate, if they did do that, wouldn't it would immediately show up as agriculture?
No.
Why would it take thousands of years for it to take hold?
Because it takes a long time to domesticate plants, as Flint has been saying. It's not something.
Well, you see the shift starting immediately.
You see the shift in 150 years,
and you see it immediately at Abu Huraira.
Yes, and then elsewhere, not as early.
But is it also possible that the Younger Dryas impact theory affected the climate and it made agriculture more possible? And then they figured it out after that because it was colder before that, right?
Yeah, we've had lots of cold periods in the past. If you go back through the Ice Age, 400,000 years or so.
Right, but that's a different species of human almost.
No.
They hadn't 400,000 years
400,000 years
ago.
Right,
but they hadn't figured out anything
the earliest evidence so far for anatomically modern humans is from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco. Mm-hmm. It's about 320,000 years old, 315,000 years old, something like that, anatomically modern humans. So I think it makes sense.
But my point is they hadn't figured out anything that we figured out.
No.
So wouldn't it make sense that at one point in time, the human species would figure out agriculture? And if that transition would take place for over a period of thousands of years after a massive shift in the climate.
The mystery to me is why during the previous massive shifts in the climate that took place multiple times over the 400,000 years.
Because humans hadn't evolved to do any of the things that they evolved to do eventually. Build structures, dams, boats, seafaring.
Sure.
All those things took place afterwards, right?
Sure.
So there has to be a timeline for all innovation anyway.
No, I'm responding to your point. Was the climate shift the trigger for agriculture?
It had to be the trigger for something, right?
What I'm saying
whenever
is
there's a massive change in the environment, people adapt to that change. And if you look at the sophistication levels of societies over the course of hundreds of thousands of years, they always move towards a more sophisticated, they figure out new ways, new methods, they get better at things. It just makes sense that they would eventually figure out agriculture.
In this area, there were multiple attempts to figure out agriculture.
Right, but there was also probably multiple attempts to figure out how to make a boat before they figured out how to make a submarine.
Yes,
right.
I mean, so I tend to think that what we see with our record is it's very heterogeneous. So that's why we see agriculture showing up at different times in different places. And so I think that that's really key to get across. I do think that this climatic change, it introduced more CO2, it introduced more humidity and rainfall that made agriculture actually possible, sort of as an intensive undertaking to do. And so I think that that's really important to acknowledge, but I don't want to sort of say that human agency didn't have something to do with that, because humans were the ones that chose to change from just gathering to planting.
Right.
And so I think that's really, really key to demonstrate.
I want to get to Egypt because I think it's one of the most bizarre accomplishments of human beings. And the age of Egypt is a fascinating piece of discussion, because whatever it is, one of the more fascinating things is Robert Schoch out of Boston University, the geologist who examined the erosion in the Temple of the Sphinx and determined it to be thousands of years of rainfall, and which would predate the Sphinx by quite a bit, because this is all stone that had been moved by human beings, and it had been used to construct the Sphinx. And this Temple of the Sphinx had been carved out. It's very clear that it was carved out. And you see these massive fissures that look exactly like water erosion. He specifically said that he showed these images to other geologists without telling them what they were looking at. And they almost unanimously said that it was water erosion over thousands of years of rainfall. And then when he would show them exactly what he was telling them to describe, then they didn't want to have any part of it, because they're like, okay, now you're saying something that's really crazy, because now you're saying that this structure is 11,000 years old as opposed to 4,500 years old.
Surprise, surprise! I'm going to disagree with you.
Shall we look at?
Well, it's not me. It's
Robert Schoch.
Shall we look at some images?
Yes.
Of the Sphinx.
Let's look at images of the water erosion, because it's.
And then I'll show some images of the quarries nearby.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Sure.
So if you could hook me up again, Jamie, to the HDMI. And again, credit to my wife Santa, who has taken every risk with me, every step, every dive for the last 30 plus years. This is her aerial photograph of the Sphinx enclosure and of the Sphinx temple, so-called.
How'd you get that picture?
In a helicopter.
Wow.
Back in, the mid-90s somewhere. Sphinx temple directly in front of the Sphinx, so-called, and the Valley temple to the left as we view it. And you can see that the Sphinx is a rock-hewn structure cut out of the bedrock with a trench around it. And if we go in here, the notion that the Sphinx bears the marks of precipitation-induced weathering is an evolution of an idea that the late, great John Anthony West had many, many years ago. You've had John on your show before.
Twice. Yeah.
He's a dear friend of mine.
He was great. Magical Egypt. I can't recommend it enough. It's such a fascinating
material.
He has two of them, two series. I think there's like 3 DVDs in each one, and it's just incredible stuff. Just on the undisputable things about the construction methods and how fascinating it is that they built these things.
Marvelous, out of the box thinker. I miss him so much. He was a dear
amazing
friend. It was he who brought Robert Schoch to the Giza Plateau. And Robert took a look at the erosion around the Sphinx and eventually came to the conclusion that the best explanation for it was that this Sphinx enclosure had been subjected to at least 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And Robert Schoch right now puts that back to around the 10,000 BC date, 12,000 plus years ago, during the Younger Dryas, when indeed there were heavy rains in Egypt. And it's these deep vertical fissures in the side of the enclosure wall which most clearly demonstrate what he's talking about. That rainwater pouring off the edge of the plateau would have selectively cut out the softer areas of rock and created these fissures that we see through it, and this rounded scalloped profile in Robert Schoch's view and in mine.
I've had Robert Schoch on as well.
Yeah.
We talked about it for a long time.
And I want to pay tribute to Robert Schoch here. He and I have had our differences, but Robert Schoch, in my view, is a hero. Robert Schoch is a mainstream academic who has stuck his neck out for an idea that is very unpopular with mainstream academics. He's taken all the risks for his career, he's put himself out there, and he's spoken his truth. And I want to respect Robert Schoch. I want to express that respect and kudos to Robert Schoch for everything he's done. He's helped to advance this field enormously and to allow people to think previously unthinkable thoughts.
And I've seen him attacked
mercilessly. This happens again and again with archaeologists, unfortunately.
So
now I'll just complete this point, because it's often said that the Sphinx was the work of the pharaoh Khafre, and that these two temples were the work of the pharaoh Khafre, particularly the Valley temple that we see on the right there. There's no inscriptions in the Sphinx temple, but when we come to the Valley temple, what we're looking at is a limestone core, and those limestone blocks were actually taken out of the Sphinx trench, which was then faced in a later time with granite. And there's a quote from Robert Schoch there, who's saying that basically the original temples were limestone, and that they were faced with granite. Now, that's the interior of the temple. You can see that there's definitely two phases of construction there. There's the granite, no dispute that that's Old Kingdom Egypt. And then there's the limestone massive megalithic walls behind it, which are heavily eroded, as you can see even from here. Now, interestingly, is that temple really associated with the pharaoh Khafre? In 1947, I.E.S. Edwards, who was one of the leading Egyptologists of his time, wrote this: around each doorway is a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king. No other inscriptions or relief occur anywhere else in the building. That's been taken to assume that the name of the king was given as Khafre. Actually, Edwards corrected himself in 1993. Around each doorway was carved a band of hieroglyphic inscription giving the name and titles of the king, but only the last words, beloved of the goddess Bastet and beloved of the goddess Hathor, are preserved. No other inscriptions occur anywhere else in the building. In other words, there's nothing in that temple that directly connects it to the pharaoh Khafre. But what's interesting is the way that granite facing, which certainly was done in the Old Kingdom, has actually been, the interior of the granite has actually been cut to match the heavily weathered limestone that it's covering. It's been cut to shape that. They're honoring and respecting that ancient structure. And so in my opinion, the geological evidence on the antiquity of the Sphinx is strong. There's no doubt that the ancient Egyptians were there, that they did work on the Sphinx. The head of the Sphinx was recarved into a human head. I and my colleagues believe it was originally the head of a lion, that the Sphinx was an entire lion.
But the evidence that it's been carved is that it has far less erosion than the rest of the body, correct?
And also the head is way out of proportion to the rest of the body. That's an issue, because one thing the ancient Egyptians were pretty good at when they put their minds to it was proportion.
Yeah.
And the disproportionate size of the head of the Sphinx in relation to the whole body of the Sphinx.
I mean, if you look at other ancient Egyptian sphinxes, they also have small heads. If you put my head on a lion, it would look small. And they all look relatively small.
Indeed, it would look small. That's the point. It was a lion before, and it was cut. It was heavily eroded, and it was then cut down into a human head.
But it does have a distinctly different form of erosion.
No, that's actually where I come and disagree with you. I have some photos as well.
What's your evidence that it was connected to Khafre?
The head. Oh yeah, and I can show you why. Yeah, because it's a different stratum of the natural limestone.
I see.
So if you look at the geology of the area, are you finished, Graham? If not, I'll put up some slides.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let's do this. So first off, I want to sort of show this is what it looks like. Even the neck. You don't see the neck today because because they expanded the headdress as a support for the head. And so the point is that there's these different layers of this limestone here that we can understand geologically. And so there's this very dense limestone that's up by the head, and then the rest of the limestone is much more fragile and porous. So I do want to be clear, how do we date the Sphinx? What kind of evidence archaeologically are we using? Mm-hmm. And so what that comes from is largely radiocarbon dates from the pyramids themselves. So pieces of wood that were in between the blocks of the pyramids have been radiocarbon dated and definitively tell us that the pyramids were built during the Old Kingdom, right?
But didn't they do work on the pyramids at multiple stages? where they would probably like reseal things and surface things and clean things. If they were constructed 12, 13, 20,000 years ago and people were still inhabiting them 5,000 years ago, wouldn't it make sense that they would do things to them?
Well, we have inscriptions in there from areas that are sealed off from the actual construction, graffiti from the workmen, referring to, for example, Friends of Khufu and different workmen gangs that are in there. And these are in areas...
It's graffiti, like they tagged
they tagged it, exactly.
You know that particular graffiti in the Khufu cartouche has long been suggested as a forgery by Howard Vines.
Except it uses versions of Khufu's name that were not known until later by scholars. And so that's
what versions of those?
I don't know, man. I don't read hieroglyphs.
Where did you get that information?
Egyptologists.
Where'd you get that information?
I got that. No, not from Zahi Hawass. I've never met Zahi Hawass. I got that information from reading, man. But okay, so let's go back. How do we know that these radiocarbon dates with the blocks in the pyramid relate to the Sphinx itself? Because the Sphinx is just hewn out of natural stone, right? These different layers here. Mm-hmm. So the reason we know is because geochemists have done stone sourcing on the chemistry of these stones in the pyramids. And they've been able to trace them to different quarries at Giza. And so this is photos of different quarries and cuttings for the quarries. And so they've taken samples from the quarries themselves and from the stones in the pyramids. They do different kinds of geochemical analyses to show the ratios of, in this case, magnesium and iron. And then they trace them back to specific quarries there. And so they know that a bunch of the stones from Khafre, for example, come from the area of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is from a quarry. It's a quarry site for those stones. And so one of the things...
Go back to that slide for a second.
Yeah.
Cut into the quarry walls. Okay.
And so this is a photo of some of these quarries, and I want to point out that the quarry walls look a lot like exactly the walls of the Sphinx itself. It has the same kind of erosion on it. It has the same kind of rough working on it. And so what you're actually seeing with the Sphinx is you're seeing this roughened shape from quarrying, which is then built with nicer stones around it.
Right, but we're talking about the temple, the Sphinx, the outside structures, what Robert Schoch was discussing. That shows much more clear indication of the water erosion. Not necessarily this, which shows a lot of kind of different erosion.
And by the way, this restoration on the paws of the Sphinx is modern.
Yes, that is modern. I'm not going to deny that. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that we can't... A, I don't think that anybody really agrees with Schoch that it is erosion. B... If it is erosion, well, a lot of geologists do not. Nor do
many geologists do. Many geologists do agree with that.
Very few.
I think it's quite a bit. Graham, you would know more than I do.
I think it's quite a bit too, but it doesn't really matter to me. I think whether geologists agree with him or not, whether archaeologists agree with him or not, he's spoken his truth. He's made his case. And I think it's a strong and compelling case.
And what I'm trying to do is present the evidence that goes against him, right?
But when you look at those fissures that are in that wall,
you see the same thing on quarries there. You know, it's the same exact kind of fissures on this. Is just a completely different quarry in a different area of Giza.
That's not the most specific example of it, though. If you show other examples of that wall.
And so, I mean,
there's other examples of that wall that are much more rounded out.
So I have been to Giza, by the way.
See, this just doesn't look the same to me.
Wait, but I have a reason for saying that. I've been to Giza. The one time I went to Giza, it rained. In fact, the taxi got into an accident because the oil on the road got so slick that we were hit from behind.
Right, it does rain.
Very minor fender bender, but the point
but
is,
you're not denying that the climate radically changed.
How do you date erosion like this? That takes a lot of experimentation, and I've seen no evidence that shows how to date this kind of erosion to 12,000 years ago or something like that.
Are you in control of the thing now?
I am, and I was going to show
Graham, can you show images from what you were looking at when it shows the water erosion? Because it looks very different. The images that Graham was showing from where Robert Schoch did his work, it's much more extreme. The ones that you have are from a distance, and the other ones are kind of blurry, and you're looking at it, it looks similar. But like
I was there in 2003, so
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. But this is different. The fissures in there are different. They really look like water flow. And if you're talking about the different layers of stone, which are softer in some layers and harder in other, if you did have that kind of water flowing through it, it would make sense that the softer layers would be more eroded. And that's Robert Schoch's contention.
And how are you going to date that, though, to however long ago. One of the other key
Well, don't you date it though? But don't you date it though by the amount of rainfall that we know took place at a certain time?
Because a small amount of rainfall can also cause erosion, especially in a dry environment. So in very dry environments, a tiny amount of rainfall can actually damage things even worse because things are so dry.
But that level of erosion?
Well, but you need to come up with some independent way of dating it, right? And that's where the issue is. What we do have is independent confirmation that the blocks in the pyramids came from the quarry right there.
Right.
And we have dates on those blocks from radiocarbon dates of wood in between those blocks.
There's an area where my work is misunderstood. I strongly support Robert Schoch on the 12,000-year-old dating of the Sphinx and of the megalithic temples in front of the Sphinx. I've never claimed that the pyramids are 12,000 years old.
Oh, I know it didn't say.
I didn't say.
I know some people do though.
Yeah, some people do.
Yeah,
I've never claimed that. I do not seek to divorce the ancient
That is
Egyptians
why I brought up
from
the notion
pyramids.
that they'd been resurfaced, because that's the claim.
Yeah, I've heard that claim as
that
well.
People had been living in them for thousands of years, and so that the material that you're dating is from that time period.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the hieroglyphs that show kingdoms going back 30,000 years?
I've never heard that, so I have no comment.
It's in all the king lists of the
Oh, you mean the dating of that? Yeah, well, so there's a lot of issues with the way that those are dated because they're not precisely dated. It's just generations. So it's about how you interpret that kind of stuff. But it's still, it becomes an issue of mythology. Are they adding in extra generations there and stuff like that?
Or are they actually reporting their truthful memory of their past?
Well, but we'd want to have directly dated evidence of that.
You might want to have that.
I think if we're going to talk about archaeological evidence, we need directly dated stuff.
And one of the things that's fascinating about Egypt is the discovery of older construction methods that are below, and very sophisticated, below the surface, that the different temples were built on previous construction.
I mean, that happens in every culture, where you see sort of spaces being reused in different ways.
Right.
Temple of Horus at Edfu, where the Atlantis story is told in an ancient Egyptian context, is a good example of that, because the Temple of Horus at Edfu is just the latest incarnation of a series of older temples that have stood on that site. It is a regular issue in ancient Egypt.
And so how much time are we talking about then? So if we go back to 4,500 years ago, which is the established date of the construction of the Great Pyramid, right? Somewhere around then?
Edfu dates to the Ptolemaic period, so it's actually after Plato. So can I talk a second about
Edfu? We'll come to that. I think it'd be really good to talk about Edfu and Atlantis.
All right, briefly though, we've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's great. Everybody's hanging in there. But these temples that were built on these older temples, what time period is ascribed to them? Like, what's the oldest construction?
Oh, in the case of Edfu, it comes into the early Old Kingdom, the earliest, not prehistoric.
So what year?
Maybe 4,000 years ago.
And so, what is the oldest construction that we're aware of in Egypt?
I mean, we have Neolithic buildings that go back, 8,000 years or something, 9,000 years. Yeah.
I think the oldest construction that we're aware of in Egypt is the Great Sphinx and the megalithic temples in front of it. That's my view.
But we have no evidence from the Giza Plateau of any occupation that early, and that's one of the most intensively explored archaeological landscapes in the world.
In terms of food, seeds?
In terms of anything, yeah. Mm-hmm. In terms of artifacts or seeds or food, we have nothing that dates back that old.
The question is, what would be left?
Well, we'd find stuff just like we find stuff everywhere. I mean,
is there a point of no return though? Like, is there a time period where there's 20,000 or 30,000 years ago where all the stuff you're looking for would have already been consumed by the earth?
No, because when you work in stone, this survives. Stone tools.
But what about
fire pottery? Bones themselves are going to survive in that kind of environment.
What do we think they used to transport these stones, cut these stones, place them, and how did they have a mathematical understanding of geometry to the point where they could put together this immense structure of 2,300,000 stones? If you think about everybody else that was alive 4,500 years ago, you don't think of anything even remotely as sophisticated as Egypt.
I don't know. I think what we're starting to see is that there is a lot more stuff that's very
right, but there's nothing like the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Look, in terms of visual striking stuff, I agree.
Also accomplishment.
But the Egyptians tell us that they do it. They tell us the names of their engineers that design it, like Imhotep, and they have depictions of them moving enormous stones and statues that take 50, 60 people. They do it on sand. Here, wait, I have this booted up in my Google if you want, Jamie. This is from later. But sorry, I hate Google sometimes. But this is from a little later. I think it's New Kingdom, but it shows people moving this enormous statue. And so what they're actually doing is doing it on sand. Come on, Washington Post.
And what year is this image from?
Oh God, I think it's New Kingdom, so maybe 2,500 years ago, something. No, more than that, 3,000 years ago ish. But what they're showing is they do it on a sledge right here.
A sled.
And then they pour water on the sand so that it can actually help move it. And so it makes it actually doable to move something that large. And so, I mean, I just want to get back to the point that, look, humans are smart people.
Can I ask you this, though? Is this 2,000 years ago?
Probably more like 3,000.
Isn't that after these things were made?
Well, no, because the Egyptians kept constructing large things.
So they did have things like this that they made during this time
They stopped building pyramids, but they still built enormous temples like a Karnak.
And these enormous statues.
Yeah, exactly.
Sliding megalithic statues on wet sand. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm wondering is how you get a series of actually dozens of 70-ton granite blocks up to 300 feet above the base of the pyramid to form the ceiling of the king's chamber and the floor and the ceilings of the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. No matter how much wet sand you've got, you're not going to get them 300 feet in the air.
Levers?
Levers? What levers?
Yeah, well, levers made of wood. We can find this online.
Hang on. Levers made of wood. You've been to Giza, so you know what the Great Pyramid looks like. We're envisaging a ramp, right?
It's possible, yeah.
A ramp to bring the stones up to that.
I'm envisaging very smart people with large labor forces and the equipment needed to do this.
I'm envisaging that too, but I find it difficult to see how your wet sand example gets
this was an example of
70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air.
But you've got to make the concession that there's such a jump between what these people were able to do and what everybody else was able to do. There's such a difference.
I mean, I think there's such a doing something different is how I'd put it.
It's not just doing something different. It's doing something on a scale that no one is doing 4,500 years ago. That scale's insane.
It's cool as hell.
It's cool as hell, but it's also, it's so different.
Yeah.
It's as different to the rest of the world as to hunter-gatherer civilizations that are in the Amazon to people that are living in Manhattan.
And that's why even in the Roman period, Egypt was a tourist destination, you know, to go there and see these marvels. And so if ever since they've been built, it's become a tourist destination because they're so visually striking and they really grab at everybody's imagination, right? And so there's something very enigmatic about that. But I don't want to sort of say just because it's enigmatic and mysterious that we should not give credit to these people because they were
it's the same
smart people.
No one's saying don't give credit to these people. I think even people that are dating Egypt back, like if the hieroglyphs that dated back to more than 30,000 years, it's the same people. No one's saying it's different people that did it. What everyone's saying is, like, how did they achieve the level of sophistication that they absolutely undeniably had at the very most recent 4,500 years ago? So just that alone, like, what the fuck was going on there?
There's a date stamp at Giza. And this concerns another issue between archaeology and me, is what counts as evidence? What can we regard as evidence? Archaeology dismisses the Great Sphinx as evidence for an older civilization on the grounds that you've put. Can't be presented as evidence for an older civilization. And the other thing that archaeology tends to dismiss is mythology and tradition. Can I give a small, quick presentation which is much to do with Egypt and much to do with what impassions me about this subject, and then we'll come back to it. So this is another one of Santa's amazing pictures of the Great Pyramid from the air. The ancient Egyptians spoke of a time called Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods walked the earth. If we're going to find out when that was, you need to have knowledge of an obscure astronomical phenomenon called the precession of the equinoxes. Now, we all know that everybody's heard the song, "We live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius." Actually, this connects to this idea. Because the Earth wobbles on its axis and is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars, it changes the times that particular stars rise in times of year, and it changes the positions of those stars in the sky as viewed from the Earth. Right now, at dawn on the spring equinox, the sun rises against the background of the constellation of Pisces. We live, if you like, in the age of Pisces, and we will do for the next 100 years or so. But because of the precessional wobble, we're going to move into the age of Aquarius in about 100 years. That just means that the constellation of Aquarius will house the sun on the spring equinox in that time because of the precessional wobble. And these shifts take place at the rate of about 1 degree every 72 years. Now, the discoverer of precession is attributed to a Greek astronomer and mathematician called Hipparchus, and we're looking at 127 BC. But these guys, Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend, in an amazing piece of work called Hamlet's Mill, strongly dispute that, and they suggest that we're looking at an extremely ancient knowledge of precession, worldwide heritage of a lost civilization to which all subsequent civilizations in all parts of the globe, forgetful of the source of the precious legacy they received, are the ungrateful heirs. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of the history of science at MIT. Hertha von Deschend was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University, so they're no lightweights. They refer to the fact that a series of numbers keep cropping up in ancient myths all around the world, associated with imagery. And those numbers are all based on the number 72. I have to be quick about this, but 72 divided by 2 is 36. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. There's a whole series of numbers in ancient mythology, far more ancient than the Greeks, which deploy these numbers. They go back right into the Rig Veda in written forms and much, much earlier than that. If we go to Angkor in Cambodia, an amazing site, again, Santa took this from a helicopter way back in the 90s, you'll find at Angkor a myth displayed on the walls, and that's called the churning of the Milky Ocean. And here we see the great serpent wrapped around the body of Mount Mandara, and teams of demons and angels are pulling on the body of the serpent. This is seen as an image of precession, of the precessional wobble by Santillana and von Deschend. And they point out that it's not only expressed in myth, but also in architecture. So at Angkor Thom, we've got 108 statues on the bridge. That's a precessional number. It's 72 plus 36, 54 on each side. And it's the churning of the Milky Ocean by Mount Mandara that's being displayed there. Angkor Wat is, like the Great Pyramid, is aligned to within a fraction of a single degree of true north, south, east, and west. And on the spring equinox, if you go to Angkor and stand at the end of that long causeway right in the center, you'll observe this, and you'll only observe it then. You'll observe the sun rising directly over the central tower and sitting on top of the central tower of Angkor Wat. This site, nobody disputes it, is an equinoctial marker. It's designed to celebrate the spring equinox. And that's what you see at that time and at that time only. Let's jump over to Egypt now. When we come to the Nile Delta, here's the Great Pyramid. Now, I'll give you some statistics. It's 481.39 feet high originally. It's a bit lower today. It lost some 30 feet from its top in an earthquake. Footprint of the base, 13.1 acres. Weight, 6 million tons. 2.3 million blocks. Lost casing stones also came off in that earthquake. 115,000 of them weighing 10 tons each, covering an area of 22 acres. Angle of slope is 52 degrees. And this monument is aligned to within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. Why do I pick 3/60ths? Because degrees are divided into 60 minutes. So we're talking about 3 arc minutes, a tiny fraction of a single degree of error in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid seems to be speaking to the earth. It's not only aligned almost precisely to true north, it's placed very close to latitude 30, 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. And most mysteriously of all, if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, which is a precessional number, it's one of those numbers, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by the same number, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So we have a monument that is perfectly aligned to geographical north, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale based on a key motion of the Earth itself, the precession of the Earth's axis. This to me is very clever. Now, I'm not going to support that here. There's not much time. But if anybody wants to freeze the frame and look at this slide, All this information comes from IES Edwards about the statistics of the Great Pyramid, and the calculations are there. Now, there's the Giza Plateau. There's our 3 Great Pyramids. It's hard to... Can you see the Sphinx in this, Flint?
No, maybe I'm...
How about you, Joe?
Is that in the left-hand corner?
Yeah, it's in the left there. It's in the left there. It's 270 feet long, but you can see how it's kind of dwarfed by the pyramids in the background. The Great Sphinx looks over the Nile Valley. That's the Nile Valley we're looking at. And the Great Sphinx is oriented perfectly due east. We've talked about the erosion of the Sphinx. This is the view from the back of the Sphinx's head. If you were there at the summer solstice, you would see the sun rising very far to the left, far to the north of east. If you were there at the winter solstice, you'd see the sun rising very far to the south, south of east. But if you're there on the spring equinox, you see the Sphinx is looking directly at the rising sun, just like Angkor does. It's an equinoctial marker. It's clearly there to celebrate the equinoctial moment. And we find the same kind of metaphor of a whirling, churning process taking place in ancient Egypt, for example, here. The question then becomes, was there a time when the lion Sphinx looked at a lion in the sky? And yes, there was a time when the lion Sphinx looked at a lion in the sky. And that time is around 12,600 years ago. It's not a single moment, it's an epoch of several hundred years. But the constellation of Leo, was the age of Leo, was rising, housing the sun 12,600 years ago. Precession can be used to fix the date of monuments, still is today. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, which freezes the skies above the Hoover Dam. And the reason that is there, the architect said, in remote ages to come, intelligent people with knowledge of precession would be able to discern the astronomical time of the dam's construction. So let's use this precessional tool to consider the age of the whole Giza Plateau. I strongly reaffirm, I do not insist that the pyramids are 12,000 years old. I do insist that the Sphinx is 12,000 years old. I think it's a very strong argument that Robert Schoch has made. But I do think the ground platforms for the Sphinx were there. I think that for the pyramids were there 12,000 years ago, and I think the project was completed much later by the ancient Egyptians. You need to know a bit about Egyptian mythology. The god Osiris, who walked the earth in the legendary Zep Tepi the first time, murdered by 72 conspirators, another one of those processional numbers, eventually becomes the ruler of the ancient Egyptian afterlife kingdom, which is called the Duat, which is both an underworld and a region of the sky. And here's Robert Bauval's Orion correlation. And one of Robert's strongest critics is Ed Krupp from the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, who doesn't accept the correlation. Nevertheless, he does accept that according to the pyramid text, the pharaoh rose to the stars as Orion. Egyptian astronomy recognized Orion, at least his belt, as the celestial incarnation of Osiris. And I want to pay tribute to Robert Bauval. He's another researcher in this alternative field who has suffered massive heart-rending attacks by the academic establishment, and yet who has contributed a key idea that is worthy of further consideration. One of the reasons I don't separate the Great Pyramids from the ancient Egyptians is that there are 4 shafts cut through the body of the Great Pyramid, and this is not disputed. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber points directly at the belt of Orion, specifically at the lowest of the 3 stars, as it crosses the meridian, which is the north-south line in the sky, in the epoch that the pyramids are supposedly built, around 2500 BC. And so do all the other 4 shafts also target stars in that epoch, the epoch of 2500 BC. But when we come back to the Sphinx, we have to remember this alignment is slow. It would have remained recognizable for more than 1,000 years, roughly the Younger Dryas, roughly from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. What confronts us at Giza, in my view, is a 3-dimensional representation of the sky of about 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. We have the Sphinx looking due east at the constellation of Leo. At the moment the sun bisects the horizon, we find that the constellation of Orion is sitting due south on the meridian with its 3 belt stars in the same pattern as the 3 Great Pyramids on the ground. And not only that, but precession has caused the orientation of the belt stars to change. In 2500 BC, they were in the wrong orientation. 10,500 BC, they're in the right orientation. And I'm just asking, are we looking at the date stamp of Zet Tepi, the first time, written in the astronomical language of precession? And in case anybody doubts that we've made up these images, these are shots from Stellarium. This is 10,600 BC. This is the due east view from Giza, looking at the constellation of Leo, rising in direct line with the gaze of the Sphinx. As the sun breaks the horizon, Leo is a bit higher. If we look due south at that moment, we'll see the constellation of Orion sitting due south on the meridian. And finally, we have Orion and the Sphinx in this single image. These are genuine images from Stellarium. Anybody can have a computer software program and go look at the ancient skies. And the ancient skies tell us that there's this astonishing connection between the Sphinx in its equinoctial alignment and the constellation of Leo, and between the Great Pyramids and the constellation of Orion as it looked 12,500 years ago.
Flint, what is your take on this, the understanding of the precessional equinoxes? Do you buy it?
Unsurprisingly, no. So let me explain.
Okay.
So my issue here, there's a bunch of things that Graham talked about, and I have replies to a few different ones. And then I'd like to do a quick presentation of, this has been a long conversation.
Yeah.
So I think the issue with the lion facing Leo rests on that assumption. So obviously it's facing the sunrise. It even aligns reasonably well with the equinox, but we don't have any examples of, say, a constellation sign facing another constellation sign. It's a one-off example that, as I started at the very beginning, archaeology is built upon patterns. And so a one-off example to me is not convincing that that's the intention of that, is to have it facing Leo, because we only have this one example. And it's an interesting idea, but I don't see it as proven at all. If we want to get into some of the math, so look, I had surgery this last year, and I was listening to one of your podcasts, Graham, while I was zonked out of my mind on painkillers. And
that must have been fun.
Oh yeah, and so it wasn't a Joe Rogan podcast; it was a different one you did. But so I wanted to check out this math about the pyramid. And so I know that you did not originate with this math, but you use it a lot to explain how cultures see the precession. And so in a sense, you take the height of the pyramid, 146.5 meters. You're trying to see how it relates to the polar radius of the Earth, 6,356,000 meters. And then you're using this precession number 72, which is the amount that the Earth's wobble changes by 1 degree is 72 years. And so you multiply it by 43,200. Why is that a precessional number? Because that's 72 times 600. And I checked it. I checked it in different kinds of things. If you do it in feet, or you do it in metric system, it works, right? Because that's how math works. So with multiplication, it's going to be transferable to different kind of units, and it's 99.57% accurate. But then I thought to myself, wait a second, can we find this elsewhere? And sure enough, as Graham states, you can. So I went to my own backyard, the Parthenon in Greece. And the Parthenon has 46 inner columns plus 23 outer columns for a total of 69 columns, which I think is a pretty cool number in and of itself. You got 69. And then you can multiply 69 by 576,000, which is also a precessional number of 72 times 8,000. And you get 39,744,000, which is 99.17% accurate to the global circumference of the Earth. And kind of my point here, though, is that this will work for everything, because you have such a large number, you can solve it yourself. So let's take 420. We all love 420, right? So you just do this backwards. You take the polar radius of the Earth, 6,356,000, divide that by 420, divide it by our precession 72, and you get the solution to this problem, which is 210.185. Let's round that to 210, which is pretty cool because that's half of 420. Plus it's 3 times 7 times 10. And then when you do it in reverse, 420 times 15,120, which is that precessional number of 72 times 210, and you get 6,350,400. It's 99.91% accurate, more accurate than the height of the Great Pyramid. So every time you smoke a joint, you are connecting with the Earth mathematically. The reality is that math is there to find relationships between numbers. And so we can go and find those very easily if we work them out. And I'm not saying that you did this in reverse. I'm saying that we're always going to find mathematical relationships between such numbers. And so that's what I think is really important here to think about, that it's always going to be there if you look. It's not something that the Egyptians necessarily encoded in there. That's a large assumption, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is, how do you think they were able to align the pyramid to true north, south, east, and west within such a slight degree of error? And do you think they had knowledge at all about the precessional equinoxes?
For the second one, I'd say I see no evidence of knowledge of the precessional equinoxes in ancient Egyptian architecture. In terms of the first question, aligning it with true north, there's different ways you can do that with the North Star, or by even on an equinox. If you hold up an obelisk or a stick and you trace the shadow that it makes, you're going to end up getting true north, east, south, east, west. And so there's different ways that they could have worked out what true north was. Which one they used, I'm not sure.
But the level of accuracy that they achieved.
Smart people.
Yeah,
Smart
but
people.
just be kind of beyond smart. That's what freaks me out about the whole subject. It's like, how was this, regardless of the argument about the date, whatever it is, humans built it. They did somehow. They made something that is so immense and so mind-blowing that today people scratch their heads and say, how?
Yeah, and I think that that's such a cool thing when you think about the past. You know, they didn't have TV. They didn't have Joe Rogan to listen to. They had the stars above them. And so, you know, I fully agree with Graham that a lot of ancient cultures are looking at the stars. And we can track different times when they're aligning things with solstices, equinoxes, or different...
What do you make of the what looks like ancient drill marks and all these different bizarre ways it seems like they were carving the stones out? That's kind of inexplicable.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure if I'd say it's inexplicable. You oftentimes see those drill marks, and so they're not as precise as some people always claim online and stuff like that.
Not just that they were precise, but that it required a drill that moves at an insane speed.
Well, I think it required a lot of sand.
Hard.
It was the abrasion of the sand that actually did that. And so it's the sand itself is just slowly abrading down the granite.
With a core, but coring it. Like, what would you use to do that?
A drill made of copper or bronze, and then sand and water. Yeah,
has that ever been shown to be possible to do
that?
Yeah,
I think it's Scientists Against Myths on YouTube that has
They've done those core samples, like they've dug into stone like that.
They've drilled into granite like that. Yeah,
I know that they tried to cut them, and it took a long ass time.
Oh yeah,
like sawing back and forth.
I think that's what we need to think about. Is this takes a long ass time? It's a huge achievement of human energy and things like that.
I'd like to just finish on this point of the date stamp. It's not one thing, it's two things. It's the three pyramids on the ground and their relationship to Orion at the same moment that the Sphinx, equinoctially targeted very precisely, not slightly, but perfectly due east, is gazing at its celestial counterpart in the sky. And the Milky Way is in position over the Nile River as well at the same time. It's a picture of the sky that we're looking at Giza. Picture of the sky 12,600 years before our time that we're looking at Giza, and I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's a deliberate, intentional date stamp that's been placed on that place. It's not just one monument; it's a whole complex of monuments on the Giza Plateau and indeed the Nile River as well, which are being put on the ground to mirror the sky at that time. And I think it's worth taking seriously. I think it's worth investigating, and then we add the issue of the erosion of the Sphinx to this, which also puts it back to 12,000 years. And I think it's unfortunate that archaeology is so hurried to dismiss all of this and so unwelcoming to the possibility that we might be missing something in the human story.
Can I give a little conclusion myself?
Sure, please do.
All right. Jamie, do you mind if I can share my slides? First of all, I really want to express thank you to both of you for having me.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
I want to say I'm not here to tell people what to believe. I really am not. I'm here to try to share the kind of evidence that we have and what archaeologists actually do. And I really do strongly believe that we do update with new evidence. I think that every single paper we publish is trying to change the paradigm of how we see the past with new methods, new evidence, and new things like that. And what we're starting to realize is that humans were very resilient and very innovative. We're seeing these mammoth bone structures going back 30,000 years, something like that, 20,000 years. I think I got that date wrong. It's been a long chat. But so we're seeing this evidence for sort of major hunter-gatherer monuments that is growing and really changing our picture of who we are. But at the same time, I want to say that archaeology is very much about cultural heritage around the world. We need to give credit to the people that did things, and we need to really understand how modern people see their own cultural heritage and respect that. And so I just want to give a shout out to everybody listening from all over the world. Be proud of who you come from. But lastly, I have a couple things I want to say, but I want to say there's major threats to archaeology that are going on in the world right now. There was just a major BBC article from yesterday. Wales, where I am right now, there's a 20% across the board cut to cultural heritage in Wales. They're talking about closing the National Museum in Cardiff. The National Museum of Wales, one of the jewels of that sector there. And so I want to draw everybody's attention. I'll share the links with you guys to this petition in front of the Welsh Parliament to try to get this debated, because it's really important that these scale of cuts do not happen. Everybody that's listening, Graham, I think you and me can agree that archaeological research is important. You could not do the research you do without the kind of cultural heritage initiatives that happen.
Absolutely not. I couldn't do any of the work I do without the work that's been done by archaeologists. And I've said that on Joe's show multiple times.
I agree with you, and I want people to support the funding of archaeology, history. At Cardiff University, where I teach, there's threats to cut all ancient languages from the program, from the teaching program: Latin, ancient Greek, Sanskrit, and Hebrew. And so this is a huge deal. If you want to have people go out and do their own research, we need to have these kind of subjects available at public universities like Cardiff University. One of the top archaeology departments in the world, it was just ranked just a few weeks ago in one of the world rankings as like in the top 20 or 30 in the world. It had just closed. Sheffield, where I learned how to study ancient animal remains, University of Sheffield, just completely axed and destroyed a few years ago. And so what we're seeing is a complete defunding of the humanities and the social sciences and history and archaeology, anthropology, classical studies, and more. And so please, if we care about understanding these mysteries from the past, we need to fund being able to teach people. We need to fund the actual research into it.
Can I ask what's the motivation behind defunding archaeology?
Saving money.
To put on what?
I have no idea. New buildings. We don't actually cost that much. Most of our research is funded through grants that we competitively get, like my grant that I use to do my isotope analysis, or it's funded through private donations.
I can't understand how, with our knowledge of history, it's so fascinating that archaeology would somehow or another be underfunded.
Yeah, it's real bad. UNC Greensboro just cut their anthropology archaeology department.
Yeah, it's crazy when you consider what our culture does spend money on.
Right.
Yes.
That it's not spending money on finding out who we are and where we came from.
Exactly.
Finding out about our past.
Is there better evidence that we're sick?
Yeah, it's very good evidence that we're sick.
That we don't want funding of our past.
We want to live in the moment.
We're a sick civilization. Yeah. We tick all the boxes for the next lost civilization.
I'll get to that in a second.
Oh, no.
I would like to... since you've had your moment here, Flint, or do you have?
I have just a couple more things to say, and then you can finish up as we agree.
Okay, we'll wrap it up.
Sorry, we also face threats like looting. So the trade in archaeological artifacts usually comes from looting done by terrorists, different cartels around the world, and we need funding to protect sites and things like that. But I want to share that there's good archaeology on YouTube. I want to give a shout out to the World of Antiquity, Stefan Milo, Archaeology Tube. There's a new channel by Dr. Smithy Nathan that I think is really interesting. Pause this, go check out some of these channels. There's also a lot of really great archaeology podcasts. I want to give a big shout out to the Tales from Atlantis, The Dirt, Movies We Dig, and one that's not on here that I'm going to appear on next week talking about the Bronze Age collapse and climate change in the Eastern Mediterranean is Let's Talk About Myths, Baby, hosted by Liv Albert. So check those out. But lastly, I just want to talk about why it matters that we study the past. When we look at scholarship and understanding the collapse of societies, what we usually see is human resilience. It's not like everybody dies. People survive. It's the upper crust of society that disappears. It's the palaces, it's the political structures, it's the major temples, it's the monuments, it's the art. Normal people survive. And so what I want to say is if you are wealthy and you're listening to this and you're worried about societal collapse, don't go and try to hide from it. You need to invest in our society. That is what your wealth and status is based upon, is our society itself. So you need to invest in the resilience of the people around you and not thinking that you can protect yourself. Because if you look at history, go read these books. Eric Klein's book comes out tomorrow. Guy Middleton's book goes all over the world and looks at collapse. It is the rich and the elites who get eaten. So we have to invest in everyone if we want to survive this. And my own research into climate change at the end of the Bronze Age, what it shows is that the ancient Greeks adapted too late. It took them hundreds of years to realize that the climate had dried, and it took them hundreds of years to adapt their food production systems. And so let's not do that. We understand how the world is changing around us. Let's listen to that and try to invest in our future. Everything we do, whether it's trading stocks, deciding how to fix our plumbing, deciding on what we're going to do, is based on our knowledge of the past. And so we need to invest in our knowledge from the past and what it can tell us so that we can act properly today. Thank you.
Ironically, you sound like you're preparing us for the collapse of civilization.
I already gave that interview.
It sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah.
It sounds like rich people better put your money back in society.
Exactly.
Or we're fucked. Graham, you want to wrap this up?
Yeah, it's been an interesting conversation, Flint, and there's so much, both from my side and from yours, that we've not been able to touch on. My request to you is, I showed that clip where you're calling for a crusade against pseudo-archaeology. With pseudo-archaeology from the beginning. I believe your friend John Hoops, or your co-author John Hoops, is one of the moderators of my Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit my Wikipedia page. It's locked. Now, the request that I have is it necessary for archaeology to insult those of us who come from different perspectives and look at the past in a different way? Insult people like Robert Bauval, insult people like Robert Schoch, insult people like John Major Jenkins, who John Hoops had a horrible campaign against back in the 2010s through until John Major Jenkins died in 2018. Does mainstream archaeology have to insult us all the time in that way? Is it not possible to have a meeting of minds and say, well, here are a bunch of outsiders. We archaeologists think that they're completely crazy, but let's actually entertain their views. Let's look at them. Let's not be so combative about this. When I first started writing about this, Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, I was immediately attacked by archaeology. It began immediately. BBC Horizon devoted a whole program to trying to rubbish my work and gave platform to archaeologists to do that. Why do we need to have this conflict? Why is it not possible to have multiple points of view on the past? Why ultimately does archaeology so much want to control the narrative about the past? Why do so by attaching notions like racism and white supremacy to people that archaeology disagrees with? Is it not possible to have disagreements that don't involve all of that? I'll tell you frankly, I was hurt badly, wounded badly as a human being by this association that you were very largely responsible for of my work with white supremacy, racism, and all the other stuff that's written about in the SAA's letter. I don't think any of that was necessary. I don't think any of that got to grips with the fundamentals of my work or my ideas. It was just an attempt to write me off and to smear me. And I think it's most unfortunate. And perhaps if anybody can learn a lesson from this, it's actually, we're all on the same side. We're all looking at the past. We're all trying to solve the mystery of the past. Some of us are doing it in a rigorous scientific manner, in the manner that you are. Some of us are doing it in multiple different ways. I've devoted 30 years of my life to this subject. I'm passionate about this subject. It matters to me. I have never knowingly told a lie, although I am constantly accused of lying. I tell my truth, and I try to represent my truth as best as I can. And I believe that's true for the majority of people in the alternative field. Can't we have some kind of meeting of minds between alternative approaches to the past and the archaeological approach to the past? And is it not possible that something beautiful might grow out of that?
If I could speak to that, I think the problem is one of communication and this bizarre modern time where someone says something and then a bunch of people attack that thing that someone says. Yeah. There's a big difference between a rational, calm, kind person being able to have a disagreement with someone face to face. Because I think today there were some contentious moments, but I think overall we set a very nice tone of just letting each side speak to what they believe and what the evidence shows, and have a productive conversation about it. And I think part of the problem is most people don't have access to the people that are saying these things that they disagree with. So what do? They make a YouTube video, or they make a blog post, or they make a podcast, whatever it is, and they dispute it, and they attack that person, and maybe they insult that person, or maybe they connect that person to a bunch of horrible things because they're so emotionally invested in one side or the other side being correct, whether they're right or wrong. And I think it's a function that it's a part of how human beings aren't really meant to talk to each other that way. They're not meant to share ideas. They're meant to do this. Human beings are designed to sit down and talk to each other. And I think so much of our world's problems, other than obviously geopolitical issues and military issues, and so much of our differences with each other, a lot of it is a lack of communication. We don't necessarily honestly communicate about things. And where you get a more nuanced understanding of who this person is you're talking to, where they stand, who they are, what their beliefs are, how do they get to these places? What caused them to think like this? And there's also the effect that it has on the person who's attacked, who wants to kind of attack back, which is very unproductive. It's very unproductive to carry around that pain. It's very unproductive to carry around that criticism. And it burdens you, and it takes away resources from all other parts of your life. It can create stress. It can create a ripple effect that affects personal relationships, business relationships, all sorts of things in your life, your health, whether or not you take care of yourself. You're so embattled in these conflicts with human beings that are mostly unnecessary, especially at that level, amongst kind, intelligent people that really just want to find out what's true.
A good statement, Joe.
And we can all be nicer to each other.
I agree with you.
I really
all
believe
be nicer.
That.
We can all be nicer, and it doesn't need to involve pouring scorn and mobilizing hatred against others. As I say, I've been involved in this conflict with archaeology for 30 plus years. But the thing that hurt me the most is this bizarre association of me with racism and white supremacy and anti-Semitism and misogyny. All these words are in the Society for American Archaeology letter, which tried to get my show branded as science fiction.
So, one thing that I would say is I've read your books in the upcoming release of your show, right? And the tone between your books and the tone between your show is night and day. You were very combative.
What do you mean by the upcoming release of my show?
I meant back 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So you read all my books?
No, several of them though.
Okay.
You have a lot of books.
Because that's the other thing I'm going to pick you up on that. I'd like to say right now is that in a show like this, we've gone probably over 3 hours.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
We're at like 4 hours and 30 minutes.
But it's not enough. I've written a large number of books.
We'll talk about Edfutex and Atlantis.
Thousands of footnotes. For those who'd like to evaluate my work, do check out the books. It can't be possibly sampled here, just as Flint's can't, on the basis of a 3-hour show. But I think we've done well. I think there is some kind of meeting of minds. I like you as a person.
But I hope that we change our tones on both ends, because, like I said, the tone you chose in that show was offensive to archaeologists.
Yeah, that was because I'd been offended by archaeologists for 30 years.
But if we want to end this and take the temperature down, we have to think about how we do this, and we need to talk about different aspects of that in a friendlier way.
So are you still going to crusade against pseudo-archaeology?
Well,
what is it?
Well, I think, but the best way to crusade against stuff that's not correct is to do what you've done. Just come on.
That's why I agreed to come here.
Yeah,
okay?
That's great. And I think everybody's goal is the same. We want to find out what happened. Like what this incredible history of the human species. It's so bizarre. And especially when it comes to, I'm so fascinated with Egypt. That one to me is the craziest of crazy. Like what was going on there? Like what changed in the world that's not possible anymore? That societies like that don't exist, and how did they exist 4,500 years ago in this one place? And
they maintained their civilization for 3,000 years.
Yes, it's crazy. And it was also a place rich with resources at the time. There's a lot of factors, right? But it's just that's the most important thing. It's like what happened? What happened? What was the process? So thank you, Flint, for coming on, and thank you for explaining all that stuff about grain and agriculture. That was really, really fascinating.
Next time I'll share my research on bones and ancient drugs.
I want to hear it. Let's talk. And thank you, Graham. It's always great to talk to you, and I really appreciate all your work and your years of dedication to this. And it's just opened up these conversations, and I think it's interesting. It's just really interesting to find out what happened.
Yeah. Well, Joe, thank you to you for hosting this first time ever kind of event.
My pleasure. I think it was great. So I think this can be done with a lot of subjects. Like people don't have to be assholes. You can all be nice.
That's a beautiful line to end.
Yes,
people don't have to be assholes.
You don't have to be. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Boom. So we're talking about losing eyesight.
Yes.
And you actually take comfort in the fact that your eyesight is starting to dwindle?
You want to chase it. At first I was like, I'm fine. Then I'm 42. Then it's like, let's try some ones. Then it's 1.25s. Then it's 1.5s.
What are you on now?
I stopped because I have so many fucking glasses. Some of them are 1s, some of them are 2.5s. It's like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
But what I appreciate is where you're at by what you're able to retain if you fight for it, and the things that are going no matter what you do. Now, I've heard there's some Israeli guy who's got this app, probably from Laird, got this app, and you do it, and you get your eyesight back. And sometimes it's about, I don't need to try to use something to hold on to everything. I want to pick the 5 or 7 things that I definitely want to hold on to, and I want to watch the rest of it go in and out with the tides.
I agree with that in some ways, but if there was a real thing where you could get your eyesight back, I would definitely be on that. I don't think there is a
LASIX.
That's not real. The problem, LASIX.
But I know people
several problems. You can get it if you have problems with your vision, but we have macular degeneration that's coming from age-related macular degeneration. LASIX doesn't really fix that.
But I know people who were wearing glasses and then got LASIX and they don't wear glasses anymore.
That's a fact. But also,
we never wore glasses.
They get one eye too close up and one eye for distance.
It's even more fun. Half the eye exams I've gotten wind up fucking me 2 weeks later. Like, these don't work.
Yeah.
What about the loss of a sense that you're accustomed to being fine annoys you?
What about it?
Yeah.
I like being able to see things. Read labels in particular. Like, how many of these fuckers am I supposed to take? And what's in here?
Yes.
Like, how many milligrams? What does that say?
Also,
doing this shit?
But it's also funny to go up to like a little Lutron pad and have to go like that. To me, it's a gas.
Really interesting.
Except the things you cannot change. Now, if someone comes in and says, Joe, Bob, I got it, we're done, come over here, it's easy, or it's a supplement, or do this for 2 weeks, or stop doing this, this, and this, then there's a trade-off.
Yes. Well, I'm down for anything that actually works to make your eyesight come back, but I have heard of nothing. Everybody that I've heard of,
this might be our project then, because you care and I don't, so we have a nice balance.
There's a guy named David Sinclair that I talked to. He's a professor at Harvard.
Yeah.
Is it MIT? Where the fuck is he? It's Harvard. They're doing some work with people that have serious eye diseases and serious injuries, and they're actually injecting some form of bacteria that has been encoded with some miracle cure for degeneration, and they can detach retinas, fix things, and
incredible.
Yeah. So they're working on some stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe in the future you won't have 2s and 1s and 1.5s and
what am I have a lighted to greener pastures. I'm sure there's going to be other issues and hurdles that you're going to go, eyesight. I don't know fucking time that we got real shit going on here.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I'm concerned about that. That thing that you're wearing around your neck?
Yes.
Being as you are obviously known as being Iron Man, are you concerned with wearing a large thing in the exact same spot? Did you ever think of that?
Life is funny because I was doing this before I ever got fitted for the RT. So it was more of art imitating oddball stuff I was doing anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, but Iron Man, obviously, this is even more interesting because maybe you were born to be Iron Man because Iron Man obviously had that from the comic books.
Loosely prearranged destiny. And what's incredible is how far afield you can go from it and still find your way back.
Yeah. Well, there's been the whole superhero genre thing is so interesting to me because there's so many reboots and there's so many, like, how many fucking Spider-Mans have there been? How many Hulks have there been?
Yep.
There's only one Iron Man, though. You got that.
Thus far. What year is it?
Get the fuck out of here. You're Iron Man, man. It's just like there's certain dudes just own a role. And if anybody else tried to be Iron Man, we'd be like, nah.
Well, interestingly enough, East Coaster, a dad of some renown, very different. My dad was a kind of a underground filmmaker, auteur maverick. I grew up definitely being Bob Downey Sr.'s kid. Spent time on Long Island, which is, I think, where Tony was raised.
Yeah.
But when Stan Lee was really thinking that through, it was the Vietnam era, and he was thinking about the military-industrial complex. He was thinking about, how about if I can throw a little bit of, not politics in here, but karma. And he gets shrapnel by the own thing, and it becomes, So, and then of course there was the whole demon in the bottle. I think he was the first superhero who ever had to, almost hang up his jersey because he was hammered.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there was obviously, but again, once something goes your way, you can draw all the parallels you want. And you can call it destiny. But it was something that I definitely felt drawn to, and I definitely fought for. And looking back on it, I go, why was I fighting for that? Because it turned out to be a pretty special thing.
Well, it was an amazing thing. I mean, you embodied it in a very strange way. I mean, it's inexorable at this point. Which is why I thought it was cool that you're going to do Dr. Dolittle, because I love the fact I'm a fan of your work. You've done a lot of great stuff.
Likewise.
And you doing Dr. Dolittle is like a cool. I want to say you're not taking yourself seriously, but you're taking a
trust
risk.
That I'm not.
But you're taking. I mean, this is a fun kids movie about a guy who talks to animals.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great break because if you're Iron Man, there's certain people that, for whatever reason, become a role, and that is it. That's what we will accept. You are that guy. And you're not doing that. You're able to, through your talent and through your ability to take chances, you're able to be a bunch of different things as well as be the Iron Man.
Yeah, I mean, don't we? I don't know. If I'm noticing anything now, it's that we need to shift and we need new challenges. And just like MMA and society and politics, things are moving and morphing, and the information age is making things so everything's learning and growing from everything so quickly, and improving or disproving or discounting whatever's happening next. But for me, I heard that this was on the table. My missus, who's my creative partner in all things, said Steve Gagan. I was like, I know Steve Gagan, Syriana. Really? What did he do? He wrote, wow, that's a big turn for him.
Yeah. And
then I said, but why do I want to? And I looked out, and we live on a rescue farm. We have alpacas and goats and kuni pigs, and it's just crazy. And I was like, okay, same way I did with Iron Man a little bit. I was like, all right, there's something here. And then before I signed on, I was just Googling weirdest Welsh doctor. I just want to think of, I don't want to just do another English accent. So there's this guy, William Price, who's a nutty Welsh doctor. He was a neo-druidist. He was someone who believed we could communicate with all nature and all that stuff. So I sent a picture of this wild-looking guy wearing a suit with stars on it and a staff in his hand. I sent that to Gagan, and he goes, that looks right to me. I was like, great, let's do this movie.
And literally, that's it.
It's always it. You know what I mean? It's always that thing of you click and you go, here's my sense. What do you think? And then the gal or the guy says, yeah, let's lean into that. And then you go, but do this and that. Hey, will you give me some of this? And you go, yeah. And all of a sudden you're in a synergy. It's like a good interview, like a good fight, like a good dinner. It just kind of happens.
The gentleman right there. That's a crazy look.
Yeah. To me, I just thought can Doolittle be like that? He goes, does he have to be that way the whole way through? I go, no. When they find him, he's a recluse. And then the animals clean him up. And then he looks less unhandsome or less weird for the kids for the rest of the movie. But let's find him like that.
This concept of things just sort of falling into place. I'm a big believer in that too.
Yeah.
What is that though? Is that you getting out of your own way? Like, what is that?
Isn't that 70% of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd say it's 70% maintenance of what can I do to do my part to stay out of the way. And then the other part, I always think of it as like this little super thin, invisible thread, but you can feel the tug, and you have to be really gentle, and you have to pause when agitated, and you have to go for it when you go like, there's 4 walls in here, which one has the map behind it? It's that one. And you knock down the wall and it's there,
Yeah. What is that though? That's a
synchronicity.
Yeah.
Intuition.
But labeling it is very dangerous because it's so filled with woo. Yeah. So it's, there's so many people that are hucksters that have like made a career out of sort of like labeling it and defining it or teaching you how to get to it.
It's great because it's the commodity that you can't capitalize on, and yet if you don't show proof of its existence, you shouldn't even be qualified to speak on it. I don't know.
Right.
It's the big I don't know.
But when it happens, whether it happens with love or with friendship or with a career or with a path you're taking, you just know there's a smile, there's an inner smile, like, yeah, this is it.
Well put.
I found it. This is it. I'm supposed to be doing this. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah. And I really feel it's so funny at this point in my life and being, kind of middle-aged and all that. Well, I know I'm going to fly around the world and I'm going to sell some soap. And I know I have a new project, and I know I've just retired my jersey on this 12-year journey I've been on. And how do I want to start? And it came up, how would you like it? I go, yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go have the Joe Rogan experience and kick off this year and this season and this new chapter by doing what I love, which is an interview as we're looking at each other, and there's a give and take.
Is the door to Iron Man totally closed? Because I don't believe it is.
Oh.
You guys can go through time now. You can go. You already opened up that door.
Well, let me ask you the question. If I pick the jersey back up and put it on, wouldn't you feel a little bit like, oh,
no
crap?
No.
Oh.
Here's what I think.
Right.
They go through a few semi-lackluster Avengers movies without you. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Here's the scene. There's a moment where the world's fate is at stake, and they've realized they need a super genius. And then they figure out how to restart that time machine.
Great.
Come on, man.
Is that it?
The audience sees you when you step out of that thing?
Is this and you want a little arc on it too? Because if this is your idea, then you got to show up for it too.
I'll do it. I'll show up. What do I have to do?
I don't know.
I'll do whatever I have to do.
We all have to do whatever Kevin Feige says.
I'll hold the thing. I'll hold the clap thing. Do they still have that? Clap.
They do. They do. It's digital.
I'll hold that digital thing. I'll do it. But the way people would freak out if you came back, come on. Think about it. Take a few years off. A few Dr. Doolittles, a couple more Sherlock Holmes.
It's interesting watching Eddie Murphy in this last little period of time. And I was talking to Colin Jost last night, who got to sit next to him at the Golden Globes and who was there and, on the show and writing for him, with him when he hosted recently. And I go, it's just incredible. Our culture never encourages taking a break, never encourages saying, don't chase that thing because you've got it in your hands. And I love the idea that if you're good at what you do, then it's not about time. It's about, it doesn't matter when you decide to pick up the mantle again. It's just about, but it's scary, isn't it? Could you imagine, like if they just said, hey, Joe, just don't do the show for 4 years and then come back and do it again. You'd be like, it's a lifetime. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, with Eddie, what's interesting is he was arguably the greatest of his era and just stopped.
Yeah.
Just stopped for 30 years. And no one does that. No one who's that good. And then when you see him, I don't know if you ever saw him, he received some award. And he was on a panel, and sitting in front of a podium rather, and he was talking about Bill Cosby, and he was doing this routine about them taking away Bill Cosby's awards, and it was fucking brilliant, and the timing was so good, and all of us, comics, were just sitting there going, he could do it tomorrow. He could just get up there tomorrow, and he'd be fucking murdering.
Yes, but it would be different.
It'd be different. He's a different human.
Yeah.
This is one of the more interesting things about it. It's him talking about some of the more homophobic stuff that he did in the past. Now it makes him cringe, and he just can't believe he was that person. But he was, when he did Delirious, I think he was like 22 or something crazy like that, which is just bonkers that he was that good.
Anyway, I've been thinking about him lately in relation to a bunch of things, but also just that, particularly nowadays, giving yourself permission to not have to jump because strike the iron's hot, all that stuff. And maybe it's just as a bit of an anxiety to the times, which I remember too. Speaking of past generations, I remember growing up in 1974, Nixon's black and white TV getting impeached. My dad and his buddies are whooping it up, but they're still pissed, and I'm going like, wow, it's not worse or better. It's different, but now it's on us.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of an urgency, and that whole thing, and just being able to say, like, so to answer your question, to me, starting up again is off the table. I feel I've done all I could with that character. There would have to be a super compelling argument and a series of events that made it obvious to it. But the other thing is, I want to do other stuff.
Right, of course. Yeah, of course. What you're talking about Nixon, and people can lose themselves in current events. And what I mean by that, like, it doesn't necessarily completely, your life is more than what's going on in Washington. Hunter Thompson talked about that when he was running for sheriff in Aspen. He was talking about how local politics, like your neighborhood, that's real. Yeah. Like, this actually can affect your life. Like, what's going on in Washington, how much does that affect your day-to-day existence? It's very little. But for some people, it becomes an enormous portion of the real estate of their mind. It takes over most of their day-to-day consciousness, where they're consumed with it. And it becomes a thing they're cheering for, or they're rooting against. And then, your life revolves on something that you have very little power over.
Teams, turf wars, interests.
Yeah.
Think globally, act locally.
Right? Yes. I mean, it's a beautiful statement. It really is. It's one of those cliches that you don't even think about. But then,
I didn't know that was Hunter in that picture out there. But to me, it looked like Joe Walsh.
Could as easily been Joe Walsh. I mean, he moved to Colorado too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Way.
Oh, damn if he didn't.
Yeah.
He once told me, I'll speak out of school, he said, Downey, you should just watch TV for a year, bro. I was like, thanks, Joe. And by the way, he's probably right.
Probably right. Look, if you just hung back and just did nothing but watch TV for a year, the fucking ideas you would have, you'd probably have a really rock solid idea of what's going on.
His was more trying to have enough things going on that I wouldn't have any ideas for a year, and then I give myself a break for a year.
Maybe that's good too. See, I think differently. I'm thinking like analyze the landscape. I think Joe Walsh is one of the most underrated guys ever, because he changed the fucking Eagles. The Eagles were one thing, and then Joe Walsh came around, like Victim of Love. That's Joe Walsh.
Yeah.
He came around and all of a sudden there was a rock to it. It's like they were kicking down doors and lighting shit on fire. It was different. Yeah. There was an edge to it, He added crazy. He added crazy to this beautiful harmony.
And I love it when the guys that added crazy go up to the thin veil between dimensions and say, I think I'm going to stay put.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they represent stability. They represent being okay, hanging up your guns.
Yeah.
And just being,
well, that's everything. Everyone has to accept that at some point in time, right? I mean, maybe that's you and your glasses, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone has to accept that at one point in time, you're going to have to get off the ride. But when you're doing great and you're kicking it, like boxers are a perfect example. They always last too long. There's only been a small handful, like Andre Ward recently, Marvelous Marvin Hagler in his prime. They just go, that's it, I'm done. And they actually are done. Almost every one of them comes back, and almost every one of them chases that dragon.
Here's why I love you. You're making an argument for and also the argument against me coming back and doing another Marvel picture.
Listen, I'm not married to anything except my wife. But I'm not married to any ideas. All the ideas that I have are just like, maybe that idea sucks. I love you as Iron Man. So I would if they opened up this time machine and you popped out, I just imagine the moment where everybody goes fucking crazy. It would be amazing.
It'd be great.
I would love that, but I would also love you hanging it up.
Yeah, look, it's just, first of all, it's 2020, and I'm not an OCD guy, but I keep thinking, see clearly, even if your vision is going, and it's difficult because I feel like we all just get buffeted by feelings and ego or fears or little, chips of resentments or intuitions that are tied to something maybe higher, but you think is out of your reach or whatever. So it was a perfect time. And I got to go have dinner with a bunch of the Marvel folks last night and kind of have just a little bit of extra closure because, the movie came out and it was bananas, and the directors are sending me pictures of like people flipping out in theaters when Tony snaps. And I was like, whoa, this was kind of like a really big cultural thing. But then like Victoria Alonso, who's the head of VFX for all these movies, a literal super genius, or Kevin Feige or Favreau or Scarlett, or some people that I've just been there with it for a long time. We were there experiencing it all when it came out, and then we see each other on a red carpet and it's not intimate, and then we kind of hadn't really had a chance just to do nothing, just hang out and have some crudité and kind of talk shit. So it was really interesting being here today, because yesterday was this kind of, last night was this kind of real, like felt like closing the circle on things a bit.
That's got to be bittersweet.
Yeah,
but I like that you want to move on. And I like that you want to, and I like that you're doing something like Dr. Dolittle, because that's like, you've done a lot of wild shit in your life. You've done a lot of wild shit in your career, but you sort of embody every new chapter with the same kind of energy, although there's a different result and a different piece of art. It's all the same you. And that's one of the more interesting things about people, and particularly actors, because actors get to be a bunch of different things. And it's one of the weirder things about that craft. Like when you see, a guy who's like Daniel Day-Lewis, who like embodies these different humans, like literally becomes different humans. But it's always Daniel Day-Lewis. You know what I mean? Like, even though he plays these, the There Will Be Blood guy and all these different psychopaths and various fascinating characters, it's always the energy. Like you're pumped to see him do it. Right. And I think I feel the same way with you. It's like, I know you're an interesting guy. There's a lot of shit going on in your head. So when you dive into something, whatever it is, whether it's your character from Tropic Thunder or whatever it is, like it's going to be Robert Downey Jr. diving into something. So I would imagine it would be kind of annoying, even though you were brilliant at Iron Man, to stay Iron Man.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I don't have to find out, right? It's just interesting too. Life is doing something, and I'm at this place. It's also it baffles me, confidence. What does it really mean? There was a period of time where I felt like I did the first Iron Man, and then I went and did Tropic Thunder, and then I was doing the first Sherlock, and I had my shirt off, and I was doing martial arts. I was all over the place, and it just felt like I was hitting triples no matter what I did. And then people are like, "Are you really as confident as you seem?" And I was like, "I guess right now I am, yeah." and I think this reminds me, we were just talking about the McGregor Cowboy fight coming up. It's like,
you gonna go to that?
I'm gonna watch it. How can you not watch it? Two brilliant souls who cannot lose. Neither one of them can afford to lose this fight. Wow, that is a matchup.
Yeah, particularly Cowboy doesn't want to lose.
Heck no.
But there's this guy who's the poster child, the guy who's the one, right? The chosen one. That's Connor. And then this Cowboy who's like, I think I can fuck that guy up.
The journeyman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So confidence, there's been times when I felt I'm in possession of it, and then you want to let go a little bit, because it's only ever the moment in life guiding you. The wind is so at your back that you're like, wow, are you just, jumping over the waves and all that by yourself? And you're like, you bet I am. But there's a physics to the moment, man, moment, machine, whatever. And the wind's at your back. And then the wind does what the fucking wind does, and it changes. And if you're left there thinking so I think it's great to be in full possession of what you would call supreme confidence, and then see what happens if you don't hold on to it so hard, because it's great, but it is a bit of an illusion, because like everything else, it's always changing. And every day the reset button, the space bar gets pressed, and it's like, now what?
Yeah. The reset button. Yeah. You kind of have to have a confidence to jump into some of the roles that you've taken, though. But I see what you're saying. Like that, you don't want to hold on to it.
Because it can come and go. I remember Warren Beatty, who I learned so many amazing things from. I was doing a movie called The Pickup Artist with Molly Ringwald.
I remember that movie.
Okay, and he was kind of the de facto producer of it, uncredited, and taught me a lot about just acting and what it was. And he said, what's your action in this scene? And I was like, oh no, he's asking me. I was like, my action, I'm picking up girls. He goes, what's your action in this scene? And I was like, I'm driving a car. And he asked me, like, you know that thing sometimes when someone asks you a question and just you get caught flat-footed, and he goes, no, your action is you're trying to go to work, but you're getting distracted by this addiction you have to trying to get laid. So your action is you're trying to get to work. And I was like, oh yeah, he's right. And he said, always know what your action is, because then when you come in the morning confident, or when you come in the morning you can't hit your ass with both hands, you know what to do. So to me, one of the great lessons I learned from him was, oh yeah, just boil down what it is you're doing, whether there's a camera around or just what am I doing today. Today I'm showing up and trying to be honest and also to listen and learn. But really, my action today is I'm beginning a process of promotion.
Warren Beatty's another guy who learned how to put his guns down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I remember watching that Madonna movie. Remember when he was dating Madonna?
Truth or Dare.
Yeah, and he's hanging around with her, and she's in the throes of fame and everything, and he's like, "What in the fuck is going on here?" And you see
like he's never seen it.
Yeah, but he's an older gentleman now. He's hanging out with her and just shaking his head, and that kind of marked it for me. Where Warren Beatty just realized, all right, let me step away real quick. If I had to talk to him, one thing I would ask him is, what was it like when Carly Simon writes a song about you? That's got to be a trip.
So many. I mean, we should do a whole session just about things I learned from Warren Beatty.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
I would imagine. He's a brilliant guy. Yeah. Clearly. Do you think that you could do Tropic Thunder today? Would that be possible?
Oh, you could do it. And again, like Eddie, I look back to me, that movie to me was a circle back to my dad's movie called Putney Swope, which I highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen to see, about a black guy who takes over an ad agency in the 60s because everyone votes for him when the head of the company dies because they think no one else will. And it's about what happens when someone who is free-spirited takes over an essentially corrupt endeavor. And then he realizes and confronts his own corruption. But I remember I was probably 2 or 3 when that was being shot and when it came out, and it was so a part of my upbringing. And I just remembered some of the folks that were around my dad at that time. And so when Ben called and said, hey, I'm doing this thing, and I think maybe Sean Penn had passed on it or something like that, possibly wisely. And I thought, yeah, I'll do that, and I'll do that after Iron Man. And then I started thinking, this is a terrible idea. Wait a minute. And then I thought, well, hold on, dude, get real here. Where is your heart? And my heart is, I get to be black for a summer in my mind. So there's something in it for me. The other thing is I get to hold up to nature the insane self-involved hypocrisy of artists and what they think they're allowed to do on occasion. Just my opinion. And also Ben, who is a masterful artist and director, probably the closest thing to a Charlie Chaplin that I've experienced in my lifetime. He writes, he directs, he acts. If you had seen him when he was directing this movie, you would have been like, I'm watching David Lean, I'm watching Chaplin, I'm watching Coppola. He knew exactly what the vision for this was. He executed it. It was impossible to not have it be an offensive nightmare of a movie. And 90% of my black friends are like, dude, that was great.
What about the other 10%?
I can't disagree with them, but I know where my heart was.
Yeah.
And I think that it's never an excuse to do something that is out of place and not of its time. But to me, it was just it was a blasting cap on. And by the way, I think White Chicks came out pretty soon after that. Yeah. And I was like, I love that. Yeah. I was like, that was great.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it might be the last time we see that. Unless things change. It seems like no one can really... I don't think you could do blackface anymore. I mean, we almost lost the Prime Minister of Canada because he did brownface. He pretended to be Saudi Arabian, right? Yeah. He did Arabian Nights in high school or something like that.
It's an interesting and necessary meditation on where is the pendulum, why is the pendulum right?
Yeah.
Where is the pendulum maybe cutting a little into what could be perceived as heart in the right place, openness of its time. But again, I mean, there's a morality clause here on this planet, and it's a big price to pay. And I think having a moral psychology is job one. So sometimes you just got to go, I effed up. Again, not in my defense, but Tropic Thunder was about how wrong that is.
Yes.
So I take exception.
But no, I think you could do it today. I think you could. I think it could be done today. There would be so much outrage, but there would also be people cheering. And if we boiled down all the bullshit and got to the actual result of what the film did, it's fucking hilarious. To this day, I watched it again about a year and a half ago. It's a great movie. It's a great, fun movie. I mean, it's ridiculous, over the top, hilarious. And it worked, and your portrayal. I mean, it wasn't egregious. It was necessary. It made sense. All of it fit. There's square pegs and square holes.
I was just thinking square. I don't know why I was thinking. Oh, I was thinking about Sarah Jessica Parker on the ride over here. Isn't that crazy? I think I drove by. Is it that Warner Park near here?
Yeah.
I think she went to school over there when she was doing a show. Anyway, interesting.
Yeah, it worked. But it might be the last time we'll ever see a studio take a chance on a guy wearing blackface and the prolific use of the word retard. Those are two things.
And by the way, that's Ben. The funny thing too was all the heat got deflected to Ben and Simple Jack.
Yeah,
that's what people were pissed off about, and I go, "Whew, great." But you never know when it's going to be your time in the barrel. Sometimes life just says, you know what? And I've been on both sides of that coin. Sometimes life just says, you're a symbol now.
Did you have anybody that was telling you not to do it? Were there a bunch of agents or anyone who was like...
My mother was horrified.
Really?
Bobby, I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling. I was like, yeah, me too, Mom. But anyway, how are we?
First day on set when they put the makeup on you. How hard are you sweating?
There's been a couple times. I was all the night before, and we were on Kauai, and I was like, well, here we go. And I was just running. I think I had 6 lines that day. But I knew that there was going to be choppers, there was going to be squib fire, there was going to be choreography, there was going to be, it was going to be cacophonous. And the only thing that mattered to me, again, what's my action? My action as an actor in this movie is to know what I'm doing. even if what I'm doing is insane. So I ran those 6 or 8 lines I had 1,000 times, lying in bed over and 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 over again. So the next day I was free to enjoy myself and not be struggling to wonder what it was I was supposed to be doing. And then that's what it is. It was just, it was one little mosaic after the next. And by the end of it, I had some pride that I had made it through. Forget that it was, the blackface. It was special effects makeup day after day after day after day after day after day after day, except for the odd times when I would have my bleached hair and blue contacts in my eyes, or other characters. And it was just it was a piece of work I was doing, and I cared about doing this professionally and as honestly as I could.
So when you memorize lines, that's an interesting thing that you said, that you were free to do it. Like when you memorize lines, is there ever a part, like when you're acting, where you have to think, like, okay, what am I supposed to say next, and how much does that get in the way?
Look, I have a very broad band of tolerances. I don't care if the people I'm with happen to not know what they're doing, or don't know their lines, or stepping on my lines, or whatever, or want to change their lines and my lines. And it's always a different thing. It's like reading the room. It's like, if I was a fighter, you go in the octagon and they go, you ready? And you go, and then you just
do it.
You go in. But so I've had it where I would try to be off book before everyone else. I would get it down to an acronym. So if there was 1,000 words I had to remember, I would just remember the first letter of each, and I would put it on a piece of poster board, and then I would stand away from it, not as far as you and your archery setup over there, but far enough away to where I can see it, but kind of can't see it, back when my vision was a little more clear. And I would just run it and run it and run it. When I did the first Sherlock, we were rewriting it so much, and I would have pages and pages of stuff. I was like, give me an earwig. And it helped me with my accent. And then I started getting into, like, what's so great? I can finish work, go home, hang out with my kids, or do whatever I want to do, go train. And in the morning, they can change it all they want. I don't have to trip unless it's some monologue that you want to really be committed to that's not going to shift. I just go like that. So
you'd put one of those little earpieces in, and they would feed you the lines. Yeah.
And now I've kind of gone as far as you can go with that, and I'll probably go back to a new method, or a new version of the old method.
So it's basically improvisational. Like you, in the moment, like you decide with whatever preparation you're going to do for each role, how you're going to do it. Whether you're going to go and memorize everything obsessively, or whether you're just going to be a little bit more loose and free with it.
Yes, it depends on the script too. Like Tropic Thunder, Justin Theroux wrote that script with Ben. It was a really good script. I mean, my missus, who next to my mother was, probably more so, was the opinion I was really waiting on. And she was reading in the kitchen, laughing her ass off. She goes, "This is so wrong. This is so wrong." And she goes, "And it's so true.
Yeah.
If you do this right, you're doing something it's about a bunch of self-involved idiots somehow or other becoming heroes." And she goes, "I love that. If that's what it stays, then it's going to be good." And so, like, for instance, the never go.
Yeah.
Full.
You don't want to say it.
No. By the way, I guarantee you, I'm getting out of here. My stock is not plummeting when I leave here. I'm not smoking dope. I'm not doing a musk. I'm going to do everything right.
His stock went up the next day.
All right.
Drop 6, went up 9.
With who?
I don't know. I don't understand it.
I love that you now have it. Now it's a piece of art.
Yeah. With 6% in the smoke.
God bless his heart. Yeah, it just changes. It just changes. And I also know that I don't really know that much, and it's different every time anyway. But I really like when you have a loose concept of what you're doing. There's certain parts that aren't going to change much, and the rest you discover. So the first Iron Man, I mean, John and I and the writers, or John and I, we would write. You write a line, I'll write a line, and then we were literally watching the puppies be born as we did it. Frustrating for people who, not Gwyneth, because she can look at a piece of paper and then go, "Okay, I get it," and she's got it all memorized. She's amazing. But what's for the highest good? Sometimes it's very self-indulgent to come in and like, hand out new pages or say, oh, I'm not saying that, so feed me that. You know what I mean? You need an environment of respect, but I like discovering things.
How much of acting is managing those weird relationships that you have with these other people that you're acting with? Like you've made some references to like people changing other people's lines and not being prepared. I got out of acting for that very reason. That was the thing that I went from a world of stand-up comedy, which are just a bunch of crazy people, to actors, which are a bunch of crazy people, but in a different way.
Yep.
And the managing all the different characters and all the different personalities, how hard is that? That seems like that could really get in the way.
Well, yeah, sure it can. And it's like a thumbprint. Every time you're in a new project, it's a completely different, fingerprint. You never know what you're going to get. And sometimes projects seem blessed, and sometimes you could say they're cursed. But again, my Susan Downey Esquire was talking about this yesterday. She goes, it's the only thing you can't overcome as a creative producer on a big movie or anything is, in principle, no matter what happens, you can fix it. Oh, we lost the light. Oh, the thunder, the weather came in. Okay, he got sick. Oh, she's pregnant. Okay, great. Let's change the costume. You can't overcome personalities.
Yeah, the relationships that people have with each other. Do you meet up before you commit to a role? Do you ever say, like, I want to meet Captain America and find out what the fuck that guy's really like?
By the way, I love that you think I'd have the authority. Did you cast this guy? All right, let me get a taste of him. I'll tell you if he can stick around.
I'm really interested in doing that, but can we all have a group dinner or something like that?
Yeah.
Can I meet these guys?
My MO is always, let's mind meld. Let's get together. Let's work weekends. Let's spend time together, because you can't replace that familiarity. But so you have to try to build it. And sometimes it happens very naturally. Like, I adore Chris Evans. I can't even tell you why. He's a Boston guy. He's technically and such a brilliant actor, but he also doesn't take himself seriously. He's flaky, but he's the first guy you would want to have your back if something went down. He's and yet we're different enough where I feel like by being who we are and then both having those characters, we were able to. I think I thought Civil War was a special moment in the arc of the Marvel films about turning one against the other and what it meant, and so sometimes you just get lucky. As a matter of fact, the whole Marvel universe, possibly without exception, just happens to be a really well what do you call that when you put together something curated group of souls.
Well, it's interesting because people take superhero movies seriously now. Like, now superhero movies are films that happen to be about superheroes. Whereas, for the longest time, superhero movies were bullshit. The TV shows were kind of clunky. They were campy. It was Batman with the silly pants on and Robin. And
I bought it.
Everything was bang, boom, bang. Remember, you'd see the big boom in front of the screen?
And yet, who was in the first Superman? Brandon.
Yes, right.
So there was always a seed of an attempt to legitimize something that was otherwise two-dimensional.
Yeah, Superman was probably the first film that really did that, right? And then Batman.
Yeah.
And then the Batman series. But again, how many goddamn Batmans have there been?
Right. I want to see what Pattinson does.
Oh, that's right. He's going to be Batman now.
I like that guy.
How many Spider-Mans have there been? That's the most, right?
3.
Only 3?
Yeah.
And 3 Hulks, right? At least. 1, 2, 3. Not counting the TV show. Yeah.
Counting the TV show.
4. Counting the TV show.
Oh, you're right.
Eric Bana.
You're right.
Yeah. Norton.
Yeah.
Mark Ruffalo. Who I think he's my favorite.
Oh, he was just born for it.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah.
You believe him.
Yeah. And again, his whole thing was, what's my action? Is like, you know what? I got an anger problem.
How do you guys manage this giant CGI thing? Like, how does that work? Like, when you're on the set? But that seems like one of the weirdest parts about acting in some of those Avenger films is how much of it is actually digital.
Yeah, you just kind of get used to it. I'll digress. I did a movie with Richard Linklater called A Scanner Darkly, and it was rotoscoped. So
great fucking movie.
I love that movie. Love him. And Keanu and I and Woody and Winona, and it was this cool thing. And we would shoot these scenes, and he would say, "Oh, you can just leave your body mic on the outside because we're just painting the whole thing." So that rotoscoping is a great metaphor for essentially what the Marvel movies became, when sometimes you would even go and I'm supposed to come in and like, throw something, and it was off camera, but everything else was great. Oh, we'll just move your arm later. And you go, wow. So you never want to rest on your laurels and say, but after a certain while, I was like, why am I wearing this football suit? Just put some dots on my shoulders so I can move more freely. And they'd be like, all right. I go, honestly, what are you really using all this stuff I'm wearing for? They go, for reference. I go, great. So I'll wear it for one take, and then I'll take it off, and I'll relax a little bit. But then other people would be like, or Bettany would be like, I'm stuck in this fucking thing, Dom. Just paint purple. So everybody got to join in on the joys and the miseries of the technical challenge of doing it. And speaking of Ruffalo, by the end, because he's Smart Hulk, he literally, they were just making him big wherever he was, and they'd put a little, a piece of PVC with a big Hulk head up about 5 feet over where his head was, and he was just there in a green suit. So in a tracking suit with like his package out, and he'd be like, let me just at least tie like a little sarong around my, come on guys, whatever, And so I think Mark went about as far out into the ionosphere of CG as you can.
I didn't get the whole Smart Hulk thing. I didn't get how he figured that out. It wasn't really like Hulk is supposed to be Hulk.
Right.
It's supposed to be the alter. It's like one you can control, one is the genius scientist.
Exactly.
And one is the beast.
But after so many times, and again, this is the genius of the people who break and shape stories over there. Feige and his team, is they go, oh, he's Hulk, and then he's not Hulk. He's Hulk. It's a big battle. Oh, he's so conflicted. What if he could meet himself in the middle? And then what corner have we painted ourselves in by having him meet himself in the middle? Because then you can't, if that doesn't work, you can't go back to the way it was. You've done it. Or you can go back to the way it was. So I just think that the real genius of the Marvel creative team is and the Russo brothers who did the last few Avengers, Infinity War, and Endgame, is they go, we love writing ourselves into a corner. We love it. Because then it activates all of those, how do we get out of purgatory juices, and then you get the next right idea.
Now, when you guys sit down and when you first receive a script for one of these things, do they consult with you? Do they discuss this with you? Do they just lay it out and say, this is the character arc? How do you feel about this? What do you think?
Yeah, but it's changed over time. I think if you're one of the folks who has their standalone movies, like Scarlett has Black Widow coming out, I think you take a bit of a different tack in how much meaningful. I think the legal phrase for actors and studios is meaningful consultation, not script approval, because then anybody could hold a studio hostage because I don't approve this $30 million that you're trying to spend right now. So your schedule's fucked.
When you say I don't approve, I picture a bathrobe and I picture fine china and teacups. That's what I picture. I don't approve. And then just storming off.
I've had my moments too, because I'm so passionate about story. But again, after more seat time with the same people and new people coming in and getting a pretty brutal education on what kind of process these movies require, you just start trusting more that they're thinking on your behalf. And also, little things are easy to change. Big things become a inconvenience to the higher good. And at what point do you want to pull the air brake on something where the train's already leaving the station?
Well, I would imagine it would be a fine line that they want the actor to be comfortable with the character, and they want maybe some feedback would be beneficial, but they have a path, the vision that they've created.
Yeah.
And they would like to see you somehow or another at least morph slightly to get on this path.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, after I had my second round of kids with Susan, I became both artistically, I had a bit of a renaissance when I was doing the third Ironman. And then after that too, I was like, well, now I'm going to do this Avengers, and there's so many moving parts, and it's so difficult just to get all these schedules to coincide and get everyone together that I'm not going to be like, I'm not feeling it. So again, it's that thing. It's sometimes, what do they say? Faster alone, further together. Sometimes you can only think about further because you got to get downfield. Other times you're thinking, hey, this is my moment to run, and I need a little help and a little approval, and I need a little leeway. But that's any creative endeavor.
I would imagine when you're involved in something that's so epic, when it's actually over, it probably almost seems surreal because the production is so massive. There's so many moving pieces. There's so many special effects, so many things that you have to sort of visualize while you're doing it. And then after it's all over, you're done. And what is a big Avengers movie? How many months are you involved in this?
Well, I mean, it could be some part of 18 months to 2 years, depending on how far out you are, and then 4 to 6 months of principal photography, and then additional photography, and then post. And then I always include promotion, from from soup to nuts, I think is the phrase.
Soup to nuts?
Yeah.
How does that work?
That's a Joel Silver phrase. One of my great friends, and probably one of the greatest big movie producers of all time. We did the Sherlocks with him. He did the Matrix series. My missus was running his company for 10 years. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which is, I think, in some ways the best film I've ever done, wound up being a calling card. It came out and it bombed, but Jon Favreau saw it, and he said, this guy could do an action movie. And so that wound up being my calling card into the Marvel universe. But to answer the question, it can be anticlimactic like anything. I mean, this is surreal. I've maybe seen you around a little bit, but I feel like I know you because I see you all the time and I listen to you, and I'm a martial arts nut. And yeah, isn't it? Sometimes when you get outside of the fortunate, interesting, creative experience you're having, you kind of go like, it's very dreamlike.
Yeah. Yeah, my whole life's a dream. Yeah.
Except for the ramifications. The ramifications.
Those are real. When those come back and bite you in the ass, you're like, yikes, this isn't a fucking dream at all. This is dangerous. Yeah, I remember the first time I met Phil Hartman. I was stunned that I was actually like sitting, we were at a stable read, sitting across from him, and I'm like, how the fuck, you're a famous guy. Like, you're a really famous guy. Like, I've seen you in movies, man. Like,
yeah.
I've seen you on television. Here you are, right there. How weird. And it seems it's very hard to be normal. And then after a while, that becomes normal. And then the fact that it becomes normal becomes surreal. And then it really feels like a dream. Like when I meet people like you, like we've just met an hour or so ago, and yet instantly I feel like I know you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange. But you're not full of shit. When someone's not full of shit, it's pretty easy to get to know them. You say something, I say something back. Oh, I know how he works. I see what's going on in there. This is an actual human. Here we go. We're talking.
There's a good litmus too, because you watch your show pretty, and I just love it too, because in your show, you start. It's a rolling start with you every time. You come into the show and you're already kind of thinking about stuff. So it feels very organic. And part of me even this morning was like, I hope he looks into my eyes and doesn't see a complete and utter foolish fraud, because I would probably believe him if he mirrored that back to me.
Oh no, that's a danger, right? Yeah, if you respect someone and they think you're a fucking idiot, you're like, oh no, I might really be a fucking idiot.
But there's been times when, in just being myself, someone who I respect has looked at me and said, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are you even saying?
Sure.
And you remember that because it kind of, it stiff arms you.
But part of those are good because it realized, well, you were probably off on a fucking stupid tangent.
Yeah.
And that's part of being a person. You know, part of being a person is like, I don't know what the next word out of my mouth is going to be right now. No one ever does, unless you do. And if you do, it's kind of weird.
Some people are poker players. I respect some people that are that, because there's an ability to, maybe it's fear-based, but I always appreciate people who, you know, those people like their icons or big shots, or that they hold a certain esteem, and all of their texts are very simple. It's like, yes, we should fix that.
Sure. Yeah, sure is my favorite.
Sure. Okay. On it.
Yeah. Yeah. No periods either. Like, you don't have time to make a period.
It beats the all caps texts.
Yeah. Oh, I don't like those at all. Those people are weird. Although C.T. Fletcher, he sends me all text.
Huh.
I love him, but he's shouting at everything. Everything is a shout.
Yeah. But yeah, the surreal part is, I think part of the reason I'm still so interested, not just in life, but also, you know, getting to do what I do, is I'm a fan. I love movies. I love creativity. I love music. I love culture. And the fact that I actually have a place in it while I'm observing it and digging it is like, it's an honor.
Well, that's a beautiful perspective, and that shows in how you carry yourself, and it shows in the work that you do appreciate it. You know, one of the saddest things is someone who's in an amazing position who doesn't appreciate it, and that drives other people crazy too. Like, prima donnas drive people crazy for a variety of reasons, but one of the big ones is you don't appreciate how fortunate you are. Like, and people love when people appreciate good fortune and appreciate a well-earned position and are, you know, engrossed in a beautiful life of something that they really enjoy and something that really inspires them.
Well, I need to be kept right-sized, because I can easily fall into self-seeking and depression and self-pity and judgment and all that stuff. It's kind of it's a bit of a default, but I spend enough energy and I've had enough help over enough years to actually just say, oh, that's just awful, destructive behavior. You're entertaining in your head, you know?
Bad patterns, just bad thought patterns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we could all fall into those. I'm ruthlessly self-critical, and it's, for me, sometimes it's very hard to step outside and just take a pause and recognize that not everything's going to be right the first time you try it. Yeah, I think that a lot of people that are really great at things, it's one of the things about them is that they're not very satisfied with their work. Like, they're always looking to improve it. They're always looking for it to be better. And then that can start that cycle in their head of self-loathing and anxiety and anger at their performance or their work or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then that can lead to depression. That can lead to just self-hate.
Yeah. And what are your tolerances? Like, I'll be the first to tell you, like, you know, do certain movies, or a movie doing Tropic Thunder, or one of the first, you know, Iron Man movies, I was like, I'd go over to the monitor, I'd be like, play that back again. That was so good. Dude, let me see that again. I need confirmation.
Yeah.
Because it's always a miracle. Mm-hmm. You stayed in frame. You got the line right. Your eye line was right. The lighting was right. The sensibility was right. And you just look at it and you go, oh. You know, it's like, I don't know, for me, it's like the playback of the perfect Superman punch KO, and you just go, show me that again.
Yeah.
Or when we were shooting Tropic Thunder, I had a little teaser clip for Iron Man, but it wasn't coming out until the next year, and we were going to go to Comic-Con, and so I got to see it and show it to people, and they're like, oh, I think that movie's going to do pretty good. And then when we went to Comic-Con, we saw it, but it used to be like that with music too. Like, I write music. I haven't for some time, but you would write something and then you just listen to it on the loop because you go, wow, that's not, I know that I was here and I did that, but it feels kind of inspired, and, and you want to get on that stuff. But yeah, self-critical is important as long as it doesn't bleed out into and over the edges and just make everyone else miserable.
Right. Again, get out of your own way. Yeah. Again, I mean, that's one of the many tenets of life. learn how to get out of your own way with everything, including with creative endeavors. It seems like that thing that you said about music, most people who write things or create things say that it's they know they're doing it. Like if you make a great sculpture, you know you're doing it. But where is it coming from? Like what is the idea that manifests itself into this perfect thing that you could step back and look at, and it seems surreal how did I create that? Yeah. Did I? I don't know if I did. I mean, I definitely made my fingers move, but I don't know if that's me. Who wrote that music? Who performed it? I know you did, but there's a thing inside you that sort of like tunes in to this energy of ideas, and then it comes through you. And again, you kind of have to get out of your own way while you're writing something. And then when it comes out, it's a weird feeling. Yeah. It's not like if you hammer a nail into a board, you fucking are very aware you did that. You're very aware. But there's something about the creative process that's you're not totally there. It's weird.
Yeah, because it is you and it isn't you.
Right.
What does you even mean? I love it. Well, you always hear it too in sports. It's like, how'd it go today, Federer? Oh, I was out of my mind. I was not in my mind. It was a beautiful day. And I think you saw the results.
Yeah. Sure.
Fluid, effortless, poetic.
Well, fighters talk about that all the time, that like especially a counter shot. Like they land something and they don't even have any idea they're going to do it, and they did it, and then it caused the knockout. It's their training manifests itself in this one special, beautiful moment where bang, this thing happens, and then they see the guy drop and they're like, holy shit.
Oh yeah.
And then they walk away, and it's the work. It's there's so many things involved, right? There's so many moving pieces. You have to be working on your own mind to learn how to get out of your own way. You also have to be like really engrossed in whatever the activity is that you're doing, like obsessed, in love with it, passionate about it. And then you have to have the discipline to show up and actually do the work. There's so many different moving pieces, and it all has to be managed. And it's not solid. It's like a fucking raft on the ocean. It's moving around. You're always trying to like figure out how to keep it moving and functional. And it always seems unmanageable. And after it's over, you're like, oh, how the fuck does that even work?
Yeah, we call it the fader board.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
that weird thing of
right.
Like, how do you get it all? And honestly, particularly in the last 15 years, when I started really taking martial arts seriously, half the stuff that I've been able to do right in my creative life are principles that I learned on the mat with my Sifu. Guard your center, keep your eye on the lead elbow, get to the blind side,
How often do you do that?
I started, I think I'm in the 15th or 16th year. Sifu is over day before yesterday. So, a bunch of times a week. And if I'm working on something, or if he can make it to location, we'll have long stretches where we're doing it every day. And there's gradings. So you got to prep for those,
Mm-hmm.
It's
So what are you doing? Are you doing kung fu? Like, is it a very particular style?
Traditional Wing Chun.
Really?
Yeah. Which is
very underrated art form.
Yes. Also, so many trade secrets, and so different than how I see it when I'm looking at videos. In that in UFC, everything is out in the open and it's discussed, and you see in a lot of the Eastern stuff, there was a turf wars, and we're not really going to show them our footwork. We're not going to do this. So, but anyway, it's been a real deep dive with my Sifu, Eric Oram, whose Sifu, my Sikgung, is Grandmaster William Chung, renowned kind of Hong Kong rooftop fights, all that stuff. Amazing lore, but very technical, difficult to build, and easy to use.
You very rarely see that in the UFC. One of the best fighters in the UFC uses it regularly. Tony Ferguson. Tony Ferguson uses trapping hands.
The Mook Jung.
Yeah. He grabs wrists and comes over the top with elbows. He does straight Wing Chun. He does it all the time. And he even practices on a wooden dummy.
Yeah. I got my ass kicked by a wooden dummy for about 3 years. And then I finally understood the principle of don't fight force with force. And, It's just nuts. So anyway, half the time, if I would be in a critical artistic situation, I would just say, because Wing Chun problems are life problems are Wing Chun problems. And I would just go back to how did this kind of relate to, because I don't like getting clocked and getting my teeth knocked in, because we tend to, sometimes we glove up, but we're not wearing mouthpieces. It's very,
why are you wearing a mouthpiece?
It's certainly not, because he's very good at pulling his punches, and he's also even better at making sure that I don't accidentally hit him. But we get as close as we can to what the real experience would be. But again, it's like everything. I'm sure, a few clicks back down the road, there's things that instructors were doing that would be considered illegal to do to a group of students nowadays.
Yeah, for sure.
So
not just a few clicks while I was coming up.
That's what I would imagine.
Yeah. Oh, they'd hit each other. Yes. Students would get beat up.
Yes.
It was a normal thing.
Yes.
So did you start training for Sherlock Holmes, or you started training before that?
I didn't. It absolutely coincided with my recovery.
Oh.
And the two things just somehow or other seemed to lock in. And talk to you off the record and afterwards about any and everything to do with my recovery. As far as it locked in with this, it was an apprenticeship, and it was an apprenticeship that was contingent on me being in a certain headspace.
Well, it's a good thing too, because it's a very addictive thing. People get very addicted to martial arts, and it's a good substitute for sometimes negative addictions. Bourdain, before he died, he was obsessed with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Yeah, became really obsessed with it at 58.
Wow.
And got really good. He was training every day, and he was training twice a day every day. So he went from, when I first met him, he was chubby, he was smoking cigarettes, he drank every night, still drank every night. But, he just did enough healthy things, keep his body together. And then his ex-wife got really into jiu-jitsu. And then he decided to follow her one day to classes, and he was kind of mocking it and laughing at it at first, and then became obsessed. And then really got good. I mean, he was, and look at it, he won in a tournament. And I mean,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's fucking 60 years old.
Jesus H.
What's really crazy is a picture of him walking down the street I think they were in Rome, and he has no shirt on, and he's fucking ripped. Anthony Bourdain, full 6-pack. Really? Yeah, dude, he was obsessed. He would take a private every day. Look at him. Look at that photo. That's crazy. He's like 60-something years old there. So he would take a private lesson every day, and then he would take a class. So he would take a private lesson, sharpen up techniques, and then he would roll.
Class, yeah.
He'd take group classes too, which is very, very critical. You got to roll with different people.
100%.
Yeah. And so he was in there, and it became a good thing for him to sort of become addicted to this positive thing.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it wasn't going to be golf. It wasn't going to be something passive like that. And
right.
Even though I hear it's great, but it's just been a great gift. And it's also the thing where, you're never done. I made black belt 5 years ago, for another grading, and now we're doing a lot of weapons stuff. And it's just,
that's awesome. Congratulations. It. Yeah. My Taekwondo teacher said something to me when I was very young. He said that it is a tool for developing your human potential. Yeah. And I never forgot that, because I'm like, yeah, it's because it's really difficult to do. Like, all martial arts it's really difficult to get your body to move that way and to be able to be effective in a conflict situation. And if you can do it, and you can do it over and over again, and you can overcome that difficult thing, and you thought it was unsurmountable, and then you figured out how to do it, eventually you get to this point where you realize, well, everything in life is like that. Everything in life is like something that's a puzzle. You have to figure out how am I approaching it wrong? What can I do to make it better? How do I get more competent at this particular skill or this particular discipline?
Yeah. And just the humility too. I mean, if I've noticed anything in the last couple of years, just in UFC, which, by the way, I was doing a Robert Altman film called The Gingerbread Man back in the 90s, and UFC had just started off, and I was getting the VHS tapes and watching them. And so when they go back on the 25 years ago, I was like, I've been there from jump.
That's awesome.
But we watch, it's just that thing of no matter what you think, the tides are changing quickly, and you just got to keep working.
Well, that was a real wake up call for a lot of martial artists, was the UFC, because a lot of the stuff that they were doing really wasn't effective.
Yeah.
They thought it would be if everybody was playing by the rules in the dojo and sort of following along but once you really saw an actual caged event where people were just going balls out, you realize, a lot of this stuff just doesn't work.
Yeah. And I love how messy it was at the beginning too, because the style matchups were they were almost
crazy,
laughable until you saw the violence.
And no weight classes. Yeah. You and I share another passion, resto mods. Yes. You have was it a 1970 Mustang?
Yeah, I got that 302. I did with Speedcore, a couple other ones.
Speedcore does amazing stuff.
They're great.
Yeah, and when I saw that they were doing your car, I go, oh, this is going to be good. Yeah. You picked a unique color, too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only.
Look at that thing. God.
Yeah, that's back east right now. That's a good car for straightaways. That's a nice Long Island car.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. But the beautiful thing about something like Speedcore is they're going to take that car and make it so that it's manageable. You can actually drive it. If you drove a real 1970s stock car, it's horrific.
Yeah,
and it's amazing how far we've come.
Yeah,
I mean, those cars, it's like you're like blindfolded as you're driving. You're sort of aware of what the car is going to do as you turn the wheel, but not really.
No, to me it's like a crop duster without wings. Every time I start, I just you go, Jesus Christ, man, I got kids. I got kids. And also, since I threw my hat in the ring with this kind of green technology initiatives, I'm probably going to wind up auctioning them all off.
Yeah.
To be honest,
right?
Drove a BMW electric car here.
I saw.
I
started laughing when I saw it pull into the park. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. You got to do what you got to do. I have a Tesla.
I'll hold on to a few.
Works. Yeah, you have to hold on to that one.
You got to. What is this?
That is a tarantula hawk that Maynard Keenan from Tool sent me from his farm in Arizona.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We were talking about it on a podcast, and he's like, "Have you ever seen one?" I go, "No." And then a week later, one arrived in the mail.
Hold on, let me see what this says.
Yeah, you can't read. Yeah.
By the way, have I been too far off mic this whole time?
No, you're fine, man.
Okay,
we're good.
You could give me a sign.
Jamie's a master. He knows how to handle this.
Right.
I know you have a lot of other shit to do, so I'm gonna let you get out of here. But I just want to say it's an honor to meet you.
Likewise.
Real pleasure to sit down and talk to you. Appreciate you taking your time, and best of luck with everything.
Just flew by, pal.
Yeah,
I'll be back. Trust me.
Okay, I hope you do. Hope you do come back. Bye, everybody.
You know what I wanted to get to? There's a guy named Bran Theron. Have you heard of him?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So I get picked up in Atlanta, take me to Atlanta jail. I go and put me in this modular, and I go in this modular, and there's black people, all the different races, right? Well, over there, they don't politic like we do in California, right? So this is my first understanding of how the system works, right? So I go in there, and the only thing that you can't do in that system is you can't eat at the same table with a different race. Besides that, once you're up from the dinner table, I can trade with any race. I could do whatever, talk to them, chop it up.
But whatever. You have to eat with people of your own race?
Only. Yeah.
Wow.
Only. So then...
and they tell you this? So somebody informs you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got informed when I went in.
So when I moved from Atlanta to California politics much different. You can't trade with blacks. You can't trade with others. You can't trade with... Whoa. So you can only do trade with your race, and then the whites get along with the SA. So what ended up happening is so you have others, which are any other race besides Mexican, white, or black. And this is a car. It's called a car, right? So everybody has a car, their own race. So you have Woods, you have Skinheads, you have Paisas, you got Mexicans, you got Crips, Bloods, and others.
And the Paisas roll with the Mexicans, the Skinheads roll with the Woods.
Yeah. And if something really pops off, some race
click up,
then Mexicans and the whites will click up against the blacks, and blacks.
Yeah, it's always all them against us. It always sucks to be black in them times. I'm telling you, real shit. But we thump though. We thump.
So we always knock them out
so
anyway.
You start trying to figure out this shit, like you get thrown into that fire, you're trying to figure out all these unwritten rules. There's no rule book, law book come in and say, hey, do this.
Yeah.
Right. So a guy could really direct you in the wrong way if he wants to, you know what I mean? Like tell you some sideways shit and next thing you know, you're in a wreck.
Ooh.
So I go in.
Set you up.
So I go in. This was actually my second experience, not my first experience in there, but my second experience, I go in, they put me into a psych ward, a psych watch, getting extradited from Atlanta to here. And so I go into this area and I don't know anything, and this black guy in the psych ward is like yelling in this module, like, anybody want to learn how to play chess? Anybody want to learn how to play chess? I was like, hell yeah, I want to learn how to play chess, right? So I walk over, I sit down with this fool, and he starts showing me how to play chess. But it's a black guy at a black guy table, and I'm a white guy. So now I just sat down at this black guy table, and all the woods and all the skinheads in there like now against me.
Oh no.
But I didn't know. Like,
oh no, you had no idea.
I had no idea.
Oh no.
Right? So now
no.
Yeah, so now my cell pops and I go to walk to the shower and I walk past the other cell that pops, which is another skinhead in that room. And I go walk past his cell and it's smack. Right? So now we're fighting.
Wow.
So clean this kid up. Now they move me to another module. So now this kid put a kite out, like, oh, we got to get this guy. So.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So I'm moving this other module. At the time, the institution had a lot of skinheads in there, and the skinheads will politic hard. Like if they have numbers, then they'll push the politics, And I looked like a skinhead when I went in. I had no hair, like a just bald guy going in there, you know what I mean?
Right.
So they all start treating me like I'm one of them, but I'm not a fucking skinhead. So this guy come over and he's trying to get me to hide this little shank in my cell. Well, that's weapons manufacturing, carries 2 more years.
Oh my God. This is how people start getting hit. You start catching more cases when you're only supposed to do 2, now you're doing 10. It just stacks up, but go ahead.
And then there's intimidation factor, right? So this guy got a big ass swastika tattooed on his face right here, teardrops, lightning bolts everywhere, you know what I mean? Like this, he's lifer,
Right.
So big shit goes down. I end up choking this guy unconscious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Drag him out of my cell because he's trying to get me to hold this shank in my cell. I can't, not doing this, bro. And you come in my cell, it's on.
Right.
So now we fighting, take this guy out, right? Just choke him out, beat him up, drag him out, hit him with some elbows. Now he's leaking. So drag his ass out into the little modular.
So do they know you can fight before you're in here?
No.
They have to how long before they figure it out?
Well, it took a minute. It took a minute because most of the fighting goes on in the cell or in the shower. You know what I mean? So when the fight actually broke out in the open, when I was fighting multiple people, is what happened. And then all the fucking guards watched. Everybody's watching from their cells. Like this is a different time. So this whole incident takes place. I beat this guy up, take him out of my cell. Right now, they take him away. They move this guy out of the modular.
Do they get mad at you?
No, they just come in. They don't really care. The guards don't give a shit. They don't give a shit.
So you fucked that dude up. Is he out cold? Or does he have a? Do they have to ask him? Do they have to ask him what his story is?
I don't give a fuck.
But they don't ask you. They just let you go. It's okay.
No,
is there a punishment? That's what I'm getting at.
They locked me in my cell. I couldn't get out of my cell for like 2 weeks.
Oh, for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just alone in yourself. Constant. Nothing.
They
nothing
won't
but
pop
yourself.
the door. So what happens is for a certain amount of hours of the day, they got to pop the door and let you into a bigger cell, a bigger room. You know what I mean? So I just couldn't get into the day room for like 2 weeks. But the crazy shit of it all is, like I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to learn this system, right? This new rules. So what happens is this guy, okay, we talk about the cars and the races, right? So each race has their own car, which means there's a key holder. And the key holder to that car controls the race. So they make decisions for the race. They kind of keep other races out of car wrecks. Like now we got a feud with the blacks, or we got a feud with the Mexicans, or whatever.
They call them car wrecks.
Yeah. Well, if we get in a fight with them, the key holder is the guy that can communicate with the other key holders to the races and try and keep peace.
Delegate it. Wow. Yeah. And so I done had it happen where we finna get it out with the Mexicans, and then our keys will go and they keys, and we finna jump. We get ready to jump, and they shake hands. All right, it ain't going, and then it go back down.
So Yeah, and you're trying to figure all this out. So what happened was I beat this fool's ass, and now I got the keys.
Oh, wow.
But I can't have the keys because I'm a first termer. So first termers not allowed to have the keys. But nobody wanted to try to take the keys from me. So in order for them to take the keys from me, they got to fight me to take the keys away from me.
Oh boy.
So that kind of changed the dynamics of the room, because now I'm able to navigate with these other races and have these conversations with these fucking ignorant people that don't understand how to really talk. You know what I mean? Like how to communicate and keep things cool. They misunderstand what this guy says or misinterpret what this guy says. And next thing you know, it's hot for everybody, you know?
And it's just misinterpretations.
Yeah, because they're dumb. Most of these guys are dumb, bro. Like, there's like the conversation, it made me, in some ways, you're sitting there listening to these guys, you're like, these guys really think this shit. Like, they
fight about the dumbest shit.
Yeah. So,
cities fighting over teams, fighting over just the dumbest shit. Xbox and PlayStation, and somebody said something wrong, and then that escalated into something that was personal. Yeah, that's quick.
So now they take me from there. That incident takes place, right, and we resolve some of that stuff. But now these guys are in different modulars, so now they're putting these kites out to try and get me as I'm going to court. So what happens is they catch a chain with some guys, and then we go into these holding tanks, all these different holding tanks, and you get put in that holding tank with that guy that got a kite that's looking for you. And now it's on. It's cracking. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
So I'm sitting in my cell. I'm getting ready to go to court, and there's two huge ass guys, and they're in there talking to each other about trying to get me, but they don't know that it's me. So I'm sitting in there. I'm listening to everything that they're trying to do and how they're going to try and set this shit up, and I'm sitting right in front of them, and they don't even realize it's me.
Wow.
And I'm thinking, honestly, I'm like, these big motherfuckers. I'm thinking they're going to take me out. Like, there's only so much you can do. You know what I mean?
Numbers.
So I make it through that whole process, and I catch the chain. And when I catch the chain, they take you from county to state. And I catch the chain with this same asshole that I got into it with. I took the keys from.
Oh my goodness!
And this is like, he's been in the system a long time, right? So now we catch the chain. We go over to Donovan, RJ Donovan. It's a 4 yards,
level 4.
Do you know how that works?
No.
Level 4 being the highest level, most dangerous criminals. People. Yeah. The next level is Superdome in San Diego.
So why'd they bring you to Colorado. A level 4?
Because my charges, the kidnapping thing, all that, because those charges were so intense, they put you in with those people, you know? Yeah.
Holy shit.
So and I catch the chain, right? I go over there, I catch the chain, and this guy's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Like, we're gonna get you, you know? And I'm just thinking the whole time, like, this chain comes off, I'm going to rip this guy's ass apart again. You know what I mean? So I go into reception, and we're in a cell block. It's like 360 degrees with a gunner, all this stuff, some desks, and they come check you in. And now our cells, like, we don't get out of our cell now until they intake us, right? So now I'm in there. It's like 3 months. And there's this guy next door. We start talking through the vent to each other a little bit, you know? And we're playing chess and shit, like, through the little vent.
Mm-hmm.
So move pieces around shit, and they call me out to the thing, talk to the officers, and this guy goes, I don't know this guy, again in the cell next to me,
right?
And I walk past his cell, and I hear him yell like through the thing. He's like, "Hey, bro, kick that cord over to me." I'm like, "Kick your cord over?" Like, that cord right there. Kick that cord over to me when you're coming by. And I'm like, "What's he want this cord for?" You know, it was like connected to this fan, right? So when I come back, I kick this cord over, and I wasn't gonna do it. But I was like, fuck it, right? So I kicked this cord over there, and next thing you know, in the night, I get this fish come through, right? Like it's they make a string, right, with the thing on it, and they swing it out into your cell. You take this kite, and then you can read the information on it or whatever, you know. So I kite it around to everybody and get it to who they needed to get it to, right?
Okay.
So this guy shoots this little sheet kite over to me. I open it up, and it's a fucking sack of weed, dude, right? And I'm like, that's why this dude wanted that cord. He took that cord, and he started a wick. So he started a fire. He had a bag of weed. So now he's smoking weed, and the whole cell is like full of weed, bro. And he shoots it. I say, bro, I can't have this. Like, I try to shoot that shit back to him. He's like, no, you got to keep it. You get coffee with it. You get whatever you need, you know? And I'm like, oh shit. Okay. You know? So my other cellie that was in there, he was like, I'll take it. And I was like, fuck yeah, take that shit. So I got a bunch of canteen and shit, you know, like coffee and stuff for it. And, So this guy like really was like thankful I did it for him, you know, they kicked this cord. So I never seen his face, like never seen this guy's face, right? Just hear him talking through the thing.
Yeah.
And so the guy I caught the chain with puts this hit on me. Like they want to try and stab me, right? So it goes around to the other key holders. The fucking guy next to me was a key holder for the Bloods. He's a black guy. Because I kicked that cord over to him, he hit me up through the cell. He's like, "Hey," he says, "is your name Beanie?" And I was like, "Fuck," right? I look, go back over to the vent, right? And I said, "No." and he goes, "Oh, good." And I'm like, "Oh, good." What the fuck is this to me, right? And I'm like, "Hey," I said, "What if it was?" And he goes, "Well, is it or not, fucker?" And I go, "Well, it's not Beanie." I go, "It's Baney." And he goes, "It's the same shit." I go, "Okay, bro." He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna let you know, they're gonna pop this door and they're coming for you." And I was like, "Really?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "They're gonna come and get you when this door pops. You're gonna pop this door, you're gonna go to shower, and they're gonna send some guys to come and get you." Oof. My other cellie, he knows already. He didn't tell me. In order for that to go down, they have to tell your cellie so your cellie can stay out of the fucking way.
Oh, wow.
So he knows about it. He's known about it. And now he tells me through the wall, and now I know he knows about it. You know what I mean? And I'm living in this room with this guy. So door pops. My cellie takes off running out of the cell. So I just posted up at the back of the cell, just waiting, you know? And sure as shit, two guys come flying in. One guy flying in, trying to stab me. And I'm fucking scrapping, rapping all over the place. Fall out of the cell. We're up the stairs. Fucking push the guy down the stairs. We fall down the stairs. I'm tired as fuck. Like fighting two guys. I'm tired. I'm lumped up a little bit. And I look over this way and I'm barely breathing. Look over this way and all the fucking cops just watching. They're just watching.
Oh my God.
So this other guy come over, he's kicking. I grab the other guy, drag him on top of me, and I'm just choking him, you know, like trying to use him to deflect this guy from getting at me.
Right.
And then realize this guy's out. He's not even awake. Push him off me, and now it's just me and this guy and everybody in the cells watching, and all the cops watching. Let's tear this fucking guy's ass up. We leave, and this guy never got up. The guy was choking. Never got up. Just eyes full of blood, right? So they send me to another cell block. I go in there for a couple of days. Guard comes in. We're gonna move you to the gymnasium. So you move me to the gymnasium. Now I'm out of the cell block. I'm in a gym with 300 guys. I can walk around. I get yard access, all this stuff, right? And the cop says, "I really appreciate what you did for us out there." He's like, "That was pretty fucking amazing." And I'm just thinking to myself, like, I want to get the fuck out of here.
Three, two, one. Welcome. Thanks for doing this, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for inviting me. This is awesome.
I've seen a bunch of videos online of you talking about space and your dream of being an astronaut as a young man. And what is it like just to see the Earth from above and to be? You lived up there for like what, 95 days?
95 days, which actually is kind of a bummer, to be honest with you, because you know this if you saw that video maybe. But
yeah.
The thing is, if you stay for 100 days, they give you a patch, right? I'm at day 95, and the Space Shuttle Discovery shows up to bring me home, and Mark Kelly was the commander. He goes, "Garrett, it's time to hop in and come home." And I'm like, "Man, I just need 5 more days
to get that patch.
Can't we just like go around a few more times or something?" And
yeah, work. It seems like 95 days should be enough, man. Give the man a patch.
Right. You know, how much does a patch cost?
What's the longest anybody stayed up there?
The longest for an American was Scott Kelly's, nearly a year in space, is longest in a row, basically. But it was a Russian that stayed up there for longer than a year, and he has the all-time record.
How and when they come back, like what is 90 days like coming back? Because I've talked to people who've gone there. When they come back, their balance is all off. The equilibrium's all screwy.
You're kind of you're kind of messed up, and your vestibular system is what's affected the most. At least that's what's most noticeable when you first get back. Actually, the first thing I noticed, let me back up, is how heavy things were again. So I took off my helmet and I was holding it in my hand, and it felt like I was holding the anchor to the USS Nimitz. It's like, I'm like, how am I ever going to brush my teeth? It'd be like too arduous.
Does your body severely weaken in 95 days?
Well, back in the day, back when I was going there, so that mission, my long-term mission was back in 2008. And back then, we were still losing bone density and muscle mass as we're going up there. You lost about 1% of bone every month. So I was about 3% low.
They don't anymore?
They don't anymore, because we found out, we came up with better countermeasures to prevent that.
What are the countermeasures?
It's basically working out. And it's resistive exercise that does it for you, which we knew back when I was going. But the problem was we had we had this machine that was kind of a first generation of the workout machine, and it could do large reps but low load. So you're doing like a lot of reps at low weight, and that helped. But what helps, it turns out, we found this out kind of by happenstance, but it turns out that high load, low reps works much better. And so we got this new machine that you could really crank it up to 11. And the guys now that are working out on that thing are coming home with no muscle or bone loss at all.
Wow, that's because what's the Canadian gentleman that we had on? Yes, Chris Hadfield. When Commander Hadfield came back, I believe he said it took him a whole year to recover.
Yeah, I mean, that was still like still kind of in the early days. So I don't know which machine he used. He probably did use a new one. But overall, it does take, to get everything back, to get your full vestibular system back, your sense of balance, to get all your bone, all your muscle back to baseline. It took me a year to get all that back too.
Wow.
It's kind of like rehabbing from a major sports injury.
That's got to be so strange. Your body just wants to shrivel up when you're up there because there's no gravity.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's an adaptation, and the body is incredible. So what it's doing is it's realizing, hey, I don't have to carry my own weight anymore. So why do I need this big bulky skeleton? Right?
Oh, wow.
It's like you're becoming kind of like a fish, where you're shedding all the bone density because you don't have to. Your body realizes I don't need it. It's like a fish in water. How fish have very slender bones.
That's an interesting way to look at it, like a fish.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we fight it by working out.
And how often do you have to work out? Every day?
Every day.
Every day. How often? Like how much time?
They schedule 2 hours. Now you're not on the machine for 2 hours, so it's also prepping, getting changed and cleaning up afterwards. But so you're working out a good hour every day.
What is it like to sweat in space?
It's weird because what happens is if you don't notice, like in the beginning you don't even realize it, but it's all building up. And even without, like, if you have no hair to soak it up, it just builds up like this thin film of water on your head, like a coating of water.
Oh.
And you don't even notice it because it doesn't run down. And then somebody calls your name and you're like, yeah. And then,
oh, that's crazy. I never even thought of that. So it just kind of floats off your body.
Yeah, it's like a dog shaking itself, and it just goes everywhere.
So if you have it on your arm, you can kind of just go shh, and the sweat will go flying.
Your crewmates won't be too happy with you if you do this a lot, but yeah.
Wow. Oh, is there video of people doing that in space?
There's got to be.
There should be.
We've shot so much video. Somebody's got to have done that, but.
So are you basically doing like compound movements like deadlifts and squats and things along those lines?
Yeah, functional fitness kind of stuff and you're focusing on certain areas. So the bone loss comes mostly from your legs because you're not loading. So basically our bones need a stimulus to regenerate, and it happens to us every day. So as you walk, as you go upstairs, that load that the bones feel, the compressive load, is telling the bone, hey, make some more. Now you take that away and the bone stops making more, and that's the problem. People say, like, can't you just like calcium pills? But it's not a mineral deficiency.
It's just a load.
There's no load.
That's interesting. The body adapts so quickly.
Yeah.
That 90 days has and if you didn't do anything for 90 days at all, you'd be in real trouble, right?
Yeah, that's what's really kind of freaky, is thinking about, like, well, what if we don't fight this? Because all these adaptations you go through are not a problem when you're in space. It's only a problem if you want to come home.
Right.
Right. Losing that bone, even like not using your vestibular organs anymore, your semicircular canals, your otolith organs. You're not making use of those for your balance. You're just going purely on the visual. What that does initially is it make you kind of sick. You get kind of, it's like being airsick or seasick. But once your body adapts, you're fine. So the question is like, what would we become if we didn't fight it? What if we just went with it and stayed up there?
You'd be like a water balloon. What would you become, right?
You become, actually, the place I think in science fiction that gets it the most correct is if you watch The Expanse. You ever watch that show?
No, I heard it's a really good show. I never got into it, though.
It's good, and they get it right because they show people like these belters that live in partial gravity like their whole lives, and they have much more slender bones.
Oh.
And like they catch this like terrorist guy, and they want to torture him, and all they do is they make him stand up in gravity on Earth. And it's incredibly painful for him. And I'm
wow.
Yeah, that would probably be what would happen.
And it must take a long ass time to get everything back. If you went from Earth gravity to the space station and you lived up there for a year and didn't do anything about it and then came back to Earth, I mean, you'd basically be like, it would be hard to crawl, right?
Yeah. You would, all your, if you don't try to fight it, the vestibular stuff would come back probably about the same rate, but you would be really hurting with your muscle atrophy and your bone. So you would lose a lot of your skeleton if you're up there for a year and did nothing. And you would also, all your muscles that you don't use, like in your legs and your postural muscles, so in your lower back, you're not using those anymore. So they would just like waste away to nothing. You'd be okay in your arms because you're doing everything. Everything you do is with your arms. That's how you move. That's how you get around, is by pulling and pushing. But you don't, there's no walking, there's no stairs, there's nothing.
Does it affect the way you think at all?
Some people describe a kind of an issue with short-term memory. They call it like space brain. And
boy, is that a small group of people that would understand what you're talking about there. Yeah. Oh, I got space brain, bro. I got that too.
Oh yeah. So it's something that I never really noticed it, but I don't know how much of that is real and how much is like you're freaking out because you're in space, right? So it's distracting and maybe you forget like what that number was you're supposed to remember. But like if you're really in the middle of something and you're all excited and you kind of can't remember somebody's phone number, it's kind of like that.
Oh, okay. So it's just, well, I would imagine that just being up there breathing that recirculated air has got to be odd, right?
Yeah. And it might stink, but I don't know. Because the other thing that happens is you have this big fluid shift. So right now we have a lot of blood pooling up in our legs and our heart. Its most important job, of course, is to feed the brain oxygenated blood. And then when you take the gravity vector out of the picture, the heart sends too much up to the brain and the stuff doesn't collect in our legs anymore. And it all shoots up here and you get this shift of all that blood volume to your upper body and your head gets all puffed up.
Whoa.
Yeah, like my first night in space, I went to sleep, which was kind of hard to do because you're in space. You don't want to go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
And on the first night, I woke up in the middle of the night. I could have sworn I was standing on my head doing a headstand or a handstand. I'm like, why am I standing on my head in my sleep? This is strange, right? And then I looked out the window, I saw the Earth. I'm like, oh, that's right, I'm in space.
So all the blood was just kind of pooling in your head.
Yeah.
As if you're like hanging by gravity boots or something.
It feels exactly like that.
Wow.
And then after a day or two, you get used to it and it doesn't bother you anymore, but you feel congested because you still have all this volume up here. So your sense of smell and your sense of taste are all deadened.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of like, yeah. So it's kind of like when you have a cold and your sense of smell and your sense of taste are like not as strong. So it's like that all the time. That's why we have every hot sauce known to humankind up on the space station.
Oh, really?
We got like sriracha, we got Louisiana Cajun fire sauce and all whatever. We got like a whole stockpile of it because you pour that on everything so you can get some taste. Because otherwise everything tastes really bland.
Oh wow. Now what are you eating up there?
Oh, it's terrible.
Is it freeze-dried foods mostly or
well, yeah. You don't go for the food, all right? This is not like a foodie holiday. It's like So you got basically two choices. You have the American food, which is essentially MREs, like military freeze-dried, irradiated, infinite shelf life kind of stuff. And then the Russian food is also based on their military rations, but from submarines. And the Russian food actually tastes better, but the problem is one of presentation, because it comes in cans. So you get these cans, and even though it tastes good, you open that can up and you look at it, and it's like, God, it looks like dog food.
It's like congealed, and
yeah,
but it tastes better.
It tastes better, but it's just like so unappetizing when you open that can up, and it's just not.
What would happen if you brought fresh things up there? Would they rot at the same rate that they would rot in America?
Oh yeah. The thing is, we have no refrigeration. Oh, we didn't when I was there. They actually have a small refrigerator now, so you can't have anything that needs to be refrigerated. But you would usually, like, for the first couple of days, we take a bag of fresh food, and we took like sandwiches and fruits and vegetables and stuff. And then, because that's the last time you're going to have it. And after that, it's all going to be just the stuff in the packets that you add water to.
Now, when the first day you actually got up there, was that the first time you had ever been in space?
On my first mission, it was the first time in space.
So your first view of the Earth from above.
Yeah, was that right there? Yeah.
What is that like?
Wow. Well, I didn't see it right away because I was in the middeck, the downstairs of the shuttle, and there's only one window down there, and it's in the corner. Okay, so it's in the hatch, and it's like the size of a dinner plate. And I was up there. You got a lot of work to do as soon as you get up there. So I'm working like crazy. And after about 30 minutes, I see this pale blue glow coming from that window. And I'm like, that's the Earth. I should have a look at that. And I was super excited for this, So I wanted to be ready. So I paused, I closed my eyes, I meditated, call it whatever you want. I just got ready. And when I felt like I was ready, I floated up to that window and I opened up my eyes and I gazed out for the very first time at the Earth from space. And what that felt like is really, really hard to describe in words. But if I had to pick one word to describe what I was feeling at that moment, it would be meh.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Just meh?
Just meh. I mean, it was all right. It was pretty. It had a lot like those earth colors, like blues and greens.
Right.
But man, we've all seen pictures of the Earth from space, okay? I mean, we got like HD video coming down from space now, where it's just spectacular. You can see stuff in that video that you can't even see with your own eyes, like the aurora and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure like John Glenn and like Yuri Gagarin had no idea what to expect. And so when they looked out and they saw the Earth, they freaked out, and it was amazing. And it was beautiful, but it was underwhelming. I guess my expectations were so high.
Mm.
Like I felt like there should be like some heavenly choir and that we should all hold hands and sing Kumbaya,
Yeah, most people that have done it, they talk about this realization that this inescapable realization that we're all on this thing together, and that all these boundaries of civilizations and cultures and countries and continents are all nonsense. We're really just all on this one thing together.
Yeah, they call that the overview effect.
Mm.
And a lot of guys come back and talk about that, and they really feel it. And they talk about a world without borders, and it's a beautiful sentiment. And I don't want to knock that in any way, because it's like really. A world without borders. What do you expect to see? You expect to look down and see like dotted lines between all the countries? I guess you do. It's inescapable when you look down and you see the planet and you realize that we're all in the same boat. But that didn't strike me as a sudden realization, because I think it's because I knew that before I went. You shouldn't have to go and strap into a rocket and blast off and look at the Earth and know that basically we're all human beings, I think. I mean, I think the things that unite us are so much stronger and more important than the crazy little things that divide us, like race or sex or nationality or politics or whatever. And at the end of the day, we have this one home, and we're all stuck here in it together. So I had that strong knowledge before I went. And maybe that's why when I look down, I'm like, yeah, there it is. Okay, I get it. But it wasn't like all of a sudden, like the shade was pulled back and there was like suddenly a new realization about life.
Well, is there one place that's the spot on the space station to get the view where you really get a big window?
There's this huge window called the cupola that wasn't there in my first mission, but it was there in my second mission. So I got to see it the second time.
They added a window?
Yeah. It's not just, it's like, let's get the Sawzall and put the...
Yeah, how do you add a window to the space station?
Yeah, you just, get the... they added a whole module. And the module had this cupola, which is like a...
Is that it right there? Is that what you're looking through?
That's exactly it, yeah.
Wow.
So
that's pretty tight.
It's like it's a dome. And so you get the full 360 view, and it's spectacular.
Wow.
And we tell the guys that don't get to do a spacewalk that this view is just as good as doing a spacewalk.
But it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
But don't tell them because it makes them feel better.
They're going to listen.
Yeah.
What is a spacewalk like?
Oh, man. Well, first I got to tell you that the likelihood of me doing a spacewalk was like slim to none. When I first got there, they tell you that when you're interviewing to become an astronaut, to go talk to some of the other astronauts. And so I went in there, and we had this presentation about spacewalking, and it seemed like to be the ultimate experience, just an incredible thing. And I wanted to do it bad. So I went. I'm talking to this one astronaut who's a pretty tall guy. Those of you that can't tell from the podcast, I'm 5'4". Okay, so I'm not like a real towering individual, a little vertically challenged, I guess. And I'm talking to this real tall astronaut, and I said, just heard about this spacewalking. Sounds awesome. I've been living in California. I've been doing like some rock climbing, some scuba diving. Maybe that'd make me a good candidate to do a spacewalk. And this tall astronaut looked at me, like right in the eye, and he laughed in my face. He said, "What are you, 4 foot what?"
How rude.
I know. My first thought was, I thought astronauts were supposed to be polite, and this guy was not being nice, but he was actually just being brutally honest. It's kind of tough love, and he was like, "Listen, the suit is one size fits all. You're going to get in that thing, and it's going to swallow you up, and you're not going to be able to do anything. You're going to be useless. So this is impossible. Forget about it." So I was kind of pissed off, but I wasn't going to let this guy stop me, right? So I get there, I got the job, and I go down for my first training exercise, which was in this huge pool we got in Houston. And it's like, it's 100 feet wide, 200 feet long, 40 feet deep. And we could fit like most of the space station in there. And they get a crane that comes by, they put you in the suit, which weighs, something like 175 pounds and stuff. And then in addition, you're in it too. It picks you up and they plop you in the water and you float around. And it's kind of like being up in space. And that's how we train. So I get down there. It's my very first exercise. And I could tell in the first 5 minutes of this training exercise, that big, tall astronaut that laughed in my face was right. I was failing. I was not doing well. I was screwing up. I was like, it just wasn't going well.
Why did they make a one-size-fits-all suit? It seems...
They have the ability to alter the arms and the legs a little bit, and they have it's actually 3 different size upper torsos. There's a medium, a large, and an extra large, but that's it. It's limited, and because it costs a lot of money to make different sizes, so there's only the gloves they can tailor, because that's actually the most important thing. But I'm getting my butt kicked, and I got a needs improvement, which is a NASA nice way of saying you failed, right? But I wasn't ready to give up. I went and I knew I was going to need help. So I talked to the people that make the suit, and they did some of those things. They shortened up the arms. They fixed it up a little bit for me. And then I talked to the trainers, and we said, okay, yeah, we got to think outside the box here. If we give you the standard procedure, you're going to be at a disadvantage, but maybe we change your body positions instead of going straight onto the work site. Maybe we come at the work site from the side so you get more reach that way. And we started working at it, and we got better and better. And the end of the story is that eventually I got the highest possible qualification to do the most complicated spacewalks we do, and I ended up doing 3 different spacewalks over the course of my career. And that big tall guy that laughed in my face, he didn't get to do any.
Yeah. That's what you get for talking shit, sir. Look at you out there.
Yeah, that's me.
Now, what is that feeling like? Because it's got to feel insane when you're strapped to a space station that's floating around and you're just hanging by a cord.
Yeah. Well, you're holding on tight. And you do have that safety tether that you see there. And they can prepare you for everything except for the visual. So when you are in the pool, you're staring at the pool wall. When you get up there and you see the whole earth below you, some people go out there and get like a sense of fear of falling. But of course, if you let go, you're not going anywhere.
Right.
The space station's moving 17,500 miles an hour, but so are you. So it's kind of like doing a wing walking on an airplane, but with no air to blow you off the wing. So when you look at the space station, it's rock solid. But you look down, and some people get the fear of falling, and then they hold on real tight, which is a terrible, terrible mistake. Because we call it spacewalking, but you're not walking. You're doing everything with your arms.
So you can wear your arms out?
Exactly.
Oh.
So now if you're climbing and you get like kind of totally thrashed in your forearms, and now you get that claw hand and it's useless.
Yeah.
You can do that, and you got like 7.5 hours to go. And that's bad. So
you're out there for 7.5 hours?
Yeah.
What if you have to pee?
Diaper. Yeah.
Poop as well?
Try to avoid that.
You do your best?
As a scientist, I had to experiment, right?
Of course.
So during a training exercise, I waited till like the very end, just in case, and I let one go right before they pulled me out of the pool one day. And I resolved never, ever to do that again.
Was that number one or number two?
Number two.
Oh, boy.
Number one is no big deal.
Yeah, I saved that project. I could have told you what was going to happen. That's disgusting. And you're doing it in the pool, too. You're not doing it in actual space.
Yeah.
To be one of the rare people that it's actually pooped in space would be very interesting.
That's we keep all these records. I don't know who's got that record. It's not me.
Diaper. Oh,
yeah.
Boy. So you just have to let it go when you're up there.
Yeah.
And so what are you doing when you're out there? So if you're doing 7.5 hours worth of work,
you're basically doing maintenance. So it's kind of like being a mechanic or a technician, the way I describe it. But the suit is like so hard. It restricts everything you do because it's blown up to about 4 pounds per square inch. And so even just closing your fists takes work because the suit's like a balloon. It wants to stay like this. And so just closing your fingers takes effort. And over 7.5 hours, that gets really fatiguing. You're moving your arms, everything is, and the suit can only move, like you can't do this, right? You can do this maybe. So your ability to raise up your shoulders is really limited. So you're trying to do all this work, but you're working inside this suit. And I describe it as like, it's like trying to change the oil in your car while wearing a medieval suit of armor. It's hard.
And what kind of maintenance are you doing on the outside of the spaceship?
We're cleaning the windows, getting the bugs off, and that's another. On this particular spacewalk, we were assembling a robot that we took up there, but we did other things like we put a new antenna on top of the space station. We swapped out a bunch of batteries that were getting old. Stuff like that.
That's fascinating. So you have to have some real understanding of mechanical things as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you're putting stuff together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really helps to have some kind of mechanical aptitude. I mean, a lot of us like working on our cars or building things in our garage, hobbyist kind of stuff. We actually started right after, as I was leaving NASA, which was back in 2010. We started like kind of an informal program where we were like going over each other's garages and doing car repair stuff just to get more hands-on experience with that kind of thing.
So when, like, say if you have to do an antenna up there, is that something you're trained for on Earth in the pool and then you go up there and do it?
During the shuttle days, absolutely. Everything we did was choreographed down to like exactly where I'm going to put what handrail I'm going to put my toolbox on. I mean, everything is all figured out in advance. But nowadays, and sometimes on space station, even when I was there, when things break, you don't have the luxury of training. If we're going to do a shuttle mission, we're doing a really complex spacewalk. We'll do everything we're going to do in space at least 10 times in the pool first. But these days you don't have that luxury. Something breaks and you brief it, you talk about it, you have some PowerPoints, and then you're out the door and you got to go do it.
So how much briefing and how many PowerPoints?
The training that goes on prior to one of these unscheduled EVAs is, typically on the order of like a day's worth of activity, all told.
So are these PowerPoints preloaded onto the space station, and you get it, or do they have to beam it up to you?
It depends on exactly what you're doing. So we identify like the most likely and most serious things that could go wrong, and we practice those in the pool, and we have all those procedures suitcase before we ever go. But then sometimes you get a surprise. Sometimes something breaks you weren't expecting to break, or it breaks in a certain way, or there's a complication that you weren't planning on, and then you got to improvise.
Wow, that's got to be crazy. Because, and you're probably doing things that other people on the space station maybe haven't done. So there's no one that can tell you, hey, I did it. It's no big deal.
Yeah, but even if you're doing something that you rehearsed 10 times and you think you got it all figured out, you still get surprised when you actually get up there. The big one that I remember is on my second spacewalk, we're connecting this dish antenna and had to go on top of this big boom, like a big pedestal. And there was a connector that had an electrical connector. And we had like an hour or so to connect the thing. And without it connected, it wasn't getting any power or data to that antenna. And it could get too cold. And this gazillion-dollar antenna could be a worthless hunk of junk. If you take too long, you're on the clock. Because when it was in the shuttle, it was plugged in. It was getting its heaters were on. And now you got to plug it back in and get the heaters back on in a certain amount of time. And so we're like, okay, we planned this, we trained this. We get up there and the connectors won't go together. It doesn't fit. And these two pieces of equipment sat next to each other for like a year in Florida, like a warehouse. And nobody ever thought, maybe we should make sure this thing fits.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And we get up there it doesn't fit. And we're like, crap, what do we do? So we're shoving so hard, we're pushing on this thing so hard that the guys inside the space station said they feel the space station shaking. Like that's how hard we were trying. And then we see little metal shavings come off, and one of those they can get in the connectors. We're like, that's bad. So we stopped. And then this was like kind of my big hero moment. Like in the movies, they like Brad Pitt saves the solar system and stuff. This is my thing. All right. It's not that exciting, but I thought I had this idea. I said, hey, the problem we were basically having was that the female side was too small and the male side was too big for it to fit together. So I said to the one of my crewmates inside, I said, hey, how long till the sun comes up? Because, it takes 90 minutes to go around the Earth, and every 45 minutes the sun is either coming up or going down. So it can't be that long. And he goes, actually about 10 minutes, because we're behind the Earth and it was dark, and then in 10 minutes the sun was going to come up. I'm like, perfect. So I took the female side. I'm sorry, I took the male side, and I held it in my glove. Okay, and I put it behind the structure. I knew the sun was going to be coming from here, so I put it in the shadow. And I waited for the sun to come up, and it hit the female side. And the temperature difference, if you're in the sun or in the shade, can be up to 600 degrees Fahrenheit difference. So I let the sun hit it and warm it up. And I took the male side quickly out of my insulated hand and away from the shadow, and I slid it in and went right in.
Wow.
And that was it. Saved the day.
So you just deduced this just understanding how things change according to temperature?
Yeah. Thermal expansion.
Wow.
Dude, yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Did you yell at the people who manufactured it?
No. We were so happy. I have video of this that you can, and we were going, woohoo, give each other high fives in the suits, and we were doing woo.
Wow.
That was victory.
That's a great victory, though. That really is that you figured that out.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been stuck up there. How the fuck did no one try it before they went up there?
I don't know. Maybe they did, and it just maybe they weren't, when it got up to space and it experienced those different temperatures, it expanded differently. I don't know for sure, but so I'm not pointing any fingers, but it didn't work. And, but we solved it. And that's the kind of thing that you can't until we have AI or something that can really learn, you can't code that. So that's a real benefit that humans bring to the equation, being able to be able to adapt to something you didn't expect.
Otherwise that thing would have been junk.
Yeah, if a robot's doing it, you're stuck. It's going to keep pushing. It's not going to, you're not going to be able to reprogram it.
Now, that feeling that you were talking about of looking out the window where it was kind of meh, and then the difference between that and the spacewalk, is that where you get this real sense of being in space above the Earth?
The spacewalk, you can't. Yeah, that's breathtaking because you have this helmet that's like a giant fishbowl, and after a while you kind of forget that it's there, and you're just like, it's like the old Superman with Christopher Reeve when he's like flying around the Earth and he's just like in his underwear or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like that because you forget. Like, if you ever have gone scuba diving and you get to the point where you just kind of forget you have the mask on.
I've never scuba dived. I've only snorkeled.
If you spend a lot of time down there, you can get to the point where you kind of like forget that you're in this alien environment, and it becomes like you become one with it. And that's a wonderful thing.
Well, you've done underwater exploration as well.
Yeah.
What have you done there?
I lived for 2 weeks in the bottom of the sea.
Oh, Jesus. I get weirded out. I get weirded out just you saying that. 2 weeks at the bottom of the ocean?
Yeah.
How deep?
It was exactly 20,000 millimeters under the sea. It was about 60 feet, which works out to be about...
Oh, only 60 feet? That's okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't freak me out too much. I thought you were going to say like miles.
No.
I'd start panicking.
No, it's about 60 feet. But the cool thing was we stayed there for weeks.
Wow.
Now if you're normally scuba diving and you go down 60 feet, you have 60 minutes. And then you got to come back up, or you get too much nitrogen in your blood and you're going to get bent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a problem if you just stay. The problem is then if you stay, you build up all that nitrogen in your blood. Now you can't go back up. So like if you run out of air or you lose sight of your buddy or something, you can't go to the surface because within a couple hours you'll be dead.
Wow. So
you have to stay down there. And we use cave diving techniques that we did a lot of training for to be safe. And we have redundant tanks, redundant manifolds, redundant regulators, and we had valves that we can flip around so we can always make sure we can get air without ever having to, in an emergency, ever having to come up, because coming up is not an option.
So how do you eventually get out?
It's a freaky thing. It takes about a day. And what you do is so we were living in this habitat, and it was kind of like a submarine on the bottom of the ocean, but it didn't have a motor. So it just like stuck on the floor, like a big cylinder. And it had a hole cut in the side here. And the only thing that was keeping the ocean out was the air pressure inside.
Whoa.
Kind of like taking a cup and flipping it over, putting it in the bathtub and trapping the air.
Oh, God.
And you just scuba dive on down, and then you swim into that thing. And then once you pop up in that hole, it's like you're in a swimming pool inside the habitat. And then you just step out into the habitat.
Whoa.
Have you ever seen the movie The Abyss?
Yes. It's like that.
It's like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
How accurate is that movie?
I think what's the Navy SEAL in there? He gets like
it's crazy from the
gets
bends.
like what do they call it? Deep dementia or something?
Yeah. Is that fake?
Yeah, that's fake.
Goddamn Hollywood. So this process of getting back to surface level, how long? You said it takes a day. What do you have to do?
So what you do is you close up that hole and you convert the habitat into a pressure chamber. And what you do is you very, very slowly bring the pressure back to sea level. So you decrease the pressure and you slowly, as if you're slowly going up in the water column. And then as you do it gradually, the nitrogen slowly comes out of your blood and you could feel it, kind of tingles.
Oh, wow.
Over the course of a day, you try to lie still in your bunk and just like read a book or something, but you feel like this tingling. And then after about a day of that, they get you all the way back to sea level slowly so that the nitrogen, you know what it is? It's like if you take a can of soda and you shake it up, if you open the top quickly,
right?
But if you open the top really slowly and you let it slowly come out, you don't get all the bubbles.
Right.
It's that same effect.
Ah, that's a great analogy.
Yeah.
Oh. What's freakier, being at the bottom of the ocean or being up in space?
Up in space is more surreal. Yeah, because the floating, the earth out the window, the views are better. But being down there was pretty wild too. I remember once we were doing this experiment where I had my crewmate and I had an ultrasound, and we're doing this telemedicine experiment. So there were these docs in Houston looking at the screen, but there's a delay. And I'm supposed to find her kidney, and I'm like searching around for a kidney. And then I look up and I look out the window and I see a 6-foot hammerhead shark right out the window. and we have a guy in the water, and I dropped a giant F-bomb, like, you know, and all the docs in Houston are freaking out. They're thinking like in a moment they're gonna see her liver explode on the screen or something. And they're like, what's that? How's the patient? I'm like, patient's fine. Got a 6-foot hammerhead out the window.
Yeah, that's got to be really weird, right? You're in that thing in their world for how long? 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So is that the weirdest animal that you saw? Is the hammerhead?
The scariest thing I saw was one night I was taking a dump. This is a true story. The way you do this, okay, number one, you just pee in the pool, okay? But if you have to go number two, you go into the pool because you don't want a floater in your pool, right? That's
of course
like Caddyshack. You don't want that,
right?
So what you do is you don't take a tank. You just take your mask and your fins. And you go down
naked.
You can. We had a mixed gender crew, so I wore some trunks, but you know. And then you just go down, and you have to swim. I don't know. It's like maybe 10, 15 feet. It's not that far. And there's what we call a gazebo, which is just a little dome that has air inside. Now you're out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, like with no tank, and you're 60 feet down. It's night. You can't see a thing. You're alone in the ocean, but you can see this little gazebo. You swim to that. You pop in, and then you got air. Just some valves. You let in some fresh air, and then you hold on, and you take off your trunks, and you just let it rip. But the problem is the fish get accustomed to this.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
So they go there knowing that you're going to poop.
As soon as you drop in the water at night, it's like the dinner bell going off. And there's like school. Yeah. Because this is feeding time.
Whoa. And so you feel them like pecking at the back door?
The worst are the angelfish because that shape, they can get like right up in there.
Oh,
it's like not cool.
Boy.
So you take your fin off and you're like whacking them.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So that's all bad enough, but as you're doing that, and you're in the pitch black Atlantic Ocean, 60 feet down, no scuba tank.
At night,
with the sound of the ocean like lapping against the dome, and you're looking down, and this endless black, just a black void, and you're thinking about every single scary ocean movie like Jaws. The Meg, whatever, The Abyss, all those scary movies, right? And you think about all this things that could be down there. You can't help but going through your head, so it's kind of freaky. And then you finish, and you put your mask back on. And I took a big breath, and I went down, and I opened my eyes in my mask in the darkness with my flashlight, and I saw, like, right in front of me, this huge eyeball, like, about the size, I don't know, of a saucer, like this big, staring, unblinking right at me, and I freaked out. I just tore off for the pool, for the moon pool and the habitat. I jumped in there. I surfaced. I'm screaming, and my crew come running, thinking I've been bit by a shark or something, and I'm like, giant fish. And
what was it?
It was a Goliath grouper.
Oh, I've seen those things before. They're enormous.
Size of a cow. It's like
hundreds and hundreds of pounds, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Scared the living hell out of me.
Yeah, those things could literally eat a person.
Yeah. It was big enough, that's for sure. And so just the sight of it scared the heck out of me.
So where were you in the Atlantic?
Yeah.
How far away were you from like Florida? Like where were you at?
We were just off the coast of Key Largo.
Okay, because that's what I was saying. Like they live down there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an enormous fish, man.
Huge.
I've seen videos of people catching them off of boats, and it seems surreal. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's one.
It's like a giant largemouth bass. Mm-hmm. That's what it's like. Like if you go bass fishing, they're so similar to bass, like in the way they look.
Yeah. Now imagine like
Jesus Christ, look at that thing.
Yeah. Imagine like being eye to eye with that thing in the middle of the dark Atlantic with no scuba tank.
They're delicious too, I bet. Like I don't know if they taste as good as regular grouper.
I wasn't gonna. So you get a different. Yeah, I wasn't gonna find out.
Look at the mouth on that thing. Good Lord.
I'll tell you another quick story about down there. So I went out for a night dive once, and I spent the beautiful thing about saturation diving like this is you can do basically infinite time bottom time. You're not limited to like 60 minutes. You can stay out there for 6 hours, whatever. So I was not doing this night dive, and I found this beautiful shrimp, and it was just spectacularly gorgeous. It was like translucent. You could see through it. You see its organs move, like internal organs, like doing their thing. And I stared at it for at least like an hour, just held my light on it and just sat there and stared at it. And it was really beautiful. I come back inside the habitat, and I'm kind of hungry. And the best space food we got is shrimp cocktail. And I pulled the thing off the shelf, and I'm like, oh, that looks good. Then I'm like, I can't do it. I can't do it, man.
You felt bad because you just saw the shrimp? Wow.
I ate it the next day.
The next day.
Yeah.
But for that day, though, you really felt bad?
I felt bad.
Wow. Grouper, you would have felt bad? Like a nice grouper sandwich?
It scared me. So I think I would have been okay with that after. Because it was.
Yeah, I wonder if they've ever eaten people. Because it seems like they could. I mean, they swallow giant fish. It seems like if you're not a large person, they might be able to just suck you right in there.
See, now, if this happens to me again, I'm going to be even more freaked out.
I feel like I've read that grouper have bitten people before.
Yeah.
Like probably trying them out. Like if they get hungry, if you're that big, you probably have to eat so much.
Yeah, it's nonstop. Yeah, buffet for those guys. And yeah.
So when you're down there and you're doing all the swimming, you're using a rebreather?
No,
you're using tanks, regular scuba tanks. And what is the capacity of these tanks? Like how long can you stay down just swimming around for?
We have two, and we can isolate them in case one of them springs a leak. But you don't have that much more time than a standard scuba tank. But we have is refill stations all around the floor with high pressure hoses. So we have these quick disconnects on our system that you can plug in and fill it right back up, and then you're good to go for another couple hours.
So when you swim to go take a poo, you have to do that? You have to wear the tank, or do you just hold your breath?
Just hold your breath. You're not going that far.
How far are you going?
Like 15 feet or so.
In total pitch black.
Yeah. There is a light on the gazebo, but that's all.
So you see that light out there, and you know if you get to there, that's where you're pooling.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Wow. That's got to be so strange.
Yeah.
What was it like to get back from that? I probably feel it seems like it would be real similar to getting back from space.
Yeah, it is. The thing about it, the way it makes it such a great training exercise psychologically, is if you had to get to a hospital, it takes about the same time from that habitat as it would from the space station. In both cases, it takes about a day. Like in the space station, you got to get in the Soyuz, you got to put your spacesuit on, you got to detach the Soyuz from the space station, you got to separate from the space station, you got to do a deorbit burn, you got to land, the helicopter's got to come get you. By the time all that's done, it's like a day.
And the Soyuz is a Russian craft.
Yeah.
So we have to use Russian crafts to get back from the space station.
Right now, we have to use Russian craft to go and come back.
How weird is that?
It's not cool.
What happened?
All right. So it's not good. None of us are happy about this. But what happened was the shuttle, let me just say this, is a magnificent flying machine. I mean, what's really remarkable, if you go down to like the California Science Center and you look at Endeavour, we designed that thing in the 70s. Like, it doesn't even have a microwave. All right? It's got conventional convection oven.
Wow.
So it's like ancient technology. The flight computers on that thing, your Apple Watch could run circles around them. I mean, it's like nothing. They're so primitive. But it took off like a rocket. It landed like an airplane. You could carry people. You could carry the Hubble Space Telescope in a trunk. You could do a spacewalk from it. Has a robot arm that you see there. There's Endeavour. So that's my flight, actually. That's STS-123. In the middle, that's the robot that we put together.
Wow.
But anyway, it's an incredible machine, and we'll never design anything like it, maybe ever again. Certainly not anytime soon. So despite its technological incredibleness, for lack of a better word, it had a couple key limitations. One was it's not that safe. So we lost two of them, Challenger and Columbia, and we could talk about that. I knew the guys in Columbia, and that was really, really rough. And then the second thing was it's super expensive because it took so much maintenance, even though it was reusable, or most of it was. It took so much maintenance. It took a standing army to keep it running. We're spending, I think, $3 or $4 billion a year on the program. And there's no way, if we wanted to build something that was going to be more cost effective or safer, there's no way we're going to get a plus up from Congress of like an additional $4 billion a year to go do that. The only way really to make it happen was to stop flying the shuttle. So we took a very painful decision, and we said, okay, we're going to retire these things so we can make something new. And we know that there's going to be a gap period where we're not going to have anything, and it's going to suck. But the good news is and the great timing about this conversation right now is that gap ends this year.
Really?
Yeah. 2020 is when that painful period is put to rest.
And what happens?
We're going to have a SpaceX Dragon.
SpaceX Dragon?
Yeah.
That's a great name.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, we're going to have a brand new ship. And not only the Dragon, we're going to have the Boeing Starliner. And then we have 2 other private companies that are going to be launching people this year. It's incredible, these 4 companies all trying to put humans into space with private companies.
Yeah.
And the schedules are just aligning. So it's all looks like it all will happen in 2020.
Now they've done some civilian trips up into space, right?
They have, and that's all happened by paying the Russians.
That's what it is?
For rides, yeah.
Why is their equipment so much better?
It's not. It's the only game in town. Once we retired the shuttles, there was nothing else available.
But I would be like, hey, how well are you guys maintaining these things?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Like, tell me what's your maintenance schedule?
It's been a little scary lately because they've had some mishaps, right?
Like what?
Well, we had a launch go squirrely where the rocket didn't work right, and they had to punch off. Nick Hague was the American on that. Unfortunately, he was fine. He
punch off
away.
Meaning eject.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Not something you want to like do for fun.
So during launch?
Yeah.
So you're launching, and they're like, "This is not good."
Yeah, it has these side boosters, and one of them got stuck, didn't come off right, and they were starting to spin out of control, and then they punched out.
Oh my god! How far up are they when they punch out? So we say punch out or punch up?
Punch out.
Punch out.
Abort. You say abort.
Okay.
But I don't. In that case, I don't know the exact altitude. They were fairly high. They were probably. I think they were still in the atmosphere. So I'm guessing something like 40 to 70 kilometers up or so. And
so they punch out and abort. And then are you in like a capsule? Like what are you in?
You're in a capsule. And then from that point on, it's kind of like a normal landing. If you survive the giant, yank, I think they were pulling something like 5 or 6 Gs, I think, when they separate, or maybe even more, that system, when they pulled off. And then at that point you're falling in the capsule, and then the parachutes come out. And from that point on, it's kind of like a normal landing.
Oh, the G's got to be crazy, right? I did a flight with the Blue Angels once.
Oh yeah,
and I think we went 7.5 G's or something like that. It wasn't that bad, but it's so weird.
Yeah,
when you see the consciousness closing in like an elevator door, you see the blackness on the sides.
You get the soda straw thing going. Yeah,
it's very weird. So that, like in space, like to get ejected, or I guess actually not in space, in the atmosphere. And do you have to climb into that thing before you can abort, or are you in it already?
There's no time. It's a rocket. And in that case, it's a rocket on the top that pulls the capsule away from the booster.
Oh wow!
Just like we did with Apollo and Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Now on Dragon and also on Starliner, we've got much more advanced systems that are built into the capsule, and so they push instead of having a tower up on top that pulls you away. They have engines down here that push and fly away. And the nice thing about that is the tower, you actually, if you don't need it, you have to throw it away. You have to jettison it. But that's kind of like needing to use your ejection seat every single time you go for a flight. Because if it doesn't jettison, you're dead. You can't get the parachutes out with that thing stuck up on top. So that's like a failure mode that if you put the engines down here, you don't have to worry about that. Plus, you carry it with you the whole time. So you could use those powerful engines to really get quickly away from the booster, like the Falcon 9. If it's having a bad day, you can use those.
If it's blowing up?
Yeah, it's a bad day.
That's a seriously bad day. What does that look like? Can you pull up the SpaceX? What's it? Dragon what?
The Crew Dragon.
Crew Dragon. Whoa.
There she is.
That looks like something from the future.
That's the test we just did. That's an artist drawing of it. But this was the final big test we had to do before we actually put people inside. And we did that successfully just a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
So what we did was we lit up those eject engines. There, that's an actual shot. Yeah.
That's insane. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
That looks like a UFO. That's crazy.
And our rocket went kablooey. Not that we blew it up, but it started, once it separated, the rocket started tumbling out of control and it made a giant fireball. And
is that normal or expected?
We kind of thought that would happen, yeah.
Oh, you were right.
We weren't planning on using it again. There it is. So there it is, separating from the booster.
Wow.
And the booster went kaboom, but the rocket, but it was I think, if I remember right, I think it was 1.5 kilometers away when the rocket went kaboom, and it was fine.
Now, when you guys do these test flights, do they have to anticipate where this stuff is going to land? Like where you have all this giant metal with fire and you shoot. So like as you're launching, you have to take into consideration what the trajectory is. Wow, that's the explosion. SpaceX complete successful abort test launch of Dragon crew capsule. Wow.
Yeah.
So you have to think about so they have to calculate what speed, how fast the Earth is spinning, where it's going to drop.
Well, that's why, and theoretically, you got to be ready for this any given flight.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this one we knew it was going to happen, but it could happen anytime. So that's why we always launch out over the ocean.
Oh, okay.
And that's why Cape Canaveral is where Cape Canaveral is, because if you look at a map of Florida, the Cape is where Florida juts out, has a little prominence that juts out to the east into the Atlantic. And that way you can go due east, which is generally what you want to do when you launch. Or you can even turn a little bit north or south, and you're not going to fly over anybody's house or Disneyland or anything.
Mm.
And if something goes wrong, in the old days, like on the shuttle, we actually had explosives on the tank. And there were these dudes, these range safety control officers that would sit with the big red button.
Oh, Jesus.
And if they see you going out of control and you're heading back towards land, yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What a responsibility they have.
We used to go by before launch and meet those guys, look them in the eye. And
they must look like psychos.
Show them pictures of our family.
Don't get itchy, bro. Don't get itchy to hit that trigger. So
give it a potato.
It seems like a crazy way to handle it, that the junk has to fall into the ocean.
Yeah. Well, now the Russians and the Chinese don't necessarily honor that. The Chinese have dropped nasty burning boosters on, it's sparsely populated, but they still have dropped these things on like villages and stuff.
Oh boy.
They're a little less
really
concerned about this kind of thing.
Fucking China. God damn it. There you go.
But in the US we launch, and the reason that you usually want to launch to the east is you want to take advantage of the Earth's rotation to give you like a slingshot effect. Because if you go to the east, the Earth is rotating this way. It kind of slingshots you into orbit.
Oh, wow.
Going with the rotation. And that's why you also want to be as close to the equator as you can. Because if you're at the North Pole and you launch east, it's not going to help you, right? But the lower you are towards the equator, the more of a slingshot you get.
Now, did they have to figure out over time where those things were dropping? Did they ever make some mistakes?
I don't think is that we've had rockets blow up on the pad and do a bunch of damage. But once they're up and out, I don't think we ever, in the US anyway, had that problem, because we always had the ability to blow it up if there are red lines. And if it passes the red line, you push the button. Now it's all done autonomously. So you have GPS monitors on board that self-destruct if it sees that it's going past the line. There's nobody with the button anymore. It's all automatic.
Oh, wow. And these boosters that fall into the ocean, do they have them documented, like where they're landing, so they know where these things are scattered out throughout the ocean?
They know approximately. And one cool thing was, probably the most famous booster that landed in the bottom of the ocean was Apollo 11, the Saturn V. And it was just sitting there, as a fish habitat.
Oh, wow.
And Jeff Bezos, with his own, out of his own pocket, mounted an expedition and went and got those engines.
That's when you know you're a baller.
Yeah.
He just throws some money at pulling the rocket boosters from Apollo 11 out of the ocean. Holy shit.
It's like,
that's crazy.
What am I going to do this weekend? Maybe I'll watch a movie, or now I'm going to go get those engines.
Look at that. Wow.
There you go.
Powerful Jeff Bezos.
And the hard part was finding the right ones. And they got down there, they saw the serial number. They're like, yeah.
Look at the image. Finding the right ones, because there's a bunch down there?
Yeah, there was a bunch of Saturn Vs.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they found the right ones. Look at that. That's nuts. And perfectly preserved.
Yeah.
And then when did he do this? What year was this?
That's
2019.
that pushed Buzz and Neil and Mike to the moon.
Wow. That's madness.
Yeah.
What a crazy image.
Boosters landing in China.
Oh, yeah.
That's them hitting the ground?
Yeah,
rewind that again,
but
please.
it's very quick. I started right where the explosion was. There's other ones that shows it falling from the sky.
Ignited on impact with the ground. So these people are just chilling, and a giant chunk of metals falls from the sky. Oh, my God. That's crazy.
Not only that, but that's hypergolic fuel. So that's like, you don't want to be breathing that stuff. That's pretty toxic.
Look at it. Just landed on people. They're like, whoops, sorry.
That's a BRC. Big red cloud. You don't want to, or BFRC. You don't want, you don't want to be near that.
What is in that cloud?
It's hydrazine, so it's NTO, MMH, monomethylhydrazine, and nitrogen tetroxide. It's stuff that you don't want to drink.
Look at that falling from the sky. Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah,
it fell in a small village. China doesn't give a fuck. They just let it go.
It is. I mean, that those villagers are getting pretty unlucky because it is pretty sparsely populated. So you're just playing the odds. But we wouldn't do that.
Well, that has to be terrible for their breathing and their health.
Yeah,
that stuff is going to linger, right?
Yeah,
probably get into their drinking water.
I mean, the quantities of that are probably not going to be like catastrophic. The bigger risk is getting blown up by it, but it's still not good.
So why doesn't China adhere to the same sort of rule? Well, they do what they got to do.
Yeah.
So when you're a part of these expeditions, and you recognize that you're one of very few people that ever gets to experience these kind of things, do you feel like a responsibility to try to relay this information to people? Like,
yeah, it's part of our job, So when I was at NASA, they would send us out to do these PR events, and we'd go to schools, and I would go back to like Jersey, where I'm from, and go visit all these school systems.
What part of Jersey are you from?
My parents are from Newark, and I grew up in Parsippany.
Mine too.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, Parsippany, I know where that is.
Parsippany. That's where I grew up. Went to Parsippany High School.
Wow. And so you go back and try to inspire kids to pursue this same kind of thing.
And I still do it. So I was just in Israel last week. I just got back 2 nights ago, actually. So every year on the anniversary of the Columbia tragedy, they have a space week in Israel where they have a whole bunch of STEM education events. And there's also a technical conference. And then there's a memorial for the first Israeli astronaut that was on Columbia, Elon. So I got to know his family really well. And I go back there every year. And we had the memorial last Friday. So yeah, I'm still, and I think I met every school kid in Israel, and I got to, just try to get them excited about the future, about a bright future,
Well, one of the reasons why I brought this up is I saw a video where you talked about how during your childhood, you had a photo on your wall of looking at the Earth from the moon, the photograph that was taken.
Yeah. And
that's what set the seed or planted the seed in your head.
Yeah, right. So I also go out and I do a lot of public appearances and do motivational speaking kind of stuff, and I talk about the importance of both inspiration and determination. So I found out when I was a kid that they were taking not only fighter pilots but also like engineers and scientists to be astronauts, because I was totally super stoked by the whole concept of going into space, but I had a mom that's like scared of flying. She was a typical Jewish mom. She was like, I told her once I wanted to join the Air Force, and she in a public restaurant, and she started freaking out and started soliciting opinions from the other parents. Would you let your son do this? And I was like, oh,
that's hilarious.
So I never thought, I knew that being a test pilot was not going to happen. So I thought being an astronaut wasn't going to happen. But then I found out that you could do it. You can be an engineer and be an astronaut. And then that was my eureka moment. I was inspired, but to be determined, I got that photo and I put it over my desk, and it was that was that was the beacon, that was the goal. And I kept working. And anytime I was having a difficult time, I looked up at that thing and said, one day I'm going to hang that in the astronaut office in the Johnson Space Center. And I still have that thing.
That must have been surreal the moment when you were on that spacewalk, thinking about your childhood and thinking about being inspired by those images.
Yeah.
That would be like, holy shit, I'm actually an astronaut. I mean, you really are an astronaut. I mean, how many are there?
I think there's been around 500 people that have been to space.
Ever.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Pretty small
That's not a lot. And now with SpaceX, what is your role with SpaceX?
So I left NASA in 2011, and I went down and met with Elon, and I said, "Hey, I really like what you're doing here. Can I help? And And he gave me a job. So I left NASA, and I came here, and I worked there for 7 years. Did a bunch of different things. Eventually became our director of space operations. So my team was responsible for operating mission control at SpaceX and controlling. We have another Dragon capsule that we use for cargo, to take cargo, and we've been doing that for a long time, up to the space station and back. And so we would operate it in mission control, but we're designing the crew one that we showed you. So we were coming up with the procedures and all the rules of how we're going to use that thing, and meeting all of NASA's requirements, and helping to provide input to the guys designing the displays and the suits and the controls and the seats and all the stuff you need for people. And so that was I did that for quite a long time.
What are your thoughts on this? What's happening now with space travel, where it's transferring into the public sector, or the private sector rather, instead of being something that the government handles? Now it's private companies. Is that a good thing?
It's a great thing.
Is it?
Yeah, because first of all, it's not quite that black and white. In the media, it's all portrayed as commercial space, and like these are private companies are taking over. The truth is, at least for the human orbital space flight that we're doing at SpaceX and that Boeing is doing with their vehicle, it's a public-private partnership. And so NASA is working very closely with both those companies, and we're working together. And in a way, it's not really that different from the way it's always been. You know, like NASA didn't have a NASA factory that built the Saturn V rocket. It was built here by like McDonnell Douglas, and North American Rockwell built if I remember right, North American built the command module, and the lunar lander was built by Grumman. So those were all private companies. They're contractors, but they're still private companies. And what's happening now is just a slight change to the relationship between NASA and the private companies, where NASA's not micromanaging quite as much as they used to. They're saying, okay, here's our top level requirements. We want you to get 4 people up and down to the space station. That's a bit of a simplification, because actually the requirements document is like, there are thousands of requirements, but they don't go down and tell you how to meet each requirement. They leave it up to you. So now SpaceX has a lot more room to innovate than like North American Rockwell did when they built the vehicles back during Apollo. So that and the other thing that's different is the funding, the way NASA's paying, it's firm fixed price. You know, all these like the space shuttle, when we build an aircraft carrier, it's cost plus contracting, which has been terribly abused and has been horrible for the U.S. taxpayer. What it says to the company is, it could cost whatever it costs, that's what we'll pay. And in fact, we'll give you a profit as a percentage of the cost. So like your incentive as a company is like to make the cost as high as you can, so your profit as high as it can be.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. So it's not cool. And but they had to do it that way. Like during World War II is when it started, because like nobody knew how much it was going to cost to build a P-51 Mustang, because nobody did one before. So they came up with this mechanism, but now it's kind of been abused. Now we're using it to do things that we've done before. And then the third thing is that the companies own the intellectual property. So what that means is, like Rockwell that built the space shuttle couldn't like build a new space shuttle, like build like Space Shuttle Enterprise or something, and then go sell tickets on it. They weren't allowed to, but we can. So we're going to build this Dragon. We're going to take Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, 2 friends of mine, are going to be the first astronauts to ride it to the space station. And once we meet our NASA's our number 1 customer. They're paying the bill. So once they are satisfied, we can then go make another one and sell tickets and take, private individuals. So really, that's the key difference. And I really think that 2020, we're going to look back at 2020 as a year that everything changed.
Really?
Yeah, because all those dreams of science fiction are like being able to take your vacations around the rings of Saturn and like all the like private space stations, all that kind of stuff that we grew up hoping would happen when we were older. I think it's really finally starting, because this is the beginning of that infrastructure, that private sector commercial infrastructure and ability to actually get it done.
We're always talking about how wrong they got the future in like Space 1999. Yeah. Remember that television show?
I like that show. I watch that all the time. Yeah.
But all those shows, like even I think Blade Runner was like now, right? Didn't we discuss this like last year, 2019? Like we got everything wrong in terms of what the timeline was.
The timeline is totally wrong, but I think that the overall direction is right in a lot of this stuff, and we'll get there. I really do believe that if we don't end up killing each other or have some horrible catastrophe like a asteroid hit us, we're going to end up living in space and have that kind of Star Trek future. I mean, I really think that's our destiny, as long as we don't screw it up.
Man, how far out are we looking at Star Trek?
Star Trek might take a while. Do we got like warp drive and all that kind of
years?
And we got to find those dilithium crystals.
Captain, she's breaking up. Yeah, like how far do you think we are? Like if you had a wide timeline of like literally being able to go to another planet.
Well, going to Mars is something we could do. No, in a decade, if we really, really, really want to.
Elon keeps saying that.
I think he's right. I mean, it's not a question of technology. The big missing piece, I think, in understanding about what that would be like is the effect of radiation on the human body. There's engineering solutions we could come up with for that.
This is for the prolonged journey, the 6 month journey.
Once you start talking about, so right now, like on the space station, I took a bigger radiation hit than I would have if I stayed at home.
But, how much of a hit?
The amount of dose I took was not that much. It's like a tenth of a sievert or something. I mean, it's like it was pretty.
What's a sievert?
A sievert. If you take one sievert, then you're increasing your chance of getting cancer, depending on your age and gender, about a couple additional %.
Can you mitigate that with supplements? Like, is there iodine that you take or something along those lines?
There's some, maybe antioxidants. But I think that's not a panacea. That's not going to fix this problem. It could help, maybe.
They say take iodine tablets, right? If you're exposed to radiation, isn't that like something that they recommend?
Yeah, for nuclear reactors or and all that. But I think that protects function of one of the organs. I can't remember, but it's not going to solve. That's not going to solve this problem. But you can shield yourself with anything that has hydrogen in it. Is a pretty good shield. So water is great. Like when I was on the space station, I put a big water jug around my head.
Really?
I figured it couldn't hurt. And then liquid hydrogen or even plastic that's derived from hydrogen is pretty good shielding.
Okay, so you could have like conceivably a light plastic suit that you wear that could shield you from a lot of the radiation on the way to Mars?
There's actually a company in Israel that is teaming with NASA and is going to fly these like vests on to try to shield the people. You can also put it in the hull, or you can have just a storm shelter, because there's basically when we're on the space station, we're above all the atmosphere, but we're still below the magnetic field of the Earth. So we still enjoy a lot of protection from radiation. Once you go out of that and you go to the moon or to Mars, then you're basically hanging it out there. You're no longer protected by that, and so you're going to take either GCR, galactic cosmic radiation, which is just everywhere out there.
That sounds terrible.
It sounds bad, doesn't it?
GCR, galactic cosmic radiation. That sounds really bad.
Yeah. Those are those are ions up to iron, so heavy ions. That there aren't that many of them, but when they hit you, they can do a lot of damage. They have a lot of energy. They're accelerated to like near relativistic speed, so like near the speed of light. And then there's the solar. Then you got to worry about solar flares, SPEs, solar proton events, and those don't come. Those are very like unpredictable. Well, they're a little bit predictable with sunspot activity, but they come every once in a while, and they're giant spikes. They last a couple hours to a couple days. And they could totally fry you. They're even worse.
Fuck.
Yeah.
So conceivably, we could send people to Mars, and halfway there, they get cooked.
Yeah.
So you have a 6 month window where you have to just roll the dice?
Well, so what you can do is you can have a storm shelter. right? And where you put like a lot of this shielding. And then if you could detect the SPE, the GCR is there all the time, but the solar events, you can detect them coming, and you have enough warning time to get everybody into the storm shelter.
How much time do you have?
Usually when you first start seeing some of the proton radiation, then you have like an hour. So you got time.
So you're sitting in that thing going 48 minutes from now, it's coming.
Yeah, and you're just like hunkering down there, probably grabbing all the water bottles you can.
Wow.
Yeah.
And depending upon how big the ejection is, you don't know how long it's going to last.
Yeah. It could be at different magnitudes and different durations.
And it could just kill you even if you have the shielding.
I mean, if it's a really huge one, and we didn't really have any capability of defending from it when we did Apollo. And there was between 2 Apollo missions, there was one of these big ones.
Oh boy.
And we just got lucky that it was in between. So
that seems crazy. Like what a nutty roll of the dice.
Yeah, but again, there's and we keep getting smarter about it, and I think, you know, for like right now, we can send you to Mars and bring you back, and probabilistically speaking, you probably have like an additional 4 or 5% chance of developing cancer over your lifetime, which is not like a death sentence, you know. But
it's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah,
yeah.
But we're getting better, and the thing about it, there's 2 things about it. One, we keep getting better technologies, better shielding. We can actually come up with there's ways you can do active shielding with magnetic. You can create your own magnetic field around the ship, and so it almost be like Star Trek with like a force field or shields or whatever. So there's ways that maybe we could do that. There's also the other thing that we don't know. We know exactly what radiation is out there. We don't know exactly what that radiation does to humans. The best we have to go on is like data from some of the atomic bomb survivors and radiation workers that work in like power plants and stuff to take some dose. But it's a different kind of radiation. So right now, the error bars are really big. So when we say like, 5% chance of cancer, that's taking a very conservative estimate. If we can find out what it really does to humans, maybe it's a lot more benign, and maybe we could sharpen that pencil and say, yeah, it's acceptable.
What if people come back smarter? What if it's like some fucking X-Men type shit?
Yeah, maybe you could like,
you know? I mean, radiation is always bad in real life, but always good in comic books.
Yeah.
Right?
We went to Spider-Man, everyone.
The Hulk, Spider-Man, there's so many superheroes that were involved in some sort of an accident. Wasn't Dr. Manhattan, wasn't that a thing with him as well?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think from the Watchmen, I think he became who he is because of an accident.
The document, I believe so.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that, I was up, I had my kids after I did that flight.
Uh-oh.
So I'm hoping that they would like one
What if
day.
they're genius kids.
Yeah.
How old are your kids now?
I got a 9-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl.
Notice anything unusual about them?
I did notice one day the 2-year-old girl was concentrating on her blocks and one of them started floating. But,
Man. So what changes have been made since you go from the old shuttle model of that technology to the SpaceX Dragon Crew thing?
Probably the single biggest change is we've gotten a lot better at electronics and software. So the vehicle is highly automated, and that's why we can fly like normal people that don't have like years and years of training, because it's so much more smarter than the shuttle. The shuttle.
You shouldn't say so much more smarter.
So much smarter.
But you're such a genius. You're not supposed to use language like that. You're a goddamn astronaut. So much more smarter.
Yeah, all right.
That sounds like something I would say. You got to talk better than that, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry though. Sorry to interrupt you.
That was math was always my thing. My verbal SATs weren't that spectacular, but so it's much more smarter.
And what about there was always an issue with the tiles, right? With the reentry tiles, like, and then that's what did Challenger, which one was it? Columbia. Yeah. That's what did Columbia. And the new design, have they made advances in how that stuff is applied, or is it a different surface they use?
Yeah, so that is something that's also not really a worry anymore. The reason that Columbia took that damage was it was foam, like the big orange tank that's behind the space shuttle. It sticks up above the space shuttle, and some foam fell off of it. We always had some foam shedding off the thing, and in the beginning we took that very, very seriously as a major problem. But the thing is there's this concept of gonna forget the name of it now. Well, let me just describe it. So you get away with something for so long that it's normalization of deviance. That's what it's called. So it's when you get away with something for so long that something that was a deviant thing or something that was bad is treated as a normal thing. And that's what happened to us. Because we knew that foam coming off could do damage to the space shuttle. And in the beginning, we tried really hard to do something about it. We treated it very seriously, but it was hard. We couldn't really come up with an easy fix. In the meantime, we're flying, and nothing bad was happening. What was really happening is we were getting lucky. And then eventually, a big piece came off, hit Columbia right in the wing, and it shattered, made a big hole in the side of the wing, but nobody knew for sure. And they made a bad decision to not investigate it further, assumed it was okay, brought him home, and obviously you know what happened.
So it could be possible to fix something like that if they had known?
It could have been possible. We did a lot of things. Like when I flew, we had a lot of things in place to try to fix that. One, we got rid of a lot of the foam that was unnecessary. We tried to do things that stop the foam. We also had ways of detecting it so that we would know. We had sensors in the wings. We added a maneuver we do when we fly up to the space station. We did like a pitch over where we took photographs of the heat shield to see if anything got hit. So at least we would know, and then we could shelter in place on the space station. So there's a lot of things we could do with the shuttle, but the thing about with Dragon and Starliner and the new vehicles is they sit on top. So there's no any foam that comes off the rocket is not going to hit you. So problem solved. So that's one example of how we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Now, is the surface different? Do they still have the same kind of tiles?
The heat shield is.
Can I see what it looks like again? The heat shield is
the material on the side of the capsule, on the walls of the capsule, is made out of silica, so it's similar to the tiles, but the material that's in the heat shield itself is an ablative material. It means it kind of like as it heats up, it flakes off and it takes the heat away with it, and that's kind of more similar to like it was during Apollo. It's a much more advanced.
Wow, look at that thing!
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Can we see that? Can we go there? Will they give us a tour?
I bet we can. I bet we might be able to pull that off.
Dude, I want to see a spaceship.
The guy you should have asked was my boss when he was here.
Yeah, we were talking about other shit.
I know.
Well, I got.
He's got the keys to the factory, but there she is on the launch pad.
Wow.
So that white stuff at the top on the capsule itself, that's kind of like the same material as the tiles, but the heat shield on the bottom is called pica, phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. So it's a different very high tech material that is really, really good at withstanding tremendous amounts of heat. That heat shield is way oversized. You could use that thing at least 10 times. And this really was originally designed for actually entries coming back from the moon when you're going much faster and you build up a lot more heat when you hit the atmosphere than just coming back from the space station.
So ultimately, that's the goal for these things: to take people to the moon, to take people to Mars, to take people.
Well,
and reusable, right?
This is just a start. So reusability is key, and there's elements of this vehicle that are not reusable. That trunk you see, the cylinder below the capsule is not reusable. We throw that away. The second stage on the Falcon 9 we throw away, and Elon hates that. With the Holy Grail is 100% reusable, but affordable reusability, where you don't have to spend like a gazillion dollars refurbishing it in between flights. And we're getting there. And the next vehicle is going to be the real. That's going to be the real. Hopefully, we will get that Holy Grail with this Starship that we're working on now.
So there's a top secret one that you can't talk about. Is that what it is? You seem hesitant.
Well, it's just we got a lot of development going on, and it's not top secret. I mean, Elon went down and did a press conference in front of it in Texas not too long ago, and
showed what it looked like.
Yeah,
is this it right here?
This is one of the tests. I think
it's called Starhopper.
So this was a beginning. This was a test bed to test the engine to make sure that we can.
Oh, that's fake.
That's real.
That's real?
That is
Come on.
That is not CGI.
Really? That's the thing?
That's the thing.
Whoa.
Now the real thing is going to look just like that. This is really testing the engine and the sensors and the electronics.
Look at what is the jet coming out of the bottom?
The bottom is a Raptor engine. It's burning liquid methane and liquid oxygen, and then those puffs at the top are cold gas thrusters just to keep it pointing the right way.
And so that's landing now.
Yeah.
My God, that's amazing.
Isn't that awesome?
That is amazing. Look how gently it lands.
Yeah.
Dude, that seems like science fiction.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. Like this thing. And I know that the guys up in Blue Origin, the Jeff Bezos company, has got all kinds of incredible stuff on their drawing board. 2020 is the start, but it's just the start.
Show me that again. I need to see that again. I need to see that.
Find better pictures of it.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Yeah,
I want to see that thing land again. That video of it landing is crazy.
I got lucky.
Did you?
Hold on.
It's so crazy though. The image to see it gently come down and perfectly land. Like, look at that, man. That looks like some War of the Worlds type shit. Like that's in a Tom Cruise movie, right?
Yeah.
Like if they were flying over Earth and they were starting to land. My God, that's amazing.
Yeah, I remember when Elon first talked about landing rockets on their tails, he was like, I think I remember him saying, yeah, we want to do it just like Buck Rogers. So
of course he said that.
So I'm working with Ron Moore on this TV show I'm working on now.
Wow, look at that thing.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
So for people who want to see this, Jamie, what is the name of the video? So people listening can go.
150-meter star hopper test.
150-meter star hopper test. More than 2,800,000 views. 2,700,000 views. That's amazing, man. 2,898,000. Wow, it's on the SpaceX page, so you can go and check that out. So that's next stage. That's next stage.
That's where we're. So there's going to be a rocket, and then that thing is going to sit on top of it, or something like that thing. And then we're going to get both back. The rocket will land on its tail, and then this thing, after it goes off to the moon or even Mars, it'll come back and also land on its tail, and then we'll get both pieces. We'll get 100% back.
Wow.
And then we really got reusability gone. And hopefully we'll be able to use each one like 100 times at least.
Now, is there any innovation or any breakthroughs in fuel in the type of propulsion systems that you need? I mean, conceivably, is there ever going to be a time where we have like a Star Wars X fighter that could just go shoot off onto its own?
You know, there's potential for more advanced, more efficient thrust engines, and probably one of the most promising ones in the near term is actually a nuclear engine, a nuclear thermal rocket, where you, instead of using combustion to propel hot gases out the back of your nozzle, you actually use a nuclear reactor, and you take hydrogen, you flow it over that, you heat it up like super hot, and shoot it out the back without lighting it on fire. And if you do that, you can actually get much more thrust with much less mass of fuel, like a smaller fuel tank, but more thrust over time. So that's one possible way to go.
So it's conceivable that one day there could be a standalone unit that doesn't need thrusters that eject.
Oh, it still would look like a regular rocket because the back of the nozzle would still have like fire coming out the back, but it would just be superheated. Instead of lighting it on fire to heat it up, you would there you go.
There we go. Here, nuclear propulsion, NTP.
Yeah. Nuclear
thermal propulsion. So the top one is a traditional, and the second one's the nuclear one. Wow.
Yeah, so right. So there it is. That's the hydrogen coming in and flowing over the reactor. Instead of having liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, then all you need is the liquid hydrogen.
Wow.
So that's one way. But in the short term, the advance you're seeing there with that Star Hopper is that it's still a traditional chemical propulsion rocket. So it's got fuel and oxidizer, which is liquid oxygen. Because no oxygen up there to have fire, you need the pyramid, right? So you need the oxygen and that fuel and the spark. And you have to bring your own oxygen if you're in space because you can't you don't have the atmosphere anymore. So you carry liquid oxygen and some fuel. And in the Falcon 9, for example, it's basically kerosene. It's rocket fuel, but it's RP1, but it's basically kerosene mixed with liquid oxygen. The engine you saw in that Star Hopper is advanced and different because what it still uses liquid oxygen, but instead of kerosene, it uses liquid methane. And it's actually not as efficient quite. It doesn't have quite the specific impulse, which is a measure of efficiency. It doesn't have that quite as good as hydrogen. It's better than kerosene, but not quite as good as hydrogen. But here's the thing. You can make it on Mars. And that's why Elon's building that engine. because you can go to Mars and you don't have to bring your gas to come home.
Oh, so that was the big knock on going to Mars for the longest time, was that you'd never be able to return.
You have to wait 2 years for the trajectory for the planets to come back around, so you have a window to come home. So you do have to stay a while. But the beautiful thing is, if you can go someplace and gas up again, fill up your tank without having to bring all the gas with you, that's huge, right? You can be so much, you can carry so much more that way. And that's, you can, with the carbon dioxide that's in the Martian atmosphere and the water that's in the ice that's on the surface of Mars, you can have a reaction, a process that allows you to create, to take those two things and make liquid methane. And you can have a tank of that ready to go and all done robotically. You can get the telemetry back saying, we got the gas, and then you go.
Now, how much are things going to accelerate now that you have all these different companies competing against each other?
That's what's beautiful is like the pace of technological change is like really going exponential again, just kind of like it was during Apollo. So we're back onto that really rapid, that fast track. We kind of fell off of that for a little while. And the nice thing about, people ask me, like, what's the biggest difference between working at SpaceX and working at NASA? And I would say it's decision speed, because we'll make up our mind quickly. Now, the reason we can do that is we got a tremendous amount of agility, because sometimes when you make up your mind quickly, you make the wrong decision, right?
Yeah.
But if you hurry up and figure out that you made the wrong decision, and you have the agility to then say, okay, that was not right, let's try something else, then it works. At NASA, we had all these contractors and suppliers and a very cumbersome kind of system that we took a long time to make sure we made the right decision, because changing things was prohibitively costly. But SpaceX doesn't have to worry about that.
Oh. Now, what is the difference between the way SpaceX is handling it? You said Boeing has something. What did they call it again?
So NASA has this commercial crew program, and they selected two commercial companies to partner with, SpaceX and Boeing. And so Boeing is using an older rocket that's been around a long time called the Atlas V. And they built a capsule to go on top of that called the Starliner.
And so this is strictly for commercial flights.
Well, it's the anchor tenant, if you will, the core customer is still NASA, because NASA is going to use both of these rockets to replace the space shuttle, and we won't have to beg the Russians for rides anymore.
Let me see what the Boeing one looks like. What's the name of it again?
Starliner. Or it used to be
good.
called the CST-100.
Let me see what this sucker looks like.
We used to call it the POS-100 because we're competing,
really?
but but it's a good ride. It's a good vehicle.
Okay, so it's kind of similar in its design, a little bit.
It's
the way it looks. Wow, it looks pretty dope.
Yeah. One key difference is it lands. We splash down in the water, and this one lands on land with those airbags.
Oh wow! Fuck that.
Yeah.
What if those bags don't work? So is it fill up like the way they use rovers on Mars, where it's surrounded by these gigantic airbags and it bounces when it hits the ground?
It doesn't bounce, because that's not good for people. Robots don't mind. But if you bounce like that, you're going to be really upset. So it just hits and kind of like airbags that deploy in a car, they deflate and then you're done. And
so this is on the same sort of timeline as the SpaceX ship?
Yeah, I think I think SpaceX is really ready to go like in March, like very soon. But I think we're going to wait a little longer, because they're talking about extending the mission for Bob and Doug and keeping them on the space station. So they need more training.
Sorry, Bob and Doug.
Yeah. Well, they get to hang out in space for a while. I don't feel too bad for them.
And their equipment is keeping them from losing all the bone density and muscle and everything like that.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Now, when does Elon go to space?
Oh, wow.
I mean, how well do you have to have the system working before you put the boss in the capsule and shoot him off into the heavens?
He's got a lot of work to do here, so I don't think he's going anytime soon. But he does eventually, when we get this up and running, he does eventually want to go. He talks about he wants to die on Mars, just not on impact.
Boy.
You know that joke he gives.
Yeah.
So that's he's serious about that.
He really does want to die on Mars. Like if he's really old,
he wants to go and live the rest of his days as part of a permanent Martian colony.
Oh, Elon, I got to talk to you about this.
But he's not going until.
Has he always thought that way?
Yeah.
That's always been the plan.
That's always been the plan.
Maybe we can get him high again. See if he reconsiders. Seems like a terrible idea.
Well, he's going to wait. He's not going to be the first one. He's going to wait until we have like pizza up there and some cappuccino and like a decent hotel.
And so the concept is terraforming, right?
That's not going to happen. I think even Elon would tell you that's not going to happen in his lifetime. That's something that like generations from now we could think about. That's hard.
So there's some sort of domed civilization, like what?
Yeah, live in some kind of pressurized compartment, some kind of pressurized habitat.
So it'd be kind of like science fiction, like what you see in science fiction things, where ships land on planets and people live inside the ships, and you can't go outside unless you wear a suit.
Yeah.
Wow.
But hopefully there'll be plenty of room inside if once this thing grows to be really big. We also have to make sure it's really, really well protected from radiation, because even once you're on Mars, you have to worry about those GCRs and
yeah. Didn't he have an idea to like nuke the caps?
Yeah,
like nuke the solar polar caps and.
Yeah, it's not like anybody's really sitting around drawing up plans for that. That was kind of like if we had to do it, how could we do it? That's one thing, that came off the top of his head. But
and what was that? That was to raise the temperature or to change the atmosphere, or
that's to like melt the caps and then eject a lot of gas into the atmosphere and beef up the Martian atmosphere.
What a weird roll of the dice that would be.
I don't think we're going to be trying that anytime
soon. And what is the concept, like in terms of terraforming? What kind of window of time would it take to turn that into a livable environment?
That you're starting to really extrapolate out pretty far, and it'd be pretty hard for me to give you a timeline.
Okay. So there's like giant leaps of technology that have to take place.
Yeah, that's a big one.
But it's as a proof of concept. It's sort of, I mean, there is a theory, right, that you can alter the atmosphere. And
I mean, Mars has got enough gravity that if you could put enough gas into the atmosphere, it would stick around. Kind of like, it's got it's possible. You're not going to get to one atmospheric pressure like 14.7 psi like we enjoy here, but might be enough.
Now, and their gravity is what percentage of Earth's?
It's about a third.
Yeah. Wow. So you would definitely experience a lot of the same issues that you have if you go to the space station. So if you wanted to go from Mars back to Earth, there would definitely be some sort of an adjustment period.
Yeah. The really interesting thing is, like, we have a lot of data. We know what happens in 0G, because we have a lot of us that have been up to the space station and Skylab and Mir and all that. And we have tons of data at 1G, because all of us every day live in 1G. We don't really have any data in between. So the question is a half a G half as good? Or maybe it's like 80% as good.
Right.
And so is it linear or is it nonlinear? We don't know. And that's why if we send people and we live on the moon, or we go to Mars and we live on Mars, and we have data, like on the moon, it's about a sixth of the Earth's gravity. So we'll get points in between. And then we can figure out if this thing there's a lot of stuff that happens to you that may be completely solved with even just the smallest amount of G. But we don't know.
Well, that's interesting, right? We don't know. Yeah, because 0G is an issue. We don't know how much of an issue 1/3 G is.
Yeah.
Now, what about food? Like, what are they going to do with food on Mars? Are they going to have to fly all the ingredients out, everything out?
Once you start talking about missions that are that long, carrying all your food with you, bringing it all becomes mass prohibitive. You just got to take so much, and and that just means you need that much bigger of a rocket, and it just, after a while, it gets to the point where it doesn't work.
What's all the food for the rest of your life, essentially?
Yeah. So we're probably, if we're talking about like living for a long time on Mars, or even deep space missions, we got to grow food. So we could probably plants hydroponically,
like the Matt Damon movie.
Yeah.
How realistic was that?
That movie was really pretty good.
Pretty good movie.
Yeah, there was. I met the author, the guy that wrote, Andy Weir, the guy that wrote the book, and I told him that I really didn't like his book.
You told him that?
Yeah. And he's like, why? Was it because like there's not really enough dynamic pressure in a Martian windstorm to knock the antenna off the roof? I'm like, nah, I was fine with that. He's like, well, it's because we didn't have enough redundancy in the comm system, and that's not really realistic. I'm like, no. He goes, well, why didn't you like it? I'm like, well, listen, I have a long day of work at SpaceX. I come home. I open up the book before I go to bed, and I'm reading this like, okay, I got 62 souls, and I got to cover 3,000 kilometers, and I've got 52 moles of nitrogen hydroxide, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it's like I'm still at work. It's like, I don't want that. I want some escapism. I want to go home and read a romance novel or something.
Well, that's not his fault, though.
No. Well,
so you just busted his balls.
Busted his balls.
Yeah. That's, it's interesting, though, that he got it close.
Yeah, he did a great job.
That's I mean, for something, does he have a background in that?
Yeah, I think he does. Engineer or something.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
but that movie was terrifying. Like the idea that you can get stuck up there.
The only part of the movie, which I don't think was in the book, that was not realistic at all, was when he cuts his glove and does the Iron Man thing. He's like flying back to the spaceship. You can't really control it. You'd spin out of control if you tried that. You'd also need a big hole to really get enough propulsion, and then your suit would deflate. I mean, that's just not going to work.
Yeah, and how long would you survive out there with no suit?
That's a good question.
Just holding your breath.
Well, you can't really hold your breath because as the pressure all goes down, the first thing you have to worry about is barotrauma. So like in your lungs and in your sinuses, and it's all going to like an overinflated balloon. So it's like if you try to hold your breath, that's a wrong thing to do because you're going to.
So you have to let the breath out.
Yeah.
You can't really do that for very long, though. Like the way people hold their breath underwater, they actually have breath in their lungs.
Yeah.
Right?
But they're not equalizing with the pressure as they go down, when they do those like free diving things, right? So if you're going to equalize, you're going to have to let the air out, or it's going to just expand and it'll be extremely painful and hurt you. So you could do that, but then eventually you get to the point where the pressure gets so low that all the liquid in your tissues starts turning into gas. It's called ebullition. And then you'll start getting this massive swelling, like your neck will puff up like that, and everything. You'll get grotesque swelling, and wherever that your blood is turning to gas, and all the liquids in your tissues are turning into gas. It's not a good thing.
How long will that take before that starts happening?
That will start happening fairly quickly when you equalize. After you breathe out all that air, you can counteract it by having squeeze suits, like suits with mechanical counter pressure that squeeze it and hold it in, like a blood pressure cuff kind of pressure, kind of thing. So you could do that.
Doesn't sound promising.
No. There's ways you can live through it, but it is. We've had this happen to people in vacuum chambers accidents, like industrial vacuum chambers, and one test chamber in NASA once had an accident, and we've momentarily subjected people to close to space vacuum, but very quickly got them back to pressure, and they were okay.
So all the bubbles just kind of like
it's like slow down.
Now, what is the timeline in terms of does SpaceX have a multiple stage timeline, like a timeline for incorporating the Dragon crew, and then a timeline for the Starhopper, and then a timeline for additional projects in the future? Like, is he thinking along these lines of charted out progress?
Oh yeah. He's in fact he measures pretty much every major decision by whether or not it brings the day when we have a self-sustainable colony on Mars sooner or later. That's the prism by which he makes every single decision he makes it through that prism.
Jesus.
Yeah. So he's got an idea, and he'll keep pushing, and he gives us aggressive timelines that we have to work to, and we work really hard to try to meet them. It's hard when you're doing stuff that this complicated to predict exactly how long it's going to take. So, we end up often falling a little bit behind, but we do our best.
That's the case, though, with everything that's that crazy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, especially Elon, he's never right in his predictions. All his wacky inventions, they're always a little off,
Yeah.
But when you think,
but he's so driven, and he's such a smart guy, and he's really the most driven person I think I've ever met. I'll give you a story to kind of illustrate it. Once, when I first got hired by SpaceX, we did an interview with 60 Minutes, and they interviewed Elon and myself, and Scott Pelley was the anchor. He talked to us, and he said to me, "Why did you leave NASA and come work for SpaceX? You had like the best gig in the world. going up on rockets and stuff. Why would you do that? And I said, well, if you can go back in time and you were a young engineer and you had the opportunity to like get in on the ground floor and work with Howard Hughes when he was like doing all the crazy stuff he was doing in his day, wouldn't you want to be a part of that? And Scott Pelley looked at me like with a deer in the headlights look, because I don't think he knew what I was talking about. But I was like, but then I realized as soon as I said that, like, oh my God, I just made a terrible strategic error. I compared my boss to Howard Hughes, and things didn't end up that well for Howard.
He went crazy, right?
He went kind of crazy. He became
washed his hands too much and
germaphobe. He was peeing in jars, and like his fingernails grew out like
yeah.
And I was like, oh no, I really kind of stepped in it, right? So you don't want to say that about the boss,
right?
So it took a while. It was like months later. We were driving in a rental car, just the two of us in Florida. We had a meeting at NASA, and we were driving back to the airport to get on his airplane to come back to LA. And I'm driving the car. He's sitting in the passenger seat. And I said, hey, boss, remember that time we're on TV and I compared you to Howard Hughes? I just want you to know I was comparing you to the young, dashing, starlet dating Howard Hughes, not the old, decrepit, peeing in jars, fingernail guy.
It's all about the timeline. Yeah.
And I was, and all I got back was silence. And now I'm really scared, right? And I'm sitting there like waiting for him to say something. And Elon will do this, and he did this on your show, right? He kind of like if you pose to him a serious question, he'll consider it, and he'll kind of go into this almost like a trance. He'll stare off into spaces, and you can see the wheels turning. He's like focusing all of his intellect, which is considerable, on this one question, and that's what was happening. So I waited, and then he turned back to me and he said, Garrett, I don't think it's an apt comparison. I said, oh, okay, good. Why? I'm curious, why do you think that? And he said, well, none of Howard's designs, as brilliant as they were, ended up really changing the way we live our lives. So we don't send, like he made the Spruce Goose, which is an incredible airplane. It was all wood, trying to solve the problem during the war of rationing. He said, we don't send our goods across the oceans in giant wooden airplanes. We don't do that. The H-1 Racer was a beautiful airplane, but it was a one-off. It never really led to a large designs that changed the way people live their lives. So that was his objection, was not that like I was comparing him to some creep, but that it's really important to him to have the legacy of drastically impacting the way all of us live our lives, so kind of the way Steve Jobs did or others that really move the ball downfield for humanity. That's what's driving him.
He's such an unusual human. I mean, there's very, very few people that you could make any kind of rational comparison to other than maybe Nikola Tesla. Well, you really stop and think what he's done.
Yeah.
And the fact that he does them all simultaneously, that he's involved in the Boring Project, he's involved in Tesla and SpaceX all simultaneously, and Tesla Home, solar, all the solar panels and the making solar tiles for roofs, and he's doing so many different things at the same time. It's almost impossible. Like I don't understand how he does it.
Yeah, I've seen him do it, and I still don't understand it. It's like I kind of burn myself out just trying to do one of those things.
Yeah,
he does all of them, and I mean he does have all the advantages of wealth, which helps. So like he'll have meetings with us, and he'll walk out of his last meeting, and he'll walk across the street to Hawthorne Airport, hop on his jet, and he's at Palo Alto in a couple hours, and he can be first thing in the morning at Tesla.
Right.
And he's got a staff that helps him, and he's got those advantages. But that isn't in any way describe what he or that doesn't explain why he's able to do what he does. I don't know how he does it, to be honest.
Well, he's the next stage of humanity.
Yeah.
If people are evolving, he's like looking at us from the next spot. He's like, hey guys, I've got some ideas.
Yeah, I mean, he's just an idea factory, and what's really remarkable to me is the breadth of his knowledge. I mean, I've met a lot of super smart people, but they're usually super smart on one thing. And he's able to have conversations with our top engineers about the software and the most arcane aspects of that. And then he'll turn to our manufacturing engineers and have discussions about some really esoteric welding process for some crazy alloy. And he'll just go back and forth. And his ability to do that across all the different technologies that go into rockets and cars and everything else he does, that's what really impresses me.
Well, also the lack of burnout, because he's been doing it at this incredible rate, 16 hours a day for how long?
His whole life, I think.
That's nuts.
I know.
And he's still hungry for it. And he's still taking on these new projects and new ideas. And
yeah, at that pace, 7 years was about as much as I could take. I was like, I need to do something else.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm very happy he exists.
Yeah.
But it's very confusing to me. I just feel so stupid when I'm around him. Like the conversations I've had with him, I'm like, God damn, I'm dumb.
No.
You gotta do what you gotta do with what you got.
I won't go that far.
So his ultimate goal is to create some sort of a colony on Mars, but he believes that this technology will continue to expand to the point where we will be leaving our solar system. We will be making human trips into other solar systems, into actual deep space.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, hopefully that's, at some point, if we're going to survive, you take the really long view. The solar system's not going to last forever.
Right.
It's going to last plenty long. And if my kids are listening at home, don't worry.
They're freaking out right now, especially a 2-year-old. Oh, no, Daddy said we're going to die.
No, we got plenty of time.
Couple billion years, kids. Relax. It's not in our lifetime.
They're so funny. But eventually, we're going to have to find a new home if we're going to last forever. And we all hope that we last forever as a species, right? So, or at least most of us do. So, eventually we got to get there, but we got plenty of time. In the short term, the important thing is at least getting out, so not in just one place in the solar system, because this, something bad could happen to this planet, and we got no backup.
Right, and particularly if there is a natural situation, supervolcano, asteroid impact,
or we're doing a pretty good job of trashing this place all on our own.
Yes,
we don't really need an asteroid to hit us. We're kind of going down the road of making this place uninhabitable.
Well, what we need is someone like Elon who concentrates on the solutions. I mean, he's obviously got a full plate, many full plates, but someone like him to concentrate on solutions to some of the environmental problems that we've created for ourselves here.
Well, that was the thought behind Tesla. I mean, so Tesla's kind of like plan A, save this planet, and SpaceX is kind of plan B, if you look at it that way.
It's just so weird to have a guy like that amongst us.
Yeah, especially have him as your boss. It's really weird.
Have you talked to him at all about simulation theory?
We never. The thing is, every time I talk to him, we focused on, and this is what he does. He focuses on the thing that we are working on. So that's one of the ways he does his time management. That's one of the ways he is able to do all these things. It's like he doesn't sit around and BS with you about like what's going on with was it Neuralink, the company where he's making the chips that go in your head.
That's right. I forgot about that. That's the other thing he does.
That one.
He's changing the way humans interface with data.
He never said to me like, Garrett, what do you think about having a chip in your head? That like never. He doesn't do that. He talks to the people who really know about chips and people and putting chips in people's head. He talks to them about it. So
are you going to sign up for that?
No.
Your face. The expression you made. You're like, no.
My website got hacked and it freaked me out.
Well, they're going to put wires in your head.
Yeah.
Right? That's the idea behind it.
That's the idea.
Christ. It's probably going to be inevitable. Once it happens, I mean, I don't want to be an early adopter, but once it does happen, and it really does remarkably increase your ability to interface with data, because that's the idea, right? So it ramps up the bandwidth in which people can access ideas and information. It's going to change the way we interface.
Yeah. I mean, I could see it being kind of an extreme have and have not situation. Like you think about how far behind you are today, how left behind you are if you have no internet access.
Right.
And this will be this could be like another level of that.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried about that.
Yeah, I got other things that keep me up at night.
Yeah, I mean, what is it
Got
going
a crazy 9-year-old in it.
real world problems. Yeah, it's just, to me, it seems like if you pay attention to if you track technology, like where it's going, things constantly improve. We demand constant innovation, and we're already wearing these things on our body in watches now. A lot of people wearing the Apple Watches and the Samsung and all the Google Watches, and it just seems inevitable that it somehow or another advances to a point where there's a chip or something you wear or some plate that they put on the back of your head and screw in.
Yeah, but then you watch like Black Mirror, and
I know
like,
that is the problem.
This might not be good.
I mean, but do you have a sense of history that you are? First of all, you're amongst one of the rare human beings that has ever been in space, and then 2, you're working for a company that is at the very tip of the spear of innovation. Like you're at the front of the line in terms of creating viable methods of sending people into space and returning them.
I feel extremely fortunate, to have that experience I had at NASA, and have the visceral experience, the incredible experience of flying in space, doing spacewalks, operating robot arms, launching on rockets and all that. And then coming to SpaceX and being there in the relatively early days and being there for 7 years. I feel like, I feel pretty satisfied that I got incredibly lucky to see these things and be in the room where it happens, it's pretty remarkable. And now, I'm still a consultant at SpaceX, but I'm a full-time professor at USC. So now I'm teaching and also working on TV shows. So now I'm like taking those incredible experiences I had open up a lot of other doors. And like, I end up, it's like, for example, working on this TV show, I find myself like in the writer's room with a whole bunch of really talented, creative people, where there's no way in a million years this would ever happen to me if it weren't for these incredible experiences I was lucky enough to have. It's like that gets really surreal.
I could only imagine. I mean, I can only imagine. Especially coming from your childhood, having that image on your wall, and now really being a part of this massive change in the way human beings are going to be able to travel in space.
Yeah.
Now, tell us about this TV show, because you were talking to me about it off air before we started.
Yeah. So this is For All Mankind. It's on Apple TV, and the way I got involved with this thing, I was a big fan of Battlestar Galactica. The
Me
reboot.
Too. The
Yeah.
reboot was awesome,
wasn't it?
Oh, it's so underrated.
Yeah,
one of the best science fiction shows ever.
Yeah, I mean, it was like in the early days of kind of like peak TV, I guess, and it was like it was just so good. I mean, the writing was so good, and the whole concept and everything.
Yeah.
All the things they're exploring, and the science fiction is always at its best when it's like an allegory, and the way they explored things that were happening in society, like terrorism and stuff. The way they were able to depict it as in an alternate universe, I thought was spectacular.
Yeah, it's brilliant show.
So I'm watching it on the space station, which was like the best place to watch that thing.
That's crazy. Do you using an iPad or something? Like, how do you have things stored, or is there a TV up there?
There's no TV, but we have all these laptops, so they can send up files, and you can give them like 4 shows that you like.
How long does it take for a show to download in space?
Well, they download it for you, which is nice while you're working. And then when you're ready to watch, you just pop up the file.
So is it like a satellite connection, internet satellite?
It's a KU band system that goes to satellites that aren't part of it. NASA satellites are called TDRS satellites. So the data goes up to TDRS and then down to ground stations to White Sands and then to.
So what kind of bandwidth are you getting? What's your latency?
I don't remember the numbers, but we weren't getting, when I was there, we weren't getting live internet because all that bandwidth is being used for science to get all the data from the experiments and the video.
So you can't check your Twitter?
You can now.
You can now?
You can now.
Oh, that's terrible.
I just missed that.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's probably yeah, it's probably
what a distraction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Google searching random things when you're supposed to be doing your job in space.
Yeah.
So you get these shows and you're watching Battlestar Galactica on your laptop.
I'm watching Battlestar Galactica, Colbert Report, Daily Show, and like New York Yankees games. So I'm watching.
Wow.
That's what I'm watching.
Wow. You're not watching Yankees games in real time, right?
No. Pre-recorded.
Oh, wow. Still though.
So it was just that was a nice like a bit of home that
Sure.
like I would play the radio broadcast while I was working and just in the background, and so you feel like you hear the crack of the bat, and it's kind of like you're in space, but you're still kind of connected to home.
That seems like something that would go on in a movie.
Yeah,
like some guy who's working on a spaceship in the movie who's listening to a baseball game and goes, shit.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, doesn't that? I mean,
yeah.
That really does seem very like some classic George Clooney movie about space.
Yeah, it's real. It's real.
Wow, man. Dude, how weird did that feel? That does feel so surreal that you were that guy up there with a laptop.
Yeah. I mean, and like Battlestar, I'm watching Battlestar, and they're like, now I'm in the final season, and they're like finding Earth, and I'm like, it's right there.
You're in a spaceship. How many people have watched Battlestar Galactica while in a spaceship? You might be the only person ever.
Well, my commander was watching it too, so there's at least two of us.
Yeah.
But so they ask you, like, are there any celebrities you'd like to chat with while you're up there? And they'll go out and get them for you, the kind of morale boost thing.
Oh, wow.
And so I said, I want to talk to Ron Moore and David Icke.
Oh, okay.
Who are the creators of Battlestar.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we had this great Skype session.
Wow.
It was so cool. And that's why before I was going to mention this, when we were talking about, science fiction and science fact and how there's this crazy feedback loop about you got to think about it first. Like you go back and look at 2001 and you see these guys using tablets. In 1968, that movie came out. And Steve Jobs saw that and said, I'm going to make one of those. Right. And so there's this crazy like interplay between fiction and fact. And I got to talk to Ron Moore about all this. And then he invited me to come on the set for the final episode of Battlestar.
Wow.
And you're not supposed to, like, the first 30 days you're back from a long duration mission, you're not supposed to like go anywhere. And I'm like, look, they're only going to shoot this once. It's 2 weeks from now. I'm going. And the last time I checked, this is a free country. You're not going to stop me. So I went all the way up to Vancouver, and I got to go on the set. I met all the cast. I got to be a focus puller on the camera guy. I got to do the sticks,
Oh, wow.
I just had a blast. And then they made me an extra. I was a colonial marine in the back of a ship that gets blown up.
I'm sure that show was super complicated to make, but I would love if they brought it back.
Yeah.
I don't think people appreciate it enough because it was on Sci-Fi, which is not the most popular network, and it's also a reboot of a classic show, so maybe it had like a bit of a stink to it, but that was so much better than the first version of it.
No comparison.
It's a great fucking show.
It's really intense.
Yes,
it's awesome.
It's really, really well made.
I love
everything about it, from the plot to the acting. It's sensational.
Yeah.
This is my favorite sci-fi show of all time, for sure.
Yeah, me too.
It's blasphemy for Star Trek fans.
But but it's really good.
It's fucking good, man. I mean, you couldn't have it without Star Trek. You couldn't have it without the original Battlestar Galactica. But at the end of the day, it's
they all kind of build on each other, and so then Ron went off and did Outlander after that.
Oh, okay.
And now he came in one day. He calls me up and he says, "I got this new idea. Can I come by? We can get together and maybe I could bounce the idea off of you." And I was like, "Yeah." So he came to SpaceX, and I gave him a tour of the place, and then we sat down in the cafe, and he said, "Okay, so I'm thinking about doing a show about NASA back in like the 70s. It'd be kind of like a period piece. It'd be kind of like we'd have a cast of characters, but they're all working on Apollo. And it would be true to real life, but it would be the drama of the people behind the scenes." I said, "Oh, that sounds pretty cool." He goes, "Yeah, I'm also toying around with a slight twist to that where we use an alternate reality. And in this alternate reality, we start at that point, but things turn out differently. And we start talking about like how close the Russians were to actually beating us to the moon, which not a lot of people know about. But when I was over there in Moscow, I got to see actually they have a warehouse where they still have their lunar lander, for example, that they built. They were really working hard on it. So we started what-ifing, like, well, what if the Russians got there first? What would America have done? How would things be different today if that seminal moment of Neil and Buzz stepping out on the moon was instead Alexei Leonov, a cosmonaut, doing it, right? And I was like, that is freaking genius. I mean, that was like I thought I want to see that show. That's like a great premise. And he pitched that to Apple, and they bought it. And then he called me up and said, "You want to work on the show?" I'm like, "Yeah." that's so cool.
What is your role? What do you do there?
I'm a technical consultant, one of a couple. We have another group of people, a couple other people that help out too. But I get involved in like everything. So I was in the writer's room where we're first coming up with basic ideas and sketching out like multiple seasons and character arcs and all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
And then I get all the scripts and I read them all and I give notes on all the scripts. And then I come to the set and I meet with the actors, the cast, and I give them suggestions about like how to look real when they're in space. And then I like work with the VFX guys. I work with the stunt team. I get phone calls from like the hair and makeup people, like what do ladies do with their hair if they have long hair when they do a spacewalk? I'm like, you're calling the wrong guy, but I can ask a friend, right? So that's what's so much fun for me. It's like, you know how like you can pay a whole lot of money and go to fantasy baseball camp,
yeah,
and like you get to like have batting practice with the Dodgers or something, and they humor you because you paid a lot of money. Well, it's kind of like that. I keep waiting for them to say like, okay, the fun is over. Get out of here. Go back to your day job, But I'm like, I'm just loving it.
That's wild. So how much correcting do you have to do? How much do you get the script and go, hey, that doesn't happen. You can't do that. That's not.
It depends. And every production is different. The nice thing about For All Mankind is they really, really want to get it right. I've worked on other projects where they say they want to get it right, but then they like completely blow off the laws of physics. And I'm okay with that.
Like The Martian with the hand cutting thing.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like I said this to some of my students, like nobody goes to see a movie for the orbital mechanics. Right? You go for the story, the characters.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But it's hard if you're an expert in something to watch a movie where they fudge stuff and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like for me, martial arts movies, when martial arts movies do dumb shit, I'm like, come on, man. Or if I watch a movie about a pool player and I can tell the guy can't really play pool, I get upset. Yeah. So for you, when you're watching something like Gravity, right? That was a big one. A lot of people got really like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I know he hated it.
He went into.
I liked it, and the problem is now that I have this job, now I'm getting more persnickety about it.
I'm sure.
Now I'm watching. I'm like, that's not right.
But everything, the gravity, the hair,
I used to not care though. Like when I first saw Gravity, I loved it because it was a good story. It gripped me.
But you knew that those space stations were not close to each other.
Oh yeah, the inclinations the orbits are totally different. You're going to go from one to the other with a fire extinguisher. I knew that was complete bullshit. Don't get me wrong.
But that leap where they're treating you like you're a moron, they're treating you like there's no way you're going to be able to research this. But someone like you, rather, that's your life. So like that's nonsense. So you're sitting there watching some hokey solution.
Yeah,
for something that would never work.
Yeah, if it gets to the point where but that's a beautiful thing about like doing this with television is you don't have to actually be right. You just have to be believable, which is the bar is like when I'm teaching my class at USC, I got to be right. But when I'm like, yeah, well, maybe this could happen.
Right.
With the TV show, it's easier.
But this TV show, you're just saying they really want to try to get it right.
They really do because it's really important to them. And so, yeah, I've ended up making like wholesale changes to episodes because like the original idea, I tried very, very hard not to interfere with their creative process because they're really, really good at that. And I'm not worthy. But I'm like, yeah, okay, I see what you're trying to do. You want this guy to be the hero. You want this person to feel remorse. You want this, and over the course of time, this person has a change of heart. I get the story. But what if instead of doing it this way, what if the events occur like this? Because this could actually happen, right? And so I tried to change it. And there's one like episode 9 and a little bit of episode 10 of season 1. I ended up sitting and working very closely with the writers and changing all the technical content to make the story work in a believable way. And that when we do that and then you see it on the screen, it's like so incredibly rewarding. It's really fun.
That must be, especially as someone who's a sci-fi fan. Like you've had 2 dream lives here.
Like I had 3 or 4 really.
It's incredible that you've gone from NASA to SpaceX and now to be able to create television shows that you can actually enjoy.
Yeah.
Wow. One thing I wanted to ask you about space is we always hear stuff about space junk, about satellites and just junk that's floating around the atmosphere. How much of a concern is that, and what could be done about that stuff?
It's a huge concern. It's a very, very big problem in certain orbits around the Earth, low Earth orbit, and also at the geostationary orbits. They're very that's where you could put like communication satellites, and they stay over one spot of the Earth. Those are very polluted. There's a lot of junk, and it is very dangerous, and it's a real problem. It's hard to clean up. Over time, eventually, even at higher altitudes, there's still a little bit of atmosphere, like individual atoms. Eventually, that slows you down. Those collisions eventually slow you down. So eventually it comes back, but it could take a long, long time.
Come back to Earth, you mean?
Yeah, it'll come back and it'll burn up. So the most important thing is don't make any more junk. That's like the best thing we can do. And we're getting much smarter. Like at SpaceX, we take our second stages and all of our NASA missions, and after it's accomplished its mission, we keep enough gas in the tank to burn the engine one more time and bring it back in one piece, so it doesn't blow up into smithereens and cause more junk. Whenever we do anti-satellite tests, though, China did one relatively recently, and we've done them in the past. Those are like the worst because they create giant clouds of junk, and we still have to live with that.
Is there any concepts on the table for how to take that stuff out?
There's some ideas of using lasers to laser the things and make subtle changes to their trajectories and orbits. But it's all the technical solutions are challenging and expensive. So I don't know of any one idea that's going to like just solve this problem easily.
Because we've seen the map of the Earth and all the different satellites that orbit it now, and all the different pieces of junk that have been identified. It's crazy.
Yeah,
the amount of stuff, and it seems like nobody kind of thought it through. They just sort of did it and left the junk up there, and
that's what humans do, man. I mean, like we've been dumping stuff in the oceans forever and not really giving much thought to it. Now we're finding giant gyres of plastic down, So, yeah, we tend to not really react until it's a really big problem, but it's a big problem. And when I did my first spacewalk, one of the things we had to do was we had to bring in this handle that we're going to use on a subsequent spacewalk. We call it a D handle. It's just basically a 1/2-inch piece of aluminum around like this that you can attach to something and carry things. So we had this big chunk of aluminum, and we brought it inside, and my spacewalk partner Rick looked at the thing when we came inside and saw a hole shot straight through it. It's like about 1 millimeter in diameter. It's really small, but it went right through this 1/2-inch thick solid aluminum. And he looked at that and he said, "Man, if that hit one of us," and he didn't have to finish that statement, because if this stuff is moving, generally speaking, about 10 kilometers per second, so that's like roughly 10 times as fast as a rifle bullet. So if something like that hits you, it could be a fleck of paint hitting you at that velocity. If it hits you in the suit, you're in a 100% oxygen environment, and you're just going to flame up. I mean, you're going to instantly combust. It's going to be really a bad day. So he didn't have to he said, when he said that, he didn't have to finish it. And we both looked at it, and then I looked at him and I said, "Yeah, but you're 6'4", so statistically, much more likely it's going to hit you.
More object.
And besides, I was kind of behind you most of the way out there.
But it'd probably go right through him and right through you too.
It probably might.
That's what's so crazy about it is there's so much of that stuff up there. I'm always wondering, like, why doesn't it hit the space station? What?
It does.
It does.
There's a couple of times I was inside the space station. I heard us take a hit.
Whoa.
So I heard the ping, but fortunately I didn't hear the ping followed by the boom.
Oh, the air leaving.
Yeah.
So that ping is probably something bouncing off something or going through something.
So the station has shielding. It's called Whipple shielding, and it's basically a piece of a wall, a thin piece of metal that stands off from the hull. So the thin piece of metal is never going to stop this thing. But when it hits at that hypervelocity, it breaks up into lots of little tiny pieces, and it's almost like a fluid at that point. It's like these like almost a cloud of dust. And then when it hits the hull, those individual pieces don't penetrate. So it just shatters it, and that works.
What if it hits that window?
It's hit the shuttle window. It has multiple panes, and it's really, really strong. But we came home with big. It looks like when a rocket gets kicked up and it takes.
Really?
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a little scary.
Jesus Christ, a little?
Yeah.
What about micrometeors and things along those lines?
Well, depending on where you are. So in Earth orbit, there's much more of man-made junk than there are micrometeorites, but there are those too. When you get out away from Earth orbit, like if we're going to go back to the moon, then there's no more human-made junk, but those micrometeorites are still out there, and they can do the same kind of damage. But there's a lot fewer of them. The density of those things is a lot less than what you experience. So it's if you go to Mars, I'd worry about the radiation first, and then the micrometeorites are like down the list.
There seems so many things to think about.
Yeah.
And is this all factored into your television show?
Well, a lot of these things are. I can't
say.
I can't give any spoilers. Season 1 is available right now.
It is. Okay.
We could talk about that. But season 2, I'm not allowed to give any spoilers or anything. But I can tell you that, like, there's some of these concepts end up in there. Yeah.
Well, listen, it's been a real pleasure having you in here, man. I really appreciate you coming here and talking about this stuff. And you've lived 3 amazing lives. You're in the middle of a third one right now, and it's
you've had a pretty cool one too, man. So no, this has been a real honor and a real pleasure. Seriously,
the honor's mine, man. Thank you very much. So one more time for people, it's available right now on Apple TV.
For All Mankind.
For All Mankind. And if people want to find you on social media, do you have?
Yes,
do you have everything?
So you can go to my website, GarrettRiesman.com. Thank you. And then on Twitter and Instagram, I'm Astro G Dog with 2 G's.
Okay. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you being here, man.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Hello, my British friends. What the fuck's happening? Good to see you guys.
Good to be back, man.
It's the world just, I always hope that next time we see each other, things would calm down. Have a happy podcast where we're not freaking out and filled with existential crisis and doom.
It's kind of weird, right? Like life is good, but the world's on fire.
Uh-huh. I think that's one of the reasons why life is good. It's a fucked up thought, but I really believe that we only appreciate true, like, camaraderie and community and friendship if there's like a real feeling of possible doom, like hovering in the air. And the times where you could just be together, have a drink with friends and hug each other, that's when it really feels good. Like when things are too easy, I think people find more problems and get filled with more anxiety. But when there's real fear, then you could like look at your friends like, bro, I love you, man. Because like we could die tonight. It could be all over.
Yeah, no one's talking about the trans debate in Afghanistan. You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
They solved that.
Yeah, they're really not interested in drag queen story hour. They just fucking shoot you and throw you in a burn pit. Like, shut up.
No, it is. It's so interesting. Like, schools are like that. If you go into a really nice school with really nice kids, the teachers hate each other. They're all there going, can you believe what he said about her and she said about him? And you know what they're doing in their lesson? They're not following the syllabus. When you work in a shitstorm where every time you walk into the building, you're like, it's not on fire. You know what? You've got more friends than ever in the staff room because you have to be together.
Yeah, I think that's a real issue with human beings. I think we're just so hardwired to be prepared for tribal conflict, predators attacking. I think it's just inescapable in the very fiber of our core. Like whatever it is, whatever our DNA is, whatever epigenetic memory, whatever the fuck is in our system, it just seems to expect horrible things happening. And if they're not, they find mundane things to be horrible.
Right.
Microaggressions. The dumbest shit to be upset with. Because you don't have real shit to be upset with. And so you go looking, and then also one of the things with microaggressions and a lot of those things is people find value, like perceived value in being a victim of something. And so they start pushing and they realize, I'm getting results by pushing it. Like we were talking earlier about people that like kind of create fake narratives because they see a grift, they see a business to get into. It's not really their opinion and how annoying those people are to talk to. That's what that is. It's like, you're not really upset. You just know that you can say you're upset, and then people go, "Oh, I'm sorry you're upset," and then all of a sudden we have this little scenario where you're the highlight. You're getting focus on you.
And online, it's not just you're upset. It's like you're upset. Here's $1 million and 10 billion clicks on your video, right? So the incentive structures are pushing this, and you see it, I think, happening across the political spectrum now, where people are really going heavy on the victimhood, like we are oppressed. There's a conspiracy against me, etc., and it gets rewarded.
100%, and it's a weakness, and it's a sign of a society that has not really experienced too much conflict on its actual soil. Our conflict is all self-created. Our conflict is all crime in our own communities. Our conflict is all defund the police. Our conflict is, whatever. There's not real this shit that's happening in Ukraine right now, or the shit that's happening in Israel right now. Like that's real conflict, and when you don't have real conflict, you find conflict. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's kind of the way we're programmed. We're programmed to want to search for conflict, look for conflict, engage in conflict.
Yeah.
And it's always a way, just to take it back to the staff room point, I found it so interesting on a psychological level that people would bicker about the smallest of things and they would blow it up into this big thing because it was easy to teach. You had an easy job, comparatively speaking. You're not going to get that upset about a microaggression when someone's about to throw a chair at your head because you're dealing with an aggression.
People need shit to do. They really do.
Yeah.
I almost feel like there should be a nationally mandated morning run that everybody has to go on. Like the whole country. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's got to run a mile. I know that's a mile's not even that far, but just fucking 1 mile, everybody. You know how much better the country's attitude would be if we all agreed that to have like a mandated morning workout together. It sounds crazy, like that's the solution, but what it is, it's injecting a physically and mentally difficult thing to do first, especially for people that are out of shape, to do first thing in the morning. A physical, mental challenge, the first thing of your day. And I guarantee the rest of the day, people will be like, what's the big deal? A lot of the things would be like, what's the big deal? Oh, and also you'd realize the value of doing something that's difficult to do, which most people don't do, ever. Most people run away from that like it's a fucking nuclear fire.
I think one of the other reasons as well that people are struggling meaning and purpose is that this whole thing about the population not being replaced enough and we're not having enough kids. Well, it's not so much that women aren't having as many kids as they used to. It's that fewer women are having kids. That means far fewer people are now parents. And like when you become a parent, it sort of changes your outlook on things. And if you had a lack of meaning and purpose, you quickly find it, at least in providing for this tiny thing that is entirely dependent on you. I've certainly found that.
I've found that too. I think it also opens up for lack of better term, like a window in your soul where you understand love. And like Dave Chappelle said this to me once, we were talking about having kids. We were in the back of the Comedy Store and he said, not only has it increased the amount of love, he goes, it's increased my capacity for love. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's it. That's what it is. It changes everything.
It changes everything.
Changes everything. And also you realize like, oh, these are all babies. Everybody's a baby that grew up.
I had that exact experience where I was like, I started seeing people and now I go, oh, they were like my son once.
Yeah.
And it just put me in a completely different place in terms of...
It made me 80% more compassionate.
The same.
Yeah.
I find it harder to judge people. I still do it, but I find it hard.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't have kids.
When you're ready to shoot a live one into a nice young lady.
You put it so romantically, Joe.
I like that. That's biology mixed with hunting. Yeah. That's your brand, brother. That's Joe Rogan right there.
That's hilarious.
You should do
Do you
that.
have a lady friend?
Not at the moment, no. But I'm looking. I'm on the market. This podcast is mainly watch my son.
Mate, your DMs after this are going to be full.
Let's fucking go. Come on, son.
I've been trying to get him on that bandwagon for a while now, so we're working on it.
Well, but it's like picking a career. Don't go down the wrong path.
Yeah.
You go down the wrong path and you're a fucking accountant and you're fully invested and you got a mortgage and all this bullshit and you got a family to take care of, but you really want to be a comic? Francis, you're fucked. You're fucked. And if you go all the way down the road with a bad woman and a woman that you're not compatible with, or maybe you together are bad, whatever the fuck it is, find a good one.
I mean, that took some twists and turns, that conversation, Joe, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Because we went from flying a live one, which was, I could do that.
It's good, but you don't want to ruin your life.
That is true.
Look, I'm very fortunate. I love my wife to death. I have friends that are in hell.
Yeah.
They're in hell. And I have friends that are in hell and they stay for the kids. And I have friends that are in hell and they don't have kids. And they both do it to each other. It's not just the man. It's not just the woman. It's like some people just don't work together. It just doesn't work. And if you get one of those pregnant, dude, and then they do things to hurt you and you try to hurt each other and they try to get more money out of you and they want to take you to court and they want to turn your kids against you. And I can tell you horror stories, but I won't because some of them are too personal to, my friends' stories. But one of them is just so fucking insane. I can't even get into it, but it ruined his life. It took 15 years to resolve. It completely destroyed his life, completely destroyed him financially. Yeah, just a crazy lady.
Yeah. And that's the other thing that becoming a parent does to you is it makes you more vulnerable because you now have this thing that you care about more than anything. But
I think that's good for people.
Yeah, totally. We're not selling marriage very well here, Joe. But
it's not a good thing to sell. If I was an investment banker, if I was a guy who ran your portfolio, and I was looking at marriage, I was like, I don't recommend it. Because I recommend it romantically. I recommend it spiritually. I recommend it for your soul if you could find a soulmate. But if you don't find a real soulmate, it's like, what are the numbers? The numbers are crazy. What's the number that end up in divorce? It's more than half, right?
Yeah, half of marriages, but not half of people. So the way it works is like people are serial divorcees, basically. They skew the stats massively. So if you get married, your chances of getting divorced are not 50%. But statistically speaking, half of all marriages end in divorce because the guys who are getting divorced over and over and over.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not that bad, Francis, is what we're saying. Right?
Well, I have one friend who had a terrible first marriage and an amazing second marriage.
Right.
Yeah, and sometimes people need to go through that evolution where they need to make mistakes. And sometimes it's not even the partner's fault. It's just they went into this union at the wrong time for them, for whatever reason.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's you too. Like you have that bad relationship. You go, you know what? At any time along the way, I could have course corrected and made this better, and I didn't. And in the next I really liked her in the beginning. Like, what the fuck happened? Like, if you could really remember what it's like when you first meet someone and you're really into them and just sort of keep that forever. Isn't it possible to just keep appreciating that person like that forever? Most people don't do that. They get like really used to stuff, really used to people. And then I also think there's a part of it is like, if you're full of shit, that person knows you're full of shit because they live with you.
Yeah.
And then you have to face the fact that you're full of shit in their eyes every day. And you're like, fuck that bitch. She doesn't even believe in me. The next thing you know, you're getting your kids on the weekend.
you got to work on the relationship, I think. Like my wife and I've had to do that for sure. We're very different. And so we have to really work at it. But what you're saying about appreciating and not taking for granted, it's hard to do, but it's the most important thing to do.
I think that's with all of life. And then that's that corny ass word gratitude that got co-opted by those wooden bead wearing douchebags. Those motherfuckers, they took gratitude from us. But it's like an important principle of humility. Like gratitude and humility, like those are like to just like appreciate things. Like the other day, it's been beautiful weather here. And the other day it rained, and the next day everything was vibrant green. And I was just outside going, God, this is amazing. Like this just view of just the vibrancy of this life, these trees and the grass, and just take it in. Every now and then just take it in and fucking enjoy this beautiful experience. If you were on your deathbed right now, if you were some 98-year-old guy with just nothing left, looking back at you at this age, you'd be like, God damn, why didn't I have more fun?
You know, that's it. I had this kind of like epiphany once on psychedelics, and it was I just think we don't have enough fun. We just don't. And I'm as guilty of this as the rest of people, where I'm just like, right, I'm going to do here. And, you know, and I've got to do like this spot or whatever else. So you've got to do, and I've got to make sure that it's got to be perfect, and it's got to do this and this and this. And you go, is that actually what I got into this for? Did I actually get into to be so rigid, to live my life on train tracks? Or did I get into it to play, have fun, meet people, enjoy life? I mean, that's why we started this. That's why we did this. That's why we set up podcasts. That's why we did stand-up. It's because we wanted a life that was fun.
Mm-hmm. Well said. As well said as you could say it. I think there's delaying gratitude, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing about the difficult work of like putting together a set or putting together a joke. Like I literally fell asleep at my fucking keyboard last night. I was sitting in front of Microsoft Word and I just nodded out. I'm like, fuck, go to bed. Because it was pretty late. But I don't want to do that. You know what I want to do? I want to go watch car videos on YouTube. I want to watch professional pool matches. I want to watch I don't want to sit there and fucking fester over material. But I know I have to do it. You have to. The only way it feels really good when it kills is if it sucks for a long time in front of a computer. It doesn't always suck. It's like sucks for a few minutes until you get flowing, and then you're into the process of it, and then it's stimulating. But there's that weird resistance, you know, that thing from the War of Art that Pressfield talks about. There's a part of us that like resists. So,
and what does he say that is, Joe?
Oh man, Pressfield talks about it almost like he talked. Have you read War of Art?
No.
I've got a bunch of copies because I've recommended so much that he sent me like a box of copies. We bought a box back in the LA studio and I would give it to comedians. I'm like, just read this. It's a really easy read. It's a short book and it'll show you there's a thing that fucks with people. Whatever this resistance is, there's something about the human psyche that puts off doing things that you know you're supposed to do. And resistance to writing is particularly aggressive for whatever reason. And Pressfield talks about it like he essentially gives you tools. And he says you're going to be a professional and you're going to think of yourself as a professional. And as a professional, we go to work. And when we go to work, we sit in front of the computer, we summon the muse. And he believes in the muse. He doesn't believe in it just as like, just pretend it's a muse and that way you can be creative. He's like, no, if you treat it like it's real, it is real. Like the muse is a real thing. If you just show up every day at a certain time and put in the time, ideas will come to you. They're not going to come every day. It's not going to be like picking strawberries in God's open field. No, it's going to be this weird thing. But if you do it enough, if you treat it like it is a muse, it will perform as a muse does. And if you do the work, you will reap these rewards. And it gives you like this sort of like very simple, well outlined sort of guide to how to do that.
That's really interesting. It resonates a lot with me because when I write a lot of Substack articles now, and that works really well. And all I do is I sit down. I know I've got 2 hours, and within 5 minutes, it starts flowing.
Yeah. The first 5 minutes, like
yeah. It really helps if I came into it with an existing idea already, and then I can just go and flesh it out.
Yeah.
You know, that resonates a lot.
Ari Shaffir used to have this quote on his laptop. I think it's Hemingway. And it said, the first draft of everything is shit. I think it's Hemingway. Is that Hemingway's quote? We'll see.
Even if it isn't, that's still true.
But Ari had that as a sticker, like on his screen, like right below his screen, with the space between the screen and the keyboard.
Do you know one thing that I find for creativity as well in the way of getting good ideas is it's so important.
Yeah, it's Hemingway.
The first, it's so important to play. It's so important to play. So if you I find it really helpful to go for a walk, maybe grab a coffee, don't listen to music, don't listen to anything, and just walk. And things that have happened in your day, you'll just notice certain things. Like a couple of days ago, I was in the gym with Gold's Gym, and RFK Jr. came in with like 5 dudes in jeans, a polo shirt, and came in, and then he was on the bench, I was on the bench, and he obliterated me, and then just left again. And I was like, that's so funny. There's something there that a guy who's in his mid-70s comes in, dominates me, leaves.
He's mid-70s?
Yeah,
I think he's just 70.
Oh, is he 70?
Well, is he mid-70s?
Holy
I thought
he
he
looks
just
about
turned
55.
Yeah.
How old is he? He's 70.
He looks about 55, man.
Yeah.
He's very fit. He works out a lot, but in jeans, which is very gimmicky. I don't like it. I would recommend sweatpants or shorts. What are we doing? Why are you wearing jeans? Do you know they make better stuff for working out? Like, if you wear jeans, to me, that tells me you work out, kinda. Like, there's no way you're sweating in jeans. There's no way you're running 5 miles on the treadmill in jeans. You're just not going to do that.
No.
So you're only getting to a certain level of workout if you're wearing jeans, period.
What if he's just doing weights?
Yeah, you could just do weights. Yeah, you could just do weights with jeans, but you shouldn't just do weights. You should cardio should be like vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
Like you need it like you need everything else. Like you need protein, you need fats, like you need vitamins. You need cardio. Cardio is important. Your system should be stressed. Your system should be able to perform work for long periods of time. If it can't, it's a bad system. And if you just want a system that looks good at the beach, that's dumb. That's dumb. That's a stupid thing. Like, you can have both things. You could have a system that looks good at the beach, but also have a system that you can run. You could do stuff. You could put in, like, if you have to hike somewhere, you can make it there. Some people won't make it, you know? Like, if that's one thing to understand. Like, you're trying to get over a mountain, not everybody's going to make it. There's a lot of us that are out there in society listening to this right now that can't go over a hill, a really big hill. That's crazy. That's crazy. So if you go to the gym and you just do like bench press and, you know, you just do like fucking trap pull downs and shit, and you got a big upper body, and then you can't go over a hill, and you could die, like something's chasing you, you can't get away. Like, that's dumb. That's really stupid. When you could have just had both.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a security team of 5 people, so he doesn't.
I'm not meaning him. He's 70 years old. But I mean, it's just like, don't work out in jeans.
Yeah.
This is just my advice. Just work out in a way where you can't wear jeans because they're so uncomfortable because you're sweating.
Yeah.
And if you're not doing that, then, I mean, maybe he does jeans for others. Maybe he does no jeans for others. Maybe he swims. Maybe he gets cardio in another way, and that's just what he likes to do to.
Maybe he just wore jeans this one time, and we spent 5 minutes talking about it.
But let me just say also, I'm a hypocrite, because one of my favorite guys to watch online is this guy, Tom Haviland. And this guy is this psycho that lives in Australia. And he was some Australia Special Forces guy, I think. He's, what is he, like 6'9", 360 pounds, and he wears like work clothes when he works out, and he's squatting like, I don't know, 1,000 pounds or something, and carrying giant fucking barrels and shit. Like, he's a freak. But he everything he does in like work boots and work pants and work shirts.
He wanted me to. He's not also a former Special Forces.
Why do they keep saying that?
I don't know.
Okay, what is he?
I don't know. He just wanted to. He texted me and said,
"Oh, you got a phone number?"
No, I mean, I could DM. He DM me.
So why? So that was just one of those wild internet rumors.
Yeah, he said thanks for all the recent messages.
What is his background?
I don't know. He just didn't say. He just said he's not that.
So whatever this guy's background is, he's a fucking freak. I mean, he's like the weirdestly strong. Might be one of the strongest humans alive. And look, everything he does is this stuff. Everything he does is like with work clothes on.
You got a bulletproof vest on?
No, it's a weight vest.
It's a weight vest.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he does a lot of weird, like, off balance, off angle stuff. A lot of weird farmer's carries with like super heavy weight. But he's freakishly strong, man. And gigantic.
Oh my, that vertical is insane.
That's a vertical for an almost 400-pound man.
Whoa.
You understand how big that guy is? Like,
wow.
Yeah, my dick is where his face is, or his dick is where my face is, rather. Like, look at the size of that.
He put up his diet one time, and it had something insane, like 400 grams of protein for the day or something.
Whoa.
Yeah, like his whole feed is this kind of shit, like weird kind of bizarre weightlifting movements, Zercher squats, farmer's carries. And he's got an interesting philosophy about that, I think. What I'd read, I don't know if this is disinformation too, but it's that, like, carrying things apparently is very underrated in terms of, like, your ability to, like, increase your overall strength. Like, walking with things is really good, which a lot of people don't do. You know, like, actually, like, picking up weight and carrying it around is very good for just your overall general strength.
And is that because you're using the micro muscles that you don't if you're in one position just going?
Like, you know how they do those farmer's carries? a lot of people do them with a kettlebell in each hand, and I do that too. But they say one of the best ways to do it is actually a kettlebell in one hand, and then just go back the other way with it in the other hand, because it's really awkward because you're not balancing it out with the weight on the other side. So all of your stabilizer muscles have to work overtime to keep that thing in a certain position, whereas it would be kind of like locked out with both arms if you had the weight in both hands.
Do you know, I was watching RFK Jr. work out, and I was like, that's so American.
It's very American.
Can you imagine Rishi Sunak doing that?
Who's Rishi Sunak?
Rishi Sunak is the Prime Minister. So he's our leader.
Yeah, he's this little dweeb, he'll walk in.
Yeah, the meek shall inherit the earth. It's in the Bible.
The only weird way you would see him is like if he went to a Pilates class or legs, bums, and tums. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't do that.
Legs, bums, and tums. Is that a class you guys have? That's hilarious.
I mean, it's mostly populated by women, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Hey, listen.
Or creeps.
It's a good combination. Lots of women, some creeps.
I was going to tell a story about when I went to a legs, bumps, and tums class, but let's
How
move
many
on.
have you gone to?
I went with my ex-girlfriend because I took the piss out of her, and I was like, legs, bumps, and tums. She went, all right, come along. Let's do it together. Come on, let's see it.
Oh.
10 minutes in, I was dead.
Yeah, yoga will humble you. Try that. People think yoga is easy.
Yeah,
yoga is hard as shit.
Oh yeah, we did yoga for a while, and he had he couldn't walk straight for about 3 months afterwards. He fucked his back.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh no, you got to be careful with that.
Yeah,
it's a thing. There's certain positions like that one when you're standing up and you have to hold your foot out extended, like you have a weak lower back. That one can be really tricky.
I think it was something like that.
Yeah. That's not something you should just jump right into.
No, but the problem is you see women in their 70s smashing it in the yoga class, and you're like, Doris, if you could do it, I can do it.
Well, also they're smashing it with their body weight, right? So their body weight is significantly less than yours. So if that guy's doing yoga, that Tom Haviland guy's doing yoga, he's 390 pounds. That's a whole different thing holding those positions as an 89-pound old lady.
Yeah.
If you're a 100-pound person, it's easier to hold your leg up. It's like it weighs less. It's less gravity. It doesn't require as much. It's easier to move around. You're not getting pulled down by the earth as much.
Trust me though, Joe, I've seen him do stretches. Doris is a lot more flexible than Francis.
It's that too. But yoga is not just strength, it's stability. It's really about stability. Even when I first started doing it, what I was shocked was like how much my foot muscles were working. I was like, wow, my feet are getting tired. This is kind of crazy. I didn't anticipate that. I thought you just stood and you're good. But when you're standing a lot on one leg, you realize like, oh, this is kind of weak. It's just sort of supported by the other side, and both of them are doing a half-assed job. But in yoga, and you have to use one foot, that little sucker really has to work.
That's the great thing about exercise is it just humbles you.
Yes.
You could be crushing it in every area of your life. You're like, yeah, you know what? I am the shit. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. You get to this didn't happen. You get to the what's it called? The pec deck or whatever it is. And then you grab that thing and you try and slide it off where the weights are.
Yeah.
And then you're struggling to do it. And you're like, yeah, I'll just do this weight.
Joe doesn't know what you're talking about,
I do. I sympathize. I've seen these things happen. But that's why I was thinking like a mandated workout for everybody in the morning. Even if you can't run, do something else. If we really did do that, it would humble people. And being a little bit more humble by especially something that you decided to do. It's voluntary. It's good for you. It's good for your brain to know that you can do that.
Totally. The one thing that I think makes all of that stuff more difficult here is in the UK, we walk a lot because you can get places by walking. Here, it's kind of in a lot of places, you can't really, you have to drive everywhere.
Welcome to the future. You don't have to fucking walk everywhere like a cave person. You're welcome.
What was that movie where they're all being like carried around on these, like they're all fat and they're all getting, it's like a kid's animated movie. Was it Wall-E or something like that? Where there's like this spaceship and they're all on these like pods that they just
I think that was Wall-E.
Yeah. And they
was that Wall-E?
And they're constantly sucking on a milkshake or whatever, just endless sugar and calories.
I think what's going to get us is the robot sex dolls.
Yeah.
Because you guys were talking about, if there's a decline in population, right? That means, and there's like a severe decline in America, the amount of men that are single is very high the amount of men that haven't had sex in like over a year is very high. And there's a lot of people that are just locked into their computers and they're just on their computer all the time. It's super, super common. If something came along that allowed, like with these exponential increases in technology, like what you're seeing with these AI programs now, which are really stunning visuals that they can create in seconds, in minutes, they can have a short film. It's crazy what they can do now. If they can do that with a physical moving object, like if they can get a real humanoid object that has perfect features and is your girlfriend and is warm and sweet and gives you everything you want from a human,
never argues with you,
it's game over. It's game over for the human race. Like if I was artificial intelligence, I wouldn't kill everybody. I would just let them die off. Like the most humane way to do it is to let them realize that they're unnecessary and there's no need to have kids when you can fuck your Jennifer Lopez robot. And that's what they would do. They would just live with their robots and no one would have like real relations anymore. It would go away so quick. It would be, then they start having robot babies. So you don't have to, like, for women that want kids, like you just have a robot baby. Since you can't have a regular baby, they'll just give you this baby. This baby will stay a baby forever.
The first time we had Louise Perry on, are you familiar with Louise?
I know the name.
She wrote a book called The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. She's very, very good, based out of the UK. And the first time we had her on, she made, you know how we always ask, what's the one thing we're not talking about at the end of the show? This was her answer. She was like, I think sex robots are coming and they're going to ruin everything, because the male desire to do things, to create, to build, to innovate, to research, to stand up for what you believe in, to fight, all of that is tied in to wanting to raise your status to be with a woman. Right?
100%.
And so you take that away, you're going to be left with a bunch of fuckers on pods sipping milkshakes. That's what the best case scenario.
I think it's going to happen before we even realize it's happened. I think it's going to happen very quickly. Because I think once those things get implemented, we're going to see just a giant, steep drop-off of childbirth and of regular relationships. And what happens to women? What do they do? Because they don't have that same desire. They want to actually emotionally connect with someone. You know, was it? I don't know if it's a true quote, but I remember reading it and thinking it was, and I'm not sure if it is now. George Harrison, or someone who attributed to George Harrison, said, "All I need from a woman is to be attracted to her. Everything else I can get from a man." There's people that think that way, right? So if you're a guy and you think that way, and then all of a sudden you have your robot fuck doll, and you're just hanging with your buddies, but women don't think that way. Women want to be like emotionally, generally. Want to be, I mean, I like to generalize. It's good. It's fun.
It's like walking the edge of a cliff nowadays. It used to be you could just do that. Right?
Yeah. But you got to be just honest about what you're doing. I'm certainly generalizing. But I think there's going to be a whole lot less women that want a robot fuck boy.
Yeah.
They're not going to want a robot fuck boy. They're not going to respect that guy. It's not a real person with real struggles that can really provide. That's just like some robot dick that plows them when they come home from the club, which maybe that's great. Maybe that's fine, but I have a feeling it won't be. I have a feeling that the ingrained human reward systems in us that were designed to ensure that we replicate, those are all going to get fucked up by robot fuck dolls. They're going to get wrecked.
The men and women are the basic building block of human society.
Yeah.
It's what we evolved to be, and it's why that you talked earlier about finding your soulmate is. I think, look, this is a massive generalization, and obviously it won't be true for some people, but I think it's very difficult to be truly fulfilled until you have that and until you have kids. It's very difficult. People can do it, people manage it, people find other ways, but it's such a basic building block of our evolutionary history that it's going to be very hard to live without those things being in place, with those things being available. And no matter how nice and pretty and compliant your AI girlfriend is, it ain't the real thing.
And it's also as well, I don't think people talk about this enough, is that you look at a lot of guys and when they get with the right woman, they change.
Totally.
They change. They become a better person. They become a better person in every aspect of their life. Women tend to have a civilizing influence on men. And if that is taken away, then all you've got is something that is going to appeal to males' based instincts, which is to fuck, to have sex, all right, I've done that. I've satisfied that biological urge. You know what? Let's go for another dopamine hit. Let's go for a dopamine hit here. Let's go smoke some weed, and then let's go and play video games at whatever time in the morning.
Yeah.
Because why am I going to sacrifice anything when everything can be about my pleasure, my dopamine?
Yeah. Well, there's also men and women think again. Did we say we're generalizing?
This is why I love this podcast. It's having a chat with mates with severe consequences.
There's no consequences.
No, there's going to be headlines about you slagging off RFK tomorrow. It's a Joe Rogan destroys RFK Jr.'s jeans.
I love the guy. Don't work out in jeans. If you work out in jeans, it means you're not working out that hard. But then, like I said, I'm a hypocrite because that Tom Hevelon guy, he works out in jeans.
Anyway, we're generalizing.
Yeah.
Where was I?
Men and women.
Oh, Jesus. We're really still talking about that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It was about...
Francis was talking about dopamine hits.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a solution for them that would work as well as a solution for men. It would have to be like a virtual reality boyfriend. But like women don't even want fake diamonds. You know, or diamonds that are artificially made. Real diamonds that are made in a lab. They don't want them. They want them ones that the slaves have to dig out of the ground. Yeah. It's a weird thing. So a woman, I don't think, again, generalizing, I don't think most women are going to have any desire to be with a robot man. I think they want an actual one.
I think the struggle is part of the appeal. My wife has said it to me in terms, like she said, it's important that I watch you struggle to do something and then achieve it. That that makes her feel good. Like the struggle is important.
It's not something that a man wants from a woman necessarily either, which is odd. But these things are real. Like we can pretend that they're unfair or they're unjust or they're sexist or whatever. Okay, they're real.
They just are.
The desires are and the appreciation of people who struggle is real.
Yeah, so my wife is like, I need to see you struggle. I need to see you overcome. If I ask you to put up a shelf or whatever, I want you to do it because then I can watch you do it and be like, oh, he's put in the effort. Literally, and I think actually quite a lot of women would say that if they were blunt and honest about what they want.
Yeah. We're going to be able to read minds, and when we read minds, it's going to be so baffling. We're going to be like, you guys thought what? Like, what did you think? That's what you want? Wow. I had no idea. How is that possible? How do you like that? What's going on in your fucking head? When we're actually reading women's minds, and you're gonna know like who is pretending to not be interested in you, but is very interested in you. Where people aren't gonna be able to be coy anymore. It's gonna be very weird.
Oh yeah, and there's going to be a lot of people that are going to get cancelled.
Well, what is canceling even going to mean? The problem is a lot of the people that want to cancel people have cancelable offenses in their own past.
Oh yeah,
a big part of them.
Yeah.
So I think that is all going to be out there. All thoughts are going to be out there. I think it's a matter of time, and I don't think it's that long. I think within a decade we're going to have some ability because they're getting so close to it. They're getting. There was a Japanese study where they got some sort of visual evidence of dreams. Some sort of it's not like you can see the dream, but they're getting close. They're zeroing in on particular images that people were experiencing while they were dreaming, and they think they could decipher those. What is that technology? See if you could find what they're. I think was it functional magnetic resonance imagery? Is that what it was?
When I type it in, the story comes up like almost 12 years ago. I guess they started doing it.
That's what I said. There was some sort of recent article about it.
So too.
I think there's been some breakthrough. The point is, they're gonna get it. All right, You got that guy wearing the first Neuralink patient who's wearing Neuralink in his head now, and he's operating a computer for the first time, paralyzed, and he's playing video games. He's talking to people. It's wild. So we know that's already been done. Okay, MRI scans reveal what we see in dreams. Japanese researchers unveil visuals with 60% accuracy using innovative MRI scans in pivotal Kyoto study showcasing a breakthrough in sleep science. 60% accuracy is bananas. So this is like Morse code. It's not, having a FaceTime chat. That FaceTime chat's coming. Okay, Morse code. We had to do that first. Got through the smoke signals. out there fucking making circles in the desert. And now, instead of smoke signals, we have impossible technology that anybody 100 years ago would have thought of as complete magic. Well, this is going to make that look like a fucking walk in the park with your friends. It's going to make it look. It's going to make it seem so mundane that what that shit is going to do is unite all brains united in the weirdest sort of hive mind situation that anybody could ever. You couldn't imagine what that would be like. Just like we couldn't imagine in the 1700s what it's like to just get on Twitter and read news about Beirut. You know, how could you know? How could you instantaneously get news about another part of the world that you're nowhere near? Well, because the world's changed. The whole thing's changed. It's going to be everybody's brain connected.
I mean,
may you live in interesting times.
Yeah.
That is the weirdest. It's going to be a whole new way of interfacing with reality.
And do you know what?
I might not be right, but I think it's like 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 3. It's like it's right there. It's coming.
Do you know? Because we all dream some pretty fucked up stuff. You know, like you wake up and you're like, "What was that about?"
Yeah.
Just imagine, like, you know, you had this Neuralink programmer attached to you, and you wake up and you say to the scientist, "So what did I dream about?" And they're like, "Turns out you're gay, mate."
What if everybody's gay in their dreams? Yeah. What if you're straight in reality? Yeah. You're definitely gay in your dreams.
Yeah.
And you have to decide which one you're going to be. So if you're a gay guy, then you're straight in your dreams.
I've always said I think it'd be a lot easier to be gay.
Oh, there's definitely some value in that, in certain circumstances. But when they get old, it gets rough. It gets rough because men are mean. You know, they're mean, and you know, you're an old man and he doesn't want to suck your dick anymore. Sorry, they want to go get a young guy, and that's the difference. You know, between like an old man and woman couple, they're just hanging out together, versus an old guy who no one wants to fuck him anymore, and he has to try to pay young guys to be with him, and then it gets ugly and sad.
All right, you've ruined the appeal for me, Joe. It's just like it's so much easier. Like if I ask Francis, mate, do you want to go for dinner? He's like, yeah. I'm like, where do you want to go? Oh, I don't mind. I'd never have that conversation with my wife. It's like a half-hour affair of working it out, making sure it's the right place and the right time and all of it. You know.
I had some friends of mine that were a gay couple, and they decided to get a surrogate. So they get a surrogate, and then the lady decides to keep the kid, and she kept it. She's like, "No, I'm gonna keep your kid."
That doesn't surprise me.
I like the kid. Yeah, it surprises me that doesn't happen most of the time.
Right.
Like once the baby is so connected to you, it must be a traumatic experience for the mother.
Yeah, and the baby probably.
Oh yeah, it's a weird one. The surrogate baby thing is a weird one. That is like, I mean, it's like a modern day version of some weird shit that people would have done like the 1700s. You know, carry my baby for me. Like what? You can hire someone to carry your baby? What? Hold on. Yeah, we're having a bunch of surrogate babies now. We decided to just keep making kids, but I don't want to carry them. So we're just going to stuff them inside someone and have them carry them, and I'm going to pay them.
It's a bit of a moral landmine. Like people get very triggered when anyone says anything about it. But that tearing of the maternal bond,
yeah,
that ain't no joke. That thing
is not a joke, and that is something that we can't discount. If they do create an artificial human being, the reality is, without all of those natural processes that are in place that you don't even understand until they're actually happening, you don't have them at all. You don't have them at all in this thing. This thing wasn't bonded to its mother. It didn't have like fights with its sister where they made up. It didn't have like someone who was mean to them at school that became their best friend. Didn't have all that stuff. None of that stuff. So what do you have? What is that? A demon? Like what is that? What is that? What is this new life form that's smarter than you, that has no real emotions because it has no real stake in the game because it was created with a fucking 3D printer? What is that? That thing you're sticking your dick into, sir? What is that? you're literally fucking a demon, and it's the thing that's going to overcome us. And if it overcomes us just by seducing us into putting our seed inside of it instead of women, because you can't be bothered, because then you can't play Call of Duty all day. Like that, for a lot of young guys who, especially if they don't have status, So it's very difficult for them to get a woman that they're attracted to. They don't have money. They're not attractive, whatever, fill in the blank. If they can just have the literal hottest woman that's ever lived, and they can have sex with her, and it costs like what, 25 grand, and you can mortgage it. You know, you can figure out a way to get the money. They'll finance it. You like it's
$1,000 down, £1,000 a month.
Yeah. Or you sell your data. You know, if you agree to opt in to the porn site.
Can you imagine how depressing it must be if your sex bot gets repossessed?
Ooh, I bet they would do that a lot. She would scream and cry for you. It would motivate you to pay up. She's screaming and crying and manipulating you as they're dragging her away.
Yeah. That would be devastating.
And they're telling you they're going to fuck your sex robot. No, don't.
I'm going to defile
We're going to give it to your best friend.
Oh, right. He's got eyes on it. You know, yeah, he's just broke.
Yeah.
You know what I find interesting, Joe, is that I haven't seen too much really good sci-fi being made, which I find interesting because
I heard Dune was great, but I haven't seen it.
Dune is great, but it's not along these lines. So what I mean is, like, when we first started getting the technology for space travel, you had these people like Isaac Asimov, and robotics was coming, and they would have really interesting stories and books of exploring the idea of, you know, what does that look like when there are robots? What are the, how would you run that? What would be the potential downfalls and stuff like that? And it was, you know, I remember when I was as a teenager, it was the golden age for that kind of stuff. And now we seem to have these giant breakthroughs coming, and we don't seem to have enough authors and artists thinking about some of the dilemmas involved and really kind of trying to think that through a story lens about what the impact might be.
Right.
You know, and that's interesting to me because I think we just genuinely have no fucking idea what's coming.
Well, I also think that the leaps between the initial rocketry program, you know, NASA Apollo program, and then what could come next is a lot easier to chart out than what, I mean, and they were wrong about a lot of shit.
Oh, yeah.
There was a show called Space 1999. I remember I used to watch when I was a kid. I was like, wow, 1999, they're in space. Like, everything was like super futuristic, like crazy, like Star Wars, like in 1999. Like, that's what they thought. Nobody figured, everybody thought flying cars. Everybody thought flying cars. No flying cars. You know?
Are they coming?
I mean, there's some manufacturers that have made one. One guy has made one. I think it's a Chinese company, and it's like a drone essentially. It's like you have a single seat in the center of it, and you close it like a helicopter, and you have drone, you know, like the same kind of propellers that drones have. So you just operate it like a drone. But there's a couple other ones, but there's nothing that's like commercially viable where they're going to be able to sell them as many as they sell Teslas. You know, it's not there yet, but it's probably not going to get there. When the AI hits, everything stops. When it goes live, when it becomes sentient, it's literal Skynet. You're going to have an organic thing that's made out of electronics. It's going to be a life form. And we're going to give birth to this stupid fucking thing. And I think everything's going to be doomed. I think we're going to have a government that's run by AI because it's going to be the most efficient. And then who controls the AI? Oh, the most ethical people. Like it could be real weird. It could be real weird because it's going to be so much smarter than all the human beings combined. And you're going to be able to use it to manipulate people. And if people are still allowed to vote, then you could use AI to sort of just manipulate them perfectly into leaning. They'll figure out, like, what is the issue that keeps you from voting for Biden over Trump? What is the issue that keeps you from voting independent for RFK Jr.? Let's see what it is. And let's monkey with the data. And let's get you information that stimulates that part of your brain just enough for all those fence sitters go to the other side. And then who knows what's going on? Who knows who's running anything? If AI video is so goddamn good, they can take a photo of you and have you say anything. So who knows what Putin's saying, and who knows what Zelensky's saying, and who knows what anybody's saying anywhere in 5 years? Who knows?
That is absolutely terrifying.
That's real. It's like these are undeniable truths that I think that we have to come to grips with before this shit hits. When I say hits, obviously I'm a Luddite. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm extrapolating. I'm looking at where things are going, and I'm going, this is going to happen so fast, and it's going to be so weird It's not going to just stop at Chat GPT 5. It's not going to just stop at these robots that'll clean your kitchen. It's not going to stop it though. It's going to keep going. And it's going to go quick, real quick, big leaps. Big leaps real quick where the world is alien. Real quick.
And look at the stuff we're already seeing. I mean, Google Gemini, that was eye-opening.
Yes.
That was eye-opening.
Yeah, because human influence.
I tried to ask it some questions about contentious subjects, and it was literally like talking to a woke 18-year-old.
God, it's so stupid.
Because it refuses to give you certain information. If you ask it about things that are controversial, let's say, whatever, there's different examples you could ask it. It just says, well, I have the information, but I'm not going to give it to you because it's harmful.
Oh, God damn. That ideology, that pervasive, idiotic ideology is so terrifying. It's so terrifying how quickly people will adopt all of those principles without variation. Rarely. They just lump into that, and censorship is fine as long as you're censoring bad people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, look what Australia is trying to do with Elon and X at the moment.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. This woman from Australia. Who is that lady?
I think she's a parliamentarian or a minister in the government.
She was saying he should be locked up for what he's doing on social media. Like, what is he doing? I want to know what. Imagine that's your threshold for locking someone up. Allowing people to talk?
Right.
What is he doing that's so egregious? Like, does she have... I feel like if you make that statement, if you're a person that's an elected official and you make that statement, like this person should be locked up, if it's not for something very specific, you're terrifying me because you're in a position of power and you just want to just flippantly lock people in a cage because they disagree with you. Please explain what it is. Like, what is he? I have not yet seen one thing. He's not perfect. Doesn't make all the same moves that.
I'm guessing it has to do with this.
Accuses Australia of censorship after court bans violent video.
So there's a video of a bishop being stabbed at a church.
Oh, I saw that video.
That.
So Australia is trying to ban that video.
Right.
Okay, well, I agree with Elon. So imagine thinking that he should be... You want some water?
I'd love some coffee if there's some.
There you go, bro.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you. So he's saying this is a real video. This is a real thing that happened. There's something that someone wants to see. The world should know that this can happen. Here's the video.
Right.
Somebody put it up. It doesn't violate any of our laws. Let's keep it up there. And they're saying he should be locked in a cage for that.
Yeah, I mean...
That's crazy.
Well, once you invent... So this isn't the case in this instance particularly, but once you invent the idea of hate speech, then everything else follows. Because that if there's hate speech, that means some people aren't allowed to be saying what they're saying. And by the way, I mean, it is true. Like, I definitely have noticed an increase in, like, anti-Semitic messages that people send me since Elon took over. I'm happy with that. I'm very comfortable with that because the rest.
Well, good, because you just mentioned it. Now more are coming.
Well, I don't give a shit. I just block people that I don't want to hear from, and that works for me. I think that's the way it should be, because if we've got to open up the conversation. That means that some people are going to say dumb shit.
Yes.
And I would much rather that than some well-meaning bureaucrat deciding what should and shouldn't be allowed to be said in the public square. So if that means there's more hate, I don't give a shit. I think it's worth it.
That is the only solution. It's not going to be it's not a simple solution. It's going to be, you're going to open up the door to more hate, but you're also going to open up the door to free conversations, and people are going to figure out what's what. And that's the only way it really works. It doesn't work by government mandate, especially when we've seen, particularly with our government, with the Twitter files, how there have been people that worked within the government that contacted Twitter and tried to get factual information taken down and trying to get the accounts suppressed of people that were experts in the field that had a differing opinion other than what was being promoted. That's crazy. You can't have that. Like that can't be a thing, because that's not good for the government. It's not good for us. It's not good for anybody to allow that kind of shit. It's un-American. You should be ashamed that you want to do that. It's unpatriotic. You shouldn't be allowed to do it just because you're in a sneaky secret squirrel position where you can contact Twitter through some government agent, and then they feel pressured, and then they give in to something that you're doing that's super unethical. That's un-American.
I love that you said that, Joe, because it's a phrase that you don't hear as much as I think you used to 20 years ago. Just the idea that there's some basic core principles of what America and the broader West is founded on, and that's one of them.
It's one of them, and you have to fight off that urge to control people. You have to recognize that if you're in a position of power, whether you're a cult leader or a president or whatever the fuck you are, there's this desire to control people that gets people to that position in the first place. This ego that makes them think, I should be the one that talks for the whole group. I know what's better for all of them. And as soon as you start using that in an unethical way like that, like censoring people, especially censoring factual information from experts, you're un-American. That's un-American. It's unpatriotic. In fact, it's one of the grossest things you could do in a place that values free speech. And we've seen so tangibly what's come out of this country, like culturally, the music, the comedy, the literature, all the crazy shit, the movies that have come from this experiment in self-government. And the only way it works is if you let people work it out. You got to let people talk, and you're going to get people that are wrong, and you're going to get people that are racist. You're going to get people that are sexist. You're going to get people that are homophobic. You're going to get all that, but you're also going to get people that battle those people. You're going to get people that have better arguments than those people. You get people that sort of start posting links and quote, and people start figuring things out for themselves. And that's the only way this works. It's the only way. You can't let these people that are elected officials decide what you can and can't consume. Because I don't know you. I know the you that ran for mayor. I don't know you. You might be a piece of shit. You might be a sociopath. You might be a smiling con artist that tricked a bunch of people because nobody wants to run, and everybody who does run sucks. It's like you're literally like boxing with 5-year-olds. Like, oh, you're the champ. Yay. No one's doing it. No one's doing it. Like, no real quality human beings are out there running for office in Los Angeles. They're not running for, I mean, there was that Rick Caruso guy. They didn't give him a chance. He could have done something. That's a rare thing when you have a very wealthy person who wants to try to save a city. But of course, he's like a Republican, right? So they're like, get out of here. Or is he running Republican or a Democrat? What was he running as? You can't even win as a Republican in California. Like, they're so.
It was a lot of
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger was the last one, but
he was also royalty, so it's like a tricky thing because that was Hollywood royalty. He was a movie star. Like, it would be great if Arnie got in there. He's a sensible Republican, you know. He's one of us. He's a liberal, but he's running as a Republican. That's the only way he can win.
Yeah, you know, and you've seen that more and more throughout all our societies. Like, you look at what's happening in Scotland when I messaged you with what was happening with the hate speech laws.
Crazy.
Where now the hate speech has been criminalized in public performances, including plays.
It's so insane.
So the Edinburgh Festival, which is the largest comedy and arts festival in the world, people can now get arrested for public performance.
And they most certainly will if they follow the rule of the law, because Edinburgh, those guys get wild. People get wild down there.
Yeah, and so they should. And you just go...
Well, it's a comedy festival.
Yeah, it's a comedy festival. However, there's probably a few people that actually, if I was in charge, I'd lock them up. Get rid of them.
But, you know, Francis and I, we've been warning about this for ages, and most people pretend it's not happening. They ignore it. And it's like, first, a couple of years ago, a guy called Jerry Sadowitz, who's a super funny, super offensive comic. Like, none of his stuff is online because it's too offensive. But you go and see him. He's absolutely incredible. So they pulled his show from the Edinburgh Festival. And we were like, this is a problem. It's like, no, there's no problem. Now, you literally have the police potentially arresting comedians. Maybe this is when they start waking up.
Yeah, and this same government wanted to criminalize hate speech in your home. In your home.
It really is. The real problem is the people that want that job shouldn't have that job. Right?
Yeah.
No quality, except for there's a rare few. Like, I think RFK is a great person.
Yeah.
I would vote for him. I think Tulsi Gabbard is a great person.
Yeah.
I would vote for her. There's people that I think are running for office and they're legitimately trying to do well for the world. They're trying to make a better place. They think they have ideas that would sort out some of the problems that we have, and they're one of us. That's real. But then there's these fucking people, the rest of them, they're just these partisan fucking robots, and they just get connected to the system, and they know which wheels to grease, and they all get connected together, and they support each other, and it's just, ugh.
And even with good, well-intentioned people, I think, as we were talking about free speech, there are some certain principles that have got to be there, because good intentions can be misused. Like, you're like, oh, I just want to do good. I just want to protect people from harm. That's why we need to restrict speech online. That's their argument. Like, I did.
It's a stupid argument that they should have to debate someone about that.
Yeah.
You want to just pass something like that, you should have to stand. That is a very important thing you're trying to pass. You should have to stand publicly and defend that against a champion of free speech, like a really brilliant like if Hitchens was alive.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, could you imagine what that would have looked like? Christopher Hitchens versus whoever the fuck thinks they could lock people up for saying cunt. You know, whatever the words that you're going to choose that are hate speech now, and they're going to keep moving. They'll run out of words. They're going to push new words. They're going to push new descriptions that are problematic.
I mean, to be fair, cunt is not a hate speech in Australia. It's a greeting.
Yeah, and in Scotland as well.
In Scotland too. Yeah, he's a good cunt.
Yo, he ball back.
Isn't it funny that is a weird thing that word became cute over there.
Yeah.
And over here, it's just so rough.
Yeah.
Rough. Yeah. It's so interesting because, like I said, in Scotland, it's a term of affection. I was in Glasgow and we were queuing at the bar, and there was this English guy. You know, he was like, "Oh, hello, I mean, you know, one of them." And then this is this rough place in bar in Glasgow. People were cut in front of him, and then one bloke there who was this rough ass Glaswegian looked at the barman and went, "Hey, barman, get this poor cunt a drink." And it was the love in his eyes, and it was just pure affection. You know, like, this guy's been fucked over. Get him a drink.
Yeah, if you say that in Boston, they'll beat the fuck out of you. For some reason, it didn't make it over there.
Yeah, which is interesting because it's obviously so heavily influenced. But, you know, to the point that we were talking about, you know, you see even something like diversity. The Scottish First Minister, there was a very famous speech where he came out and he listed people who were working in certain places, I can't remember, in certain parts of government, and he just went, white.
Yeah, I saw that.
White. And it's like, mate, it's Scotland. It's 96% white. What do you expect?
But everybody's so scared of being called racist. They're like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And you know what happened is the week they passed that bill, there were more reports of hate speech on that speech that he gave than there'd been for years.
That's hilarious. Now, are they hypocrites? Do they lock them up? That would be maybe the solution. Lock them up and then overturn the laws.
Yeah. Well, they didn't lock him up. The BBC did a very nice interview where they agreed that anyone who criticized him must be far right.
Yeah.
That's sweet. That's a good move.
Yeah.
If you're
love
playing checkers. If the world is checkers to you, and you don't think that it's so fucking transparent.
It's such a basic principle of our civilization that people should be free to speak their mind, and it's important at every level. Like, our armies fight better because they're less hierarchical, so the soldier on the ground can pass information up the chain of command without being afraid. Right? It matters in every single aspect of what we do. It's the reason for our scientific progress. It's the reason for our technological progress. It's the reason, as you say, for the cultural creativity that we have here that they don't have in other places. It's the bedrock of our civilization. And you've got well-intentioned, quote unquote, people running around trying to tear it down. I had this experience when the penultimate time I did Question Time, which is like a big discussion show in the UK on TV. And there's like 5 people from different perspectives, different angles. And before they start, they do one question that they don't broadcast. It's like a warm-up, right? And the question at the time was Donald Trump had just been unbanned from Facebook. And they were like, well, should that have happened? And I, made the controversial point that the former president of the most powerful country in the world should be allowed to say something in public. Didn't go down well. And then
You're going to let him talk?
Yeah. And then they went to the left-wing politician, the Labour Party politician on the panel, and she went, without missing a beat, she went, we must have the safest internet in the world. Yeah. And I was like, what, safer than North Korea? They've completely lost the understanding that there is a trade-off between freedom and safety.
Yes.
And when you go for more freedom, yes, it means there's less safety from people's hurty words or whatever, but you get more freedom, and that's actually worth it. It's actually important.
And it's always these people that want to assume those positions of power that have this sort of fucking limited view of human psychology and the way we accumulate and process information, that it has to be we have to be able to talk about stuff. If you can't just talk about stuff, you get one side of the story, and that side of the story is going to favor whoever the fuck is in control of what you get to talk about. Period. It's always how it's been. And to think that it's going to be different now because we're better and we're more civilized, well, we can trust our leaders now. Like, no, it's a human thing. It's a reason why there's term limits. So you can only get corrupted so much over 8 years. And hopefully someone could like say, this guy sucks. Let's try a whole new crew of people. See how we run this thing.
You see, that's why I found COVID so fascinating, because that was when the mask slipped. And you saw some leaders, and you were like, okay, you're trying to do your best. And then you saw the petty little authoritarians come out. And you really saw them. And then what was interesting about it as well was that there was some things that were so funny because they were so ridiculous. Do you remember in New Zealand when a guy got arrested for transporting KFC across county lines?
Biological terrorism.
Yeah. He got.
What did they get him for? What did they get him for?
Because he wasn't. Because during the COVID regulations, you couldn't move beyond a certain. Certain. But there was a barrier, and this guy was making money because he was going to KFC, buying it, and then coming back and being like KFC, but for drug dealers, but for KFC. And then he was stopped, searched by the police, and arrested. And then they listed all of these things in his boot and like two tubs of coleslaw, 1 Coke bottle. And you go, this is
tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Men were charged with breaching the country's tough COVID-19 rules.
A boot full of KFC chicken and tens of thousands of dollars. I think it's the money they're worried about.
The KFC might have been the...
I think the KFC is just kind of a fun...
Oh, right.
Well, no, look, it says they were charged for breaching the country's COVID rules, so it's nothing to do with money.
Right, but they did have tens of thousands of dollars, which means they were selling KFC. These dudes had an illegal KFC business. To get KFC during lockdown. So this guy's like, I'm going to go out there. I don't have a GPS in my truck. Let's go.
Yeah.
He's a KFC smuggler, this motherfucker. Look at his haul. See, he was smuggling KFC.
Yeah.
There's no way he's eating all that chicken by himself.
Yeah,
that's a lot of chicken.
Yeah, I mean...
By the way, that might be my favorite fast food.
Yeah, mine too. I like
it. If you're really not concerned about your health at all, you just want good flavor.
Yeah.
Especially they have like a crunchy, right? Isn't there a KFC? Doesn't they have a crunchy crust sometimes too?
Yeah.
I'm just reading what happened. They got caught traveling on a gravel road on the outskirts of the city, did a U-turn when they saw a police car. And then they found out $100,000 in cash on them.
Oh, well, that's a lot of money, guys. What are you doing? Selling KFC. That's what they do. Like, man, if you fucking really locked down, you got some cash, bro, I'll give you $1,000 to go get me a bucket of chicken. Like, really? Yeah, 1,000.
Here's also fun. So it says it's
I mean, I'd go and get it.
It's unclear whether the men intended to sell the food, I told you, or if they hope to use it as a distraction if they're pulled over. Hey, you want some KFC? How much you let me off? I mean, check my fucking money.
Yeah, and that was the whole thing with COVID. And for me, and I think for probably Konstantin and you as well, that was a real wake-up moment for me where I was actually going, okay, how much of this is about keeping people safe, which I can understand. And by the way, I can understand an overreaction as well when the virus was about to hit. I remember saying to Konstantin, we're going to bank episodes now. Bang, 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 bang.
And I was like, come on, mate. It's just the flu. Nothing's going to happen. This was like in January 2020.
Yeah.
Right. And he was like, no, you've got to take this shit seriously.
Yeah.
And he was right.
Yeah. And so there's that natural reaction where you go, look, this is serious. We've got to protect people. They're vulnerable people. And then there's other stuff where you're going, this makes no sense.
Yeah, but it's people wanting to do something. They had to show that they had some sort of a measure of a plan. In California, the big one was closing the outside dining. I've said this before, so I apologize for people who've heard it, but my friend, his brother worked on the whole COVID force in Los Angeles, and they were closing outside dining because there was a spike in cases. And he goes, but there's no evidence that outside dining, you're going to kill these businesses. She goes, it's about the optics. So about the optics, to make a decision that kills businesses. Like, these people were barely hanging on. They were only able to serve people outside. You know, I mean, who knows how many bartenders and waitresses were just fucked. The restaurant owners fucked. Everybody got fucked. And it was about the optics. That's just dumb people. That person should not have that position of power. There's no fucking way. That person, to make that kind of a decision, should have to debate a champion of the restaurant industry, should have to debate a champion of health, should have to debate a champion who understands like how is this stuff being transmitted? Is it not being transmitted at all outside? Is that real true? What is the safety threshold of outside dining? And have someone fucking talk about it. You can't just wave a magic wand and decide that everybody has to go home. That's crazy. And so many people lost decades of their lives work.
And it goes back to the importance of debate, the importance of free speech.
Yes.
One of the most dreadful and terrible ideas that was allowed to propagate, and I saw smart people reiterating, regurgitating constantly, is words of violence. Well, if words of violence, then logically it makes sense to shut all of this down. Because if you challenge me on something I say, and you go, actually, Francis, you're talking crap, and I'm like, well, that's violent, then I need to be protected, because we need to be protected from physical violence.
Yeah.
And we've just allowed this idea to propagate. So
it's a crazy idea.
So nobody's ideas get challenged. We feel under threat if people challenge us. It's ridiculous. And we've come to this point where you just see this stasis because terrible ideas are allowed to flourish without people going, no, you can't become a woman.
And then even the people that are inside these groups that disagree with it, they keep their mouth shut because they don't want to be ostracized. They want to be cast out of the kingdom. Nobody's able to like really fully express objective opinions about a variety of subjects. You have to adopt a predetermined list of things that you agree with. If you tell me how you feel about abortion, I can almost entirely tell you how you feel about guns. Most of the time, like 8 out of 10. That's weird.
It's all weird. And the thing as well, to your point, Francis, I feel like we've got to a point where it's become quite hard to criticize people's ideas without people thinking that you're criticizing the person. I mean, it happened with your interview with Tucker. Like, Tucker said some things that people didn't agree with, and I think rightly, and they pointed out some of the gaps in what he was saying. But lots of people defended him on the basis that he was being attacked personally, even though people were simply disagreeing with the particular thing that he said.
What was that particularly? I don't pay attention. After I release things, I fucking...
look at the phone.
We were talking about some wild shit. I was like, this one's going to get crazy.
I think the evolutionary stuff got a lot of people's attention.
Yes. That got... Well, my friend Brett Weinstein, who's an actual evolutionary biologist.
Right.
You know, he didn't like it.
And Colin Wright, who's an evolutionary biologist.
It's I didn't understand the science enough to argue it, unfortunately. If Brett was in my position, it would have been much better with that subject. I think there's Tucker has I like him, first of all, a lot. He's a very nice guy. I've got to hang out with him a couple times. I hung out with him at the UFC. I had dinner with him with Lex, and then I brought him on stage with Kill Tony. Didn't even know he was going to go on there, and went out and handled it amazingly. He's a good guy. He's also bitterly embattled and has been for a long time, and I think that can make you more aggressive or shittier about like certain things. And in that regard, like, he's handled himself pretty well. Like, he's pretty smart about it. He doesn't use a computer. He doesn't watch television. He has a phone. He does everything, schedules everything through his phone, and that's it. And he's managed to sort of filter himself out. But he's got a very religious bend to a lot of the things that he believes. And, he's a smart guy. You're allowed to have that. But he believes God created people. And he has this belief that he operates from. And that makes, the universe is so crazy. The idea of God is not that crazy to me. It's just not. I don't think it's any more crazy than anything. I think maybe the universe is God. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe there's this like constant creative force that's so immense you can't even possibly calculate it. And that's God. And he's got some ideas about spiritual things that are interesting, like about good and evil and these UAPs, the UAPs being spiritual things. But it seems like, with all respect, I feel like that's what he wants to think. Do you know that he wants to think that they've always been here and they're spiritual things? And he might be right. But it is also possible that there's a life form that's so advanced that it can avoid detection anytime it wants, and then slowly trickles out little bits of information to us. whether it's a crashed vehicle or letting a vehicle be seen or hovering over Phoenix, do it, whatever it wants to do, and then fades away again. And then every decade or so, as human beings evolve, it introduces more and more to the landscape, which if you kind of looked at it on a graph, seems to be the case. And oddly seems to be the case that it's like primarily happening in the United States. Like if you look at the difference between the UFO sightings around the world and the UFO sightings in the United States, we're locked in. We're locked in.
I said this to you last time, I think. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah. When you asked me what do I think of aliens, I was like, I would find it a lot more credible if it wasn't all in North America.
Right. Also, as an American, I have to say, it's probably because we're the shit. And if I was an alien, what am I gonna do? Go to Czechoslovakia? Get the fuck out of here! I'm gonna go check out San Francisco. Like, look at all the shit in the streets.
Right.
Look at all the needles. These people are crazy. I think there's probably both things going on. I think there's probably some sort of extra dimensional possibility that I think occurs during psychedelic drugs and during certain states of altered consciousness, that I have a feeling you're tuning into something that's not always available, but probably is always there. And then there's probably a physical element of things coming here from somewhere else, because we do that. It just seems so duh. Like, allegedly we went to the moon, but we definitely sent rovers to Mars. We definitely send satellites into space to take incredible imagery of Jupiter. We definitely do all that. Why would we not think that another species would do that? Especially if they get to some position where they're using some unique, novel form of propulsion that manipulates gravity, and they don't even have to worry about G-forces. They just appear places, which seems to be like what they think these things are doing. Have you heard about that? There's a story about this Chinese scientist that was working on anti-gravity, and she came from China to the United States to work on anti-gravity, and she was working on some anti-gravity propulsion system and then vanished. Like, probably went back to China.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, probably went back to China. Like, this is what they paid me to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who vanish in China. That's the thing.
But I don't think she vanished. She vanished from the United States. I think she went back to China.
Oh, what, and took the secrets with her?
I think that's the worry, is that this... See if you can find that lady's name. It's a very interesting story. I was reading about it the other day, and I remembered, like, someone... You guys are perfect to talk about this. Because that would be the ultimate thing that you'd have to keep secret from another country. Because if you have espionage, if you have people that have infiltrated your universities, and they certainly do, and if you have people who have infiltrated your military contractors, and they certainly do, we do it. I'm sure they do.
Oh, they definitely do. Yeah. I mean, the southern border is the fact that it's as open as it is.
Yeah,
that's a lot of them are coming through there.
Of course.
Yeah.
But if you're making something that is some sort of a gravity propulsion system, and you've made a breakthrough, you're not going to put that on Wired.com. You're not going to broadcast that on CNN. You're not going to tell anybody that. Because if the other countries find out, if the other superpowers, if China and Russia find out that we have some sort of a gravity propulsion, everyone's going to die.
Yeah.
They're going to steal all the information.
Doesn't make sense still.
Solving the mystery of Huntsville's brilliant anti-gravity scientist. Dr. Ning Li's son talks about her mom's career and legacy, along with the internet's obsession with her disappearance. So when did she disappear?
Let's see, she co-authored papers in 93.
Hold on right there. Stop right there. In the late 90s, she claimed to have created anti-gravity devices that were fully functional. And this was big news in both scientific journals and mainstream press. In 1997, Dr. Li continued to expand on her concept and conduct more experiments. She published papers describing the anomalous weight changes in objects suspected over a rotating superconductor. To say her work referred to as taming gravity could change the world is an understatement. Taming gravity would drastically change the way we transport on every level. Humans could travel the world at ease, and we could finally get our hands on those sweet hoverboards from Back to the Future. So did she really do it? So what happened to her? In 99, Li left UAH to start her own company, AC Gravity, and commercialize a device based on her theories. Oh, you fucked up, lady. Her colleagues obviously believed in her work. As a chair of UAH's physics department, Larry Smalley Also departed the university to join her. Public records show that in 2001, the U.S. Department of Defense gave AC Gravity a grant for $448,970 to research the technology. However, these results were never published. In fact, Dr. Lee never published anything again.
Wow.
Even though the business license for AC Gravity was updated yearly through 2018, there's no record of any further work done by the company. Lee's career after 2002 is a subject of great mystery. Barely Sociable's research turned up a document showing that she gave a presentation at the 2003 MITRE conference titled Measurability of AC Gravity Fields. The MITRE Corporation challenges federally funded research for manages federally funded research for several U.S. agencies. At the conference, she presented along with a Redstone Arsenal official from U.S. Army Aviation Missile Command, meaning that her research was still being conducted up to that point. So where did she take off? When did she disappear?
I think she went to China. This kind of goes on. This is a bunch of they're not really sure. And then in 2021, so it's 2 years ago.
Well, look at this, though.
An obituary popped up.
An obituary?
On a funeral home just outside of Birmingham where she was, where she was. And it didn't say anything about her disappearance.
An obituary.
Mm-hmm.
They say how she died.
I don't know. Check it.
Was it water torture?
They usually don't say how on an obituary.
Wow, there she is.
She passed away peacefully.
Yeah.
That's
a little sus.
Yeah. More information about how she would have conducted her life.
But if you scroll back up, what I was going to read a little bit more, there's something about her right there, a little bit higher, confirming her well-being, that she was still working with the DOD, but was unable to talk about her work. So she's working with the Department of Defense. He also told Ventura that he was unable to get a working email address or phone number for her. Bro, they probably made a breakthrough, and that's probably what happens when you make a real breakthrough. They probably give you a very clear indication of how this is going to go from here on out. You're going to be completely isolated from the rest of the world. There's no way we can trust that you're going to tell anybody about this. We're going to have to fucking monitor everything you do, and you stop publishing, you stop doing anything.
But here's the thing: is that the wrong approach to take? Is that the wrong approach to take when somebody has created something that could be such a monumental tool, potentially a weapon, that an enemy or somebody you perceive to be an enemy could use it against you?
I don't think it's the wrong approach to take. I mean, I think especially if you're dealing with someone that came over here from China, it's where is she going? Keep an eye on that lady. If she really cracked it, and she cracked it with, what if she's sharing? That's the thing, is some of these drones that they're seeing, and that's what I've always assumed that a lot of these things are, especially the square within a sphere that seems to they keep finding. She's disappeared and gone back to China, said Safardi. She was working with NASA and the Redstone Arsenal, but she disappeared for several years now. The people at the Pentagon cannot reach her anymore. She's allegedly back in China, and the Chinese are pouring money into similar experiments now. Uh-oh. That's why our intelligence guys are very interested. The most likely people to develop the first anti-gravity propulsion technology are the Chinese.
That's reassuring.
Wow. That's crazy. That's a crazy statement. When someone says that publicly, go back to that. Sorry again, Jamie. The most likely people to develop the first anti-gravity propulsion technology are the Chinese. The fact that he's saying that, if you're saying that publicly, that means they're probably on it.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But if that lady really did crack something and really was able to make things hover, God damn it.
And it was as far back as what, 93?
Mm-hmm. Well, 2004 was that big sighting, Commander David Fravor, when he found that thing that looked like a Tic Tac that was hovering over the water and disappeared at an insane rate of speed. They got video of this thing. Different fighter jets saw it. They said this thing just took off. Just no visual means of propulsion. There's no windows, no rockets, just gone. And there's video of it. There's video of this thing just moving at this insane rate of speed that would turn human bodies into jello. I think it's a drone. I think they probably had a few of those. I think they've been that's why they're always occurring around around military bases. Like San Diego's filled with military. It's all military out there. So if they're off the coast, they're near the Nimitz, right? So there's fucking all sorts of tests and training things that they're running out there. That's what they do. Of course, that's where they're going to train their fucking drones too. Of course, that's where we're gonna. If you've got some crazy high tech thing and you want to see, how do the fighter jets see it? Like, you fucking don't tell them, and you put it in the ocean, and then you say, hey, go fly over there, and they fly over there, and they see this fucking thing that can go from 50,000 feet above sea level to 0 in like a second. Like, what are we watching?
Man, it's so crazy. Some of the stuff like human beings are coming up with. I don't know if you know this. The Russians have a tsunami torpedo. Have you heard about this?
It starts tsunamis?
Yeah.
Oh,
what?
Great.
It's a tsunami torpedo. Jamie, would you?
So fun.
It?
Bye, Malibu. Say bye.
It's basically a nuclear torpedo. It explodes underwater, causing a tsunami, which can wash, half the United States off the.
Half the United States?
Well, if it hits the seaboard on both sides, yeah. I mean, it will be harder for them, obviously, from the east, but from the west.
Oh, my God.
You can wash off, all of California, just like.
Well, you could do that down here, too, then. You could do it in Texas. You could do it all over the country.
Right.
All over where the water is. Russian TV news agency. Oops. God damn it. Russian news agency TASS reported that Russia had produced the first set of nuclear-powered, very long-range, nuclear-armed torpedoes known as Poseidon. Strategic experts are warning that the Poseidon torpedoes would have the potential to devastate a coastal city, causing radioactive floods and result in millions of deaths. Oh, fuck, dude.
Wow.
Look at this. Haunted...
I knew you'd like this. I knew you'd like this.
News outlets have painted a hauntingly vivid picture of a towering 1,000-foot tall radioactive tsunami. I know you wrote tabloid. I know tabloid news. But is that possible? 1,000-foot tall radioactive tsunami violently crashing into British shores, pulverizing everything in its path and transforming the whole cities into barren, lifeless lands. Isn't the kind of power that they have now is how much more powerful are they than Fat Man and Little Boy? It's a lot, right?
Yeah. Orders of magnitude, I think.
Yeah.
The hydrogen bomb is way more powerful than the atomic bomb.
So if they have like some top of the food chain, best of what we've got today, nuclear weapon, and they detonate it into the ocean, what does that look like?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen those tests they did when they blew up atomic bombs in the ocean. You get to see like how high the water goes into the sky.
The SAR bomb that got declassified not too long ago.
Wow.
This was a Russian bomb that they have.
Did they drop that in the water? Is that water?
No, they're way up in the clouds there.
Oh my God. Look at that. Isn't it kind of ironic that the thing that might kill us all looks like a mushroom?
But that's
the thing that might save us all and the thing that might kill us all. Imagine if that's what God's trying to tell us.
And that's 1961.
This is the only thing that's going to keep you from nuking each other.
Yeah.
Mushrooms.
Chow down, boys.
Imagine if God's trying to tell you that. Like, through the most horrific thing that human beings can do, the indiscriminate murder of hundreds of thousands of people instantaneously.
Yeah. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to actually, basically, just before everybody gets to power, you're going to do a mushroom trip. You're going to connect to the spirituality of the earth. You're going to connect with your fellow human beings. You're going to understand that we are all one, and then you're going to be allowed to do your job.
And then you're going to drop out of the race.
I don't want that job.
Or you give him to Biden and he dies.
I have to tell people what to think and what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
There's certainly some strange battle that's going on right now that I don't think most people were aware was going to ever take place.
No.
I think that's part of what the problem is. What is this? It's the video. This is 1961 SAR bomb.
Yeah. Means king bomb. King of all bombs.
I mean, bro, imagine being that guy in that plane going, I am getting cancer for sure. For sure. Do they even know they're getting cancer?
Probably not. Probably not at that stage.
Do you know that all the guys that worked on this one John Wayne movie all wound up getting cancer? Because they were filming it out in the Nevada desert.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Which one was that? Was it?
I don't know. I don't know, but they did a lot of. You ever seen the video of they show all the different tests that they did in Nevada?
No.
Nevada's radioactive. That's why they let them fucking put casinos there. The Conqueror, considered the worst film of 1950s, suffered from a toxic working environment and was filmed near a nuclear test site. Out of the 220 cast and crew members, 91 developed cancer.
See,
46
see,
died.
Joe, that is a real toxic working environment. It's not because someone said something you didn't like.
Not only that, it's like the worst movie of his career.
Yeah,
The worst movie of his career killed him.
Wasn't even worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't even worth it.
Can you imagine that? Like, that is the worst. At least, let's say you create this incredible movie, a work of art that will go down in history for generations as an iconic piece of cinematography. And that happened. It would still be awful, inexcusable, but you'd go, but look at what they created. Has anyone ever seen The Conqueror?
I think I want to see it now. Some of those really old bad movies are amazing.
Yeah.
They're amazing to watch.
The Genghis Khan movie.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It's a Genghis
that
Khan
movie.
Yeah.
That movie's terrible. He played Genghis Khan. It's terrible.
John Wayne played Genghis Khan.
Bro, that is cultural appropriation to the
You would not get away with that in
he did it
2024.
just like John Wayne. Genghis Khan talked like John Wayne, and his girlfriend was white.
I mean, she looks incredibly Mongolian.
Yeah.
Did they do anything to him with makeup? It seems like they did.
They must have done.
That mustache.
Yeah,
I mean,
the mustache. But what about his face? Not really, huh?
No, they've just probably put a little bit of color in there.
Genghis Khan. I'm the fucking man.
Look, it was 1956. It was a better time.
It wasn't a better time. This is the best time.
I know, I'm kidding.
Don't you think? I mean, it's all the complaining we do. This is the best time.
Of course it is.
It's a great time to be alive.
Well, this is also a time where there's a very interesting thing that's going on. Look how bad this looks. It's really corny.
He looks Iranian, mate.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't him there.
No,
this is John.
This is John.
A sword and eyes to see. Your treacherous head is not safe on your shoulders, nor your daughter in her bed.
First of all, dudes back then just didn't work out.
No.
You know?
No. But they were seen as the epitome of masculinity.
It's crazy. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's because nobody knew any better.
And also,
if Evander Holyfield was standing there holding that thing up, you're like, damn, Evander Holyfield in his prime, you'd be like, damn, that's what a man looks like. Not this bullshit.
Yeah, but I don't think they'd have Evander Holyfield.
Evander Holyfield as Genghis Khan is an interesting casting.
I just meant his body. I just meant his physique.
I know. But you're so right, Joe. I mean, we can complain, and I think there's a lot of things to fear about the future, and there's a lot of shit that's fucked up right now. But at the same time, it's an amazing time to be alive. And look at the three of us. What we do is sit and chat shit on the internet.
Yeah.
And it's a great life.
Yeah,
it is a great life, and it's also uniquely educational.
Right.
Like, there's so many things that I know that I would have never known. I've never been even interested in knowing, but because I have this opportunity just to be able to talk to people, I've had a total accidental education.
Yeah, and it's also your listeners and your viewers as well are getting that education as well.
Yeah.
Like, how many people, like men and women, grow up in a really, poor rural part of America, all over the world, and they don't have access to a quality of education because of, for whatever reason. All of a sudden, they can go online and whatever they're interested, they can find.
Yeah.
If they're interested in astrophysics, they can sit down and listen to one of the greatest astrophysicists in the world explain string theory, whatever it may be, and they have access to that information. Whereas before, forget it. It doesn't matter how talented you were. If you didn't have access to that information, you're done. You're never going to realize your talent.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine growing up in the 1950s or when the John Wayne movie was made. Your access to information was so, and people could lie to you. You had no idea. There's no Google. Someone just tells you some crazy story about their past. You have to believe it. I mean, it was so easy, I bet, back then to be like a con man, right?
Yeah.
And just trick people into giving you money. I'm actually a prince, and you just have some crazy story, and people are like, it's actually a prince.
Yeah.
Think about this: in medieval times, if you were just a normal person, like a peasant or whatever, you probably never leave your village.
Yeah.
You probably never read a book. The sum total of knowledge that you have is the equivalent of like 2 days at school for us.
Yeah.
That's how little information people had.
Yeah, and you're listening to mythology and all superstitions, and you're terrified of everything. There's witch doctors. And,
yeah.
Who knows? And by the time you're dying, you're just recognizing the hustle. By the time if you're a 40-year-old man, you're just starting to realize, oh, this is kind of, I think this thing's rigged. You know, like it takes a long ass time to see how complicated, and then to have so many interactions with people that you realize like how sometimes people don't really say what they think. They kind of say what they're expected to say, and they self-censor. And you see that, and people are like, God, I can't talk to him anymore. And you get an education of human beings that it's based on interactions. It takes forever, and everyone's so different. We all assume that other people are going to think the way we think, and they just fucking don't. They don't. And if you have this rigid idea of how people should think about things, and you encounter just this wide variety of different ways of thinking about things, it makes you a little more hesitant to cling on to your ideas.
Yeah.
Because I think too many people think of their ideas as a part of them. Like, they're just ideas. You're you, and who you are, the value in you is your ability to not attach to ideas. The ability to look at ideas for what they're, even if you think they're amazing, say why you think they're amazing, but they're not a part of you. So don't argue them like they're a part of you. Let people have differing opinions on them, and then address those differing opinions in a relaxed way. That can be done instead of all this yelly, shouty, childish bullshit that so many people engage in. That just makes people more tribal. It just makes people, and then they fucking dunk on each other and back and forth. It's just dumb. It's a dumb way for smart people to behave.
It's what happens when you let your ego get involved. When your ego is the most important thing. When you think you are the most important thing, as you walk into any room or you participate in any conversation or interaction. And the reality is you're not important. You're important in some ways, and to your family and whatever else. But in the grand scheme of things, you just see these people and the outrage and the anger they feel because all of a sudden their sense of self has been challenged. And they are not mentally or spiritually robust enough to be able to push back on that challenge or to be able to accept that challenge. And it creates this kind of, you almost see it like this kind of mini ego death where they just freak out. And you go, we're just having a conversation.
Freak out over an idea.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier about we have to be able to disagree with each other and criticize other people's ideas and what they say without thinking that it's about the person. You're not attacking the person. You can disagree with someone strongly.
That's what I'm saying about RFK's jeans.
We're talking about clothing, people, not the other type.
That's much more personal.
I also think that men in particular, a lot of men have a desire to compete in things. And if you're not competing with yourself, like you're not running and trying to like make your time better or working out or whatever the thing that's difficult to do, if you don't have one of those, then you start using whatever your job is or whatever your ideology is as your way of competing. And you try to enforce it on people or come up with better arguments or dunk on the people that disagree or, harshly criticize them as a human being because you have different opinions.
Yeah, I sometimes fall into that trap, and something I'm really trying to work on because like whenever I watch you disagree with people, I think it always makes me think that that's a good way to do it because you're always very careful, you're very respectful, you're very calm about it. Well, not always. I think you and Crowder over weed, that got pretty intense. But apart from that, like lots of times I've seen you disagree with people and it's clear that you don't agree, but you're just trying to explore the argument.
Yeah, you get better at doing that. It's a skill.
I'm really trying to learn that for sure.
It's also important to recognize how people are taking in your words and thoughts. Especially when we're doing like the kind of stuff that we do where we're just kind of free balling. You're making a thing. Right? You're having a conversation, but you're also making a digestible piece of media. You're making a thing. And the best way to make that thing is to try to get the most understanding of what this person's trying to say, even if you disagree with them. So I want to know why I don't want to just know that you think this. I want to know why you think this. And I'll let you go. Even if I disagree, I want to hear you. Even if I disagree, sometimes I don't even have to challenge you on it. I'm really interested. Even if I don't agree, I'm really interested in how you come to your conclusions and what other information do you take into account and what is your personality like? Like, is this your identity? Are you fighting for this? You see this a lot with like these really aggressive liberal men. Like it seems to be their station in life. They're the watchmen on the tower. There's like this aggressive, and it's generally these weak, really weak, physically weak, mentally weak men
that have adopted this aggressive stance. Like finally, like they're the bullies now, and they're gonna go out. It's interesting. So if you talk to someone that has like that sort of a philosophy, if you just talk to them about general life enough, it sort of reveals itself. The cracks in the way they think, and the lack of character, and the lack of discipline, and most importantly, the lack of compassion. When people disagree with someone and they hate them as a human being because they have differing ideas, instead of saying, I think that if I talk to them, I could give them my perspective and maybe it would be enlightening, or maybe we would find common ground. No, it's like hate them as a person. And it's cherished. It's saluted online in the mental illness known as social media, the mental illness factory. These people are all like engaging in this back and forth. And you see these people that have finally found their competitive realm. And that flavors a big part of why men talk and behave that way. There's an instinct to want to be good at a thing and beat people at a thing, whether it's chess or whether it's golf, whatever it is. There's a thing, and maybe for you it's politics, and for a lot of guys I know it's politics because I see them online. I see what they're doing. I see the writing they're doing. They're just fishing for the right words and saying the right things to try to dunk on people. It's just their little competitive venture.
It's a fear-based response, I think, a lot of it. It's something that I've tried to look at now. When I see people get aggressive, when I see people behave in a certain way, I'm like, oh, you're scared.
Yeah.
You're
see
scared.
That from the right, too.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
The really shitty right-wing people that are very dismissive of entire swaths of people and culture and don't take into consideration the nuance involved in, say, like crime-ridden areas and how those things became that way in the first place. All that pulled them up by their bootstraps bullshit. All that no need for any social safety net stuff. Like all that like lack of compassion, lack of caring about people that masquerades as conservatism. Yeah. That's just as gross.
And there's a kind of wokeification that's happening on the right. They've got their own conspiracies, their own little trigger points, all of these ideas.
Do they? Like, what's a big one?
Well, I wrote a piece actually when Tucker went to Moscow because I thought that his conversation with Putin I clearly didn't go the way he intended, but it was fine. I had no issue with him interviewing Putin. But the videos he did afterwards, he was kind of like, it felt to me like he was starting to, the woke people, they hate America and they hate everything the West stands for. And there is a movement on the right where it's like they hate the elite so much that they will go to Russia and be impressed and think that the food is cheaper when it's 3 times more expensive for the average person.
In Russia it is?
Yeah, of course.
So was he trying to say it was cheaper?
He did say it was cheaper, yeah.
So
and objectively it is cheaper, as in if you come in with your American salary. But comparatively, it's much more expensive.
Because Russian salary is far less.
Right. So they spend 3 times as much money on food. You talked about how they have these shopping carts when you return it. Right. And all of this stuff.
Don't you just have to become an oligarch then? That's easy. And you have all the money in the big yacht.
It's very, very hard nowadays.
Yeah, they steal your yacht.
Yeah. So in the 90s, the oligarchs basically seized all the money, and then Putin came in and he got rid of all the oligarchs. And all his buddies are now the oligarchs.
Yeah.
It's been like nationalized, the corruption.
Yeah.
I bet they have great parties though.
They do.
Imagine partying with Putin. That'd be so scary.
But you can't go too near the balcony because a lot of their balconies are slippy and they fall off.
Oh yeah. People get drunk, vodka, they slip.
Yeah.
They just slip and fall and die, man. Yeah, exactly.
Listen,
exactly.
We just shoot drones at people. Okay. It's like both of them do shady shit. If you look at all the people that have died in mysterious ways in this country, where it's a little suspect that maybe there was some government involvement.
Right.
Yeah. Recently killed our president.
We just had Michael Francis on. Do you know him?
I've seen him online. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, it was an interesting conversation about the mafia life and everything else. But when we did the paywall section for locals at the end, he talked about how like it was an open secret in his circles that the mafia killed JFK, basically. That was his take.
Yeah, and they were talking about it for ages, and they were even joking about it. So when, for instance, Bobby went after the mob, people in the mob were going, killed the wrong Kennedy. Because he was saying that it was J. Edgar Hoover who was in cahoots with the mafia. And the thing with J. Edgar Hoover was he was gay, mafia ran gay clubs, they had the dirt on him being a gay man, which whenever this was in mid 60s, early 60s, you couldn't be an openly gay man.
Right. And he was also a guy who, of course, if you're going to be the guy that has secrets, you want the secrets on everybody else. So that's what he did. Like J. Edgar Hoover was famous for that.
Yeah.
Being this guy would bring you into the office, show you pictures of you fucking some lady that's not your wife. You got any questions? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I think you know how to vote, right? Yeah. Do that.
Yeah.
Stay the fuck out of my office.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, dirt back then, they could just, there was no internet. If they printed a story about you, you're fucked. It's wrapped. Everyone's going to believe it. There's no way you're like, that's not even real. It's Photoshop. Like, there's so many of the photos of the Lee Harvey Oswald that are in dispute. One of them, it's a really weird one. It's him standing there with a rifle standing in the backyard. And photo experts have looked at it and go, this is like, the shadows are all wrong here. Like, this photo looks manipulated. Like, they just take this photo of Lee Harvey Oswald, have him holding up some agenda, or I forget what it was, and a rifle. I'm like, have you ever seen that photo?
Nope.
See if you can find that. I would like to know if, like, real photography experts have ever examined it. Because I know that it's a subject of a lot of controversy. They think it was a doctored photo. But he most certainly was a CIA guy. He went to Russia. He married a Russian lady. They let him come back over here. Like, they were probably all in on it. He was probably in on it too. And they probably had him set up as being the dummy that they were going to say. And then they had Jack Ruby set up to kill him. So that's it. We're done here. And until the Zapruder film got aired on the Geraldo Rivera show, no one had any idea there was some weirdness to that assassination. Everybody assumed Lee Harvey Oswald was a terrible man and he shot our favorite president. And then, you know, this guy who ran a club hated him because he shot the president, so he shot him, and that's it. Good night.
Mate, it's just when you look at these types of things, and the more you dig, the more you kind of realize that there's cover up upon cover up upon cover up, and what is initially being fed to you ain't the truth.
So here's the photograph. Do they think it's legit here? Settling the controversy over photo of Lee Harvey Oswald. This is from Dartmouth, so you know that it's corrupt and funded by the Chinese. Just kidding. What do they say? Do they say it's real?
I'm trying to dig through it real quick.
Do they think it's legit? Our detailed analysis of Oswald's pose, the lighting and shadows in the rifle's hand refutes the argument of photo tampering. Interesting.
There you go, Joe. Debunked.
A pioneering researcher in digital forensics whose team developed mathematical and computational techniques to detect tampering in photos, videos, audio recordings, and other documents. Fareed has examined the photo closely before in studies in 2009, 2010, but these studies did not address the questions about Oswald's pose. In the new study, Fareed and his team conducted a 3D stability analysis, concluding that, in fact, Oswald's stance does not support the claims of photo tampering. The study appeared in the Journal of Digital Forensics, Security and Law. So it seems like in 2009 and in 2010, they thought it was monkeyed with. And then they got that Chinese money. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Go back to the photo again. But here's the thing. It's like, why wouldn't he pose like that? The guy was a psycho. Yeah, I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald was a mess, period, and probably an agent.
What part of it did they think was fake, I guess?
I don't know.
Would have been...
I think they thought that it was someone else standing there like that.
Like they added his face or something.
Yeah, I think there was some argument about the proportions of the body, that it didn't quite match Lee Harvey.
What's he supposed to be holding, like tickets to Russia or something?
Yeah, 2 tickets. Imagine if tickets are that big. Jesus.
Yeah.
They used to be.
Probably were that big.
Yeah, especially back in the day. No, it's that's the thing with, because
they definitely killed Kennedy.
Yeah,
it wasn't just one guy.
When you put forward that theory where you go, this feels sus, and then they never released the documents. I think it was time, wasn't it? Still, and Trump. And Trump.
Why didn't Trump release them?
No, he was going to, and he said he was, and then he never did.
But that's what I'm asking. Why didn't he do it?
I think his direct quote was, if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means it's probably proof that someone that is trackable had Kennedy assassinated, and then there was a conspiracy, probably involving at least some members of the intelligence agency.
So why wouldn't...
Because then it would call into... People would lose confidence entirely in the intelligence agencies. if they knew that the intelligence agencies had not just gotten rid of Richard Nixon, which Tucker explained. I'm sorry you saw that. Like, that's a wild thing to know, that a guy who was a naval intelligence officer gets a job as a reporter, and his first job as like an aspiring reporter is you get the biggest story in fucking United States history, and that CIA agents broke into Watergate, and that the guy who they had put into position as the vice president, Gerald Ford, was the guy who was on the Warren Commission report, and that Spiro Agnew, who is the real vice president, they got him on tax evasion and locked him up. Like, this is it seems like a coup that Woodward was getting his information from the FBI. Like, the whole thing was wild. When you hear about it that way, when like the way Tucker laid it out, you're like, whoa. So they killed Kennedy, and apparently what Tucker was saying is that Nixon had said that he knew why they killed JFK. And that was the head of the CIA he was talking to. So it was at the time. Did not respond at all. And then next thing you know, like within a short amount of time, Nixon's out.
Wow.
I guess what I'm asking, Joe, is surely not releasing it undermines confidence as well.
It certainly does, but not as much, because it's still a mystery. So it maintains a mystery. Right. It's been a mystery since we were kids. It was the first conspiracy that I ever got into. Mm-hmm. I was in New York, and a friend of mine gave me a book. He said, "Got to read this. This is called Best Evidence by David Lifton." And it's all about this guy who was an accountant, went over the Warren Commission, and he found all these real problems with it, all these contradictions. Like, it didn't make any sense. It was all pieced together. No one thought anyone was actually going to read the entire Warren Commission. It's like 9,000 pages or something. And he did. And there's a lot of problems with it. The big one for me was always the bullet. The bullet's ridiculous. The bullet's ridiculous. That bullet did not go through two fucking people and come out looking like that. That's not what happens to bullets. Bullets get destroyed. They get blown apart. They've never been able to shoot a bullet through two people's bodies and have it ricochet and move around like that and not distort and look like they just shot it into a pool. Looks like they shot it into a bag of pillows. It doesn't look anything like something that shattered bones. And they found evidence of like fragments in Connolly's wrist. And there's not enough fragments missing from this magic bullet that they found. And the only reason why they found the magic bullet at all, they had to come up with this theory because a guy had gotten hit by a ricochet in the underpass. So then they had to attribute all these different wounds to one bullet, wounds on two different people. And bullets do weird shit. The path of the bullet doesn't bother me as much. When people say, like, a bullet's not going to go here and here and here, yeah, it would. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. You can shoot someone in the eye and the bullet will bounce around inside their head and come out their face. Mm-hmm. Weird things happen with bullets and guns. So that doesn't bother me as much. But the idea that you're completely discounting the fact that he grabs his neck in the beginning and then his head goes back and to the left. Like, what's going on there? Is he getting shot from behind and it's a spinal movement, just like a shock nerve thing? Perhaps. Or perhaps he's getting shot in the head by two different people, too. It could be someone from behind and someone. There could have been a whole line of fire where they're shooting on this guy. And the only reason why they tried to attribute all those wounds instead of saying more people were shooting is because they wanted one conclusion, and that was Lee Harvey Oswald did it. And they didn't think he'd be able to shoot more than 3 times in that short amount of time that the president's car was going through there.
Do you think Trump said that? If I knew, what did he say? If you knew what I knew, you wouldn't want me to release it either. Yeah. Right. Do you think he
said that to someone? And then that someone, you know who it was? That guy who was the Fox legal analyst, an older gentleman.
Alan Dershowitz.
No. An Italian guy. Fuck.
But
what is his name?
Scaramucci.
No. Not Scaramucci. God damn it, I don't remember his name. But he's a guy that was like a legal guy who was always on Fox. And he had a conversation with Trump, allegedly, where he said that Trump had said that you wouldn't have released it too.
Do you think they'll ever release it?
No. No, I don't. I don't think so.
Do you think it's kind of this principle where there's a thread on the sweater? If you pull the thread, the sweater unravels. Do you think that America as a country wouldn't be able to take the reveal of whatever happened? Because it would then go on to undermine people's faith in the nation too much. Because if an organized agency like the CIA can go and kill the president of the United States.
Yeah.
Cover it up for however many years. Then what else is possible? And what does that mean in people who believe in this country?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And then how much scrutiny would the intelligence agencies of today have to encounter now? Just from things that we know, right? We know that they put agents in crowds at protests. We know that for a fact. Okay, but what do those agents do? Are those agents there in case things go sideways, or are those agents making sure things go sideways? Because those are two very different things. So we know both of those things have happened. So we know that they definitely put agents in place to make sure that if something happens, there's a law enforcement presence and they can arrest people. We also know that there are rogue agents that will get into these situations, and whether it's their job or whether it's they just act on their own, or they want to cause someone to do a crime so they can bust them, we know that's real. It's agent provocateurs. It's a legitimate strategy. It's always been in place.
Yeah, and it happens in other countries as well. All governments do it.
All governments do it. Agent provocateurs, false flags, all those things are real.
Yeah.
The Northwoods report, which Kennedy vetoed. Operation Northwoods, they were going to blow up a fucking drone jetliner and blame it on the Cubans. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and fuck up Guantanamo Bay. They were just going to try to get us to war with Cuba by bullshit. And this was the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They signed off on it. They're like, sounds good. I like it. Good plan. Solid plan. And the argument against it is, well, they draft a lot of different plans. And that one got vetoed, obviously. Like, what? But no, you can't. You can't lie. You can't say one of our plans is to lie. Don't lie. Like, that shouldn't be on the table. You shouldn't be able to lie to people. Not just lie, but set up fake attacks, especially after you just did it in Vietnam. They did it and got away with it. The Gulf of Tonkin incident. They got us into Vietnam. So they've always been doing that. And so if they came out and gave us all the information on the Kennedy assassination, it would cause an erosion in our faith in government that has never been seen before. And I don't know how we would survive it. I mean, maybe they're right. Maybe keep it quiet. Maybe don't do it anymore, but maybe keep it quiet. Because if you do release that information, I bet the only thing that makes sense is that that's the case.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense that it's innocuous and there's nothing to it and Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. They would release that.
Oh, for sure. Well, there's definitely something going on. The question is, what is it?
That's the dude. Yeah.
Judge
Napolitano.
He's a judge, yeah.
Yes.
Napolitano.
He's saying that Trump told him.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Wow.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Trump is that you listen to what that guy says. You went, yeah, Trump definitely said that.
But they hide things from Trump, too. Apparently, they were hiding the Chinese weather balloons. They were hiding the spy balloons from him because they were afraid he was going to shoot them down. Find out if that's true. I might have seen that on Reddit. I might have been on our conspiracy.
Oh, man. Imagine... Knowing Trump, he'd try and do it himself as well.
That's not shocking.
No.
I think he'd be up there in a helicopter with a fucking missile launcher himself. I've got the best accuracy. They've never seen accuracy like this before. Boom.
He died like a dog. He'd finish with that. He died like a dog.
Yeah. 3 Chinese balloons flew over U.S. during Trump presidency. Trump wasn't offered chance to shoot them down at the time. It's true.
It's fucking insane.
Yeah.
Trump wasn't. I like how they say they hid it from him. This is how they say they hid it from him. Trump wasn't offered chance to shoot them down at the time. He wasn't offered the chance at the time.
Because they knew what would happen.
They didn't tell him that he could shoot him down.
That's so funny, man.
They're hiding that from the. They don't trust the president, and they're hiding that. That's insane.
It's insane. Yeah. It's insane.
That's fucking. Who the fuck are they? Who voted for them?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. But when you get a guy like Trump who becomes president, it seems so ridiculous that he's president. All rules go out the window.
Yeah,
That's
but fuck you. Half the country voted for this guy.
100%.
Fuck you. Look, I probably wouldn't have voted for Trump in 2016, but half the country did. It was like the same with Brexit. They tried. We didn't vote for Brexit, but half the country did.
Yeah.
That's what democracy looks like. Is sometimes you don't get your way.
Yeah.
How fucking complicated is that to understand?
Yeah, but if you're a corrupt piece of shit and you're very un-American, then you feel like you should be able to do that.
Or frame it another way. if you believe that this guy is such a danger to democracy, that's how you argue it with yourself. That's how you square. You go, look, I'm doing the right thing here. I'm protecting my country. I'm stepping in when this person is clearly, not fit to hold office, blah, blah. I'm not saying I agree with it.
That's the real problem with the real misinformation media narrative, like the Russia collusion hoax.
Oh, man. That's
a real problem, because that in so many boomers' minds, that guy was corrupt. Russia had something on him. There's the Steele dossier, his hookers and PP and all that stuff. Pentagon may have purposely hidden spy balloon from Trump.
It was a Republican representative from Florida that made the claim.
He made the claim, but what was that other article's quote? That Trump wasn't offered the opportunity to shoot it down. What was the source of that?
He's saying this because Trump denied that it even happened under his administration.
Oh, but it did. But they did happen. So they didn't tell him.
So they didn't tell him.
Or he lied.
That's what this is he spoke.
That would never happen, John.
I don't think so.
Some speculation.
And there's some speculation. I talked to Trump at the White House officials over the weekend that the Pentagon deliberately did it because they thought Trump would be too provocative and too aggressive. So, yeah,
it's unbelievable.
But it's amazing that they think that they could tell him that. But listen, that's the whole idea. If you really want to have a president, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is how AI is going to take over, because AI is going to be so much more reasonable how it runs the country. Just give in to Microsoft AI.
One thing, if you really want to blow your own mind with this, is if you think about where the large language models are getting their information from, where the AI is gathering its opinions about what human beings are.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that everything that happens online is not representative of the real world. But that is where the AI models are gathering their information. That's what they're reading, what people are writing online. So we are training these systems to think of us as the online shit that we all know is fake. We all know people don't talk online the way they talk like in person, right? We all know that everything that happens there is a warped perception of reality. Yet that is exactly what AI is learning about who we are.
But don't you think that the Google AI is a little bit more sinister than that? I don't think it's as simple as it's just getting all of its information online, because then there would be arguments. Like there's a lot of arguments online as to whether or not, trans women should be able to compete in women's sports.
Yeah.
But if you ask those AIs, they come up with reasons why it should.
Yeah.
And if you have an ideologically programmed AI, that's not really AI. It's kind of like a propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just looking at the opinions of all the people online.
No.
It's just not.
No. What there is, I think, is probably just because most of the people who are doing the programming lean that way. To them, this isn't ideological. To them, it's the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
They have the truth. They know what it is. Hashtag no debate.
Yeah.
Hashtag no point debating. No point discussing. We know what the truth is, and anyone who disagrees with us, they're far right.
Yeah. And what do we do with people who are far right?
Yeah.
Cancel them. Put them in jail.
Cancel or put them in jail, or maybe we need a final solution, Joe.
What's the final solution?
Well, if somebody is gender critical, maybe they just need to be put somewhere permanently.
Well, they certainly shouldn't be allowed to work.
No, absolutely.
We agree on that.
It's so funny. These people went so far. They're like, they think J.K. Rowling is a Nazi. they still haven't woken up. They still haven't gone, maybe there's something wrong with our argument if J.K. Rowling is on the other team. It's like,
oh, man, it's so funny. Did you see this tweet from
She's a beast, though, man. She's going at it.
Yeah,
she's going at it.
She's dug her heels in.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah, good for her.
There's this left-wing journalist. I'm not going to say the name, but her tweet made me laugh so much. She put out this tweet going, I'm writing this tweet to apologize. On March the 13th, I called J.K. Rowling a Holocaust denier. It's just like...
a Holocaust denier? Why did she call her that?
Because in her mind, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
If you say trans women aren't women, you also say Auschwitz didn't happen.
And I feel so strongly about it as someone who lost relatives in the Holocaust. What they've done to those words, Holocaust denier, Nazi, far right, is abominable. It really is. What they've done to those words, the way they've diluted the meaning of these words that have very specific meanings, it's horrific. And it's, by the way, it's costing us now, because we can't have a genuine conversation about, like, some people are Holocaust deniers. Some people are actually supportive of those ideologies, right? And you have to be able to distinguish between that and someone who thinks trans women shouldn't be fighting in a cage with real women. There's like some fucking difference there. There's a gap between.
A little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit
of a gap.
And words, like, they have a meaning for a purpose, so that we can have a conversation.
Yeah, it's such an important point. And the worst bit is you have these people who are genuinely far right. They're terrifying. They have these awful views, and then when they're challenged, they go, "I'm not far right because you've said this person is far right. That term doesn't mean anything." And you're like, you know what, Adolf? You've got a point, mate.
Yeah, it's a real problem because
that's going to get clipped, mate.
But far right people, dangerous far right people, are real, just like dangerous far left people are real, and that's why being on this goofy team, left or right, is so stupid.
You got to think for yourself.
Yeah,
you got to think for yourself.
Yeah,
and life is complicated and it's full of complexity and nuance, and nobody has the full picture of reality. That's why you got to talk.
That's why you need Jesus.
I mean, that's what Jordan's talking about. That's what Jordan's talking about.
Yeah, he is. Well, structure, some kind of divine structure, something, whatever it is. I mean, I know a lot of people that are Muslims that are very happy, and they're happy because of the discipline that it gives them. They believe. It gives them a structure, and a lot of people out there don't have that, and I don't think that's good either.
No. He's really in the Inquirer of it. His current tour is called "We Who Wrestle with God," and he's really. I mean, what he's really doing is telling people stories from the Bible, and illustrating and breaking down how they apply to your life, and it's amazing. I mean, I'm not a believer. Well, yeah, I'm not, I guess, but seeing the difference that makes to people, just him telling them how to live a good life. Thousands of people every night, and they aren't there for his like culture war takes.
Right.
They aren't there to see him take down Justin Trudeau or whatever. They're there because he's like, we were in a cigar bar in Tulsa with the guy who does the music, David Cotter, and we were just sitting there, and the guy came up who was at the show, started talking, and before we knew it, there was like 3 guys there, and I remember one of them especially, Devin, a black guy. He was saying, like, I don't know about his politics. People say all this crazy shit. Like, when my sister died, Jordan Peterson's 30-second clip on the internet is the only reason I didn't kill myself.
Wow.
And I've been hearing those stories every night, man. It's
Well, he has a very profound impact on people for sure.
Yeah.
And he also struggles with fame, which is a weird thing to be introduced to when you're in your 40s.
Yeah.
You know, you've been anonymous your whole life, and then all of a sudden you're a polarizing, often misrepresented world figure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's how unfair it is the way, you know, I'll take real exception to this, the way that he's being portrayed, where people go, he's just like Andrew Tate. And you're going,
yeah, he's got a penis.
Yeah.
They drink water.
And
yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, man, it's insane. But you know what, I have to say, from what I've observed over the last couple of weeks, he's on the other side of all those troubles.
That's good.
Yeah, you know, I've never met anyone whose message and the person are so closely aligned. Like, he's a great man.
He is a great man. And last time he was here, he was like at his best. He had struggled coming back from the benzodiazepine problem.
Uh-huh.
That's a scary one, man. That's a really scary one.
No, he's through that, and like just observing him day to day, because you know, when you spend time with people, you see them at their worst, and at their best.
Yes.
I've never met anyone who's inspired me as much to like be a good person.
That's awesome. Yeah, I always say he's insanely misrepresented. He's a great guy, but he's so polarizing. You see, like, whenever there's some sort of a Jordan Peterson thing, a story or anything, I'll read like what people have to say about it. It's like, God damn, like it's also indicative of the kind of people that post things like that. Like, that's not generally a healthy person who's posting like aggressively shitty, misrepresenting, but it's like very common that there's people like that, especially on Twitter or on Facebook or any of these places that just encourage mental illness, which is a lot of what it is.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing though, man. In the real world, he's selling out fucking basketball arenas.
Yeah.
And it's full of well-dressed people who are there with their partner that they met because of the advice he gave them, or they're there to meet him because he's changed their life, or they didn't kill themselves, or they got a job or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the impact he's actually making.
Yeah.
On people's lives. And it's so impressive.
Yeah, we need more people like that.
We need way more people like that.
Yeah, we need more people that show an example, like an interesting, fascinating example of how to live your life.
The problem is that we live in a world of shortcuts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you want an online following, we all know what we can do in order to get an online following. It's not particularly hard. You can game the system. You know the tweets to write, and that will then, you know, gain traction, which will gain you followers, whatever else.
Yep.
You know what you have to do if you want to create a content online when it comes to podcasts that will get people talking. We all know it.
Yeah.
But actually, it's far, far, far more difficult to be authentic and to actually say, you know what? I'm going to do something because it's the right thing to do, not because it's going to benefit me in the short term, not because it's going to lead to certain deals, not because it's going to lead me to this particular place where my ego demands that I should be. I'm actually going to take the long route. I'm going to do what's right. And we live in a society where we're constantly being offered the shortcut all the time. And we know that if we take the shortcut, we're going to get a little bit of a response from our brain. We'll go, well done on taking the shortcut.
Yeah.
It takes a hell of a lot of discipline, hard work, and sometimes real frustration to go, I'm not going to take the shortcut. I'm not going to be inflammatory. I'm not going to say the thing that I know will guarantee clicks and more money and more revenue. I'm going to go this path. And I just have to have the courage of my own convictions that where this path will lead me will be somewhere where I want to be, as opposed to somewhere that I know definitely in the long term will take me on the route to hell, because that's where some people are.
It's so interesting you say hell, because I never really understood when people ask Jordan about heaven and hell, he always brings it back to heaven and hell on earth. And what he's really saying is, like, every decision you make when you know it's the wrong decision, you're going to pay for that. Not in some fucking magic world afterwards when you're dead. You're going to pay for that in this life.
Yeah.
And when you make good decisions, that's not to say that good things don't happen to bad people and bad things don't happen to good people. But over the course of a lifetime, every bad decision you make will come back. And we all know this is true. Like, it's a kind of, what you're talking about is the opposite of the marshmallow test, right? Like, the ability to suspend gratification is the best predictor of long-term success. Right. And so if you're able to just wait and not jump on this dopamine hit right now, over the course of your life, that will be rewarded. And that's basically the model he's giving people. Just be good. You know what, you know, and his argument is you do need God. His definition of God is different to most people. But it's fundamentally, he's just going around telling people how to live their lives in a positive way. It's
how is it different? How's his view of God?
It's very difficult to get to it. He doesn't like being asked if he believes in God, because his thing is like, well, what you're doing is you're saying, like, there's a garden gnome in the sky. Do you believe in that? And it's a way of trivializing his belief about it. You'd have to ask him directly, but I think, you know, him and I have gone back and forth. He really brought me over to argue with him and try and challenge his ideas from just an outsider perspective, really. So we've gone back and forth. And I think his idea is that the way he talks about it is like, God is the opposite of evil. God is how you know what is right and what is wrong, and it's something that leads you up instead of leading you down. That's what he thinks of as God. It's like the fundamental question is, where does morality come from? And his argument is the evolutionary theory may well be true, but it's insufficient, particularly insufficient to give us meaning and for the West to survive. How do you survive? How does a civilization of people who don't know what they believe in survive in the battle of civilization with people who do know what they believe in, who have a strong idea? But you mentioned, you know, Islam, for example, right? How do you navigate that when you don't know what you believe, when you don't know what you stand for, when you can't even say not believing in free speech is un-American?
Right.
Yeah.
How do you, if you've got no values of your own, how are you going to navigate the world in that way? Right.
Right.
And so his argument is very much that we need to be inspired by something divine to be our best selves and to know who we are.
That's such a profound thing, because when people say to be inspired by the divine, they automatically think of God. But the reality is you can find God in anywhere.
Right.
And if you're to be inspired by the divine, for me, it's to be, the thing that I love the most is to be creative, is to write, is to be in that moment where you are writing and you're like, oh, this idea and this idea and this idea. And you feel whatever, disregard the end product. But that moment is to be divine because you are truly at one with what you are, who you are, and what you love and you are passionate about the most. That is the divine. Now, for somebody else, it can be another type of thing. But
love would be a big part of it. Like when you are in love and you're truly present with the person you love, it kind of feels infinite.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like that moment is, you can't exactly be measured in time. You can't go, oh, that was 63 seconds where we stared into each other's eyes and said nothing or whatever that was, right? And I think part of it's exactly what you're saying is there's these states that we go into in relation to ourselves or to other people that transcend the reality in which we exist. And I think that may well be a part of his, you have to ask him because his views are complicated, but it's kind of part of his definition, I think, of what God is.
Yeah, because I think deep down, that's what we're all looking for, really, is to be in this state where we're not thinking about ourselves. Because thinking about yourselves is why we're so miserable, because we're being trained continually, going on social media, doing this. What am I doing? Myself. That's the way to end up perpetually, thoroughly miserable and a version of hell.
Yeah.
But to be in a state where you are creating, where you are doing something that you love, where you are with people that you love, where you're with your children, your wife, your partner, whoever it is, and you have that connection, that really that's life, is the connection. And the opposite of life, for me, is disconnection. To me, there is nothing more tragic than when I sit down at a table and I look over at a restaurant, I see a beautiful young couple. They're in the bloom of life. They're youthful. They're in that moment where potential seems limitless, and they're both staring down at their phones and they're not looking into each other's eyes. And you want to say to them, "What are you doing?" You know. And I know we all do it, and I'm as guilty of it as anyone. I'm not saying that I'm not, but that moment when you have that connection with love, I think that's what we're all seeking deep down. It's what we all crave.
There is. And his argument is that, what we saw in the 20th century is, as Nietzsche predicted, the death of God causing the breakdown of our belief and therefore World War II and everything that happened there, Mao, the Soviet Union, etc. About the 21st century, though, I think there's maybe something else going on as well, which is we've mentioned the sexual revolution and people having fewer kids. And also people being crammed into cities. The urbanization that we've seen over the last 150 years changes everything. Like, I remember reading a book by a guy he was a zoologist, Desmond Morris, and the book was called The Human Zoo. He wrote a book called The Naked Ape, but The Human Zoo is the one I'm thinking of. And his central argument was, when you put animals in the conditions that human beings live in big cities, you get the same pathologies: mental health, violence, atomization, depression, all the same shit happens. And so you've got urbanization, you've got the pill, which changes testosterone levels in men. Women are attracted to men with lower testosterone. That would be one driver. Another driver would be to getting in the water supply. The Alex Jones making the frog gay point turns out it's kind of true. And then you put all that together, and then you add the death of belief, and you've got a very powerful mix to explain what's going on.
Yeah, the Alex Jones thing, it's atrazine, right?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's a pesticide, I believe.
Okay.
Is it an herbicide or a pesticide?
So it's not the pill? It's not the contraceptive pill getting into the water?
That's supply? Not what he was saying was turning the frogs.
Oh, okay.
But there's a thing called, I believe it's called atrazine. And what it does is it will actually turn male frogs into females. They actually morph. And it makes a bunch of them incapable of breeding. It has like very weird endocrine disruptor effects. Right.
So
it's in the water supply.
There's stuff in the water supply that's messing with the hormones and all that kind of stuff.
I think birth control pills are in the water supply too.
Yeah, for sure.
And plastics and the microplastics, and then
and even like antidepressants.
Right.
Yeah. Some water supplies have trace amounts of antidepressants in it.
And cocaine as well.
Yeah. Well, there's some good news.
If you got a particularly energetic population. What are you making your pasta with, Mike?
So, and then, the sexual revolution also causes the breakdown of the family. Far fewer people are growing up in an intact household. You put all that shit together and you get to where we are.
Yeah. And it's